Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you.
I'm Trisha from Sew Totally Trisha. I've been sewing since I was about 8 years old. I carried on through my teens, and when I had children, I've sewn for them. And now I love nothing more than to design fabric-based kits for patchwork, for bags and home decor. Make sure you don't miss the Sew Totally Trisha shows.
Welcome. It's a brand new day here at the craft store, and it's going to be a corker. We have got some incredible shows coming up, kicking things off with a happy hour, which is brilliant. We do like a happy hour. And guess what? I'm not on my own. Happy hour, not on my own. Brilliant. Win-win. We've got Rich here.
It's an even happier hour, isn't it, Hayley? Well, at least let's hope so.
We're full of happiness.
We are. At 7 in the morning. Oh,
I know.
I love a nice early morning, me.
Did you know there were 2 7 o'clocks in a day?
Yeah, no, I wasn't aware of it, actually. When they told me it was 7 o'clock, I thought, oh, great, evening time, and meander along, went, no, AM.
Yeah, oh,
so
yeah.
Okay.
And you're a bit like me, you've got a distance of travelling, so yeah, it's like waking
I'm from
up
London,
in the dark.
so I was up at 3:45 this morning, which was nice.
Oh my goodness.
And then my usual alarm just went off a few minutes ago saying, get up. I was like, yeah, it's all right, I'm up. I've been up for 3 hours.
I love it. Now, have you worked on a happy hour before? Because, of course,
I haven't, no,
anybody at home might not know your face because you're new to us here.
Well, yeah, I am new. I've been here for a couple of weeks now. I've done a couple of shows with guests. This is the first time officially that I'm supposed to be flying solo, but I'm not going to be, because you're going to be like my stabilisers on a bike.
Your armbands.
Don't take that the wrong way. Yeah, you're my armbands. So you're here just in case you need to step in and go,
we'll let a little bit of air out as we go along the hour.
Exactly. So you're going to kind of show me the ropes, and then I'm going to sort of do the second bit, I think.
Sounds like a plan to me.
Yeah, sounds like a plan.
So we better get things started, because one of the things that you need to know is, of course, with a happy hour, that is the key thing. It's a happy hour, so the prices that we're bringing to you, those discounted prices, are only for this hour. Now, I know it's bright and early in the morning, well, maybe not so bright out there, but 8 o'clock, these prices are all going to go up. So I do urge you to jump ahead and have a little look on the website, because it's going to take us a little bit of time to go through everything. But if you jump onto the website, you get a bit of a head start. Don't forget, we're looking at loads of brand new things and brand new guests as well. So if you'd like to join us, maybe email in, join us, studio@thecraftstore.com. And of course, any of these items that we're sharing with you, we've not got finished samples to share, so why not send us your pictures of things that you've been created with your AALL Create stamps. Better get started, haven't I? Got a lot to get through. So details on your screen for your first item, and this is a brilliant saving. You've got an £8 saving here, and you've got your freestyle flowers and your bad bears, those naughty bears. So 036780. Now these two sets, you'll notice straight away, I'm sure, that these ones are kind of concentric with regards their numbers. You know how AALL Create have their identification numbers. Well, these ones, if you are collecting and you've got a couple of little gaps, then maybe 157 and 158 need filling in. Well, this is a perfect opportunity for you to do so at a brilliant price as well. But they are just so cute. Now, let me turn them around, because as we know, quite often packaging is smaller than the actual stamps themselves. But you can see they're nice clear stamps, so you can see exactly where you're going to be laying these down with regards to them. Oh, we've got the bears back to front. Oh yes, so they are. It all makes sense, doesn't it, when the writing's the right way around? So you can see there, love me, some bad bears. I'm not quite sure how to read into that, I'm not going to lie, but we'll gloss over that at 3 minutes past 7 in the morning. But yes, little character stamps. The flowers as well, I mean, these are lovely doodly style flowers, so maybe it's a style that you've wanted to get into, maybe these are going to be your armbands to get going with the designs, maybe we're adding your own stems, your own leaves, your own little doodles with these, because they certainly give you the opportunity to do so. So of course, if we flip round, we can see with this particular one, we've got Louise being the artist behind our bad bears. And who we've got all the same with those flowers there. Similar sort of styles actually, so yeah, I can see that. And it could be that you're teaming them up together, so using all your different techniques to make your own little kind of scenes with these. So if you fancy getting hold of these ones, details are there, 036 780, just £15.98, but only for this hour. You need to be quick with some of these. We get very busy during the AALL Create show, so make sure you're jotting those numbers down, getting them into your baskets, but more importantly, getting your baskets checked out. Now, this is a useful set. You can see here again, you kind of got that scribbly detail. Again, it's got the ID number on there of 152, so again, it might be one that you need in your stash. And you can see you kind of got your scribbly borders with these ones. In fact, it's called frayed threads. It could be threads, couldn't it? It could be wibbly wobbly, well, wibbly wobbly. And it looks like somebody maybe's been, I don't know, drawing straight lines on the bus or something like that. You can see here you've got your infilled hearts as well. And again, it's another one that Louise has designed. And what a bargain, less than a tenner. Less than a tenner for these. So again, really good savings. Now these ones are upside down. Okay. So this is how you do it, you see, Rich. You're upside down, back to front.
That's probably me who did that, to be honest. So
oh,
sorry.
Oh,
slap wrists.
Oh, that's cruel. Now, if you fancy getting hold of these, I'm sure you realise that they are going to be useful ones. You can use them to create borders if you're wanting to. You could create just little pieces of these. You don't have to use them in their entirety. But you're liking these ones. You're liking them a lot. So if you like these and you want to get hold of yours, 712010. Pop those ones into your basket. Now, this is a big stamp. Of course, AALL Create do all sorts of different sizes with the stamps, and this one is one of their A4 ones. So again, look at this. Oh my goodness, there's so much detail in here. Got multi-layers within this one, so you'll see that with this one you've got all that interest, which means that each time you look at it you'll see something you didn't see the last time that you looked. And it's a brilliant one. It's kind of got that vintage look to it, hasn't it? Got those gorgeous kind of little swirls and flourishes on there, so might be you just want to use those. You can do. Might be you just want to use some of those like little, well, they're almost like Frankie machine stamps, aren't they? I think they're the ones that go on your passports and things. Don't know if they do that anymore. Mind you, we're not travelling, are we? So I suppose that would make sense. Now, if I flip this over, you can see it is a really big stamp. Oh, I like this. Do you like your travel, Rich?
Yeah, well, back in the olden days when I used to do it.
That's a good point.
Yeah, no, I do enjoy a bit of travel. That would look quite nice, wouldn't it, on some sort of like a poster to say where you've been around the world.
That's a nice idea. Oh. And also, because of it being that A4, you could almost fold it in the centre. So if you've got something that's kind of half the size A5, it could be almost like a double page spread with that. So good suggestion. Like that one. So what a saving though. £8 saving on that one. Oh, on its side, upside down, back to front. Which bit have I done wrong now? Or is it that way before?
That wasn't me, definitely.
Oh, I can make it. I can, yeah, get it all wrong on me, all of my own accord. So there you go. If you fancy that one, 6, 7. I nearly said the wrong word then, but I just stopped myself. Just stopped myself short. 670932, just £16.99. Yes, let's move on. Now, this is a totally different style, and I must admit, there's so much humour in this little set. Love it. Oh, chillax and carry on. That's good advice, isn't it? I like that one. 25 stamps you're getting in this set, and you're getting all 3 of them. Again, the numbers are concentric, so is it concentric? Is that, no, consecutive. Concentric something different, isn't it? Molly's just laughing at me. She's like a tower of strength in the morning. 869 712. If you're wanting to take advantage of these, you've got a brilliant saving of £16. And these are some proper little characters. Now, Olga has designed these ones. I just love the humour behind these. These are brilliant. I can relate to a few of these. I bet you can as well, can you, Rich? Chillax and carry on for certain. I want that on a t-shirt. I think, well, if I come back, if you do come back as something else, I think I want to come back as a sloth. I kind of like the way that they live their lives.
I think I already am one, to be honest.
Oh, fair enough then.
I'd like to come back as a human.
I love it. Now, with these, you've got all sorts of characters, and they're nice sizes. So they're perfect if you wanted to use them things like your birthday cards. It might be little notelets. It might be that you use them in your planners and your journals as well. Maybe you love your little rabbits, and I love this. That's a bit of an angry-looking rabbit. I'm not going to lie. That's a happy rabbit. It's got a carrot. As you can see there, that is a very happy face, isn't it? But really nice stamps that you're going to be able to use in so many different ways. This is a huge saving. You're saving £16 on this one, so you're saving nearly as much as you spent on this one, so that's the kind of saving that I like. So 869 712 if you fancy getting hold of those. Don't forget, keep an eye on that clock. That clock will keep popping up every so often just to keep you on track to know that with regards to these, you've only got an hour. So already 10 minutes of the hour is gone. Don't know where the time goes. So what have we got next? Oh, look at these little magical houses. These are so cute. Now, we do love our kind of little fairy themed elements, don't we? Our little whimsical sketches as well. Now, these ones, the lovely Tracy Evans has designed these ones. And she does stamp design so well, doesn't she? So many different styles. And I love these because, again, they've got that doodly nature. I think these would work with some of those flowers that we saw from Louise earlier on, actually. They've got that little sense of doodleism around there. Is doodleism a word? I don't know. I'm not sure. It is now. I make up my own words as well, Rich, as I go along.
Just checking in Dictionary Dell for that
Yeah,
one.
that's it, yeah. That's probably a good idea. I love it. Oh, look at the little fairy. How cute is that? Now, let's turn these round again. Because these are not... Oh, look. Paid attention there. Molly's just... Is it you, Molly? Is it you that's doctored these as we're going along? Might have been. Might have been. That's not the attitude to have at all, is it? Now, with the, I like that little kind of dangle heart that you've got on that house there, because it might be that you're wanting to add additional ones of those. Kind of looks like a little signature thing, doesn't it, from Tracy? I like that. And with these, I mean, there's so many different techniques you could work with these. I know that you'll come up with loads of ideas, and they'll sit very nicely in amongst your other stamps, I am sure, within your collection. If you've got other fairies, other impish, elfish little characters in your stash. And what's that? Live simply. Oh, that's good advice, isn't it? Don't overcomplicate matters. So if you fancy these two, the details are there. 390160, less than a tenner for 2 stamps, less than £10, £9.98. That is what you call value for money. And dare I say stocking fillers at this time in the morning, and also on September, my goodness. Actually, we're getting closer to Christmas. Those are nice ones, maybe thinking of making Secret Santa gifts for your crafty friends. 390160 if you fancy getting hold of those. So, border stamps, these are always popular when we see the AALL Create stamps around, and these are beautiful. Lovely Tracy Evans, again, making an appearance with this one. She loves her garden, doesn't she? She does some fabulous little doodles and very kind of botanically correct style artistry as well. But with these, you can see that doodle nature going on. And again, they're nice borders, nice lengths with these, so instantly you could use them, build your own frames if you want to, use them just little areas if you want, use them in their entirety. It's entirely up to you. I love those kind of florals that you've got there. They almost look like little cakes. Obviously, it's always kind of again.
Just taking notes.
Look and learn, look and learn.
How not to do it, okay? Item 7. That's fine. Carry on.
Is that your second sheet you're on? And you can stop giggling over there, Barbara. Oh, so rude, so rude. So if you fancy getting hold of your Grow Strong border set, then the details are there, 465866, and you're liking that one. What's not to like though? It's a beautiful stamp set, so do pop that one into your basket. Oh, now, these are interesting ones. For somebody like me who can't draw a straight line with a ruler, I really appreciate stamps like this, because these are the kind of stamps that make me look like a good crafter, because there are elements in here that I had got no chance whatsoever of drawing myself. And I love these ones. Again, we've got some beautiful artistry. Going with these ones, and it's Caitlin that's designed these. I'm not aware of Caitlin before. I don't think I've come across Caitlin's designs, but it's relatively new to the group, and I'm guessing because of the numbers on these, 220 and 219. But yeah, nice big stamps. I'm thinking art journals with these, because they're very kind of thought-provoking faces. So they're those kind of stamps that you could almost use other sentiment stamps, inspiring stamps, stamps that are going to give you kind of those affirmations, I suppose. We've got lots of affirmation style stamps, and these would work in an art journal beautifully. A little bit of rock and roll, fall in love and not in line. Ooh, it's a bit of a rebel kind of statement, isn't it? Pretty much like that one. Pretty in punk. Oh, look at that. Oh, that takes me back. So yeah, Richie's too young to remember punks, bless him.
Thank you so much for that. Appreciate that.
£12.98, 155008. If you fancy getting those ones into your basket, then I would certainly take advantage of those. Look at that saving. It's £11 saving. Now, it says monthly mega deal on your screen. Ignore that. It may well have been at some point, but it's not. It's happy hour during this hour. And you can see there that clock's popping back up to refresh our memory that we have to make sure that we're checking our baskets out by the time we get to 8 o'clock. So the next set, we're back to the cutesies. These are simply adorable. We're off to the beach. Oh, what a fabulous place to go to. And you can see here you've got all your different characters. I love these. So you've got all sorts. You've got little dinosaurs. That is a happy dinosaur. Oh, look at him rocking that bathing suit. And I love that. Dip your toes in the sand, ocean vibes. All of these are lovely little sentiments that you could be using, again, for a travel journal. I love the fish. I mean, that's my face when the alarm goes off in the morning. It's like, what? What's going on? And yeah, just a nice one. Again, documenting maybe little trips. Again, the sizing of these makes them perfect for your planners. I know so many of us love working with our planners. You make my day happy. Oh, Rich, you make my day happy.
Oh, thank you. I thought, to be honest, I thought the producer was just telling you you make her day happy. Then
she's like it all the time.
This is what people do, just give you little affirmations.
She drives me mad. She's at it all the time.
Oh, it's lovely.
She really is.
I'll come here more often.
This is a brilliant collection. Now, I don't know how many stamps you've got on here, but you can see you're getting a lot within here. And it's nice because you've got your little character. I always love 26 stamps in total. That's good value for £13.98. That's nearly, now this is, it's early for maths, but it's almost 50 pence, isn't it? Well, can we get away with 50p for that, I think? Oh, I can hear it. 53p. There you go. I wasn't far off, was I? Wasn't far off. It was in the ballpark. But I always love it when we see elephant stamps, because I have a habit of forgetting people's birthdays. So, of course, elephants are perfect if you're needing to do something like a belated birthday card. And they are adorable as well. The one with the balloons as well. I mean, well, there's two there with the balloons, isn't there? So I love it. I love that. I want a balloon like that that's going to lift me off the ground. I'm not going to lie, I'll just walk around with it all the time. And there you go. Maybe you've got somebody that you want them to take it easy, then you can see that elephant is definitely taking it easy. So again, another lovely set. Combination there, saving you a tenner, £10. Absolutely brilliant saving again. And you're getting a lot of stamps for your money with that one. So 525841. Have we had any photos in? Have we had any emails in? Or is everybody dozing at the moment? Saturday morning, isn't it? So I wouldn't blame you, to be honest. So yeah, if you fancy taking advantage of any of these deals, they're all happy hour deals. And don't forget, when you're taking advantage of these savings, sometimes it's worth looking at the post and packing, because when you've got your savings, then being a Freedom member, you don't have to worry about paying your post and packing. I don't know about you, but when I've got a saving, I want to keep it. I don't want to give it away on post and packing. So do consider that as well. Now, this is a nice one, because again, we've got another sketchy style design with this one. And this particular one, you can see, again, Caitlin's involved with the design of this one, and I love it. Now it looks like, when you look at it, it kind of looks a bit, okay, right. But I will explain. When I turn this round, you'll be able to see that you've got individual stamps with these. So you've got 4 stamps in total. So you are able to put these together in different combinations and maybe have a little bit of an inspiration to give a little bit of sketch detail yourself as well. So let me flip that round so you can actually see what we've got there. So there you go, you can see set of 4 stamps, so you can see where they're featuring there. You've got your eye and eyelashes and your eyebrows there, which again you might be having a go at doing kind of doodles. Sometimes, I mean, I can't do it, I'm not going to lie, but I know I've heard that sometimes it's the eyes that are the trickiest bit to do. So if you get the eyes right, then the rest of it all kind of comes together. So maybe have a little go with those. And again, nice sketchy design. So again, I'm thinking art journals with these. And I love the face. The face hasn't got the hair attached to it, which means you could really go to town, couldn't you, with your doodles with that one. And maybe even use a background stamp to create some crazy hair. But what a price. £9.99 for all of those. Very useful set, especially if you're into your art journals. So 5, 4, 6, 7, 3, 8 if you fancy getting hold of those. We're getting through these items, aren't we? Now, I will let you know, we've got way more than I'm going to be covering in this first segment of the hour. So the website is a good place to go and have a little look at all of those others. But very keenly priced. I don't think we've had anything at over £15.98 so far. So bargain, absolute bargain. Now, this is a really useful set because I know how many of you do like your doodly circles. So with this one, you've got 19 stamps. 19 stamps, you're just paying £15.98. And you can see there you've got sentiments in here. You've got those little kind of scripted doodles with that one. Always look at the bright side of life. I like that. I think, tonally, I don't know as that tune was correct, I'm going to say there. So we'll get back to you on that one, Charlotte. Now, this one created by, now I never know, is it Ada or Aida? I'm not too sure how you could pronounce it. I think it's Aida. Aida's the opera, isn't it? But I kind of read it as Ada. I don't know. I'm not too sure. I love that as a director. Where are you looking? Just down here, the name. See, is it Ada? I think it's Ada, isn't it? I think it's Ada. So yeah, with regards to that one, I think it might be Ada. I'm not going to attempt to pronounce the surname because I'll get it totally wrong. So, I love being around you. Awesome. Little scribbles and circles, brilliant set. Now I'm going to turn these ones round because again, you've got a configuration of quite a few different stamps with these. Oh, it's back to front again. Oh, I got there before you, Charlotte was about to tell me. I heard her go, oh, and then I was there. I was on it. So that is your first set. Again, both of these coming together. They're not consecutive numbers, but they do go together very, very well. I mean, looking at 126 and 212, but they do look as if they could have quite easily come together, couldn't they? Again, the crosses there, that's a nice one. We see regularly crosses and circles appear in the AALL Create range, don't we? So I'm sure these are going to sit very nicely amongst some of your other stamps that you've got in your collection, and stencils as well. So 391703 if you fancy getting hold of those. Pop those back there and hopefully they won't fall over. Can't always guarantee it though, but there you go. Oh, now these are interesting because these are like little collage stamps. So with these, you're going to get 2 stamps. Actually, no, you're not. You're getting 2 stamp sets, should I say. This particular one is a background, so I'll flip that one around straight away because it is 1 stamp in its entirety, but it's made up of loads and loads of layered elements in there. But this one that we're looking at the moment, that one's got lots of different elements as individual stamps there. So again, nice useful one for your art journaling and things like that. One of the things is, I've noticed there, we've got the pointy finger. Where am I? Where's my pointy finger? There's my pointy finger. That's always useful when you're creating something and you're wanting to draw attention to something. When you want to say, look at this, read this. That's where you use those fabulous little hands, as you can see there. Our story now, that's going to be brilliant, isn't it? If you're doing like a little kind of photo journal or something like that, that could be your story. Could be your story of maybe a new baby. Well, not the whole story, obviously. But then it could be a new home or something like that. Our story of a travel, a trip, an anniversary. It could be whatever you want it to be, really, couldn't it? Or you could be quite canny and actually cut them out as individual letters and make anagrams. What could we make out of there? Oh gosh, I'm not very good. I've lost Charlotte. Come on, come on, Molly. Come on, Rich, help me out. What anagrams can we make for
an anagram out of our story.
Your.
There.
This is really.
There.
Blimey.
Where's
Tory?
there? How can we do that? There's no ease.
Tour, T-O-U-R, tours.
Tour.
You go
Oh,
on
yeah,
tours.
tours.
Yeah?
There you go. Oh, yeah. So you could play around with those, couldn't you, as well? I can't think of any others. I'm not very good at this, am I?
Out.
They're all shouting at home.
Yeah. No, I was just telling you to get out. I wasn't actually doing the anagrams.
That's good advice. I will. I've just got a couple more items and I will get out, Rich, and then you can come in.
No, take your time, it's fine.
And that's all. So, your route. Oh, sort your route. Oh, I say. Multiple. Oh, somebody's showing off. 044 873. I love that. Pardon? Oh, I've had an email. Ooh. From these Pink Ink ladies. Oh, good morning, Kathy and Mel. How are you doing? No lying for them. Oh, what are they up to this morning? Oh, yeah. See, they are regularly here, of course, you know, and they love the saving just alongside the rest of us. And that's something that's worth bearing in mind. A lot of our guests who actually come here do shop with us here as well and take advantage of savings like that. So they're in the mood for a bargain. Good morning, Kathy and Mel. It's good to have your company. 044 873. If you're wanting to get hold of these, then the details are there on your screen. You just pop them into your basket if you're shopping online, or if you're giving us a call and placing your order that way, then obviously you can add it to your little shopping list as well. Now, a bit of a change because we're looking at stencils with regards to the next item. And these are brilliant. Stencils are so versatile, but they're such an affordable way of crafting as well because you're getting both of these for £9.98. Now, sometimes we'll get a stencil that's got an all-over image. Sometimes you get little segments of designs. That's what we've got here. So this is why this is such brilliant value for money, because you've got your lacy doily there. You've almost got a mosaic kind of a quarter circle there, but of course you could move it round, rotate it 4 times, make it into a full circle. I like that one because they almost look a little bit like, oh, it's over here. Where's my finger? Over here in the middle. Well, these could be seed pods, couldn't they? Or could they be like screw heads or coffee beans? There could be all sorts actually, couldn't they? Could be little sparkles if you're doing them with a glittery embossing powder. And again, with your stencils, when we flip that round, you'll see that you've got a lot of content. Now, sometimes it's a bit tricky to see it with the paper behind, so let me move that out of the way so as you can see. And again, it might be just that you're wanting to use a little piece of this. It might be that you're wanting to make an alternative style rainbow or a pretty background, filling in those kind of empty spaces. Stencils are always a good way of doing that. So that is one of those stencils. So I'm going to turn that one around. Who's designed these? Casa. Now this is interesting. With the stencils, I'm not too sure where we're up to with regards to the numbers on the stencils, but these are quite early on, number 16 and number 27. Casa has designed this one as well. So again, let me move that so as you can see. So again, you've almost got like a starburst there, haven't you? So that'd be good for any celebration. Those at the top, they're stars, or they're flowers. They can be whatever you're wanting to. And again, a semicircle, flip that over and you can use that, obviously, as the other half of the circle. Nice thing about stencils is you can use them, well, flip them over. So if you want it to go the opposite way around, you just turn it over like so. Makes it nice and easy to work with and brilliant value for money. So £9.98. If you're wanting to get hold of those, 551 184. Oh, now we've got another stencil set. So if you fancy stencils, then you might like to go for this little combo because you've got a stencil and a stamp set. So keeping those circles going. Don't forget, we have got those other circles that we were looking at, the circle borders. So that might be another one to add in if you're into your circles. £12.98. Bargain. 429786. So the last one to share with you. So, see Rich is doing his crafty lunges. He's getting ready to come in and take over. So if you fancy getting involved with this item, have a look. Now, our Alex would love this, wouldn't she? And Leonie would as well. Depends. Sometimes I am in the mood for, putting a skull on a project. Do like these. It's very much a quirky style, this particular one that we've got. But you use, I mean, I've seen this one. We've not got finished samples, but putting that crown on one of those skulls, you could do that, couldn't you? In fact, you could put this crown on any of your other stamps. Olga has got quite a design style, hasn't she, when she comes up with these designs? So, almost got a vintage look to these, but again, really nice set with those. So if you like the quirkiness, I must admit, I love this one. Love this set because I love those kind of flourishes that you've got there. And again, you've got the text there of art journal. So straight away you're thinking that could go onto your art journal page, couldn't it? The little butterfly. These remind me of kind of tattoos and that kind of style though. The little swallow there and flourishes and all sorts. So yeah, nice little set, that one. 15 stamps again, £15.98. Perfect opportunity for you to get hold of these. So again, relatively early on within the collection, because you've got numbers 66 and 67 there. So if you have got little gaps that need filling, you'll need that item number 592174. So freedom. I mentioned freedom earlier on, didn't I, with regards to your post and packing. Now, if you're wondering what on earth I'm talking about, here is Catherine to tell you more.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with a craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Yes, and as regular viewers will have noticed, that was not Catherine, that was in fact Leonie. Points off there, Hayley, and you are the veteran apparently. What's going on?
That's just rude.
No, it is a bit rude actually, you're right. I really loved that, it was good, wasn't it? That was half an hour of Hayley doing it properly. Now for this half an hour, yes. Now, how long we got left? Got 31 minutes left of happy hour, so there's not much time to get these savings. I did check the website yesterday, and it is true, genuinely, these items were at a higher price last night. I had a look myself just to absolutely double check that was the situation. For just the 31 minutes only, they're going to be reduced in price. So you will get all these savings if you get these things now, and only now, up until 8 o'clock. So you're going to have to be quick. Right. So don't forget, get onto the website. You can obviously call the number as well. You've got all of these item numbers that I'll be giving you here. We're going to go down the line now, and I'm going to show you some of these fantastic savings you are going to get. Starting off with this, it's AALL Create. So we have 2 A6 stamp sets here. Now, these are the flowers, freestyle flowers, which it's kind of strange, isn't it? It's an interesting look. It's a doodly look. It's almost like, it's quite childlike, isn't it? It's like a little child has drawn some flowers. It's quite cutesy looking. It looks like you've given it to a primary school child to scribble all over something. So it's got that authentic look that a child has done. There you go. 158 is the number of that collection there, if you are collecting them all. And then we've got bad to the bone bears here. Look at them. Quite scary, actually. Like something straight out of a horror film. Bad bears. And we've got lots of little things that go with it, like, is that what is that? Is that like something stabbed through a heart? Well, that's a bit dark, isn't it, for 7 in the morning? Wow. Love me some bad bears. Not if they're going to stab you in the heart, though. Don't love that. Three hearts have been stabbed. So three people have been killed for this stamp set, which is nice. There you go on the right-hand side there. And we've got another bear that's lying down. Presumably he's been taken out of action. Is that something sticking into his bottom? It is, isn't it? He's stabbing himself in the bottom. Very strange. But distinctive, it has to be said. And you get that for £15.98. Wow, that's a big saving. That's £8 saving, that is. 036780. 036780. You could move all those together. You could put all those together, couldn't you? Mix and match. It'd be a strange set. It'd be bad bears with some lovely flowers. Now, over here we have something else. 712010 is the order number on this one. This is another AALL Create stamp set. 3 stamps you're getting here. They're frayed threads. Makes me want to do the gag about I'm afraid not, but I'm not going to, because it's a real dad joke, so I won't do that. This is going to be a saving of £3 for you. The usual price is £12.99. You're going to get it for £9.99 plus that postage and packing, of course. Now, 3 hearts again, but this time they're not being stabbed, which is nice. That's what we like to see. These are checkered hearts. Look, lovely. Much more like it. Much more sort of time appropriate to the day, isn't it? Pre-watershed. Above it, we've got a straight, like it's like what is it? Like sewing lines almost, isn't it? Like they're sort of squiggly sewing lines, like it's been stitched together. Quite like that. And that's all kind of a piece as well. That's 712010. That can all go together. That would actually work quite well with the Bad Bears, because they've got that all up and down their tops, haven't they? Good background for that, I would have thought. There you go, 712010. Only 27 minutes left to get that saving, that £3 saving, of course. If you were to put more than £60 worth into your basket today, you would be able to get that flexi payment as well and pay it in 2 instalments of £30. So that would be good. And don't forget, of course, you could be a Freedom member and get the postage and packing thrown in there, because you'd only be paying £7.97 a month and making savings straight away. Now, moving on. This one is the... this is massive, isn't it? Look at the size of this! This is our travel journal A4 sized stamp. Now, it's got a little bit of something for everyone, hasn't it? Basically, it's got the whole world on it. So that pretty much covers you, doesn't it? It's got the entire globe on this stamp, and it's got words like traveller, adventure, Australia. I've heard of that. Journal. Oh, so that would be a good suggestion, actually. You could use this as the cover of a journal, a travel journal, couldn't you, as you want. Oh, passport cover as well. That would work. Yep, absolutely. So dig out your passports. I know you haven't seen them for years. You're probably going to have to update them. But you could put that on the front of a passport as well, which would be nice. Let's have a little spin around of this and see what it looks like on the other side, because we do actually have the stamp itself there in all its glory. You can see it is the size of the packaging, which is good. And lots and lots of detail on there. Once again, I guess you could do the whole lot, or you could take little sections of it, pick out little signatures, or maybe 1 or 2 words, maybe a little island there. There's the Indian Ocean, the Tropic of Capricorn. I'm actually learning as I'm doing this. Look at this. Is that where the Tropic of Capricorn is? Didn't know that. Is that Australia? Right, okay, cool. There we go. So that is a map of the world, all to scale, of course, and very realistic. That's exactly what the world looks like, just in case. So quite handy as a map, if you're not using it as a stamp. But don't come back to me if you get lost halfway across the Pacific using that. That is £16.99, so that's a saving of £8. And that's, you've got 25 minutes to get that saving. That's all right, isn't it? 670932. Wow. I'm almost halfway down the counter. This is exciting. Right, what we got next? We got this. This is the AALL Create 3 stamp set. It's bunnies, not bad bunnies, good bunnies. The good bunnies. There they are. And now it's quite quirky kind of cartoon style drawing here, isn't it? It's there's a lot of character to these fellas. And they're loving their carrots there. Look at that one grabbing onto his carrot at the end. And one's got one coming out of his head. It's odd. Furry friend at the bottom there. So those are the bunnies. And then in the middle here, we have the sloths. This reminds me of my teenage stepson. He's literally done nothing for 6 weeks. He crawls out of bed at like 11:30 in the morning and goes straight onto the gaming console and then crawls back to bed at the end of the day. Chillax and carry on, which is a little bit odd, isn't it? Because you're not going to carry on if you're chillaxing, but there you go. It's, what is it? Take it easy. What's up, mate? So it's like a relaxed kind of vibe. Yeah, slothy. So we like sloths. Nice and easy, lazy, summer sort of thing you could put onto a card just to say, take it. Or perhaps it's like, it'd be good on a get well soon card, or just one to sort of say to somebody, look, you're my mate. And, we're taking it easy. We're hanging out together. That's quite nice, actually, on a greetings card there. And then finally, we have the Monstrous collection here. Hello there, you are my favourite human. Roar. Do monsters roar? That's lions, right? No one's ever actually seen a real-life monster, so we cannot confirm or deny that. It's okay, I think we're going to get away with that one. Roar! So you can get all...
roar.
It's a good roar, thank you. Thank you. Three of those you get in your stamp set. 25 stamps in total, that's loads, isn't it? And normally that would be £35.97. Check this saving out. £16 off?
Wow!
No, I'm not having that. That's incorrect. Let me just reread that. It is £16 off, £19.97. That's good, isn't it? That's a massive saving, but in about 23 minutes' time, that's going to go back up to $35.97. So if you want to get that humongous saving, get it into the basket now and get it checked out. Moving on. We have this from AALL Create here. Now, it's another couple of stamps here, and this is our Magical House and Heart and Home set. There's 6 of these stamps. Now, is this one of the designer's Tracy Evans? Is that right? Thank you. I was paying attention, Hayley, which is good. Now, Tracy Evans is a very popular designer, is she?
She is, yeah. She loves her garden and she loves all sort of whimsical things, and very talented designer, and a huge following.
Yeah, I mean, like the quality of the drawing is really good. Very, very artistic. I really like that. And very thematic as well, isn't it? Because you've got the fairies with the wings, you've got the toadstool. It's magical, like a fairy tale. This would work well on so many different kinds of items and cards and pictures. You could put this in pretty much everything, maybe apart from the murderous bears that we saw in the first one. That wouldn't
bring them to the good side.
Yeah, but pretty much everything else. I really like that, and that's 6 stamps there. 390160 998. You're making a saving of £4 on that. That's pretty good, isn't it? Right, moving on to the next one. Now, this is border stamps we have here. Border stamps, which, as the name suggests, yep, go well on borders. It's called the Grow Strong set. Okay. So we've got, now what are these down here? These look like little, are they like bobbins or something with thread coming off them, Hayley? What's your thoughts on this? Are they cogs? What are
well,
they?
They can be whatever you want them to be, to be honest. But yeah, they look like it's been wound around, like when you're making a pom-pom out of cardboard, isn't it? It's kind of wrapped round. Yeah, I like those.
Then you've got bloom and grow and grow strong and spring, and it's all about, you know, springtime is a good time to be using these, I guess. It's all about, you know, the rebirth of nature and things getting bigger. This would be good actually for a newborn baby.
Yeah.
You know, grow strong and hope they're going to be blooming. Maybe the mom is blooming as well. There, so that would be really good. And that'd be a good border to put around maybe a picture of a newborn baby, or a little birthday message for a little one. And yeah, it would work really well. I think that £9.99. You can see saving £3 on that. The usual price is £12.99. And that item number there is 465866. Oh, look at this! Look, over the halfway stage. Hey, here we go. Yes! Woo! Made it. Okay, we're into the second half now. Now, this is something new. We haven't seen this in this hour. Now, you're going to be making a saving of £8 on this. Let's get into this and have a look. It's Quack the Duck. Okay. Awesome, and Quack the Duck. Now, first of all, this is. Can I do a quack? Okay, I've done a roar. Let me see. Now, I went for a more realistic one there.
That's a very butch duck.
Well, most people would go quack quack, but I thought because that's what they sound like, don't they? They sound like they're going to kill you most of the time.
Especially at this time in the morning.
Ducks, yeah. Yeah, no, it was a little bit like a sheep. I'll give you that.
It's a sheep doing an impression of a duck.
Exactly. That's exactly the look I was going for. So, what the quack, which was probably a response to my impression. What they've got an umbrella. Oh, he looks really grumpy, doesn't he? I guess that's the vibe, isn't it? He's a little bit of a grumpy duck, like that. And it's like it's all turning up first thing this morning, says Charlotte, our producer. There you go, he's got his scarf trailing behind him on that one there. It's Quack the Duck. You get 17 stamps in total with these 2 sets here. Let's have a little look at the actual stamp set itself as we turn it around. There you go. You can see the stamps there. Oh, hello. You quack me up. Very nice. So it's basically a duck with a huge scarf that doesn't fit him and an umbrella. Got it? Quackers. Very good, Hayley. Very good. I'm writing that one down. I'm having that for the next one. And then next to it we have these are awesome stamps. So #BeAwesome. What is that? Is that like a little caterpillar, little bug thing, isn't it? Is it it's a very short caterpillar with only 2 legs instead of hundreds. Okay, fine. It's not a caterpillar. All right. I made a mistake. That was a rookie mistake. It's not a caterpillar. It's Some form of bug is the official response we're getting from HQ. Some form of bug. Right, so we've got crack the duck and some...
might not be kind of biologically correct, that one.
Okay. The contents may vary from what you see on the packaging there. Let's have a look on the other side. And, oh, we are looking on the other side of it. No, this side. Oh, wait, yeah, yes, that's right. It's quite difficult, isn't it, looking at it on the camera and then being behind it. Yeah, it's like your lefty and your rights get all mixed up. There you go. Oh, it's almost like he's got little googly eyes there, isn't it?
Well, you could put googly eyes on, could glue those in place.
Yeah, that would work. I like the hashtag as well, because that you could just use in so many situations on its own, just the hashtag. Then you've got, obviously, our little awesome sort of bug, as we've anatomically classified him. And then we've got lots of weather as well. Is that, so you've got rain, stars, and then a hashtag. That's a form of weather, is it?
Oh, I don't know.
Is it?
Hashtags are cool.
Hashtag weather.
If you've got nieces and nephews, stick a hashtag on it.
Exactly.
You're the coolest auntie.
When I call my kids to tea, they don't listen. But if I go hashtag it's tea, they come running because it's like they think it's a game or it's online. Yeah, it's great. Right, moving on now. That's, by the way, that was 211466. Your item number for that. You're saving £8, but you're only saving £8. That's it. For 17 minutes. So difficult to work that all through. Okay, 17 minutes and 7 seconds. So that's how long you've got left to make that £8 saving. Right, moving on now. We have more from AALL Create. This is a 2-stamp set. It's A6 size. And it's 22 stamps in total. Honey and Art is You. Honey and Art is You. Okay, this is honey then. So, well, obviously a bit of a bee theme we've got going here with the honey thing. Oh, honey, you gave me wings and I can fly. So there's a romantic kind of vibe to this, isn't there? But with a sort of insect twist. Okay, whatever floats your boat. Dream big, fly high. I'll say there's a little bit of inspiration in that as well. So you could use that for perhaps, you know, telling people good luck with a new job. You know, good luck with going down a counter at 7 in the morning, having never done it before. That kind of thing. Perhaps, you know, driving test, that kind of thing. Dream big, fly. Actually, not for driving tests.
Going off to university.
Yeah,
like that happening
university.
At the moment. Yeah.
Very much so. You don't want to fly high on driving tests, do you? That would be not a good look.
Unless you're a pilot.
Exactly. Good point. So anything like that, I think it would work. And then obviously you've got that kind of romantic part of it as well. You gave me wings, I can fly, and that's the honey part of the stamp set. Then you've got the Art is You. Which you can see now. That's like going down a spiral, isn't it? That's like going down a giant giant plug hole, like a wormhole.
Or a helter-skelter.
Or a helter-skelter. I like that. Art is You. Lots of kisses there. That can be obviously used in a million different situations. Life is your own painting you have created. That's quite deep, isn't it? I like that. And lots of squiggles. What's that one there? Go for it. Oh, it's more inspiration. There you go, more motivational sentiments there. Go for it. Although the arrow's pointing downwards, so I don't know what. Okay, fair enough. You could turn it around, couldn't you? So it's go for it and it's aiming upwards, which is good. Now, 2 of those sets there. That's £15.98, and the saving on that is £8. So it's 151191 is the item number on our 2 A6 stamp sets. Now, not long left on this happy hour. It has to be said. There you go. 14 minutes and 45 seconds. Time is flying here as we move to our next item. This is another 2-set A6 stamp set. At the Beach and Lift Me Up. Right, okay. Let's start off with, should we start with At the Beach? Let's do it. Let's go to the beach, everyone. Oh, Hayley's going. Hayley's wandered off. All right. Bye, Hayley. I'm on my own. Don't panic. Don't panic. Right, let's have a look here. We've got time spent at the beach is never wasted. Just keep swimming. The simple things in life can make you happy. You can go to the beach now, can't you? I think it's okay to go to the beach. So this is good. This is timely. Ocean vibes. We've got some little fish like Finding Nemo, clownfish there, isn't it? We've got Hippo. Other films are available apparently with fish in it. Jaws, for example. Yeah, don't get those mixed up though when you're showing it to the kids. We've got an inflatable duck round the hippo there. There's a dinosaur in his bathing suit. Lots of fun there on the beach, and a little beach scene with is that a treasure chest? Nice, I like that. all on the beach. Lots there to be used. And then in our Lift Me Up collection. Oh, that's hashtag, by the way. Hayley, hashtag 250.
Hey, get
those hashtags in. So it's number 250 in the collection if you're missing that one. When you feel all alone, I am always here for you.
Aww.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about the sentiment. I was literally putting that out there to you at home and to Hayley and Molly in the studio and Charlotte and, yes, Chris as well, and him. Yes, there you go. Up, up and away. You lift me up. You complete me. Oh, some nice sentiments here. And I don't know what those two elephants are doing, but we're going to move very swiftly on. They're having a smooch, apparently. OK. Let's leave it there then. 525841 is the item number for that. You save £10, usual price £23.98. Well, that's a big one, isn't it? £10 off £23.98. That's massive. 12 minutes to get that, because then it goes back up to £23 odd. So you want to get quick on that one. That's 12 minutes to get that in the basket and checked out before the price goes back up to the usual price. Now, moving on. 391703 is the item number for that. Make a note of it, because you're going to like this one. This is our 2-stamp set, A6 size, bright side and circle around. You get 19 stamps in total with this. Let's have a look at, is this circle around? I think it is, isn't it? Gotta be. It's got lots of circles in it. Has to be. No, it's bright side. Well, it's got circles, so this is going to work well with the circle around as well, I would have thought. But this is the bright side one. Cool. Lots of X's in the box. Oh, look at that. Yes, because of the sentiment. So we've got circles on the other side. Always look at the bright side of life. Yes, OK, so that's why it's the bright side. And then we've got little X's marked into box, like a voting form. So you could use that for all sorts, I guess. That's oh yeah, to-do list. Very good. So yeah, whenever you've done your shopping, you can put a little stamp on to say, you know, tick that one off. We've got some nice. Let's turn it round actually and have a look at the stamps on the other side. There we have some little circles down the bottom there as well. What's that say at the top there? What? Be awesome. Be awesome. There you go. Good advice. Moving on now, we've got circle around. Now, there are circles in this. Those are balloons, I believe. It looks like balloons anyway. Awesome again. I love being round you. Lots and lots of words in those balloons, like art and dream and love, or as I would say, laugh. But I know a lot of people are quite posh, so they would say laugh. I say laugh.
I'm a laugh kind of.
Oh, you're a laugh kind of. Good. You're posh. Molly's posh. Yeah. The thing is, there's not an R in it, is there? There's not an R in it. It's very obviously not an R in it. It's laugh. So, and I love being around you, dream and create. So lots of sentiments, lots of pictures, and you get that. Plus, of course, you get the bright side as well. All of that, 19 stamps in total, which you can mix and match. The order number on that is 391703. And the usual price of that one is £23.98 as well. You're going to be saving £8 on that one if you pop it in your basket and check out in the next 10 minutes, because that is the nature of happy hour. It's 60 minutes of savings, and then that's it. It all goes back to the normal prices. Normal prices are pretty good, but these happy hour savings are particularly good. Here's another one. This is a 2-stamp set, A6 size, and this one is, it's all in Create, of course, For the Record and Carte Postale. Ooh, that's a bit of a posh name. It's very exotic sounding. Is that a posh way of saying postcard?
I think so.
It is, right, OK. For the Record and Postcard, then. £15.98 for this one. This is another saving of £8, so very similar to the last one we saw there. So let's have a little look, shall we, at what is this one here, then? Is that the what we're looking at right now? That's the On the Record, or For the Record, I should say. We've got, what is that a picture of? Is that another map? I think it is, isn't it? It looks like a close-up of a... it's got musical notes on it. It's like what?
Distressed.
It's a distressed look. OK. All right, thanks, Hayley. Just keep these pearls of wisdom coming. It's all good stuff. Distressed look, OK. Are you just talking about me, my face? Right now? You look quite distressed right now, Richard, but concentrate on the item. So there you go, that's For the Record. And then here's Carte Postale. Right, so I see, right, it's like a postcard, right? It's markings you'd find on postcards. When you stamp it next to the actual postal stamp itself, it shows that the thing's gone around the world and flown around the world. So it's that look, isn't it? So you could pop it onto anything related to travel, I think, onto your suitcase, onto luggage, onto cards sent to people who are travelling around the world right now, onto a picture that you're compiling with pictures from all your travels, photos, and you could put this all around the border. That would work really well. Present to give to somebody who's going away on their travels, or maybe leaving the country and on an extended vacation, or going off to work and seeing friends. It could all go on there, couldn't it? Anything to do with travel, that works really well. For the record, and carte postale, $15.98. That is an £8 saving. 044 873. Oh my word! Only 8 minutes left. Better get a move on. Better get a move on. I've only got 5 minutes. Actually, it's not 8 minutes. I've got 5 minutes. You've got 8 minutes to get all this stuff. Right, here we go. 551184. You've got 2 6x6 stencils, lace and dolly. These are very straightforward to talk about. These are like little doilies, aren't they? You've got a half circle here, which of course you could flip over and make it turn into a full circle. You've got lots of different sized quarter circles here, which once again you could turn into half circles, full circles. Then you've got a sprinkling of beach balls. What have we got here? A sprinkling of beach balls, or coffee beans, sequins, snow at a push, seeds. Okay. It's quite fun, this, isn't it? It's what you do every day. It's like little guessing games, isn't it? Like, what is that?
What do you see?
Yeah, we'll say what you see. So lots of little lovely patterns there that you can use on for any occasion, and then of course to complement it, next to it we have lace. Oh, this is the doily. We just saw the lace. This is the doily. So more designs here. This one more of a kind of a star type arrangement here that we have. Looks like fireworks. Looks like something exploding, doesn't it? Fireworks. That's good. Got something dangling down there. Is that like a leaf? I think that looks to me. That kind of thing. And then we have that definitely looks like snowflakes or petals flowing out at the bottom there. So that works really well. Okay, 551184 for that. That's a £9.98 saving. And we reach the end of the line. Here we are. It's 592174 is the order number for this one. It's an AALL Create 2-stamp set. Again, 15 stamps here, and we have a vintage assorted set of stamps, and we have what is known as the King Mortimer. Now, this has got to be the King Mortimer, right? I don't know. I'm no. Call me Sherlock, but that looks like it's got something to do with kings. So there's some crowns on there. It's quite a gothic feel to this, isn't there? I like that. It's quite dark, quite moody. Quite evocative. You've got the skulls, you've got the crowns. It's almost like we're talking about like the legend of dead King Mortimer from yonder.
King Mortimer.
Yeah, no, I think they've made him up. They made him up, haven't they?
I don't know.
King Morty. Come on.
It's a good name.
It's a good name, but Morty the King. Oh, I know why. Because isn't Mort the name of like it's the French word for dead, isn't it?
Oh, yes,
get me.
Get you.
So it's like, yeah, you've got your carte postale, and then you've got King Mort. Yeah, like the death, that's why the skull. Ah, see?
You with your links.
See? I did have something to contribute in the end, that's good. And then we've got the vintage assorted on the side here, which will obviously go with it here. We've got some little stencil type designs there at the top there would go on. We've got, is that hummingbird? Could be.
Oh, yeah.
It's certainly a bird, I can confirm that. Vintage we have down the side there. We have art as well. We've got all of that, the lace and, the vintage assorted and the King Mortimer. 15 stamps as well. I like that design at the end there. It's a seahorse with butterfly wings in front of a clock. Well, who would have put those together? We have, is the answer. £8 saving on that. That's going to be $15.98. 592174, and all of this is available on the website, of course. Have a look at the website. Oh, so many products, so many things, so little time in which to get these savings. You have 4 minutes, no pressure, but you have just 4 minutes Hayley, over to you. You've got to do it all again now.
Well,
Go.
in 4 minutes.
You've only got about 60 seconds, apparently.
Well, I think you did a sterling job. You were brilliant. Did you
Thank
enjoy
you.
yourself?
I did enjoy that, actually. It's
There's a
quite
lot
fun.
to talk about, isn't there? But I mean, the thing is, as you said there, you've not got long to take advantage of those savings. And they do clock up all those savings. So make sure you do check your basket out before we get into the throes of the next hour. Of course, 8 o'clock, we're going to be looking at our one-day special. I'll be joining you after the break with the lovely Barbara, so make sure that you stay tuned. And you're up a little bit later on today. What else
Yeah,
have you
back
got
on
ahead?
again at 9, I think, and then at 11, and then at 1.
Or you can do a bit of jewellery, aren't you, at
think I'm
9
doing-
o'clock?
I'm doing something with Barbara as well.
Yes,
she hasn't
you
told,
are,
She hasn't told me
isn't it?
what, but I'm doing something with Barbara.
Oh, you'll
That's what I've been
have
told.
fun. You'll have
Yeah.
fun, that's for certain. No,
Yeah, looking
welcome
forward
to
to
the
it.
family, welcome to the team.
Thank you very much, Hayley. Thanks for welcoming me,
Oh,
at
you're
least.
absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
It's good to have you on board.
Thank you.
So yeah, we've only got 30 seconds left. So yeah, details of everything, as Richard quite rightly said, are on the web. Richard, then I called you your Sunday name then.
Oh,
didn't I,
yeah.
Rich?
Richard. Well, you should see what else I get called.
Oh, we'll talk
There
about
are
that
other
later.
ways of saying Richard. I'm just saying. Just saying.
I'm going to gloss over that one. But yeah, jump onto the website, as Rich said, and then make sure you do stay tuned. Come back and join us after the break, because, of course, we've got the one-day special, and it's a cracking deal. See you in a little while. See you later. So, of course, the celebrations continue with Clarity's 28th birthday anniversary. Then we are back with some fabulous jewellery, our regular slot, and then we're here with some felting.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. We have a wide range of designs, and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with a craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888, and join Freedom today.
Hi, my name's Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp, and how did I get here? Well, when my children, Grace and Mark, were born, I left the corporate world and I took up crafting full-time. Then I had a moment of clarity, if you'll pardon the pun, and I came up with the transparent art stamp. And the rest is history, really. For the last 27 plus years, I've been pioneering the art of transparent stamping. If you like my style and you like what I do, then please join me, Barbara Gray.
Hello there and welcome back. Well, the celebrations continue, and if you've not got involved already, then why not? There's been some amazing shows since we launched the birthday event yesterday at 10 o'clock in the morning. Of course, Barbara is back again this morning.
Good morning,
It's
Hayley.
been a busy
Good morning,
24
friends.
hours, hasn't it?
Oh, well, yes.
That's just the start of it.
It was an amazing day yesterday. Thank you so much for watching and supporting and cheering. I heard ya.
Now, I didn't get involved last night with the launch of the One Day Special, but I know it was very, very busy. So what have we got? What's the concept that we've got from Linda this time?
Right, so Linda Williams, our dear Welsh friend, has designed these beautiful plates. And it's an old idea from Pergamano, which we own, of course.
Yeah.
And Linda came up with the idea of changing the width of the grooves in the groovy plates, so that you can see here, so that we can create that kind of flourish, or that lovely penmanship,
Almost
you know, like calligraphy.
Yeah,
exactly. So you can see here, this is the initial plate, and all the plates in the collection have got these varying grooves now. So it's a very, very simple process. It doesn't mean that all the groovy plates you've already got are redundant now.
Oh, no,
quite the
of course
contrary.
not, yeah.
This is just another idea, just a different style, very, very simple to use, just like the others. There's just an additional little process that we're going to add, but they're very beautiful. These are the swirls and flourishes and scrolls that can be added to the lettering, which you can get some most beautiful. If I just handed in these two samplers that Linda Williams did for us,
lovely, because of
then
course
you'll
you've got
see the
alphabet.
connection between the two. So now you've got here diolch, right, which I had a word with Linda last night. Apparently I wasn't guttural enough. That means thank you in Welsh.
Oh, I see.
Diolch.
Okay.
And cariad, which means love. Apparently.
Lovely. I like
yeah, it
that.
sounds a bit Indian, but you get me. And so these are the words, and you can see here beautiful words, and then of course the flourishes are attached to create that beautiful calligraphy script.
And it's nice because you can kind of eke out that sentiment by adding those flourishes. So if you want in just a couple of words, but you've got quite a large project that you're working on, then you kind of extend it that way.
And of course it's an alphabet, Hayley, so we can personalise it completely. And what we'll do in a minute when we get started, just for a warm-up, I'll take a name. So, you know, rather than mum, sister, dad, brother, we'll actually personalise it.
I love that. Absolutely brilliant. Concept amazing, such a clever idea, and it's one of those ones that you'll be using over and over again. But as Barbara said, it's going to work alongside what you've already got, kind of give you even more value for money with what you've already got. Now, let me take you through the One Day Special, because you've got the details on the screen. It's not just those little elements that we've just been speaking about, it is everything here. So obviously you've got that personalisation with your alphabet, the flourishes, extending those, but then you've got the formation of some little layouts with these as well, Barbara.
Well, yeah, so here we've got 4 beautiful floral frames, which in and of themselves are glorious for any parture. Quite traditional in their design, but they've also got, at first glance you can't see it, but I'm telling you that these are also contour plates. In other words, the lines thin and thicken as you go along, and we're going to take a look at a single rose. You see, you can't see it at first glance until you get in there with the tools, and then it gets wider and thinner automatically. You don't have to do anything. Absolutely, it does it by itself.
I love it. So those plates are included as well. So you can see there, absolutely phenomenal value for money. The designs that you've got are absolutely beautiful. Don't forget as well, if you've not placed an order during one of the birthday event shows, then you are still to receive your fabulous designer papers. Now, of course, these work alongside your parchment as well, because they're lovely to put as a backdrop behind. And it's kind of a bit of a lucky dip with regards to these, but you can see these are some of Barbara's favourites. So it might be that you get some of those gorgeous purples. These have come from the actual ranges that we see. So this particular one has come from Toscana. So names that you all know and love. And these are a nice little way for people to try these papers out if they've not seen them previously.
Yeah, and the thing is, because of course over the birthday weekend that we're celebrating here, we've got all our different core products. So yesterday, for example, it was the dies, and yesterday evening and today...
Not so exciting, that one, sorry.
Today it was groovy,
yes,
and tomorrow it will be stamped. So we had to come up with a little gift, a little token of our appreciation that actually worked for everybody.
Love it.
And this does.
Absolutely perfect. So it's a lucky dip, so I can't guarantee which one you'll get, but what I can guarantee is it'll be one of Barbara's favourites, so you know it'll be a good one. Details are on your screen there, 240627. But let's talk about savings, because that's what we want with a One Day Special, isn't it? Value for money, but we want to have that usability. It's all well and good it being brilliant value for money, but if you're not going to use it, then it's not such a wise investment. Well, with this, it is a wise investment, because you've got your A5, you've got your your plates in a variety of different sizes. You've got your A5 square as well. And you can see you are getting all of the content within these as well, because that's the key thing. You fit so much within these plates.
Well, the screen that we were just looking at there with those 4 infill plates, the
Yes.
A5 plates, you see there, Partridge are always looking for something to fill in the border,
Yeah,
top
very
and
true.
tail. See, in each of the 4 plates there are corners in the top left-hand corner. This is beautiful. Take the word wedding,
Yes.
and then take any one of those corners and put it top left, bottom right.
Yeah.
Done. Beautiful. And then just add a single line to join it up. And then add a border around the outside that matches. And so what you've got in each of these 4 plates, as I said, to look at it, you won't even notice that it's actually a contour plate, except that it says it on it. Yeah, see in the corner there, it says Groovy Contour. And that's why, as soon as you go in with the tools, the lines start to change width, and you get this beautiful scrolling effect.
I love it. Such brilliant value for money. So yes, if you're a Freedom member, you are saving a little bit more. Everybody's saving at least £27 with this one. Bring that price down to, well, it was more than that. I flipped round too quick, but yeah, if you're a Freedom member, you're looking at £71.90. So yes, that is the thing. Most of you are Freedom members now, and if you're taking advantage of this and you want the bigger saving, then that's definitely the way to go. Otherwise, you are saving on this one £27, bring it down to £79.89. But there you go, you can see that additional saving if you are a Freedom member. So it's definitely worth becoming a Freedom member to take advantage of that additional saving with regards to these ones. You've got Flexi on this one, so you can spread the cost as well. Over 3 payments makes it an incredibly affordable. And this is something that I know that you're very mindful of, because there's a lot of different shows you're bringing to us, Barbara, so keeping those prices down.
Exactly. And but for the seasoned parcher, for the groover, the addict, which is a very addictive, this is a fabulous collection. And of course it's got this new concept, this
Certainly
new
has.
idea. This is a Jim at work, he's our head designer. He figured out how to etch the plates so that you can just glide through seamlessly.
concept.
Works very, very beautifully.
Love it. We're gonna see it
And
in
it's
action.
also really enjoyable to do.
Yeah, and it's almost like a breath of, well, not a breath of fresh air, because we love our groovy plates, we love working with parchment, but it's like a different slant and a different style. Now, if you're wanting to get hold of this, it's been a very popular one-day special, so much so that 80% of the stock has gone. So yes, this is designed to last right the way through 6 o'clock this night, but it might not. So get involved as early as you possibly can, and that means you can guarantee that you will get yours on its way to you straight away. So 240-627. Why not jump onto the website though, because it's on there alongside many other things that we've got as well. And of course you've got your 5-star reviews from many like-minded crafters that have had a go at Groovy. Now you might be completely new to Groovy, but don't worry, Barbara is there to take you hand in hand and take you through all the different things that you need to know. We've also got the starter system as well. I know lots of people have got involved because it might be that this is the set to get you started. I often talk about dies being the ones that make you want to get a die cutting machine. Well, maybe this is the set that wants to get you started with your Groovy. So you'll need your starter kit. It's got everything in there you could possibly need, and of course you can spread the cost of that when you're adding it into your Flexi order. So why not pop that in and away you go. So there we go. Any questions? This is the hour to ask. studio@thecraftstore.com. But I'm going to hand over to Barbara, because what is it we need to know? We were talking about names and building up names with the alphabet.
Yeah, so I thought first of all we would look at Linda's masterpiece that we also looked at in launch.
Okay.
And then we will just do a quick recap for those of you who weren't with us at 6 o'clock last night. You see, to me, what I thought I'd do this morning is take the words, take some words, just for a recap, add a flourish, and then we'll look at the actual, the heart itself, because these plates by themselves just are beautiful. You can see here, for example, if I take the love plate here and I overlay it, you'll see that that's exactly what Linda's used.
Yes.
There's no trickery here.
Yeah.
When Linda, because she's the master parcher, she's one of 2 master parchers, Pergamano parchers in the world. And when she designs things, it's like playing Where's Waldo, because she takes this element, it's typical Groovy, she takes this element from this plate and that element from that plate. So when you're trying to reconstruct something that she's done, she loves mixing and matching, which is really the essence of the Groovy system.
But it's kind of where it started, isn't it?
Yes.
That's what parchers would do, but they'd just have like almost like a photocopy sheet that they
Exactly.
would trace and take those elements from.
And so she's so happy that she can mix and match the plate plates that she does. And I just said to her, do us a favour, Linda, when we're doing this ODS, because she always kindly does the samples, the beautiful samples for me. I said, do me a favour and just keep it simple and stick to the actual plate in front of you. But she couldn't help herself. Look, she had to make the corners. Right, so let's have a look at this. And what do we need for this? Well, first of all, let's go to the alphabet. And I'm going to use that plate, and I'm going to use the large groovy plate mate that goes with it. This is a really useful piece of kit because it holds, well, actually, it holds our A4 square plates beautifully, like that, but it also comes with extensions. So you can add the extensions in between, because it comes in two parts, you see.
Right.
Like that. You attach it with a groovy plate, with a groovy sticker.
Got you, yeah.
Right, a groovy tab. And then if you want to extend it to make it into an A4 plate, have you seen this?
Oh, the full A4 sheet. Yeah.
The full A4.
This one, it's called an A4 square because of the width of it is the same width as an A4 sheet.
So if you take a piece of copy paper, let me just grab or a bit of parchment. There we go. Look, let me take a piece of A4. Yeah, here we go. So we've got like the A4 groovy plate mate, let's say, this one. And if I wanted to put this inside, not that I would,
right, yes.
but say this is an A4 plate, like some of the It's a Wrap plates, then you see that sits in there, but you've got gaps here.
Oh, yes.
So what we've done is we've given you these, and then you just strap it up with the groovy tabs, and then you've got yourself, it's like fabulous
like
to work with. See, exactly. So you've got your extension plates. But rather than have so many different plates, we'll take these out. This was Dave's idea, really clever. And then we can just slide it in. Hang on, it won't work because I've got that there. And we'll put the one we're working with in, you see, and then we compress it, and then it's sandwiched.
Design,
And why do we need the plate mate? Because when we're working, let's say, for example, I want to write a word that's got the Y in it at the bottom here. If I haven't got a support round here, what do I attach my parchment to?
To lean on,
you've got something to lean on. And of course, Josie designed this. It's invaluable because it's got all these different patterns, all the grid work on it. So it's great for designing simple grid work too.
Now, when you work with lettering, sometimes you've got to remember whether you're working the right side or the mirror version. How do you know which way to work it?
So when you're working, you work backwards, and you can see it's etched on that side.
Right.
So you know that that's the side you're going to be using. Yeah. If you start and suddenly nothing's happening, chances are your plate's round the wrong way.
Okay, fair enough.
And what I'm going to do now is just attach that there. So we don't want any wiggle room with this. No wiggle room at all. So I'm keeping it all firm in place. And what I wanted to show you was just a couple of examples that I did yesterday. So if I can show you here, I did the word wedding. Yeah, let's have a look at this, because this is what I did yesterday evening. And the idea behind this was to show you how you join the letters up. You see, so it looks seamless. And it looks, and then we're just going to add a little scroll at the end. Very nice. So I was thinking about this, and I thought, well, I tell you what we'll do. Let's take the word, let's take a name. Because the thing about the alphabet, of course, is that you can spell anything, and you can spell it in any language, like Cariad, and Ich liebe dich, and Je t'aime, any language you like, apart from, well.
If you need any help with Brummie, I can help you with Brummie.
Okay, so what I thought would be nice would be if we go and use, take a name. My daughter's name, Grace, beautiful name, always works lovely. It's just a nice name, and Grace by name, Grace by nature.
I'll bet.
So what we're going to do is take our tumble dry sheet. And now I can decide, because when we look at this plate, as you so rightly pointed out, you've got two uppercase fonts. You've got the quite modern-y one, and then you've got the really traditional flourish. So, copper plate. This wedding was done using this W down here. So now you can understand why I wanted the groovy plate mate down here. Otherwise, what would I be leaning it on? See, if I lift it up like that, I'd have nothing to lean on.
Yeah.
So that's worth knowing. And this time, because Grace, she's young, I'm going to use this font because it's more.
Yeah, it's nice. It's kind of like a funkier version.
It's a funkier version. Yeah. Now, when you're doing this, let me just find a pen. and I'll show you. If I just take a piece of parchment, right, this is a bit wasteful, but usually you just have one piece to do this. What I'm going to do is write what I want to say out.
Oh,
like
so this could just be a scrap of paper that you've got, yeah.
So I could write Grace on this, I could write anniversary, congratulations, because you're writing backwards. It's worth doing this. Now, when I turn it over, I can see what I'm writing.
Oh,
do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
Right, so now I can see GRACE, and it's clearly...
Yes.
All right, that makes best sense to me.
Yeah, because you kind of got to switch your brain's way of thinking, haven't we, when you're kind of working backwards.
Some people are very good at writing. I'm not bad at writing backwards, but a lot of people really struggle with it.
Yeah, but it's not just writing backwards, it's kind of mirroring the letters as well as writing backwards,
exactly.
isn't it?
So you've got to think, right, that this is the front. So, I mean, it's years and years of, I don't know why, I don't know, but that's the way it works. So this would be the G, and then I'd work that way. I need a pencil line to guide myself. Okay. So we've got lines on here, that's helpful too. But what I'm going to do is decide where I want to write Grace. Okay, now remembering...
So would this be your finished piece, or would you do like a practice piece to start with?
Personally, I would do it. If it works really well, then I'll use it.
Yes, fair enough, okay.
Right, so I'm just going to make a line, right? And this is going to be on the back. So I'm going to make the line, and then I'm going to write. And say, for example, I want the G to be here on the front.
Yeah.
Then I've got to think, right, well, the G's got to be here.
Yes.
So it's just a question of, you'll get used to it. And then we're going to, if I take this G here, you see the other letters? Mm-hmm. I'm going to use those as my guide.
Okay.
Right. I think it's important that we just recap how this works, because it's not complicated. If I can do it, anybody can do it.
No, but when you're working with letters, then it's kind of a totally different kettle of fish, isn't it? You've got to change the way you're thinking.
Absolutely.
So, no,
absolutely.
I appreciate this. Thank you.
So I'm taking my tumble dry sheet. I'm going to wipe. This just helps the tools to glide in the grooves. They're laser etched.
And the tool that you're working with comes from the starter kit as well.
It does. And the tool's got. This is the number 1 and the number 2 tool. I'm using my old favourite. It's a bit of superstition. This is a really old one. It hasn't even got numbers. Now, Mark II, they're actually numbered. So the number 1 is just the stylus, and the number 2 has a little tiny ball at the end.
Okay.
And what we're going to do when we do this, we're going to start with the number 2. Start with a little ball.
Okay.
And we're going to get in the groove. And when we get to, there's just a couple of little tricks. When you get to a crossroads or a junction, and there are lots of junctions in the G, what you're going to do is flick into the junction. So, for example, with the number 2 tool, when I get to the junction, I'm just going to... Do you see what I'm doing?
Yeah, just lifting it up, like you say, little flick.
It's quite straightforward. You just lift into the junction, and then that's lighter here now. Oh, look at that camera work. Isn't that fabulous?
Beautiful.
Right, and now I'm going to take my number 1 tool, and I'm going to cut across now. Look, I'm still flicking, but I want to get this really lovely, and I don't want to go over too often. Now the number 1 tool, because it's a stylus, I'm holding it quite high up. You see, like it's upright, like perpendicular. And now I'm just going to work that whiteness. And it's up to you now how white. And it's lovely, because as you go round and it's a little bit thicker, where it's really thin, it gets really crisp. And where it's quite thick, it's almost like you kiss the curb.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, so it's just very gentle.
Yeah, and you just tease it out.
And I suppose because you're coming at it from different angles, you'll work that area multiple times.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But you'll see,
light touch,
when you do this, you get the most delightful scroll writing. Look.
Oh, wow.
Can you see how lovely that is? And it's so different to what we've done before. Mm-hmm. And that doesn't mean that you can't use, like I used a font from a different plate to go with the word wedding, and it looks glorious. Look, you see?
Still
so
nice,
you can combine.
I do like that combination.
Really nice. I do too. It's a very funky way. It's very on trend, that. So, and this is the other thing is, so you've got the modern and you've got the more traditional fonts here, uppercase, but the ones in the middle, they work for everything.
Ah, clever.
And now what we're going to do is, right, Grace, I'm going to go to the... I'm just going to hold it like that. This is for when you start. It's a good idea to hold it in place. When you get faster, it's not a race, but when you do get faster, then what you don't need then to stick it down every time.
Okay.
You'll find you just hold it in place and it will go. So now we've got the R, right? LMNOPQR, number 2 tool. Hold, I'm lining up see the white line? Mm-hmm. And I'm coming up to where that G is here. Number 2 tool, in I go like that. Then I'll flick to the number 1 tool. That's why I love this from the starter kit. I mean, if you're thinking about taking this up as a new passion, the starter kit is the place to go.
Very much so. And don't forget the groovy accessory kit. Barbara's been using those groovy tabs and obviously use it. And I always forget what it's called. The piece that you were leaning on. What do you... with the apertures in it.
Groovy guard?
The groovy guard, that's it, the groovy guard. So that's in there as well. So it's very useful because it means that you're having minimal contact with your parchment, which is, of course, something that's quite important. So if you're wanting yours, you can see you can get your parchment in that one as well. So 211682, it's only $11.99. So again, that's something else. Maybe you've already got the starter kit, maybe you're going for your one day special and you've not invested in this yet. Well, if you add it in alongside your one day special, it only works out an extra £4 on each one of those payments. It's something that you really do not want to be without. So do consider popping that one in as well.
Right, so, and what I want to do is show you how you join the letters up. Rather than you can make them separate and they look fine, but personally I think they look lovely when they're joined up.
It seems to flow, doesn't it?
It flows much nicer. So what you're going to do is when you line it up, the tip of the last one, you just you go into the next one with it. Use the second tool again, the number 2 tool, go round, in, turn, use the white one, that crisps it up, done. So that's the
like
A.
writing with a pen.
Yeah. And then we're going to go to the C. It is, but because we're writing backwards and you use that white pencil line just to keep your balance right here, and then the number 2, and then in you go. Here's the C again, number 1, crisps it up. So it's just like our other plates.
Yes.
The only difference is that you take the number 2, number 1, number 2, number 1, number 2, number 1. And of course in the collection you've got such a wonderful, there you go, look, Grace.
Oh, isn't it gorgeous?
Grack. All right, I'll get the E out. Grack won't appreciate that. Do you know, I remember, I remember when Grace was a little girl and there's a shoe shop in the high street where we all go to get our school shoes. And I remember we were going to get our school shoes of the year for Grace. And she said, "Oh, do we have to go to Clanks, Mum?" And that's when I think design overrides functionality, because of that strange R that they had in Clanks.
That's true. Yeah.
That's exactly what she read. Do we have to go to Clanks, Mum?
Oh, bless her.
So there's Grace. Isn't that lovely?
Beautiful.
And once you've done that, let's have a look. What we're going to do now is add a flourish. So let's take this away and let's add a flourish. And this is where we use a different plate mate. Bear with me, here it is. And this is the one in the starter kit. And on my right here, if you go to my right here, you'll see the starter kit in all its glory. It's really lovely. And it's got everything that you really need. So you've got the groovy plate mate that takes a lot of those A5, we call them A5 square plates. So it'll be all these ones, all the ones that are this size. They sit in there. Then you've got a black mat that's hard and soft.
I've had a question. Somebody was asking about your mat earlier on. So the mat that you've got in the starter kit is slightly smaller than the one that you were working on.
This is A4.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's hard on one side for the colouring, and then it's soft on the other side for the white work. Then you've got the parchment, and then you've got all these plates as well. So if you look at the plates here, you can see you've got, now this is interesting. So you've got the nested squares here, which are great for framing when you're starting out. You've got a landscape one, which you'll use all the time. You've got trees, winter, summer, they're nice. And then here what you've got is what we call a collar or an inset, because this is a little collar that sits inside the large one, and then your baby plates fit in. Yeah. So this is really useful too. And then of course you've got your tools, and that's where I was talking about 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, so we've got 1 and 2, and we've even got a tumble dry sheet thrown in.
I love it.
So
and
that's what we're
that
working
board
on.
to work on as well, that's the key thing. And we've actually had an email in from Margaret. So that's your starter system. If you're wanting to get hold of that, 2 flexi buys are £27.50. And of course, as I say, it might be the one-day special that's giving you that nudge to get involved with Groovy. So the starter system is always a brilliant place to start and to add in. Now, Margaret emailed in earlier on asking about the board that, or the mat, should I say, that Barbara is working with. Well, we've had a look for you and we found it, Margaret. So this is the information that you need. So you can see £17.98, sorry, 97 pence. Very, very affordable. As you can see, you get your little mix mat there as well. And yeah, in fact, you're getting 2 of those. So yeah, very good value for money. Loads of reviews there. So that's the item number that you need. And of course, because it's just shy of £18, going in alongside your one-day special, spreading that over 3 payments, you're only looking at £6 extra on each payment. So it's definitely worth going for. And of course, the one-day special, so many of you have been taking advantage of. We'll pop back and see Barbara in just a few moments, but let me just very quickly go through this because it's important I do speak to you because it's now gone limited stock. Details are on your screen there, 240627. You've got a huge collection here with those contour collection plates coming together. I love this. So many of us love that calligraphy look, and of course the Groovy system and parchment just lends itself so well to it. It's not just about the alphabets though. I mean, alphabets are brilliant for personalisation, getting across the sentiment, the words that you're wanting, but we're getting busier and busier with regards to this one. So yeah, make sure you are getting hold of this. These are absolutely gorgeous. I'm just going to show you this example here, but this kind of brings everything together. So this is why it all comes so beautifully together, because you've got your personalisation with love. Absolutely gorgeous. It may be that you could find text similar to that on another plate, but you wouldn't have that contour look. You wouldn't have those kind of peaks and troughs with regards to the pressure that appears to be applied to get that, like you would do with calligraphy. Then you've got on your birthday, but then you've got your personalisation. So we've got Mum here, but that could be a name. It could be Amy, it could be Grace, it could be Barbara, it could be kind of a whatever name you want, really. You might have a cutesy name. You couldn't be Charlotte because it's too big for the corner, but there you go. You could put it somewhere else. Then you've got that fabulous little borders that you could be creating. It works with other things that you've got. So with the starter system, we saw that framework that Barbara referred to, but what about filling it in with one of the designs that you've got within this set? Absolutely beautiful. I love the colour addition to that one, but have a look at this. My goodness, Sheila, this is beautiful. Again, using it with other things that you've got in your stash. So can you see the octagons making an appearance? So everything that you've got within your one-day special is going to give you more usability of what you've got already in your stash. Now this one here, isn't that a beautiful frame? But that was just one element brought together to make the frame. Again, filling in, absolutely beautiful, time and time again. Isn't that gorgeous? And what about if you are into working where you've got your cut work and you're doing all that gorgeous picot cutting? Well, look at that, absolutely amazing. If you want to keep it a modern twist, well, you can do, because you've got your different styles of fonts in there, so that it's going to cover you for all sorts of different occasions. And of course, so many different styles. As Jane has introduced the colour there, as she always does so well, you can see it's an absolutely beautiful system. We are getting busier and busier. It's the busiest point of the show. I think you're realising that if you're wanting to get hold of this for immediate dispatch, you need to get involved as quick as you can. If you're wanting your hands on this before anybody else, then the details are there on your screen. 240627. It's a comprehensive bundle, and it will give you lots of different ways of working with it. And as Barbara has been showing us through the shows already, you've seen how versatile it is. Freedom members, you've got a discounted price, so you've got an additional saving on this one, making it a very affordable way to get hold of it over your 3 payments. That's the key thing. Brings that price right the way down, makes it that affordability. I know so many of you are getting involved with this birthday weekend that we've got with Clarity. So just £23.97 delivered to your door. Everything with that first payment, but be quick, it's on limited stock. Can't hang about. Busy again, Barbara?
I'm glad to hear it. Good morning, everybody. You got your coffee? Good. Been up since 5. Don't tell me I look tired, I know. My mum says, oh, you look so worn out. She's German.
Oh,
she doesn't just say that.
German.
Yeah. Oh, you look so worn out and tired, darling. Surprise!
Bless her.
Right, come on. Let's have a look at this flourishing. So we've got Grace here, who never wanted to go to Clanks. Right. And it just reminds me of that lovely copper plate R, isn't it?
Beautiful. And these are things, evokes all those memories. Love it.
So now let's add a swirl. So we've got the swirl plates, not one, but two. And I've already picked out, because it takes ages. And what you do is you look and you decide, do I want to use this one? What do I want to make it look like? See, and then you turn it round. You just decide, do you want to hang something off the E? What's it going to be? See, and then suddenly it clicks into place and you think, oh, that would look nice. And what I'm looking for is the flow. You see? And I think, yeah, not nice. So I'm going to keep the E inside the area, just like we did before. Right, decide what angle I want. Right, that's better. Right, so I'm going to get my angle, and then you stare at it until you just single out what it's going to look like, you see? And then once you've done that, secure it, defo, and then we go again, and it's no different to what we were doing before. So you take your number 2 tool, and what I'm going to do is start at the top, and then I'm going to slowly flick into the E. And I'll go again.
Does it matter where you start? Do you start at the kind of extremities and then come together at the joining point?
Not really. It's just so that, no, you can start in here, but just don't keep going over the same area.
Okay.
That's all. I mean, it's not hard. Just, you'll get used to it. And as you come in, just flick in. And then you take your number 1 tool, and then you go again. And as you do this, you can feel it. You're kissing the curb, you know?
Yeah, love it.
And then this bit here. Now, I like to take, you could take the pink mat. If it's not perfect, this join, right? You could take the pink mat and you can tease it out once you've got, the pink mat's like, or the mat from the starter kit. But this is going to look lovely, I think. See, and I can't go back over the E. I can't mess the E up because the E's, it
looks beautiful.
Done. Let's have a look what that looks like when it's done.
Oh, isn't
there.
that gorgeous?
Isn't that nice?
That is beautiful.
There
But do you know what, as you were working on that, I was thinking, obviously quite often we look at horizontal and we read horizontally, but I think it was Tina did some fabulous designs where you've got like little dangly hearts on there.
Yeah.
And you could turn that 90 degrees and have the word coming down the side of your card with almost like dangly flourishes.
And the flourishes as well.
Yeah.
If you're looking to hang baubles off for Christmas, you've got some gorgeous twirly hangers here. Look, you start looking here. Isn't that lovely stuff?
And other designs that you've got, things like, I was looking at it thinking, it reminds me of peacock feathers and things like that. So if you've got other plates that got other things with those kind of flourishy stars
Very
in
good
there,
idea.
draw them together.
Good idea. So here we've got Mia and Andy, and you see now what we've got here, and that takes us back to the card, which is where we're going to head now. You see, that's how Linda's connected the two words by simply using a beautiful swirl rather than and.
Oh, isn't that beautiful?
Isn't that glorious?
Yeah.
So what I'd like to do now, if it's all right, is go straight to the heart plate.
Oh, I like this one. This is lovely. There's a lot of content within this one.
So we'll go to the heart
It's not just
plate.
the heart.
No, not at all. And what I want to do is go back here, and as I said before, this has been absolutely just used as it is. So what I'd like to do, because Linda being Linda, she added the little hearts from the infills, I think they are, in the corners.
Beautiful.
Yeah, she did. So it all mixes and matches beautifully. Now what I'd like to do is keep it simpler.
Okay.
Okay. So what I've done is I've taken, this is really clever what we've got, because here's the thing, with Linda's one, and it's beautiful, don't get me wrong, but with Linda's one, as soon as she introduced that, she had to hand picot cut, perforate, cut. Well, there we are. That's why Linda is a master parcher and Barbara just does the TV shows.
Barbara doesn't just do anything.
But the point I'm making is that I looked at this and I went, nah, sorry, Linda.
But you know what? I like this because I might look at that piece that Linda's done, and as beautiful as it is, I would feel I couldn't achieve that, but I'd like to have a go doing something similar, and that's why I like this way of different styles.
And you probably could achieve it, but you haven't got the time, for example.
It's very true.
You know, that's the other thing. Yeah. Or you might look at this and think, oh, I can't do my picot cutting yet. Yeah. So does that mean it excludes me from all this?
True.
Absolutely not. Enter the fresh cut dies with the picot cuts.
Yes.
These are ingenious, and what they do is, let me show you, when you run these through your die cutting machines, and I know loads of parchers who weren't die cutters went out and bought a die cutting machine just so they could do this. See, what this does is This is a very clever system. I digress, but it's worth seeing, right? This run through the machine gives you, now, can the director show you the edge on this?
There we go.
There.
Look at that.
So you've got instant picot cutting. And now, take it to the next level to make it look really authentic. What I'm going to do now is so we cut it out, one pass through the machine. You can do 2 pieces of parchment at the same time. Okay. What we've got for every one of these, because we've got in ovals, haven't we? We've got them ovals, round, square, and there's another one, rectangle.
Nice.
Yes, there you are. Thanks, Paul. So, but every one comes with its own groovy plate.
This is really
and this is
clever.
ingenious. So let me just move that over there. And what I'm going to do is take my groovy plate, right? And what you'll see is, let's decide, that's the back. There's a back and a front because of the way it was passed through the machine. That's the only reason.
Okay.
It's not the parchment. Clear parchment doesn't have a back or a front. What we'll do is, top tip, do the tumble dryer sheet trick so that the tool glides off the plate, because otherwise you'll start to try and attach it and you'll say, why don't the groovy tabs work on the groovy plate? And it's because you just smeared it.
Yes, of course.
Right? How does she know these things, Hayley?
I've no idea.
Yeah.
I've no idea.
There you go. Thus spake the voice of experience. So now, what we've also got on this plate, if you can get up tight, you can see here, if you get in tight, there are actually little tiny, you see the indications there. And that helps you exactly line up, because one of the things about groovy art, is this all right?
Yeah, that's fine.
I can see people waving their arms
Well,
around.
only because some of the stock with regards to those picot dies is quite vulnerable, so we're doing semaphore to Paul to see if we can get any more. But you're okay, you carry on, ignore us.
I've got peripheral vision, you know, like when you're driving, and I'm looking in the side view mirrors here, and I'm thinking, why are they waving their arms? What's happened? When you do, right, moving on. When you do parchment, you'll see that often, let me show you another example here, you'll see that often you get this beautiful, you see the double lines next to the picot cut. That is so cool to do. There we are. So what I'm going to do now is show you how to introduce those double lines. Isn't that super?
Beautiful.
And while we're in so tight, you see that? That's just done perforating with a grid. Because I love that look. One of those pieces of artwork by Maggie Byford inspired me. You know the black one? Oh, I love that. I thought, I've got to try that. But of course I ran out of time. What's new?
It's gorgeous.
Okay.
Now, talking about running out of time, can I very, very quickly interject, Barbara? We'll come back to you in just a split second. The dies that you just chatted out, there is a reason I will kind of just show, well, yeah, let me explain. The dies are there on the website. They're all busy. We've got stock of all of those available now, so if you do want to get hold of those, then you can do. But you can see they've got different items, but they're all £34.98, and you will collect those as time goes on. And they work beautifully alongside your one-day special, and that's why I needed to have a chat with you. The one-day special literally flying out to the point now that it is technically sold out. So if you've got it in your basket, then it is ready for immediate dispatch. Now this is something that's quite important because of course this weekend, a very busy weekend for the Clarity team, and they've got a lot of orders to ship out at the beginning of next week. So we have got your one-day special available again, but it's on extended delivery. So it's the 11th of September now. I did want to warn you, but didn't get the chance because I've been so busy. So apologies, but if you're wanting to get hold of this, you can still get hold of it. Just bear in mind there is a little bit of a delay. And in fact, while we're on the subject of it, so many orders going out from Clarity after the weekend, because they won't even know about those orders until the early part of next week. So be patient with them. They'll be working their little socks off when they get back.
They will. Well, Paul will. Barbara's going to lie down in a dark room. Right, come on, let's have a look at this. So this is it's not a cheats way, I just think it's a very intelligent way.
It's clever.
Because what it means is when you do get to do your picot cutting, you can focus it on your design.
Exactly.
And then the outside, I mean, when you watch the experts, they go so fast, you know, but this is a really cool way of getting perfect picot edging around your artwork. It's a great starting place. And what you need to do now, take your number 1 tool from the starter kit, and you got double lines. I would suggest that you do the outside line first and then the inside line.
Okay.
Right? So you're going to run along here and then come round. See, I've got a groovy tab here. You're going to come in here and then you're going to flick. And then you're going to do that while you've got it in place, because I'm holding it in place. This is where your groovy guard gets really useful, because it holds it all in place. It's the corner
Stops
of it.
lifting it up, doesn't it?
There you
Yeah,
are.
yeah.
So now I'll turn my artwork round, because I want to join up to that corner there. Yeah? So if it doesn't matter which way, I'm holding it in place now like that. I'll move my groovy guard, my groovy tab. So now I'm going to come down this way. Actually, I'll tell you what I'll do. While I'm holding it in place, I'm going to, see, that's what you, shut up, Barbara. Right. Okay, hold it in place. Right, make sure it's relocated, and then if we go again. And to be honest, you can see this is the hand that's doing the job. It's holding it all in place now. And then I connect. Then I go again. La 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 la. Right, like that. And now I've done 3 sides, but I haven't done this bit yet here, but this is where the groovy tab is. Result. So we close it off again. So this is still a lot easier. Right, there we are. And now I need to close this bit up. You got it?
Yeah.
Right. So I'll use my mat to hold it in place.
Lovely.
I'll lift this off, and now I need to close this up. Do you remember where I said flick?
Yes.
And that's now I'm going to flick towards the flick.
Right.
So in that corner, you don't want to join, if you see what I mean. So you go like that, and then probably the outside one would have been better, Gray. Right, and then you join it up, and then when you take it off,
Perfect.
it's perfect. There you go.
That is beautiful.
And that would have taken me all afternoon if I'd had to picot cut that out.
Yeah.
So that's well worth knowing.
But like you say, it gives you the time to concentrate on the areas that you're wanting to spend more time on.
Precisely. So now I've got this, now I've got that. So my suggestion would be that I would always do that bit before I start on this.
Okay.
Only because,
And I suppose the thing is as well, you could kind of batch piece those if you wanted to, and if you've got your die cutting machine and the dies out, rather than just cutting out one, cut out half a dozen, then you've got a little stockpile of them for when you want to come back to them.
Exactly. And the other thing is, of course, you understand why I'm saying that I would certainly, I would definitely do this next.
Yes, yeah. Well, those dies cut through the paper as well, so if you wanted to use the designer papers alongside them.
And when you cut this bit out, it's a good idea to either cut the designer paper out with it or cut a piece of white copy paper out at the same time.
Okay.
And then you've got that too, you know, just in case you want to, or a piece of black paper.
Yeah.
Whatever you want to put underneath, cut them both out at the same time.
All right, fair
it will
enough.
take parchment and paper at the same time and cut it
Brilliant,
beautifully.
thank you.
Right, so working on the back now, you see I've got my piece, I know exactly, and I'm looking at the heart and I think, right, where does it want to sit? That's where it wants to sit, and now I'm working, I'm going for it. And now I need my groovy tabs, which are all on the other side of this. That's all right. See, once it's in place, then I'm good to go. Now, once I've got that, I can start.
Okay.
What I want to do is show you one that's already been done. See? That's already been embossed beautifully, look.
Gorgeous.
You see?
See, it looks so pretty just like that.
So we'll come to that in a minute, but I want to just single out one heart.
Okay.
So you know how, because we've done the words, but we haven't done any graphics. So let's take one heart. What am I talking about? It's a rose.
That's it.
What's that, a heart? Oh, I know, because that's a heart.
It is.
I thought, where did I get a heart from? It started, Hayley. Right, okay, tumble dry sheet. Right. And now we're going to take the number 2 tool and we'll look at the rose, because it's, for crying out loud, look at the heart, look at the rose. Right, round we go. Let's just get the flower, let's call it a flower. Right, okay. And then we go with the petals, and you can see thin, thick, thick, thin, thick. You see?
Beautiful,
thick,
yeah.
thin. It looks so beautiful when it's done. And when you single out one rose, it's just crazy.
And you could even, if you wanted, I mean, the bit that you're working on now is just the bud, isn't it? You don't have to put all the other petals in if you just wanted a rosebud.
That's it. Look at that. Right, and then you've got the leaves. If you want to add the leaves, why not, she said. Now there's a rose here, but that's okay. We can always add a little bit of a leaf on the pink mat afterwards, can't we? But you see, thick, thin, thin. It's different, but it's the same. And as the traditional groovy plates, the only thing is that it's best to go in with a number 2 tool, because that kind of it spans the groove.
Yes.
Right? And then when you've got and even these little bits, these little buds, number 2 works like a charm. Okay, just do that with a number 2. Don't go fast, Barbara, that won't help. Right? Everything with a number 2 first. And then flick over and then start at top left and start working your way back down. And you'll see, you'll see where it's crisper. Let's have a look. And you know that lovely artwork from Maggie Byford that's embossed white?
Oh, yes.
Now, this is what I would say. Can I just borrow it for a minute? Can you just show? Just stay with this for a minute, because I want to show you. There's this beautiful piece of white, black and white. While you're looking, I'll keep going.
I'll find it. I'm not sure which set it's in. Having a little thumb through.
It's it might be on the front.
Of course, yes.
Is there one that's sort of black, that's embossed, like white and black? Maggie Byford, you just got your hand on it. Isn't that it? That'll do.
Oh, is that the one?
Anything will do. Anything like this will do.
Then, sorry.
Right, sorry. Yeah, so here we go. Have you got the... No, not there. So let's have a look at this one. And you see the white here. Now this one is very defined. You can see the white line and then the white work inside that's done with the shot. Isn't that glorious? And what we've got, here we go. This is the one I'm looking for. But let's have a look at this, and you'll see on the rose itself, if you look in tight, you see the white line, and then the white work comes in off that white.
Yeah.
And so what I would suggest is that you probably don't want to go too hard on the outline.
Okay.
Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Because the white, you can tease the white work, the embossing, much more easily. But you'll see how simple this is. I just think this piece of art, this artwork from Maggie is just glorious, and it's what inspired me to want to have a go. Do you know? There are certain pieces of artwork that just make you go, yeah.
And I think that's the thing you were talking about, the dies, and seeing the Pico dies evoke people to order die cutting machines because they want. And I think that's the thing. It only needs to be one design or one range that gets you excited, and you look at it and you think, oh, I've watched lots of different groovy shows. I've always enjoyed it, never really gone for it, but this is the set that I love, and this is the set to get me started. And I think that's it. It only needs one set or even one plate. Yeah.
And these two pieces of artwork, they were the two that went, yep, that's my cup of tea, that's what I want to try. And so I've been working on, you see the white work. Let's just take let's indulge this white work. You see those little dots there, they're glorious. Linda's done the same thing. She's got it on hers as well, look, you see? I'll show you how to do that. And then this you know when it's debossed, like with the perforating?
Yes, yeah.
That was why I was practicing that. See?
Got you, yes.
So I want to do that because what it does is it makes it's sort of embossing, debossing, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It depends on which way if it's going in or on the other side.
Precisely.
Yeah.
So what I've done here, you would continue and do the whole thing. That's me, right? Let's have a look at this rose though, because it is a rose.
It is.
I have it on good authority, and you'll see when you do. Now have a look. Let's take a piece of black paper or card. Here we are. And let's take a look at you can see the contours now. See, thin, thick, thin, thick. No effort. That would be so tricky if we were trying to do that freehand.
Yeah, very much so. And
you'd have to be pretty good.
Yeah.
And so what I'm going to do now, and I've got choices. I can use the black mat from the starter kit, or I can use the pink excellent
Now, you
mat.
referenced the pink mat earlier on when you were talking about if you were trying to kind of soften edges or get it to join up correctly.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So the pink mat is a really forgiving one. Right. Pink mat's a very forgiving one. And what you'll find, there's not a back or a front really.
Okay.
But let's say, for example, it's got a little bit of give. Okay. And now, did you notice there was a row, there's a bit missing here, isn't there?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So I can very easily now let me lean, my hands are so sweaty. Let me lean on that.
Bless you.
I'm going to make this, see, so I'm taking my stylus.
Okay.
I'll use my number 2, and I'm just going to, and it's stretching.
Oh,
Stretching,
okay.
stretching. There you go. And you just work that edge, and no one will ever know. There we are.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Okay. So when I turn that over now, you don't know that it's an infill,
yeah.
isn't it? Easy
Clever.
to do. And these little dots, these are a delight. So very simple. Just take your number 2 tool and then press and give a little wiggle. Press and give a little wiggle. See, you could go like that if you feel confident. Right, just press in there. If you want, there you go. And if you want to really whiten them, it's so easy to do because you've got your guide. You see, you've already got your, how's that look? Should we have a little look? And then once you've done it once, you're going to get rid of that little dot in the middle, see?
Oh,
And when you
yeah.
turn it over,
Oh, they're a bright white now.
or they'll be a lot brighter in a minute. But you see how cool that looks?
Yeah.
And once you've gone in once, then go again. And let me see, let me just try something very gently. I'm going to go in with the, yeah, here we go. I'm going in with the stylus now, and this will really make it pop. So
A little tickle.
number 1 tool, Hayley, that will do it.
Okay.
Let's have a look
Just to
now.
give you a time check, Barbara, we've got about 5.5 minutes left.
Have we? There, see how white that is?
That's
But
beautiful.
enjoy, look at that rose. Do you see the swirls? I love the flourish on that line.
It's gorgeous, yeah.
It's done with a groovy, that's done with a groovy contour plate, and that's what the ODS is all about, which
Love it.
impresses me no end.
Absolutely beautiful. And as Barbara quite rightly says, that's just one little element that you've got within there. So many different ways you can work with this, but it's that contour, that look that you've got, almost like a calligraphy look. So many times I hear people say, oh, I wish I could do that calligraphy style writing. Well, you can do with this because you've got your alphabet set, which means you can break it down and make your own words, make your own sentiments, your own greetings, your own personalisation of any name, whether it's a name, a full name, a Christian name. It could be a nickname, whatever you want. You've got 2 different uppercase there. You've got your gorgeous kind of scripted, very traditional style, and then you've got one that's a little quirkier. And then the clever idea is that between the 2, you'll see your lowercase, but the lowercase morphs to work with either of those 2, as do the numbers as well. So that is just one of those plates. Then you've got the flourishes. Of course, Barbara showed us how you can extend that phrase, extend that name, create borders with these. There's so much you can do with them, but again, beautifully contoured to work with obviously the alphabet that we spoke of. But then if you want something that's already pre-created, a gorgeous kind of heart, all coming together, then you've got those. But as Barbara showed us, just take elements of that as well if you want. Just take the essence of the design, the bit that you need, be it a corner, be it something that you wanted to make your own border with, it's entirely up to you. And of course, you've got a lovely array of these fabulous square plates that will sit beautifully within your starter system. So if you are just getting started, then the starter system, you can add that into your basket alongside this. And as I quite rightly said, there's so much within this set that you could easily go for that starter set alongside this, and you've got everything that you need. Because it's sold out previously, the one-day special is now an extended delivery, but definitely worth that wait. 11th of September, you can still get hold of it for that first very affordable flexi buy, and it's spread over 3 payments. Now, colour is a key thing when you're adding colour to bring those flowers to life. So
I
what have we
wanted
got
to
here?
touch on this,
Please
and
do.
then I thought, because I'll come back again at 4 o'clock.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So Paul's going to be showing you something very different at 12 o'clock, and then I'm back at 4 o'clock, and I thought it would be a good idea to start on the colour then, and introduce that as well.
Lovely.
So I'm using the Pergaliners, Pergaliners, and we've got B pencils and A pencils. A water soluble, B blending pencils basics, 16, 20 of these. So I've picked 3. The B pencils, or the blending pencils, they're wax oil based, and that's what they do, they blend with oil. So let's take that out of the way, and what we'll do now is we'll use these pencils, and we'll carry on with this later, because I know we're going to run out of time here, aren't we?
Yeah, we've got about 3 minutes or so left.
Well, I haven't got 3 minutes to do this, have I? Right. So, pencils at the ready, and what we're going to need, because you might want to join in.
Yeah. Oh,
why
that's
don't we have a little
good
craft
idea,
along at 4
yeah.
o'clock? Come on, you've seen it all now. You've bought your beautiful contour plate. Let's have a little craft along at 4 o'clock. Get your pencils, get your Dorso oil, get a spot-on sponge, okay? Maybe you need a little blending pen. If you've got, do you know what a blending pen is?
Is that the one with the interchangeable nibs?
Yeah, so you've got your nibs
clever
like
idea,
that.
yeah.
Failing that, get a little bit of tissue paper.
Okay.
Fine, right? This is what we're going to use. I'll give you a clue where we're going to go. I think that would be really cool to do.
So
I feel a lot happier about that.
How many pencils do they need, and any suggestions of colours?
Right, thank you, Hayley. So let's have a look what I've got here, because I'm going to go with, let's look at what we've got here. I've got, this is come on. Right, okay. So we've got the heart done. So we know where we're headed, yeah? We've done all the embossing, we've got that done, and now we're going to colour in. And what we need, whatever colours you choose,
okay,
you're going to take 3 colours: light, medium, dark.
Okay.
So it's going to be yellow, orange, red,
Nice.
or it's going to be pink, lilac, purple.
Nice.
You know, let's
Yeah.
just go like that, right? So yellow, orange, red, and that's it really. And then what we're going to do, you see, is I'm not even going to start this because...
Okay, no, that's fair enough. But if people get themselves to the stage where they've got a flower ready to add colour to,
that's
then,
it.
yeah, good to go then.
But for example, what we're going to do is we're working on the back. You need a hard mat, and all you're going to do is just colour in, start with the lightest colour I would, and colour in the whole thing, right? Let's do that first. I mean, and then when you turn it over, you see, it's quite easy. Cool, look at that camera work. He just had his coffee, hasn't he?
He
Cool,
has.
blimey. Right. So you see, you colour in first. In fact, you know what? I'm not going to do this. I'm panicking now.
I know you keep saying that you're not going to do it.
I'm
then
not
you
going to
can't
do it. There you go.
remember
Step away from the mat. Step away from the stand.
Step away.
Right. And we'll do this at 4 o'clock. So you've got between now and then to just get your bits and pieces,
or
get your
whatever,
flower,
yeah,
and then
yeah.
we'll have a craft along together.
I love it.
And
So-
I've got between now and then to figure out how it works.
I love it, Barbara. Thank you so much. And of course, the rose that Barbara's going to be working with is one of the roses that's featured within the one-day special. Obviously, you won't have that there ready to use today, but you can use something very similar. Pick up those hints and tips at 4 o'clock later on, and then obviously, when your one-day special arrives, you can lend those skills to this. Barbara, thank you so
Thank you,
much.
Hayley. Have a lovely day. And don't forget, Paul's on at 12, and I'm on at 11.
I know, it's a busy,
What
busy.
is all this? All right, she's counting.
Counting us out. We're going to say goodbye. We'll see you later on. I love it. So coming up after the break, we've got a fabulous jewellery box out. It's our regular 9 a.m. on a Saturday slot. Lovely Rachel is here and she's joining Rich, so make sure you stay tuned with regards to that one. Then we've got the most incredible...
Hi, I'm Charmaine from Dolly Dimples, and I've been crafting since I was a little girl, and I have a massive passion for anything crafty related. Dolly Dimples is a fictional character in Dolly Dimples Town. There's whimsical characters, fantasy characters, mythical characters. There's so much going on, so much happening in Dolly Town, and it's a fun place to be in. We have decoupage, backing papers, we have templates for 3D objects, stencils in the mix, we have dies and lots of other things coming to you soon. Make sure you tune in for the Dolly Dimple shows and have some fun.
Did you know you can watch the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player on Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Craft Store channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how you do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select Settings. Select your network and select Set Up Connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Craft Store app. Simply press your home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the Channel Store. At the top of the Channel Store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter the Craft Store into the search bar and this will take you to the Craft Store app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the Added Channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Scroll down to the Craft Store app and press the star button on your remote. You can use the arrow buttons to move the Craft Store to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it. You can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your favourite TV whenever you feel crafty.
Morning, it's Saturday morning on the Craft Store with me, Richard, and I've just been wheeled into this position here. I don't know what they're trying to say, but they put me right above some dynamite, so that's odd. So they went left a bit, that's it, just perfect, just there, okay. Coming to you in 5, 4, they had the finger over the button, so that's nice. So here we go, it's the Craft Store, and this is of course the Jewellery Box Hour. Very, very exciting, because in this hour we're going to be looking at beads by Virchil, which is not a huge army of people. Beads by Virchil is just it's a one-woman army. It's Rachel. Hello, Rachel.
Hello.
Hello. Wow. So you are Beads by Virchil.
I am. So I surface every now and then
right.
for the shows.
What does Virchil mean then?
So Virchil is the name of an angel, which is the angel of July.
Oh.
And I love what Virchil represents is taking time out for ourselves, which often we find difficult, and also the bearer of gifts. So what nicer than make jewellery and present gifts and take time out for yourself as well.
It's a really nice background story to that. It's also very well, it sounds very exotic, doesn't it? It sounds very sophisticated, like a Versace or like a top designer.
Oh, I like that.
Other brands are available, of course. Yeah, I can't think of any of those brands right now, but there are other brands, Dolce & Gabbana, that kind of thing. Right, now, we've got lots to talk about in this hour, Rachel, because you've brought loads and loads in, and there's some really, really lovely things on display here. But the thing I should point out right from the get-go is it's your first anniversary with the Craft Store. Congratulations, happy birthday.
Thank you. I cannot believe how quickly it's gone, and I think my first show was actually with our lovely Hayley.
Oh, that's nice, so it's kind of come full circle.
It's come full circle, and yeah, I thought it was worth celebrating and sharing to say thank you to everyone with a little surprise.
We've got that surprise right here. It's quite nice actually. You've done it. Your 1 year anniversary is with a newborn presenter. It's like the baby. Let's wheel the baby out to celebrate the 1 year anniversary. You brought along a little gift that can be given with every single purchase that is made from Beads by Virchil. Every time. This is until stocks run out. So you've got only a limited amount of these.
Yes.
Okay, so once they've gone, they've gone. It's a lucky dip, so
it is a lucky dip.
You buy your purchase, you're going to get one of 3 designs and colours, I should say. Is it the same design with different colours, or is it 3 different designs?
It's the same design
Yep.
with 3 different colours.
Okay.
It's a frill bracelet, so it's all needle and thread work. They're all glass beads, and the seed beads are Czech Precosa seed beads. They're a really nice branded bead. You've got needle and thread, full instructions written and photographed, and you can adapt it to your own wrist size or make it for a gift for someone. And you can also adapt it if you prefer, if you don't wear jewellery perhaps and you're buying the kits for making for someone else, you could also make it into a tea light as well.
Yes, which I can see right here.
Which is a slight
that's a very
Halloween
small wrist,
tilt
isn't it?
to it.
Yes. When you put that on someone's wrist, it's a tiny bracelet, but it wraps really nicely around the tea light here. So that looks very decorative to put on your dining room table, perhaps on your mantelpiece there. We've got 3 different types of colours then. So we've got the black and the grey, which is at the top here. We've got turquoise and cream, which is down here, and then we have red next to that. So 3 different colours, and you will get one of those chosen completely at random in with your purchase, whatever you purchase today from Beads by Vachil. So bear that in mind. That is free. How much is that normally?
They're normally £9.45 a kit.
£9.45. It's all right, isn't it?
It is all right.
That's all right. That is. So you're going to get basically a £10 free gift. Is going to be winging its way into your basket if you get anything today from Beads by Vachil. So loads and loads to look at. Shall we have a look first of all at our peacock? It's right, you've given them P names. It's going to be a little bit difficult, bit of a mouthful. Thanks for that.
Yes.
Percy and Patrick. Okay. Now this is a bone of contention, Rachel. Which one is which? And discuss your reasons why you've named them this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I discovered that
Yes.
my reasoning has no substantiation at all.
Right.
I associated Percy with
Yes.
The blue Percy engine, but as
From
Harry,
Thomas the Tank Engine.
for Thomas
right.
the Tank Engine,
Yes.
and as Harry quite rightfully pointed out,
Yeah.
he's green.
Yeah, and I've confirmed that. I got straight onto my phone.
Yes.
Because these things are important to me, and I looked it up, and I can confirm that Percy is green. So that's back to the drawing board there. Thomas is blue. I mean, the main star, the big.
Can we rename him?
Thomas the Peacock, yeah.
Thomas the Peacock, that's less alliteration.
There is another green engine, it's called Henry, who's green and
Okay.
blue, so that might work for next time.
Yes.
Yes. so this is Percy, the blue
Percy's
peacock.
blue.
Now you can make Percy and Patrick out of this amazing kit that you put together, this bead embroidery pendant kit. So what do you get in the kit, Rachel?
So you've got everything in the kit, from written instructions. I think there's about 4 pages of written, around 4 pages of photographed instructions. You get everything apart from
smooth.
a little dab of glue that you need to actually attach the backing onto. So it's one of those projects that you can pick it up, do a little bit at a time.
You say you can pick it up, but I can't. Yeah, now I can. Carry on.
So you've got a wide selection of seed beads. You should have extras left that you can use for other projects. So you've got your needle and your thread, all of the beads, the printed
yes.
peacock foundation, the brooch back. So it's all
the
there
thread.
ready for you.
That's the brooch back, presumably. And there's the actual pattern itself, which you use the templates to sew the beads on.
So you stitch directly onto that.
Yeah.
And when we go to demonstration a little bit later on, I'll be demonstrating one of the other products, but the technique is exactly the same.
Okay, and what is this the full instructions?
Yes.
Ooh, that's not, there's loads here, isn't there?
It's a bit of a novel, but I do
Wow.
like to do...
Is it going to be serialised by Netflix soon? They're going to option this into a season 1. Wow, there's loads, isn't there? God, look at that. And it takes you step by step, so that's good. I would need that, to be honest. So you've got pictures, and it's quite involved, isn't it? There's a lot to think about. You know, it looks like, well, you just put the beads on, but there's a lot of literature to do with this.
There's a lot to it. It's not
Yeah.
complicated. It's just really breaking it down into bite-sized chunks. But there's just a couple of different techniques that you need to learn, which I'll show you later, in order to complete any of the bead embroidery kits.
Is it suitable for beginners, this?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All of the kits are suitable.
Not
for
only that, we've got
beginners.
something that's particularly suitable for beginners we're going to show a little bit later on. It's called a beginner's kit, so that's the clue is in the questionnaire, does what it says on the tin. So that's 355-689 for the Beads by Vachil bead embroidery peacock brooch. You've got a choice of 2. You can go for Percy or Patrick. Percy is the blue one.
Yeah.
Percy, by the way, 10% of the stock has already gone. So that is already... I was going to say flying off the shelves, but peacocks can't fly, can they? Can they?
I don't know.
I'm not going to ask you about anything, Rachel,
No,
because
don't.
your research is terrible. I'm going to ask Harry. Harry, can peacocks fly, please? He doesn't know. He doesn't. I'll put him on the spot. I don't know. Google it. Get back to me. I think they can fly a little bit. Right, now, over here we have refill. So, what is a refill?
So the idea with a refill is you've bought either Patrick or Percy and you'd like to make more. So rather than having to actually pay out for another full kit because you don't need the instructions for the next one, the refill provides you with everything apart from the instructions and the needle and thread.
Okay.
And you can mix and match them. So for example, you might decide you want to buy a full kit for Percy, but you'd like to make a Patrick, so you could buy a full
Percy kit and then get the Patrick refill. So you're getting the best of both, basically.
You are.
Yeah. Because you don't really need the instructions twice over, do you? Once you've done one, you know what you're doing. You've got the thread, you've got everything you need. You just literally need the beads and the background, the backing.
This is it, and I've made the patterns so that they are identical with both of Patrick and Percy.
Very good. Could you actually create your own design by mixing the two sets of beads together, or
Good
is that
idea? Never thought of that. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, that's what I'm here for, Rachel. All the ideas when it comes to beading, I know all about it. That's good. Write that down.
Write that down.
I want commission. 834721. 834721 is your item number for that, and lots are being used. 40% of the refill kit for Percy has already gone, is what I'm being told. So Percy's very, very popular right now, and anyone who's bought that in the last hour will get, of course, a Lucky Dip bracelet kit as well to put together. There you go, there's our bracelet kit. So everyone's going to get the Percy or Patrick refill kit, plus that as well, for $14.95. Let's move on, shall we? Now, we've got a pendant here. This is another Patrick, a Patrick pendant now. I'm completely confused as to which one's Patrick and Percy, but I'll get there by the end of the hour. I'll know which one's which.
Well, I still haven't got to grasp
and then I'll let you know. I'll let you know, Rachel. And you're the one who designed them. Right, so pendant kit here. This is a Patrick pendant kit. Now, let's talk about the main differences between what we've just seen and a pendant kit. The pendant's going to hang off from your neck on a necklace.
Yes, so the idea with this one is that you actually wear it as a statement piece of jewellery. And last time I came on a month ago, Percy pendant was a sellout, and I promised to come back with Patrick, hence he's here.
Yep.
And it's just introducing you to another technique. So with these lovely tassels, is plumage with all of the crystals in there. It's probably the quicker project. If you're looking from a speed point of view, if you want a quicker project, then the pendant kits are quicker than the brooch kits.
Oh, really? That's interesting. They look quite intricate. It looks like the pendant kit would take longer because of these hanging beads at the bottom.
They're quite quick when you get going. And I think the demonstration for those is still on the rewind from the last show I did.
So we won't ask you to do that now. You're fine. We can just direct everyone to the rewind. That's good. They're like dreadlocks, these, aren't they? That's cool. I like those. So what do we get in the actual kit then that we have here for the pendant?
Again, you've got everything.
Okay.
Apart from glue to stick the backing and the glue bail, which allows it to be turned into a pendant.
Oh, and you get the chain as well, is that right?
You get the chain as well,
That's
you get the
quite
glue
important.
bail on there, all of the crystals, you will have extra beads left, and the printed foundation, and the instructions, of course.
And your book of instructions?
My novel.
You can relax, and chapter 1. Oh, where did I get up to yesterday? Yes. Full instructions, very, very comprehensive, which is great, so you won't have any questions after that. It's pretty much tells you exactly what you've got to do. You can change that over, I guess, to a brooch, can you? Or can
Absolutely.
You swap and change them?
You can swap and change any of these, really. Even the brooches, you could glue a little bail on the back, and you can buy those from End of Call. I will show folk a little bit later on what a bail is and how you convert it, but it's just food for thought.
Okay, and when your item, when you check out your baskets, by the way, your item comes up on the website. We have the gift that you get as well with every purchase today. That's the bracelet kit, so look out for that as well. That's $24.95. The item number of that is 028101. I can confirm, Rachel, that peacocks can sort of fly. That is the official line from our producer from a popular search engine, apparently. I'm not going to credit the producer. She went straight to a popular search engine. And the popular search engine said, let's call it Giggle, for the sake of argument, said sort of, it can sort of fly. So it sort of just moves along a bit, leaps a bit and stops and thinks about it. Right, let's have a look at another refill kit here. This one's 957458 is the item number on this, so it's $14.95, and this is the Peacock pendant refill. So I've just seen the actual pendant. This, presumably then, is everything you need to immediately go out and make another one, but without all the extra gubbins that you might need if you was just starting out and looking at it.
That's it. So no instructions, no needle and thread, and it's just worth pointing out that there's Percy pendant is on your website.
Yes.
And both of the refill kits are compatible with each other.
Ah, okay, that's good. I like that because basically when you get one, you are getting the other effectively, aren't you? You can mix them around. Let's have a little look at this. There you go. That's the actual Percy refill kit there. And it comes with that little bag as well, does it?
Yes.
Yeah. There you go. That's for Percy. That's the refill kit. All the beads in separate little plastic bags there. The instructions too. There you go. $14.95 for that. 544617. Now let's move on. We've got a hummingbird piece of jewellery now. Now this is neither a brooch nor a pendant. It's both, right?
You can have it as either. So you've got both options in the kit. I'm wearing it as a pendant today, as a pendant necklace, but you've got a brooch back on there as well. So if you want to pin it onto a bag or a jacket, you've got that option as well. And we were mentioning earlier on that you could always have the brooch on there. You could convert the two.
There's some really nice deep rich colours on this, and this has actually been really, really popular, and people are getting this already. 10% of the stock's already gone. Before we even started, it was doing really well today. So that is the hummingbird pendant or brooch, and once again we have a refill kit to go with it. So if you make one of those and somebody loves it, you think, I'll make another one, don't need the instructions now, you can do it for somebody else. If you were to make it, do you have to always give it away as a gift, or could you actually sell it and say it was your own?
You're very welcome to sell any of the items from my kits. No problem at all.
Great. What, me? I'm welcome to sell anything here?
You are. You can make them, Richard.
Oh, I wasn't going to make them. I was just going to literally lift everything off the counter and just go off. Just looking at me saying, you're welcome to sell it all. Go for it. So I will do that during the break. Don't worry about that. Thank you for that. That's a verbal contract. So we've got that refill kit. And then here we have some earrings. This one's doing well. Beads by Vachil Beadwork Star Earrings. Now this kit makes not just one of these, or two, or three. It makes the lot, all four, for $14.95, $498,153. Let's go through them and see what colours we have here. What's this first one on the left that we're looking at?
So we've got silver and blue.
Yep.
Then you've got your traditional Christmas star
It looks like
colours.
a Christmas decoration, doesn't it?
Yeah. I thought we'd get a little bit festive. These are Christmas orientated, but you can use them outside of Christmas as well.
Yeah. Again, this is like holly and the ivy, isn't it? Kind of look, or mistletoe. Is it mistletoe I'm thinking of, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, mistletoe look.
So you've got your white and your green and your gold and your red. You will have excess beads left to make more. You've got enough to make 4 earrings. So if you've got other earring hooks, you will be able to make more. And you can mix and match the colours as well. You don't have to stick to my colour suggestions. These
are quite small, so is this suitable for beginners, or is it a bit too fiddly for beginners?
No,
Would you recommend?
Absolutely suitable for beginners.
Yeah.
It's a fairly okay size bead for vision-wise, and I'm going to be demonstrating the technique a little bit later on in the star ornaments, because it's the same technique for the earrings as the ornament. Just on a bigger scale.
I can tell it's simple because the instructions are only 87 pages long. So that's That's good. No, nice simple instructions there, lots of pictures as well, which is good. Moving on, now we have some star ornaments. Oh, by the way, that's 498,153, 498,153 if you want to get that, 14.95. Remember, for 14.95 you'll be getting that, and you'll be getting a gift, a bracelet kit, and that's worth about just under £10. So you're actually getting £24 worth for 14.95 today, which is good. So you can put all that together. Then, of course, you can get this. This is our star ornaments now. Now you've got 3 options here, and you can pick from 3 different colours. But each colour, whatever you pick, will make 2 of these beautiful star ornaments. Let's have a little look at that. There you go. That's one of them there. Now, have they got particular names, these colours here, Rachel?
I haven't actually named these.
Do you want to name them after tank engines by any chance? Should we call this one Gordon?
Do we have a gold tank engine?
Harry, let's go to our Thomas the Tank Engine expert. Is there a gold?
The closest I can think of is brown. So
brown. What's the Toby? Should we go Toby?
So what do we have? Toby?
Yeah. Why does Harry know so much about Thomas the Tank Engine? How old are you? Honestly, how old are you? Right. You haven't got the excuse you've got kids, have you? You're not old enough to have them. So that's that colour. Then we've got this one. We've got the gold and red here. Again, this is very Christmassy, isn't it, Rachel?
They're orientated really for Christmas, but they're ornaments that you could actually have throughout the year. You could have them as sun catchers. You could even, if you like your statement jewellery, you could even wear it as a necklace during sort of festive time. Or if you're buying someone a bottle of wine or something, you could hang them as a decoration on top of the wine.
That's very nice.
Hang them off the tree.
I like that. 198301. What do you actually get in the kit then?
Absolutely everything. So you've got the full instructions. You've got needle and thread, because it's needle and thread work. You've got needle and thread, all the beads for making 2, and the seed beads as well.
We've already got 20% of the blue and silver gone. It's already gone.
Brilliant.
So very popular on the blue and it's always interesting, isn't it, when you have different options for colours, which one takes off more than the other at any given moment. I always find. So there you have it. That's 198301 for that. It's 14.95, and the blue and the silver are doing particularly well. Right. This, I think, is going to be very, very suitable for me, because this is a beginner's bead embroidery starter kit by Vachil. Look at those there. Those samples that we see displayed here and along the bottom here, all of these can be made using this. There you go. This can make up to 12 projects. All of this. Full instructions, obviously, and everything else you need, Rachel, which would be what's this do here? What's the backing here for?
Is that the white? Sorry, I can't see.
I'm looking at the blue, the sort of fuzzy, felty blue.
That's actually a beading mat, which is really an essential thing for jewellery making. Is it stops your beads from taking flight whilst you're working with them.
Yeah, I bet there's a lot of that, isn't there?
Yes.
If you haven't got it.
Even when I've got a mat, it still takes flight, but it helps. And it's easier, it flows much better as well. So in the kit, you've got everything to start your bead embroidery journey. So you've got the backing to stitch directly onto, you've got 12 different cabochons, a Tree of Life cabochon, a hematite, turquoise howlite, cat's eye. So I think there's 12 cabochons in there. There's some porcelain ones. I've done a selection of seed beads so that you can really custom make it. And there's also 4 YouTube tutorials that I've done to make all of those projects that you can see.
Oh, perfect. So you can, if you're struggling a little bit or you need a little bit of a pointer, it's great when you can see a video of somebody doing it, especially the person who designed it. But so you're on screen actually taking everybody step by step through it.
Yeah, so it's actually from 4 Facebook Lives that I've done. Yeah. I do a new live every Thursday in my group.
Yeah.
And I did this to really go alongside the bead embroidery kit. So you get a pattern that shows you how to actually make a pendant, and that is really the crux for all of those other pieces. And I'll take you through how to make a bracelet, earrings, pendant and ring.
Very nice. And you can also get all of this on the website. By the way, it's 551331 29.95. Let's have a look at the website just to remind you that all of the products that you've seen today are on that website with reviews. Look, 5-star reviews we have on there as well. Everything's on there. You can add them to the basket, and of course, when you do, you will automatically receive the gift with purchase that we're giving you today, which is our bracelet kit, one per customer, one of 3 different colours. That will also go in with your order, but obviously you'll want to make sure that once you've put it into your basket and allocated it, you actually check it out. There you go. It's worth £9.45. You can see it. It's on the right-hand side. Worth £9.45 on its own. It's thrown straight. What happened there? Did someone just shut the internet down? What happened there? And you put 10p in the meter. So, by the way, I've learnt a new word today. Cabochon?
Cabochon, yeah.
Cabochon.
Cabochon, yeah.
Cabochon.
Cabochon.
Oh, very nice. I'm going to make a note of that. We're going to see a demonstration now. Rachel, what are we looking at?
We are going to look at the star ornaments, which is exactly the same technique for the earrings. The only difference is the earrings is on a much smaller scale. If we've got time, I'll do a demonstration on the earrings. So, yeah, good to go.
That's good to go.
Let's just have a look at what we're going to be making. So this is the star ornament, and it's all needle and thread work. It's great for beginners as well, so don't worry if you've never done anything like this before. So I've cut a substantial length of thread. All of the details are actually in your instructions, and I've threaded my needle. This is specialist thread, which doesn't stretch. I think if you were to use your sewing thread, it probably wouldn't hold the weight. So this is specialist for beading. So I'm going to thread on 12 beads, and sometimes they need a little bit of gentle persuasion.
You have to have very steady hands to do that, Rachel.
Yes.
Luckily you're as cool as a cucumber.
So leave yourself a little tail. You don't need to tie any knots to start off with on this. We will actually tie a knot in a moment to actually get the circle. Now I think the hardest thing on this is really getting the right tension so that you don't have any major gaps in there. And I think really the key to this is what we call reinforcing, which is going back round the thread path where you've gone and just taking your time. And these are actually fairly quick projects. So I've got my 12 beads on there, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. And then I'm going to go all the way back through those 12 beads. That's what we call reinforcing, is actually just going back through the thread path. Now make sure you hold on to the tail, because I think we've all done it before with beadwork, is where you discover that your beads are coming off as quick the other end. Go all the way around there. So that's our first stage for the foundation ring sorted. Now if you've bought the earring pattern, it's exactly the same technique. The only difference is you're using small seed beads. So we've got 2 ends together there, and we're going to tie a double knot to secure it. So you see how it's quite a good tension on there. So there you've got your formed circle. And then the next part is we're actually going to push the needle through the next bead. Now this will get tied off later on, and I'll show you that in a moment. We're going to add 2 more pearls, skip a bead and go through the next bead. Now it's really important to take your time here so that you've got a nice tight tension.
By the way, I should just say very quickly, Rachel, if you don't mind me just butting in rather rudely there for a second, that limited stock on the blue and the silver now, on the starred ornaments, limited stock. So Not the white, oh, just the blue one at the moment. So we're good for the white one, just the blue one, limited stock. That's less than 10% now of the stock that we have today. So you'll have to get a move on if you want that one there. And we're also limited stock for the beginner's kit, which we just showcased at the end there just a few minutes ago. So obviously lots of people wanting to try out the world of crafting, and in particular beading, embroidery, and this is the perfect starter pack for that. It's our beginner's kit. It's got absolutely everything you need, and we have already gone limited on that 551331. No, but when I say limited, 99% of the stock has gone on the beginner's kit. There will not be many beginners left in this world by the end of this. One more person out there is a beginner, and then after that, everyone's an expert, Rachel. So that's it. You're going to have to come up with expert kits. Back to you.
So we've gone all the way round, and we've added 6 groups of 2. And then the last little part is actually going up into one of the groups of 2. We'll add a seed bead. So this is to make the star point. So keep the seed bead out the way, go back up through the bead, and then go down through the glass pearl and back round to the next one. So we go up into the next group, so you can see how you're forming the point. Now, just one thing to mention is, if you find after you've made it that it's a little bit floppy, do not worry. My top tip would be, firstly, reinforce, so go all the way back round with your thread. And what you can also do is, if you've got a bit of clear nail varnish, is just paint the threads in between, and it will make it really quite solid.
Okay.
So we carry on with that until we've actually finished the star. And then we're going to actually make a loop at the top, which is where we put our organza through to hang it. Now I just want to very quickly show you how that translates into the earrings.
I so wanted to say, here's one I made earlier when you pulled that out. I'm definitely going to say that at some point. I just got to quickly say, we've got a technical sellout on the beginner's kit. So we've got 4 allocated in the baskets, which haven't been checked out yet, but at the moment, technically sold out. We will be able to get these back, but it will then be on extended delivery. So if you, 14th of September, so if you were to put one in your basket after our technical sellout, and after all of our items have completely sold out, you can still get the item, but it will be the 14th of September would be the minimum delivery date on that. It's not that far to wait, but still, it's great. It's gone really well, this one, hasn't it? Sold out, technical sellout on the beginner's kit, Rachel.
Wonderful, thank you.
Oh, we've had an email in, by the way, I should just quickly point out, from Carol Parsons.
Oh,
do you know Carol?
I
Hi,
do
everyone.
know Carol. Hello, Carol.
My kit arrived yesterday to make not just 1 but 2 rings. Super excited. Rachel is such a lush lady. She deserves every success.
Oh, that's
Carol.
so lovely.
That's
Thank
nice.
you so much, Carol.
Lovely.
Oh,
I'll let you
really
get on with that,
lovely.
lush lady. I think my wife's watching, so I want to be careful what I'm saying. Carry on.
So with the seed beads, this is to make the centre of the star, and this is also the technique for making the earrings as well. So this is the centre decoration. So I've followed the same technique, so I've got 12 seed beads, and then I'm going to actually add 2 seed beads. Now, just a top tip when you're working with needle and thread is you don't need to strain your eyes, is just use the tip with your beading mat, the tip of your needle to pop on the seed beads.
I'm so glad you said that, because as you were picking up those tiny beads, I was thinking, what tiny beads? I was really struggling to see. So yeah, that's a really good tip.
And I know the craft store have the light magnifiers as well.
Yeah.
Those are always very handy. So I'm just doing exactly the same. I'm stitching each of the start of the star points.
Now, do you have to do anything to the thread before you start, like condition it?
I like to condition mine with a thread wax. You could even use candle wax alongside it. It just helps. The same stuff as well that people use for general sewing. It just helps for it to stop fraying, and it also helps
Does it make it easier to thread through and to move through the...
It really stops the fraying, and it makes it stop your needle from coming undone, which is a bit of a bane.
Right.
You know, when you're in full flight.
Yeah.
So we're stepping up. So you see how quickly that comes together.
Yeah.
And then we would make the actual star points itself. So the only difference with the earrings is we're just going to put one seed bead in at the tip. Now I did say I'd show you how to tie off as well. But you see how quickly that comes together.
Mm.
And with the star ornaments, in the kit you've got the seed beads to make one of these that goes in the centre. But it is optional. I mean, you could use yours to make a separate set of earrings if you wanted to.
Okay, so it's quite versatile, isn't it?
It is.
198301 is the item number for this ornament set here. It makes two. You choose one of three colours. It then makes two of the star ornaments, which is what Rachel's showing you just now. Phone lines are very, very busy, I'm being told, this morning.
Brilliant. Thank you, everyone. I'm so pleased everybody likes the kits.
1 minute queues at the moment on the phone, so the fastest way to shop is on the website, of course.
So, I mean, that just shows you how quick that was to make, and that would be for the earring.
You just did that in about 1 minute flat.
So this is it.
Well done. That's good. You're not a beginner, are you? I can tell.
If you were to make the earrings, you would just then make a loop of seed beads at the top to actually stitch, to have somewhere to actually put the earring hook. Now if you're actually going to do this for attaching into the centre for the star ornament, is you would just have a couple of seed beads and then you'd attach it across one of the centre beads. So just to finish off with the demonstration, I just want to show people how to tie off. And with tying off, you need to make sure, obviously, your work is secure. You know, you don't want to spend all that time for it to come undone. So what I would do is actually go under or through some threads.
Mm.
And before you pull it tight, tie a knot round it.
This is taking me back to my Cub Scout days, this is. Like tying the ropes, like, yeah.
So you're on your journey already.
Yeah.
I can see a star forming. So you do that in 2 to 3 different places. Also, if you do run out of thread whilst you're doing this, you can tie a new thread in exactly the same way. So a good pair of sharp scissors, and you would just trim that off. Whoops. Got something attached to that. So that's your star
really like
ornament and your little mini star for the earrings or the centre part.
Beautiful. Thank you very much, Rachel. I enjoyed that.
Okay.
That's really good. It's amazing, isn't it? It's so therapeutic, isn't it? Sitting there just quietly
it's
threading
very
beads.
relaxing.
Yeah,
I think
really
like
is.
most crafts, and you know, you can get results quite quickly with those stars as well.
Yeah.
You could make people gifts for Christmas earrings. You've got 4
I
sets
just feel
in
really
the pack.
chilled and relaxed just watching you do that now, but I've got to do something now, and I've got to tell people all about this here. This is an item number 198301. You can choose from 3 different colours. This is our star ornaments that we've been having a look at from Rachel. Where am I? I'm looking. It's just here. That's it. Well, I could see on the screen. I thought, where is that in relation to real life? Oh, it's there. It's next to me. So we've got 3 stars, and we can see different colours. So we've got the We've got silver here, blue and silver I should say, which is just here. There you go. This is on limited stock now, so this is doing very, very well today. $14.95 is how much this costs you. 198301. All available on the website. We've got gold and red, and that's the little design that we just saw from Rachel there. There it is, right in the middle. You can just see that hanging in the little centerpiece there. 40% of that has gone. And then finally, we've got ivory and green. 40% of this, no, 40% of the stock has gone of this as well. So they're doing very, very well indeed. And once you actually purchase one of these, you have it in that colour, but you can make 2 ornaments from that. $14.95, 198301. So this technically sold out a little while ago, but we've got it back on extended now, so very, very popular, but you'll have to wait a little while longer if you were to buy it today, because dispatch would be from the 14th of September. It is our Beads by Virchil Beginner's Bead Embroidery Starter Kit, which is a bit of a mouthful, that, isn't it, Rachel?
Bead embroidery starter kit.
Wow, there's a lot of words in there. And there's a lot of things in the kit as well. Look, you get everything you need to start off your beading and embroidery journey in the world of crafting. You've got the felting mat, you've got backings, you've got full instructions, you've got, let me just, hang on, the cabochons.
Cabochon, yes.
Cabochon, that's it. You've got, is it 12 or 13 of those, I think? There's quite a few, isn't there?
12, I think.
12 of those, yeah. All the beads that you need there as well. Here's some samples of projects that were made from as well. And do the samples vary with this, or do we get the same colours? How does that work?
I've tried to keep the colours as close to the kits there. The Tree of Life, the pendant, the cabochon may be slightly different. The hematite one, which has got a slight frill around it with the teardrop shape, the one next to the Tree of Life, so the pendant that's next to the Tree of Life, that's it that you're homing in on. The one next to it, everything is in the kit for that one.
Okay.
Everything is in the kit for the Tree of Life, although the coloration may vary slightly. The ring that's in there, you've got all the beads for that in the kit.
Down here, yep.
You've got all of the beads for the bracelet, but the cabochon colours may vary slightly. So, yes, within reason, you'll be able to make.
And these earrings as well?
The earrings as well. Again, the cabochons may vary slightly, but the seed beads are in there. I believe, I'm not sure if I've got the earring backs in the kit.
Ah, well, you need to check with whoever's running the company, Rachel. Oh, that's you.
That's me.
So
I
check,
can't remember
check
what's
with
in
yourself. Have a little look at this. There we go. It's 551331 is the item number. The blue and silver we have there. That's on the website, $14.95. That's what you get with the pack. You get all the instructions. Oh, this is sold out. This is sold out. It's gone. It's gone. Okay. But it will be back on extended. And of course, if you like the look of that, we do have it in other colours. We've got it in a golden red. We've got it in a creamy white and green colour as well. So ivory and green, I should say, to give it its precise title. All of those are still available there, but the blue and silver one has sold out and is now on extended. Wow, so it's going very well, isn't it? Should we have a look at something else?
Should we have a little demo?
A little demo, please.
A little demo. We are going over to Harmony Hummingbird. So this is everything that you need comes in this kit, including the printed foundation, which we stitch directly onto.
Yep.
So I'm going to show you the basic techniques, which is all you need in order to complete the actual kit. So whilst it's not sort of a 5-minute project, it's not a complicated project, but it gives you a lot of satisfaction and hours of of beading.
Is it something you would do all in one sitting, or would you spread it over a good few days or sessions?
I think most people would probably spread it over a couple of days, a couple of nights. It really depends on how comfortable you are with using the needle and thread. But most of all is to just sit and enjoy it.
There's clearly quite a lot of people comfortable with it, because half of the stock has already gone.
Fantastic.
Half the stock. So
thank you.
Get a move on.
So
at home. There's not going to be many. By the time we finish this demo, there'll be nothing to demo, will there?
So you've got 2 different size needles in your kit, and the reason why you've got 2 different size needles is because there are some even smaller seed beads in there. I've tried to keep it to as limited amount of small beads as possible to for people's vision, but the size 12 beading needle helps with ease to move better through those seed beads. So that's why you've got 2 different needles in this kit.
Do they have actual different size numbers, the beads? Is that...
Yes.
And what's the smallest you can get?
Well, you can get smaller than 15, but generally 15 is the smallest that most bead embroidery goes to.
And that's when you get the microscope out, is it?
That's the one I've done earlier.
Wow.
Yeah, I didn't really...
Those are little.
Yeah. So you've got, again, you've got specialist beading thread that you've got in the kit. So you want to do a triple knot, first of all. And now, obviously, I've got step by step. You may want to change the order that you do things in, but I've done it to try and make it as easy as possible. So we come in at the back of the foundation so that your knot just locks in place. And first of all, we actually do the outline. So we normally work in groups of up to 4 beads. Now, we work with less around corners because it gives you a more distinct shape around corners. So on that tail, 3 sits quite comfortably. So with my non-dominant hand, I just lock it into position by holding the thread, and then I take a nosedive down after that 3rd bead to the back of the foundation. So you pull that through.
Okay, so that's quite important, the whole non-dominant hand for people who are left-handed or right-handed. Well, that's everybody, isn't it? I've just covered all the bases there. But if you're left-handed in particular, that's helpful, isn't it?
Yeah, it just helps to stop your beads from wavering. It just keeps them more secure as you're working with them. And then we're going to back stitch and pop the needle into the first hole that we did. That's what we call a back stitch. And what that will do is it will bring you up right at the start.
Wow. By the way, two-thirds of the stock had gone about 30 seconds ago. Now 70% of the stock has gone. As I'm speaking, it is going.
Fantastic.
That's how quick it is. So
Thank
really,
you,
if you like the look of this, and I think a lot of you do, you'll need to get this one in the basket pronto.
So I've pushed that needle through those 3 beads, and then I'm going to add another 4. Now this...
80% gone. Sorry, carry on.
This is the crux of it. So this is really all you need to know to be able to do the whole kit. So we're going to take a nosedive down. So that's actually stitching in groups and back stitching. So we're back stitching into the last hole you made. And then you're going to push through those 4 beads. Now another top tip.
Does that tighten it, pulls them all together?
It does. It makes them more uniform.
Yeah.
It makes them lie easier. Now, just a top tip is, as I've just noticed, because your thread just has this tendency to catch on everything. So it helps to just put a little bit of curving into the edges so that it doesn't get hooked on everything as you work.
That's good. That's a good one. By the way, limited stock now, less than 10% of the Hummingbird. It's 062739. If you're liking the look of this, and I think you are all liking the look of this, it's the Beads by Virchil Harmony Hummingbird. You can turn it into a pendant or a brooch. I've just knocked your sample there. I'm so sorry about that, Rachel. There you go, a pendant, or this is the pendant version, obviously. A pendant or a brooch, $24.95, less than 10% left of the stock. It has absolutely flown off the shelves in the last few minutes.
How lovely.
That's good, isn't it?
Well, I'm so pleased everybody
It's just your amazing
liked
demo,
it.
Rachel. As soon as you start putting things together...
I suppose sometimes it's just difficult to visualise how things come together, isn't it, until you physically see someone.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
Then
now I can see you doing that. Yeah.
And then it's realising that, yeah, absolutely, I can do this. So let's just go to one I have prepared earlier, and it'll give you an idea as to where you go with it. So let me turn it round the other way. Sorry, I'm confusing matters now, aren't I, turning it around? So
and how long would that take me, for example, just starting out to do something like that? It would take a good few hours, wouldn't it?
It might take a couple of hours to do it. It does vary with per individual as to how comfortable you feel with it. So what I'd suggest is that you start with the outline first, and it gives it a really lovely definition. Now, whilst I suggest working down the wings first and do the tail feathers, I've done the tail feathers just so that I can do a demonstration on how to fill in some of the detail. And these are the tiny beads that I was talking about here.
Ah, yes,
the
for the
super tiny beads.
By the way, technical sellout on this now. Yeah, so we'll put it on extended. It's 14th of September will be the earliest dispatch date now, but our initial stock has gone.
Wow.
Has gone. That's how popular it was.
So filling in the detail of the wings is we just work in exactly the same way. Now, every now and then, if there's just a sort of a gap for one seed bead, then there's no harm in adding sort of 5 at a time rather than the 4. And you can always reinforce that. And by reinforcing, what I mean is go back down the thread path. So if I'm using the term reinforce, it just literally means go back through the actual seed beads that you've just added. And I'm going to fill in, if we've got enough time, I just want to show you how you go about filling in.
Got about 6 minutes left.
6 minutes.
Rachel. Is that your coded way of saying, tell me what the time is, Richard? So, let's see if we've got enough time. You're used to talking to the other presenters, aren't you? Because they know what you mean when you say that. I'm like, huh? Oh, yeah. 6 minutes. We have.
But you can see how quickly that really does come together. And, you know, I always used to have this vision that really you had to love sewing to love this.
Yeah.
But I've taught it to lots of people who have said, I really don't like sewing, but I love bead embroidery. So
it feels different to me. It's like a it's a different pursuit entirely. It's almost like doing a jigsaw puzzle or something. It's putting something together, isn't it? It's like threading the. I don't know how to put it into words, but for me, it's different with the beads and following a pattern and going around it than it is just straightforward sewing.
And it really made me think, well, actually, yeah, I must stop saying if you love sewing, you'll love this, because it's not the case. It can apply to anyone, whether you've done sewing or not. So filling in some of the details, the first part that we do is filling in the head. I just want to show you as well, excuse the printing on the back, I was just repurposing some of my foundation, is if you want to, if your thread's down here, and you don't really want to tie off, you want to go up there, then I tend to use some of these thread bars to actually reposition my needle. It just saves you having to knot again, and it doesn't hurt. You know, nobody's going to see the back of your foundation, and you can see how quickly you're just ready to start further up the hummingbird.
Great.
So to fill in, so we start with the head. I've tried to design it with lots of different coloured beads so that it gives you lots of different textures and colours. I love the vibrancy of these cobalt blue beads.
got the details of the refill kit underneath. If you wanted to make more than one, of course, you wouldn't have to get the instructions again. You could just get the refill kit, and we're into allocating on that now, so not many left of those. That is the Harmony Hummingbird Pendant Brooch Refill, £14.95. The order number for that, 644728. This hummingbird is just blowing up today, which is a weird thing to say.
It's so nice though, because obviously, you know, when you're taking time to design things, it's always difficult until you put it out there to know whether or not it's to other people's taste as well.
You must get quite a sense of satisfaction when you put something out and that thing takes off, and you think, oh, that's really interesting.
It's really lovely, and it's also really nice to see other people's lilt on things as well. You know, whilst you've got the kit and you've got the instructions, I'm always think, you know, if you want to go off-piste and try something a little bit different, then I think that's how we learn.
Our producer just asked, ask Rachel if she has birds. Does she have peacocks? And like, what is she, the Queen? Not a member of the royal family. No one has peacocks, do they? You're about to tell me you've got peacocks, don't you?
No.
No, of course you don't. Of course she hasn't got peacocks.
Just
what are you talking about?
Just a house full of children. Older children and younger children.
That's enough, isn't it?
It is. So as you can see, this is just working in exactly the same way. Now, just going back to the bead embroidery kit, Richard, is that the principles of the bead embroidery, whilst this is a printed foundation, it's exactly the same principle for the bead embroidery foundation. So perhaps if someone thinks, oh, I don't know if I'm ready to embrace doing, you know, one of the animals, or one of the full kits, but I'd like to give it a go, do a smaller project, then that is ideal, because really with the tutorials that I've done, you can do smaller tutorials, but this concept of the stitching is exactly the same with the bead embroidery rings and pendants.
I love it. It's just like colouring in. I love it. It's we've got just a couple of minutes left on this hour, a minute and a half actually, Rachel, so it's absolutely flown by. If anyone is watching this and they have any questions, how would they get in touch with you?
You can either visit my website or my Facebook group, Beads by Vachil, and they can join in and watch my free tutorials every Thursday night as well.
Lovely jubbly. We're going to leave you doing that. And I've really enjoyed watching your demos today, so thank you very much for that, Rachel. It's been very, very calming. I like seeing, now normally I'd find that stressful picking up little beads that my kids have left lying around in projects, but the way you do it makes it look relaxing.
Thank you so much.
Which is lovely. Now, 062739 is the order number for the Hummingbird Pendant Brooch kit that we have for you today. It's now on extended delivery because it's been so popular, $24.95. The refill kit as well has also done very, very well. The details were at the bottom of your screen there. They will probably, they are at the left of your screen now. $14.95 for that. The order number 644728. My shirt kind of goes with that, weirdly. That's the, it's like, note to self, do not wear a hummingbird style shirt in future. Hummingbird Pendant Brooch Refill, that is, like 644728 if you want to get that. And don't forget, of course, if you were to get anything today, you would get this £9.45 worth gift with the purchase. It's a bracelet kit, and you get one of 3 options. Thank you very much indeed, Rachel.
My pleasure. Thank you so much.
Lovely to do the hour with you. Thank you very much, and I'll see you shortly. I want to say shortly, I mean after felting with Solway Woolscapes, which is in just a moment. Then I'm back for the Clarity 28th birthday weekend, I believe, with Barbara, and that Clarity celebration continues straight afterwards.
Hi, I'm Jo, and I have the pleasure of demonstrating for That's Crafty. That's Crafty are a family-run business that started online in 2005. Initially, as an online business, the company has grown, and Graham joined the business in 2015, and they now produce their own surfaces and stencils. That's Crafty have a wide range of products, including stamps, surfaces, stencils, paints, inks and mediums, all geared up for mixed media and papercraft alike. I hope I can inspire you by bringing along my experience together with the That's Crafty products. So make sure you don't miss the That's Crafty shows.
Hi, I'm Julia Watts from Fairy Hugs. Fairy Hugs are a small family-run company based in Miami Beach in Florida, specialising in high-quality photopolymer stamps. Our stamp designs include fairies, dragons, under the sea, animals, foliage, everything you need to make your own scenes. Fairy Hugs started in September 2020 and was born out of the children's love of everything magical and mystical. On our shows on the craft store, we'll aim to demonstrate how easy it is for you to create your own magical scenes. So please join me for the Fairy Hug shows on the craft store.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. We specialise in high quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter.
Hello there and welcome back. Oh my goodness, I am so looking forward to this hour. Now you, like me, may well be looking at these gorgeous pieces of artwork, looking and thinking what amazing paintings, but they're not. They've been, well, they kind of are paintings, but done with felting wool. I know, how incredible is this? And the fabulous artist behind these is joining me with obviously Solway Woolscapes, as you can see, is the company. Anne, I have to say, your work is amazing.
Thank you.
I love this, but these are all kits that you bring to us.
Yes.
Now, I've not worked with you before. I know lovely Paola got to work with you last time.
Oh, yes, you did, yes.
So
Yeah,
tell me a little bit about yourself and how the whole kind of Solway ethos has grown.
I think we started with a friend of mine introducing me to the world of spinning.
Okay.
And then I started dyeing my wool, and then I thought, I want to do something different, so I started doing some felting. It started up with some wet felting, which didn't go down very well. I'm not going to go down that road. It didn't go very well at all. And it was very disappointing because I ended up with my picture, which I visioned, didn't happen. And so I thought, if I take a needle and I go closer together, I think it would work.
Okay.
And it was, but the problem was finding suitable backing and everything. So it just started from there, really, and I just evolved. There's no books around, no YouTube wanting to tell me. That's how old I am. You know, okay, right. But anyway, I didn't have any sort of help that way. And gradually, I worked away until I was happy with it. And then so I said, oh, I want to buy those. And I thought, oh, well, this is good. You know? And I haven't stopped since. And so I sell my pictures, but the kits have evolved in a different way because this is because of COVID.
Right.
That this is because I always did kits, but just as a little sideline really,
right.
To sell my pictures, and it just exploded. And now I mean, before Christmas, turning out 100 kits a week and selling.
Oh my goodness! And I love it as well because you work with local farmers. We have a little chat, and if you know the history of wool and the pricing of wool, it's very low. It's kind of all established by the Wool Board, but you're very thoughtful and very well. It's kind of a conviction of yours that you want to make sure they get a fair price.
Yeah, I want to buy from local farmers. I want to support the wool thing. I also get some from the animal sanctuary as well.
Okay.
I sponsor Annabelle, and so I get her fleece. I've just got it actually ready to dye, and it's nice having that connection.
Yes.
We're knowing I'm looking at fleece, and I've got blue-faced Leicester here like that. And I've got that from Alistair, and I've got Wylands, which I've got from Ruth up at Old Girth, and I've got some Oxford Down Cross, and I get from Jane, and I can actually pick up. And they're people I
that
deal
connection.
with.
I love
Yeah,
it, and
yeah.
beautiful colours, all hand dyed as well. Incidentally, if you did catch one of Anne's shows before, you will know just how busy we were last time, so you'll know that you need to jump ahead and get involved. We've actually got 2 brand new kits to share with you in a little while as well, so if you do want to invest in new kits, then we've got those for you. But have you seen the prices? My goodness, I don't know how Anne manages to do this, but you can see £15.95 will get you a choice of 4, and these are beautiful, idyllic scenes, and as I said, from a distance, they do look as if they've been painted.
Well, wool's very three-dimensional.
Okay.
So when you pick up something like this, look at all the colours in there. So when you actually felt it in, they pop.
Beautiful,
and so you get distance, you get the dark colours towards the foreground, and so it gives a three-dimensional. So I mean, that's why when I first started selling my pictures and so on, I had to sit and do demonstrations because people thought they were paintings. Oh, they're oil paintings. No, don't. And then that's wool.
Now, with regards to these, obviously there's lots of techniques, and that's what we're going to be learning from Anne during this hour. So we're going to be learning all about sky, because of course skies appear in every single one of these images that you can see here. So you've got choices. So let's kick things off with that fabulous coastal path that you can see here. Already 10% of the stock has gone. Brilliant design, wonderful kit with everything that you need in there to get started. So yeah, we'll be chatting about that in a little while. The next one across from oh, this is lovely. You kind of got that hazy look of daybreak alongside those beautiful poppies there. You can just imagine them wafting around in the breeze. Beautiful design there. So if you're wanting that one, then that one is your daybreak poppies. Then as we work our way down at the front here, since we're working with fleece, we might as well have a reference to a little sheep. And here you go, you can see 2 here, just like that little stream there. This one is called Reflections. Love this one, beautiful, and so much control over where that wool goes. It's amazing. And the final one of this set of 4, should you choose, I mean, you could go for all 4 if you're wanting to. And this one, you've got that little dash of purple in there for that heather. And Heather on the Hills is this one. And I love that kind of, the way that you've got, and this is the thing that I think you've captured beautifully, that kind of hazy cloud that can drop down on the hilltops as you're looking at a scene.
That's so simple to do.
Really?
I was embarrassed actually to show you how simple it is.
Oh, I can't wait to see. Now, if you wanted to get hold of any of your 4 kits, you can, if you want to, go for all of them. They're all on the same item number, but 694768. Now, we were going to go straight over to see Anne with a demonstration, but you found the next kit, and it's a very, very busy one, so I better give you a little bit of details about this one. Now, this one, I love this, experimental. What a fabulous phrase, Anne.
Yeah. Well, it's fun. It's fun to play. I'll be demonstrating shortly how you can literally throw fleece together to create, and it all comes down to the mount as well, and the way you frame it. But it's fun to just have a go.
Yes.
And it's very therapeutic as well.
I love it, and you can see they're incorporating all sorts of other bits and pieces in there. And this one, you haven't got a specific pattern, you have got some information that's going to help you get started, so you can be able to create something incredible the moment it arrives. Maybe you're going to be taking inspiration from photographs, maybe it's somewhere that you've been, or maybe you're just going to let your mind wander with your fleeces and create your design. But you can see there you've got an incredible amount of dimension with regards to this one. So many different ways you can work with it as well, so actually taking your art with you. I love this idea of making these wonderful felted brooches.
You put in your handbag, all kinds of things.
They're gorgeous, but look at the depth. And I love it because you're not losing the texture of those fleeces in the process. Now, this one's a busy one. You're getting a lot for your money. So was that 40%? I wasn't sure whether it said a quarter. I thought, oh, it's a quarter. But then I thought, oh, it did sound like 40. 40% of the stock has gone. You've got loads of different fleeces in here, as you can see. You've also got your brooch backing, and you've got some of your pre-felt, do you call it?
Pre-felt, yes.
It's already formed as a base, which we'll chat about in a little while as well. But what an explosion of colour. You've got everything you need, including your foam, which of course we will know if you've worked with felting before. That is something that you definitely need to have. And you've even got your mounts in there, so you can finish off your projects if you wanted to. So 297343, literally flying out to the point that now half of the stock has gone. This is a nice one as well if you're an experienced felter as well. Gives you a good opportunity to get more goodies for your stash. So on the website you'll find both of those different items I've just been sharing with you. You'll also see those incredible reviews there, 5-star reviews. A couple of them you won't see reviews for because these are your 2 brand new ones. You've got your puffins there and your winter sunlit set. They are absolutely beautiful, and you've already found them. And you've also found that bundle. Have you seen the price of that 100 grams there? £11 and 5 pence. That's a lovely kind of bundle of all sorts in there. And I do like a good experimental bundle. So there you go. Any of those goodies, add into your basket. But because we are so busy, I would advise you to check your baskets out as soon as you possibly can. That way you won't have any disappointment. Now, I can't wait to learn more about this. And the landscape, I mean, this is the thing that is key, but it's the sky. The sky can change so much.
It can, and in fact, where I live, it can change in a matter of just a few minutes. I'm just going to take, this is the backing I use. It's just an ordinary polyester wadding.
Okay.
It's nothing special, but the thing is, it's been needle punched for quilting, so it actually takes the needle quite well.
Okay.
Just a little safety issue here, Hayley, which is really important. This is extremely sharp. In fact, earlier on, I was watching this up here, Barbara demonstrate. I thought, well, that's great. I'm doing like that, straight through my finger.
Oh, no.
And it's just down here. And I thought,
oh, dear.
So I've cleared the blood.
Oh, dear.
But it is extremely sharp. And down here, there's little, it's almost like a fish hook.
Yeah. Yes.
So as you put it in, it goes in clean, but it comes out painful.
Really still for us,
Yeah.
and we must get the camera to come and have a little look at that, because it does vary to the actual needles that you might have come across previously. You can see it's kind of tapered there, and it goes in thinner at the end. So
extremely sharp. So if you're working with children, make sure they're well supervised.
Okay, fair enough.
So because it is very sharp. And the important thing is you have to pretend you're a human sewing machine, up and down, up and down, up and down. Don't try and bend it. It's not flexible.
Okay.
It just snaps.
Right.
Or it will slightly bend and it will snap, and it could snap in your work.
Ah, okay.
Okay, so that's our equipment. And the foam is just to protect your needle.
Okay.
So you're working away, and it's not going to go hit anything. There, I use a 2-inch block, and that's what's in all the packs. Obviously not this size, but because I do a lot of felting. Yeah, it's very important you have it enough depth. And I tend to work with something this sort of size because I do a lot of felting, so I rest my wrist. So when you're working, don't go like this, because you will get a dreadful strain down here eventually. You need to rest your wrist and then work away, and just be very relaxed about it all. You don't have to really give any thought to what you're doing. Unless somebody has really, really upset you, then just go for it.
Or you're watching Barbara.
That's right, yeah, that's right. So I'm just going to take some white, and I'm going to lay it on here, use the heel of my hand. I'm just going to pull it down. And you don't put a lot on.
So with the white, is this undyed?
Yes, it's undyed. This is Cheviot wool I've used here. And then you want to plan your picture first of all. So I'm going to put some blue in. So this is just going to be an ordinary sky, and I'm just putting little layers on. I don't know if they can see that properly. Yes, good.
It's beautifully wispy.
And just down here, I tend to go for a slightly darker shade down here.
Okay.
And I'll show you the reason why shortly when we're working away. Now, and then all you do is you just felt it all in using your needle. I tack it in as I go along. You don't have to work as quick as this, but it's like
just covering the area.
Just covering the area, yeah, and just bring it all in and working with the shape, so you can see I'm going at a slant rather than straight across. You want to get a feeling of movement in your picture rather than. So it's just the way down here.
And can you work from maybe if you've got a photograph or something like that?
Oh, easily, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's great. If you're working for a photograph, a good idea. I don't know if I've got a pen handy here. Yes, I probably do. Is if you work for photograph, a good idea is that you can take the photograph and actually take a pen and just draw shapes.
Oh, okay.
Like that,
Yes.
just outlines, which is quite a good little tip.
Oh, just very quickly, I just need to mention that experimental kit. You probably noticed it pop up on your screen there. It's gone green, limited in stock. So if it's in your basket at the moment, you need to be checking your baskets out with regards to that one. For immediate dispatch, you need to check your basket out straight away. 297343. You will see at the bottom of your screen, we are busy on the phone lines as well. So website is a place to go when it comes to ordering. And you can see there now, it's technically sold out, that bundle. Now, if you do want to get hold of this one, we've had a little chat with Anne, and we are able to bring it to you on extended delivery. So that's where we're working from now. 10 minutes into the show, we knew it was going to be busy. So if you're wanting to get involved, it's the same item number. You don't have to worry about that. But we're just looking at the 11th of September to give Anne an opportunity to get everything together. So there you go, working on the same number again, 297343. Sorry, Anne, please.
That's
carry
okay.
on.
Now this is all been dyed in sunset colours. You can see all the lovely colours there.
Beautiful.
So it's already there. You don't have to blend anything. You just throw it on. So I'm going to do a daybreak now. So I'm going to take a little bit of lemon, and I'm just going to put it across here, just in the daybreak poppies. You can see there. So I'm just putting a little bit of lemon in. just along here, and then a tiny bit of white on top to soften it again. There we are. And again, I'll just felt that in.
Reminds me a lot of when we have our watercolour painting shows. It is almost like you are using
it is. It's very much like that. Important thing, always work with a mount.
Okay.
Even if you just cut on a cereal packet, it doesn't matter, because when you lay it on, you get an idea of how you're going with proportions.
That's a good bit of advice, like that.
Yeah, so just on there. So now I'm going to turn this into a sunset.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Right.
so I'm going to start with some red at the bottom, and I'm going to put some orange in.
You're only using the tiniest amount.
Only the tiniest amount, but you can see there. And then I'll put a little bit more white up here, and just lay it on until you're happy, and always a little bit of blue. So you can see just there how it looks. Now, oh, it took a bit off with me. That was meant to happen. Okay, I'm just going to put that in here. And where the sun is setting, that's towards the lower part of the picture. So I'm going to put the darker little bits in here. Now, the biggest problem I've heard when I'm talking to people who felt it, oh, yeah, my picture's fine, but I've got all these holes in it, you know, and it doesn't look good.
Okay.
You just have to bear in mind, you're creating a picture, it could go behind glass, but you don't need to put behind glass, you know, because but it's not going to be worn or anything. So a little tip here is to just take the iron. Have I switched it on this time? Last time I'd forgotten.
Oh,
couldn't get it going. I'd forgotten to switch it on.
Okay.
I think I may have, I think I have actually. Let me just climb over everything. Yeah. And then just place your iron on here.
Yeah, it's a bit tricky for us to actually see where you are at the moment.
Right,
So
okay.
have we got it? Oh, we've got the camera there now. Fabulous.
All right, okay. I'm just going to place it on there, and I'm going to put it on here and just steam it.
Oh, okay. So the heat and the steam's not an issue.
Yeah. Oops, that's gone the wrong way. Yeah, and just let that steam work away at it. And that actually almost looks as if it's been felted.
Oh, but
so you can see you can see the difference there.
Oh, look at that.
Already on this one, the larger picture, this is the largest sunset I've done.
Oh, look at this.
You can see that on here. You can see
looks
that.
Beautiful.
And with a mount, I mean, you can take, which I've lost already. You can just lay that on here, like that, and you can see the difference it makes. Just using them.
I guess it's one of those pieces of artwork that can kind of continue to grow if you're wanting to. But until you mount it, obviously, then yes, you can't do much more.
The biggest problem is, when do I stop? You know, because you're working away. So,
oh yeah, the hours can pass by. Now I'm just going to give you the details of those 4 different options that you've got, because you're loving these, and they are brilliant because you've got different scenes. But again, it's the sky that's the starting point. It's the sky that almost gives you that feeling of a picture, isn't it? It gives you that warm sense of the sun setting, maybe cozying down for the evening, or the frostiness of a winter morning. And of course, the beauty is you've got that whole array of different colours. So not only have you got the right colours for the sky, but also your landscape as well. Now, each 4 of these do come with individual instructions and guidance, and that's the beauty of these. So if you're going for yours, you will see that you'll get a picture that gives you an idea of what you're aiming to achieve. This is only a guidance, though. Of course, you might decide that you're wanting to do it slightly different. You might want to add more sheep in. You might want to add more trees in. You will get all the information from the lovely Anne to explain to you exactly what you're needing to do. Now, she has suggested you do visit her website. The reason being is that she's got a video on there. It's about 25 minutes long, where it's showing you lots of different techniques on how you can work with these as well. So that's always a good opportunity. And of course, when you get your kit through, you'll have all of those contact information details there, so you can jump onto her website. But if you're wanting your coastal path, now we're looking at the fabulous heather on the hills. I love that injection of purple in there. And of course, as you've seen from Anne working there, she's only using the smallest amounts. So can you imagine just how far all of that wall felt, that wall tops is going to go? And I love this because you've got, and do you hear the reference to all the different sheep's names? I love it. But you've got it literally as it's been dyed, with the curly bits in there, with the fluffiness in there as well, the beautiful colours coming through. And of course, with hand dyeing, it gives you that gradient of colour. It gives you that sorry, that mix, should I say. The mix that is so useful for when you are getting your palette to create your artwork. Then across the front there, you've got your additional bits and pieces. You've got your felting needles. They're going to be packaged to keep your fingers neat and nice and safe, should we say. So they're going to be in there. I'm guessing with those needles, have you got different kind of thicknesses of those felting needles?
They're all 38.
So they're all exactly the same, because I know sometimes you
a good
go
generic
smaller,
one, a good
like
generic
that.
one, yeah.
And then your natural pre-felt. So is this what we would use as our base in the same way as you were showing us?
Yeah, that's for maybe the coastal path. You can cut out shapes as well and just then go over them. It gives you the outline, because it's quite difficult sometimes to get proportions. But if you can trace a shape of like a lighthouse, you just trace it and then cut it out, just like a pattern, like applique, and just put it straight on.
I'm just thinking about stamps that you might have in your stash, outline stamps. Maybe use those as your pattern and then felt the image.
Why not?
Oh, it'd be amazing. Love it. So if you fancy getting hold of one of your 4 kits for just £15.95, the details are there. 694768. We've got a bit of a queue system, well, situation, should I say, not system, building, and we're looking at 6 minutes, so apologies for that, but make sure you're keeping a note of everything. I'm going to go through a few more kits as well as we go, because we've obviously only introduced the first 2, and I know many of you do shop on the phone lines rather than website. Now, the experimental kit, this sold out. It's come back into stock, and I'd like to give you an update, but it's actually sold out again. So, right, okay, we have had a little chat with Anne again, I think. So now we're going on to extended delivery, and it is just approaching 10:20. That's how busy we are with regards to these. So we're looking at the 14th of September this time, so just an extra few days on top of that previous, but it's still worth getting hold of. Of course, this is your experimental kit, so there's no actual pattern as such in here, but you have got guidance, you have got suggestions, you've got the information, and obviously the link to get onto Anne's website, so as you can follow that video to give you some ideas of how to get started. 297343, brilliant value for money. I'm glad so many of you are getting involved with that one. But if you want something with a little bit more structure, like the kits that we've seen earlier on, then we've got more to share you with these. And I love these because this is a set of 4. You're going to get all of these. It's limited stock already. I'm glad you're shopping ahead. It's so busy. It's incredibly so. And this is beautiful because you've got those small pieces, but this is clever because by adding that large amount, you really do make these into substantial pieces. And they remind me a little of the artwork that we saw a few moments ago with those gorgeous heather elements in there and those gorgeous skies. Anne, these are fabulous.
Thank you.
I love the design. So are these kind of evoked from thoughts and scenes or photographs?
I think it's more of a collage of what surrounds me.
Okay.
I mean, I've got the hills behind me. I've got the sea in front of me.
Oh.
I'm surrounded by sheep, lots of sheep, and you know, and it just sort of the colours. And that's what I work with. That's why I enjoy working with.
I love that. And that one that we just looked at, almost like a wintry look to it as well. So you've kind of got the countryside through the seasons with these as well, which I think is a brilliant idea. Now this one, as I said, has now technically sold out. It's going to come back again on extended delivery, and again we are looking at the 11th of September again, so if that is one that you fancy getting hold of, again please be quick. 525996 is the item number with regards to that one. So everything that we've shared with you so far we have seen previously, and as you can imagine they sold out previously when Anne was here with Paola, but now we're going on to new areas, new pieces of artwork that you have found already, and again beautiful pieces. The puffins. So do you see puffins in the area of where you live?
Not where we are, but not far away. But, especially Northumberland, further down you can get them as well, and going up the coast. But the thing is, I just love puffins. I lived in Shetland for a while, and I just, you know,
they've got that look about them.
Yeah, they have, and they're quite cheeky in a way. So you can play around, and you can make them realistic, or you can make them comical, or whatever, you know, or cartoony. It doesn't really matter. They're going to have a character about them anyway.
Beautiful, I love it. Now again, comes with full instructions, so again you're going to get started. You've got everything you need, including your needles there as well, and again a huge array of different types of wool in there, obviously hand dyed as we've seen and heard from Anne, but some kind of wool tops with personality, I would say, with these. I love it. We'll learn some more of the names when we go back, I think, because I like the idea of knowing the name of your sheep. So 40% of the stock of this one has gone, so 936484 if you fancy getting involved. £16.95. So again, again, if this is one that you like the look of, then this is what you're going to be kind of steering towards if you choose. You've got kind of creative license though, so of course you can change it a little if you choose as well. And another new kit that we've got for you is this one. Now this time we're looking at that winter sunset, and this is beautiful. I mean, we saw just how quickly and easily a sky can start to form, but look at this. Kind of got that dip between the two kind of hillsides here, and it's almost like a pathway going through. It looks amazing. Love it. Absolutely love this particular one. Then you've got your sheep at the front there as well. And it has got that kind of frosty winter morning feel, this one, Anne.
Yeah, I think you can do that because there's a lot of grey in it. And I'll be incorporating some grey with the sunset in a moment and show how you can bring the sunset into the hills.
Yes.
And that's a secret. It's the same when you want to put mist on the hills. There's a little technique you can do. And again, it's using a steam iron. And
fabulous. We'll look at that in a moment. And of course, it says sunset there, but it could be daybreak if you wanted it to be, couldn't it, as well? Because they're very similar in different ways. 333-760 if you wanted that one. Again, a very affordable £16.95. Now, another bundle that you've found. Oh my goodness. Now, in the time that we've been chatting, and we've been having a lovely time, and I do apologise because obviously we haven't got to show you everything. So this has sold out already. But we're not getting too concerned because it's now back on extended delivery. And again, it's the 11th of September. Again, though I say we're not getting worried, we are a little bit because it's flying out again. So 226927, again, a fabulous array of different wool tops there. So whether you're wanting to take inspiration from the techniques that you're learning from Anne and create your own, or maybe you are already a seasoned felter and you need to add to your stash, but a wonderful way of doing so, and so affordable. It's limited stock again as well. How you can manage to get so much within that bundle. I mean, even if you only get 4 colours, I think £11.05, I'd be thrilled to bits. But you're getting this huge, obviously it doesn't come in the crate, just to warn you that, but you're getting all this variety, all the different colour gradients in there, and it's one of those things that you are going to love to work with. Oh, it's just so soft. Ooh, lovely. 226927 if you fancy getting hold of yours, but please be quick, and I think some of you will be going for multiples of those as well. So yeah, wow. Busy old hour. Whether you're shopping online or on the website, then you need to be placing your order quickly. So just make sure you are doing that. So Anne, we're going to come back to you.
Okay.
So what would you like to show us next?
I'm going to put some hills in. I've got some grey here. I'm just going to place that on here, and I'm going to start planning out some hills and putting a little bit of green along the bottom, along here. And what you need to do when you put hills in, you follow the line. So I go like that, and the hills don't go like that or straight. They tend to go bumpy. So I'm going to go follow my line down here. As you can see, I've gone into the sunset I've got here.
Okay, yeah.
A little bit. So I'm shaping that all the way down. And up here. And I'm taking some black. This is the most important part of needle felting during a picture. You want to take a little bit of black and outline it. It's just as important when you're doing cross stitch. You do it, you think, oh, that was great, and then it says outline with black. You think, oh, for goodness sake, it doesn't make much difference, but it does. It makes a big difference.
Kind of gives definition, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
So you treat it like a bit of thread. So you put your needle in here, and you draw it up and along here. And you can see there the difference that's made already.
Yes.
And then I can use this to create more hill up here.
Gosh, doesn't it make a difference?
It does. It makes a real difference. And I can do the same up here. And normally I do this right at the end, but I think people lose the will to live.
Not at all. It's fascinating
watching it.
I mean,
So
we're only about halfway through the show, and it's just fascinating to watch.
And I'm going to put in. I don't actually have a plan, by the way. You probably think, I've come on here. I just sometimes a picture tells you where it wants to go.
And this is nice as well because I'm sure we'll have viewers at home that might not have a photograph or something like that to work from. So it's nice to know that kind of organic way of working.
It is. It is very organic. And then I can lay. I'm going to take a little bit of the lemon and I'm going to lay that across here. So you've got the sunset coming into the hills. And then what I would do is just put the steam iron on it.
Okay.
And that would flatten it. And then that's my little pathway coming through. If I wanted, I could put water in there. I've got some here. Some I did earlier. let me just have a look. I've got this one I've put water in here.
Okay.
And these are all different stages. And this one I've just put hills in and lots of front. Now,
so when you say you've put water in there, you mean water in the scene,
like a
not
lark,
you've got it
whatever.
wet?
So I could put water in here. So the way I would do it, but you have to bring it in. I need to put a bit more green, I think, in and put a bit more colour in. Just bear with me while I just throw some bits on.
Now talk to me about the different sheep. I love the fact that you know these sheep's names.
Yeah, well, I know what type they are because I can by the feel, and I know where I get them from. This is very, very soft. This is a Shetland I'm using actually at the moment. But and Rylands, the Rylands are beautiful to work with. They're just lovely because they're very soft, very springy. But I use a lot of lamb's wool as well, which is from a crossbreed, and that's very short.
Yes.
So that's handy for doing bits at the front, like grass and etc. So each one has its own personality.
So do you
every
kind
breed.
of change the wool top out dependent on which part or what result you're trying to get, or is it like with trees you'd always use a certain type?
No, it's just whatever. I just play with it until I'm sort of happy. And I think, well, and I think, oh, I need a bit more bounce. I need a bit more. For instance, like if I want flowers or something like that, I want something like this. Blue face less, lots of curls.
See those little kind of curly bits. Is that down to the type of sheep?
Yeah, the blue face less is very curly. So when you're using that, I usually use my scissors, which are here somewhere.
Little tiny.
I work like this at home, by the way. I'm sorry, but I sort of really good intentions.
Very happy place you are.
Yeah, and then if you pull it apart like that, it stretches out.
Okay.
And it has this long piece here. And look at that colour in there. So if you could I could lay that on here.
Ooh,
and I can felt that in. And that tiny little bit of pink. Look at the difference it makes.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it? Now, I've now got pathway. Now, that could be a pathway, but I could make it water. This is the biggest problem people have, is putting water in. They tend to put a big puddle in.
Okay.
You really want to lay it across your work that you've already done. And bring it down and go along, following, so that it's going like that, in this sort of zigzaggy kind of pattern.
So you can kind of cover over areas with a lighter colour. Sometimes that's tricky with things like paper crafting and watercolour.
Yeah, this is very forgiving. If you do make a mistake, don't worry about it, just go over it. I wish whole life was like that sometimes.
Oh, yes.
And but I'm going to take a little bit of my black, and I'm just going to put little bits along here. All these techniques, by the way, are in the leaflets. And can I just mention at the moment, Hayley, something I should have said earlier on. When people get their packs, they'll probably find there's colours in the pack which are not in the picture.
Okay.
If I was to put in what you needed just to do the picture, you'd probably end up with a handful like that.
Oh, right.
You'll probably have problems selling that.
Okay.
So I put in lots of colours, so there's enough to do the picture and perhaps 2 or 3 more projects.
Oh, I love that idea.
So
yeah, you can get a bit of free rein with those additional colours. And I was touching on the fact about your little video we were chatting about earlier.
Yeah.
So that's on your website.
Yes, it is, yeah.
So
and it's 25 minutes long.
Okay.
And it just covers how to do a landscape from beginning to end, including how to put the sheep in, how to put trees in, that kind of thing. And it does it step by step.
Love it.
And you can pause it and rewind it and so on.
But don't worry, you do get full colour instructions with your kit anyway, so if you don't have access to look at the internet, then don't worry, you are going to be able to find your way with the instructions that your kit comes with as well.
So if you have, so there's our picture now.
Oh, look at that.
Do I need to turn it round?
No, it's fine.
No, that's okay.
Don't worry. But doesn't it look different when you do?
Yeah, it does. I've done a bit brighter because obviously with it being in the studio, you want to be able to see more colour. But you can soften it down. But that's that. When I'm talking about different colours, so I'm talking about being organic, just throwing something together. This is just a long piece here. And I've just put lots of different colours all the way down, and all the bits and pieces I would have left over from a kit or from the experimental pack. Just put it in one long line. Now, if I was to use I use a lot of square mounts, you probably gathered that by the way. But if you were to place that on here,
That's one scene. Oh,
you can see lots of different. You can see all different scenes. So you could add, for instance, you put some oyster catchers on there.
Yes, you could.
Little oyster catchers or whatever. But also, if you have some fabric with oyster catchers on seagulls, you can put fusible webbing on, peel it off, sorry, and then just put it on. So you can actually apply fabric on top of your
lovely
felted
idea.
picture.
And it's okay to actually cut it, say, with scissors to make it into different pictures.
Oh yeah, that's it. I do it quite often sometimes because I do make mistakes, and I look at something and think, oh, what was I thinking of, you know?
Oh, bless.
And then I thought, oh, that's what I make 4 pictures. And then this would be great if you had some shells.
Yeah,
get some shells off the beach and just hot glue them on.
Definitely.
On the country, so not the country one, the experimental one.
Yes.
At the front, you'll see this little brown, little rocks and so on. That's actually pistachio shells.
Oh, really?
And I just stitch them on. And then down the bottom here, you can see that's another picture. So I've got 4 pictures out of one long length.
I love it. And that is so refreshing because obviously you have to be careful with regards to shells and the nature, but I love the idea of pistachio.
And just hot glue them on, and there you go. You can hot glue anything onto anything.
Now I'm going to do a quick recap if that's okay, because I think we need to have another chat with Anne because we are incredibly busy. Oh, feast your eyes on these pieces. They are absolutely beautiful. And the idea is that you're going to be able to build your scene. Now, as Anne quite rightly said, she's including the wall tops for you to create your design that you're choosing. So if you're going for the one with the light icing, you'll get your red in there. You'll get that gorgeous heather colour purple and so on. But you'll also get additional colours in there, which might not be part of your picture, but they kind of give you that license to go on and create even more. And that is the beauty. She's been so generous with regards to these kits. So it's one of those situations that you'll be able to make this project, and then once you've created that, you don't have to kind of think, oh, that's it, it's come to an end. You can go on and create more as time goes on. Love the gradients of colour. Don't forget, these are all hand dyed, locally sourced to Anne as well. So she's keeping that kind of ethos going. She's buying these fleeces at a very good price from her local farmers. She's turning them into these amazing wall tops using the different dyes that she works with, and then she's giving you that indication, an idea of how you can actually work with these. So you've got your 4 different options. Your lighthouse, you've got your poppies, and then you've got your heather down at the front here. This is kind of just giving the different names, and then you've got your, what was the reflections? So the 2 at the bottom, reflections and your heather, these are 2 of the favourites, a neck and neck, which makes me think that maybe you're going for both of those kits. I don't know, because they do sit very well together, don't they? So if you're wanting those at 697, at 768, 4 options, you can choose whichever you go for. And of course, if you want to go for multiples, you can do. Now the experimental kit, this one has caused a bit of a stir. It's limited stock. I can't remember how many times it's been limited stock now. I can't keep up. It's sold out twice. Now I think we've got, and it's limited again. So yes. So this is your last chance now, I think, with regards to this one. We are bringing it back to you again on further extended delivery. But I think, is that going to be it then after this? That's it. So yeah, poor Anne, she's going to be up to her eyeballs in fleeces when she gets back. So £16.95 if you're wanting this set. With this one, you've kind of got an inspiration set. So just very quickly to show you, you've got your artwork that you've got there. So it's giving you some ideas, and it's an experimental kit because you can play around with the design, make it into whatever you want it to be. Of course, full instructions with these, but whether you're going to make it and put it into a large piece, as you can see here as a wall hanging, or whether you will take little segments as we saw. This is a beautiful idea, is taking the mount, and I love this idea, taking that mount and using that mount in different areas, seeing different scenes evolving within your artwork. That is the beauty. Yeah, I don't need to say anymore, it's gone. Thank you to everybody again. Keep a note of the item number and keep an eye on your schedule. I'm sure that Anne will be back with us as soon as we can possibly get her back here. But for the time being, that one has sold out. So thank you for your interest with regards to that one. But good news, we have got more to share with you. This is a lovely set because you're getting all 4 of these. And these are lovely because, again, you've got the idea, you've got the inspiration with these, you've got everything that you need within here. All you need to do is make sure that you have got your foam to actually work with. So if you've already got that, then you've got everything else in here. You've got your wall tops, you've got your fabulous needles, they're featuring in here as well. And again, you've got that gorgeous inspiration. The mounts, a brilliant idea because you're working with a small piece, a small design, but by adding that large amount, you're straight away making it a much larger piece. And I love it because you're almost isolating that small artwork and really drawing the eye into the centre of that piece. Isn't it beautiful? Amazing, all 4 of these. It's almost like you're looking at the different seasons of the year, and indeed you could do that if you wanted to. Yeah, lots of idea and lots of scope. I love that sunset down at the front there, absolutely beautiful. So 525996. 996. Aren't they gorgeous? And again, I love this, just enough felting in there to keep the wool in place, but you're still getting the essence of that curliness that we saw with the fleeces as well. Brilliant combination. 525 996, just £16.95 for all four. No wonder it's been a popular one. As have our brand new kits to you as well. So lots of you have been taking advantage of these, featuring the cheeky little puffins, and they can be very cheeky, and they're just so distinctive, aren't they, with their gorgeous colouring that you've got there, that lovely white belly that you've got there. And again, you've got all of the colours in here. Indeed, you've got more colours than you will actually need, but you can see you've got your heather there. Maybe you're going to be incorporating that gorgeous sea going off into the distance, and then of course it starts changing into the sky with your design there. The birds taking flight there as well. Just beautiful design. Of course, you've got more than enough for your piece, and then going on to your second, maybe even third piece afterwards, because of course, as you've seen, a little really does go a long way, and these are just so soft. You're going to love working with these. 936 484. If you fancy getting hold of your kit, look at all of this that you're getting. You're going to get your base there as well. You're also going to get your felting needles, and of course that all important black that we learnt about, so as you can add that outline, and of course the fabulous feathered backs, as you can see there, of your wonderful puffin. So 936 484. You're wanting to get hold of that one. And your winter sunset, I mean, this is an idyllic scene, so beautiful. I'm thinking about whether you could, and I might ask Anne this question in a few moments, if you've got things like Angelina fibres and different whispers that you might want to incorporate to add a bit of sparkle, to add a bit of a shimmer, maybe to give it that kind of frosty look, then maybe we can do that. We'll check that out with Anne in a moment. But 333 760, again, a comprehensive kit within this one, with all your different wool tops, and obviously you've got your base there, as you can see, with your needles. So all you need to do is organise your mount, and of course a frame if you choose to go down that route. 333 760 as well. Now, I have to be the bearer of bad news, I think, with regards to the last item. It has completely gone now, and we can't get any more of these. So it pays to get involved as early as you can in shows like this. So I'll give you the item number. We have a brand section. You may be able to revisit this at some time, but what I will say is if it's in your basket, you need to be checking your basket out, because the last of the stock that's available is now sitting in people's baskets. So if you are one of those people, please check your basket out, and it will be on its way to you from the 14th of September. 226 927 if you're wanting to keep a note of that item number. So Anna, I was asking there about a kind of Angelina fibres, bringing in, incorporating other type of, well, you went about fabrics, so I'm guessing you can do that, can you?
Well, I'm very much a textile artist rather than just a felter. And I incorporate all kinds of things, bits of cotton. If I've got lots of wool left over that I've spun, I just knit long pieces and I just chuck it in the washing machine, and then I felt it, and then I work on it. I incorporate all kinds of fibres, and I put silk in quite a lot, silk fibre as well,
yeah.
and silk actual fibres which I've dyed, and I just incorporate those in. And the thing is, when you're using, especially if you use the gummy kind of silk, you know,
yes.
you can just literally iron it on.
Oh,
and so you can use all kinds of stuff.
Oh,
it's, you know, obviously it's too much to cover on this show, but,
no,
but you know, but it just shows you the way you can go forward all the time.
Yes.
It's the same with using pre-felt, hand-dyed pre-felt. I mean, I had great fun with that, which I'll be showing in just a moment, and I incorporated.
I'm just thinking of my own stash. I mean, I'm a soft crafter. I've got bits of all sorts, bits of hessian.
Yeah, I heard actually. You've got a very impressive stash.
Oh yeah,
I read your bio.
Oh yeah, I'm moving into a craft cabin which is 3 metres by 5 metres, and I'm already getting a little bit worried because I think it's too small. But anyway, there we go. But yeah, using little bits, like you say, it could be embroidery silks that you've got bits left over from. It could be hessian. It could be all sorts. I love it.
A lot of stitching as well.
Yeah, very much. So, we're having a lovely chat. Sorry, I'm here for work, aren't I? So, let's go back over to Anne then. So, what was it that you wanted to show us? We've got about 15 minutes or so
Yeah,
left.
I'm going to work with the pre-felt. We've used that in a couple on the country collection and things like that. It's actually white when I get it, but I hand dye it. So you can see here a piece of a hand dyed. And I just cut little pieces out that I'm going to use. Go and have a feel. You're excited with that.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's very, very soft.
Oh,
it's used to speed up wet felting. But so I've cut little bits off here, and all you do is just lay it on, and you just go along the outline of it as if you're stitching it.
Okay.
So I bring it along here, and then at the front here I'm going to take a little bit of green, and I can incorporate a little bit of fleece. The 2 small pictures on the experimental kit, I know they've sold out, but they're gone. Okay, fine. Been packed away already. Anyway, I've got a piece here. You see how I've incorporated it, so now it looks like part of the picture.
Okay.
Yeah, you can see that that's pre-felt I've used on there, incorporated.
So
I've got
to work alongside your fleece tops.
Yeah, so what I've done is I just tied this up a little bit, but I just put some bits of pre-felt, and I did some of the blue along here, and I've done some greens, and I've put the ordinary on there. And so if I was to lay my, here we go, lay that on here, you see the effect you get from it.
Beautiful.
And
I
it's
can't
lovely.
get over the difference when you
and
put
you can
them out.
stitch on it as well, so you can put nice stitching. Can I just mention, people who, there are a lot of people who do embroidery as well, and incorporate other mediums really with this. If you were to take some fusible webbing in the dividing that you can sew through, and iron that on the back of your work, and then put a steam iron on there, you could actually machine stitch on it as well, and just go around outlines, etc. Rather than having the felting machine. And also you can hand stitch it very easily because it stabilises it. And so that's another dimension.
So because you can add that stabiliser to the back, does that mean that it doesn't necessarily have to go into a frame? I mean, could you use it as a panel on the back or things like that?
All kinds of stuff.
Imagine walking around with your art.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. But it's so simple, really, and you don't need. People say, "Oh, well, I'm not really an artist." You don't need to be. The colours do it for you. You pick up this, and you can see all the different shades. That's it. There's your coastline. Let's just put together. Let's put a little bit grey in there.
We've had a question come through now. Obviously, you'll know as a textile artist, often you want to sell what you've made. So people are just checking. The angel policy with this, is it okay for people to take inspiration from the artwork, make their pieces and sell them?
Yes, it is. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because it's. I always hope that people will get inspiration, perhaps start their own businesses from it, and so on.
Oh, yes.
And then I'm going to put some blue up there. Now you can see there all those colours that I've got in there already, and that's just from, there you are, your hills, the coast, a little bit of white in there, and do you know what, I haven't even felted it.
Look at that.
And it's just all your colours, and then, and I do that quite often if I'm not sure if I'm doing a big picture, I'll put things like that on there. I think, oh well, quite like that. I like that combination.
That, get some ideas.
Yeah, that's the important thing. To grow in craft, you have to play.
Yeah, very much.
Yeah, and it's relaxing.
To kind of relax the boundaries as well, because you were talking about when you're working, to be very forgiving, because sometimes when you start, you might look at it and think, oh my goodness, this isn't going the way that I planned.
Right,
but to keep at
it's just a good thing. It's not. You know yourself, you're a crafter. Sometimes it will take you down a different road.
Yes.
And you think, that works.
Yes. And sometimes you have to put it to one side for a while, because you kind of...
I've done that a few times.
Stop living things, don't you, and then revisit it at a later stage.
I've done that many times.
Now, just very quickly, I just mentioned the pack that I've got to the side of me here. This is the one where you've got the set of 4 in there. This has been a very popular one throughout, and you can see it has completely gone now. So, as I say, all of the extended delivery stock, that has now been exhausted, so thank you if you got involved with those. Of course, any of these kits, you can keep a note of the item number. We may see them back at some stage, but certainly not today. I'm going to be champion to make sure that we get Anne back as soon as we possibly can. We do still have this particular set available. Now, this is made up of 4 different options. So you can go for them all together if you're wanting to, or you can just choose them. So, of course, you've got your gorgeous landscapes, and we've been learning how to create those wonderful skylines, those gorgeous kind of sunrises and sunsets. And, of course, adding that water if you've got those gorgeous kind of a pond or a stream, things like that. Love it. Absolutely amazing. Now, the lighthouse is one that I think is quite a striking image. You might have taken photographs when you've been on your holidays of a gorgeous scene that's really taking your breath away. And this reminds me of a certain scene when we were down in Cornwall. So something like this, if you wanted to create something like the lighthouse, you've got quite a distinctive gap between those different colours. Is that tricky to achieve?
Not really, because I've used white pre-felt. So I've cut my shape of the lighthouse out, laid it down.
You haven't got a bit of pre-felt. Could you show us that maybe? We've got about 10 minutes or so.
Take a bit from there. It should be somewhat from the coast.
Let me step out the way a little bit for you.
There we go. Okay. There's probably some amongst there somewhere.
Oh, bless you. There's a lot there. We've only got probably about 10 minutes.
Oh, that's all right then.
It'd be lovely to be able to learn this as well. So the natural pre-felt that comes in your kit.
Yeah, so it's very, very soft, and you can cut shapes out of it. And if I feel around here, I might find some scissors. So I'll cut that just there. Or am I cutting now? I'm just checking that I'm doing the right. Because the country collection, by the way, can you put that to one side? Because I promised Barbara she could have it the next show. Okay. I just remembered. And so then I can cut my shape out here. I'm just doing this freehand, so you have to. But you could actually just trace it on.
Freehand, but this is where you could take inspiration. If you've got a stamp or something like that, you could stamp it.
Yeah, but you could actually. You just stamp it. You could actually stamp onto pre-felt, actually.
Oh, can you? Oh, right.
Yeah, you can stamp onto pre-felt. And so there's my shape just there.
Lovely.
And then I just lay that on here. Not the right seam for it and so on, but there we are. And I would just felt that in.
So just a few of those little...
and then I would just take my colours, which is underneath here somewhere, and I could take my reds.
See, that's not how I imagined you do it. I don't know how I thought you'd do it, to be honest, but okay.
Yeah, and then just, they're not the right colour, but they're, and you just do your little stripes here. And I'll put some white as well in between on here. And you just go over it with your colours. Now you see I'm overlapping here, but then all I do is I just take my scissors and just go up here and just trim it.
Just give it a bit of a trim where you need to. You don't throw those pieces away, do you?
Oh gosh,
you can
no.
Use them again.
No, that's another picture in there. Actually, I use them for brooches quite often. Oops, done again.
I love those idea of the brooches.
Yeah, so you just go along until you've done your lighthouse. The same little cottage on the country collection. I just cut the shape out because sometimes it's very hard to get your perspective right.
Yes.
So you just do it and then you can just
put
really
your
colours over.
Oh, I'm glad I asked as well. And you can see there with the lighthouse there, I mean, it's quite vivid, and it makes sense now to have that pre-felt behind it because it kind of gives you that opacity that you then build on top of. So beautiful. Love it. So again, if you're wanting to get hold of that particular one, that one is called the Coastal Path. Gorgeous design, as you can see. Move alongside it, you can see that they've got that gorgeous kind of poppy scene, and that's your daybreak poppies. And I love that. It's almost like a hazy style, which I love that because it is where the mist could be rising in the morning.
Yeah, that's something you can do so easily. If I want to put a mist on, let me see if I can find one here.
Oh, I'll tell you what, let me just mention the others and then we'll come back and we'll learn how to do
I'll get
mists.
this ready to put a mist on.
So that's your daybreak poppies, and then there are two down at the front which are proving to be very, very popular. Lots of you going for these. And you can see you've got your reflections being the one with the two sheep that we just looked at in that fabulous tree. And then this one with that little injection of purple in. This one is your fabulous, it's heather. What was it called? Something there on the heather on the hills, that was it. I remember, lovely lady. So you can see their beautiful design there, and you've got that mistiness, that haziness, you've got the water running through the centre of your design. These are always inspirational. They don't have to be exactly as they are on the screen there, but if you're wanting to get hold of these, £15.95 for whichever of those you so choose, 694768. They're very similar kits, but obviously the difference is the style and the artistry that you've got that is accompanying this one. So if you're wanting to go for a couple of those, then you can do, and of course it gives you those tops that you can use in whatever way you so choose. That's the beauty of these kits. They're there as inspiration, but not necessarily as a rule for you to follow. Now we're going to be working alongside Anne with one of the brand new kits. We've not got too long left on the show, so very quickly I'm going to introduce you to this piece if you've not seen it already. And it's a gorgeous art piece, as you can see here. It's a wall hanging if you choose to do it as a wall hanging, but you can see there for £16.95 you are getting a lot for your money. You can get all of the fabulous wall tops that you're going to need to create your scene and more. That's the beauty. You will use such a tiny amount of your wool for each one of these pieces that you'll have lots left over. 936484. Again, if you missed out on some of those other kits, it might be an idea to go for something like this. Again, to create that piece if you're wanting to, or you might just want to use those wool tops in a different way, but whichever way, it's brilliant value for money. 936484 if you fancy getting hold of those. Now, we've got about 5 minutes left, so I'm going to come back to you, Anne. Anne, what did you want to show us next?
Well, I think I'm just going to show you how to put a sort of mist over the hills, and then I'm going to do a puffin.
Oh, lovely.
Okay, because I think people think, well, that looks difficult, but it's not. To put mist on the hills, I've got a piece here already. Just lay a little bit of white across, a tiniest bit of white, like that, and then there you go, and just put the steam iron on.
That's it?
That's it, yeah, that's it.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. I didn't expect it to be that quick. I was thinking,
yeah,
no. Minutes. That's a lot to fit in 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's it. Right, I'm going to do the puffin. Okay. When you're doing animals, last time I did a sheep, And I did explain then, you have to work in shapes. So we're looking at ovals here.
Okay.
So we're doing oval for the head. I'll put just here.
With the piece that you've got there, did you kind of make it into a little ball first?
Yeah, but I do it with my needle. So I'm going round and round into... This is going to be out proportional because I need to do it big enough so people can see what I'm doing.
Okay.
So there we go. And then I'm going to do another oval. There we are. And I'm just going to use my needle to do that into shape. I like a lot of art. It looks ugly until it looks good. You know, sort of think, well, where's she going here with this? But trust me, I know what I'm doing.
It reveals itself, doesn't it? And you can see them, you can really see those shapes taking form.
Yeah, so you see the shapes. Then I'm going to take the black, and I'm going to just do that up here, and go round, and shape as I go.
And of course, because you're doing that on top of the white, you're giving it more dimension.
Yes, that's right. And you want it looking puffy, so don't go all over it, just go round it. There we are. And then I'm going to take the black again, and I'm going to just make like a hood.
Okay.
For it, okay?
So I'm looking at this and I'm thinking with all the bits that we've got left over, it might be that you could be making robins or different types
Oh yeah,
of
I mean it's
birds,
it's the same sort of. There we are. It's the same, whatever you're making, as long as you get the shape right. And I'm just going to come round here, and that's a sort of the oval hood. And there we go. And then you can just add a little bit more black on here to join up your head and your body. The biggest problem, of course, when you're doing puffins is that you have a very distinctive beak. It's got red and orange and yellow in, but you don't have to worry about that because it's all dyed together for you. Because you just want the impression, really, of it and so on. So we go across it here. There we are, there we are. It's all here. A little bit of red. And I just put that on here and just pop that in there. And just do your shape. Use your needle, so you got a little bit, and just use your scissors just to cut it. Yeah. Okay, and the same with the feet. Just take your different colours. It's all done for you, and then when you do it, it'll just pop. And pop that on here for the feet, and just cut it. And then the eye. When you're doing eyes, you start large, go small. So you put that in here.
Okay.
And keep doing it until it's the size you want.
See, that's kind of a reverse of what you'd think in paper crafting.
Yeah, and that's it. And then pull it out, but don't try and pull it. Just take your scissors, and once you've got your shape, and just put it in here.
Isn't that beautiful?
And there's your puffin.
As quick and as easy as that.
Yeah, normally I play around with it a bit more than this, but it's just to give the thing. But the nice thing about needle, just play around with it, and then I would outline it along here.
And it's that outlining.
Oh, the outlining is so important. It really is. It makes your picture come to life. See the difference it makes just there, just coming round here.
It separates it from the background.
It does, and I can put a little bit just down here.
Now we're down to the last couple of minutes of the hour. I mean, it's been a fascinating hour, incredibly inspiring, and lots of you have invested in these fabulous kits, including the puffins that we're looking at the moment, so much so that now this one indeed is limited stock, following the path of many of those other kits that we're seeing. So 936-484. Again, the affordability. I mean, you're getting so much in here. Obviously, you've got the artwork that you can follow. You've got that within your kit, but you've got so many different colours in here. And as you just saw from Anne, I mean, you're getting all of that wool there for your puffins, but she's used the smallest amount. Then you've got some rich browns in there, some gorgeous kind of mottled greys in there. So if you're wanting to add things like stonework, or even maybe do like a little stone wall and things like that, you've got all the different colourings in there. Your sky, lots of different gradients of blue. I think it's incredible that you're able to actually get that gradient of colour within the wool tops that you're creating here.
It's a knack to dyeing, really.
It's not a knack.
I must admit, I do get people contacting me and saying, "Oh, can I have the same pack again?" I said, "No."
Well, the thing is, I
can't reproduce the colour. I just chuck it. You get purples, and that's it. Lots of purples. I just throw it all in, and it's a bit like my cooking. You know, just chuck it all in and see what comes out of the pot.
That kit, incidentally, is now on extended delivery. It did sell out, so it is back on the 11th of September. Yours will be dispatched if you're ordering from this point onwards. So thank you so much, Anne. I have to say, you're inspiring. You really are. Your enthusiasm and your knowledge is phenomenal. Thank you. I love it. Have we got a date for you to come back and join us again yet?
Not yet. I just need the recovery time.
Yeah, you're going to be rather busy when you get home.
I think so, yes.
Yeah, thank you again. Hopefully it's not too long before we see you back again. It's been a pleasure.
Okay,
Enjoyed every
thank you.
moment. So there you go. If you've got anything left in your basket, we haven't got an awful lot left for you to put in, but if it's already there, make sure you're checking your baskets out and come back and join us in about 3 minutes' time. I'll see you later. Now it's 11 o'clock, so we are continuing with your 28th birthday, Clarity. It's the weekend, wow, you cannot wait to see this, it's amazing. Then we're back with a one-day special at 12 o'clock before we do a little bit of sparking.
Hi, I'm Lucy from Sweet Poppy Stencils, the Craft Station Limited. We're a craft retailer and we specialise in stainless steel stencils. Our stencils are manufactured in metal. This allows us to have designs that are intricate. We know customers like seeing the demonstrations, so make sure you tune in and don't miss the Sweet Poppy shows.
28 years ago, whilst enjoying a day out in Santa Barbara, California, with my brother and the kids, we came across a shop called Stamper Barbara. Santa Barbara, Stamper Barbara, well, we had to go in. When we ventured inside, we were met with walls of wood-mounted rubber stamps. Well, that's when I had my moment of clarity. Wouldn't it make more sense, I said to my brother, if you could see through the rubber stamps? And that, my friends, is where Clarity Stamp was born. Since then, Clarity has grown into the worldwide success that it is today, bringing you the very best in stamping, parchment crafts, stencil art, and even more recently, die cutting. To celebrate our 28th birthday, we have joined the craft store to bring you a long weekend of your favourite Clarity products with your favourite Clarity demonstrators. So, put the kettle on, put your feet up and join us for our 28th birthday celebrations on Friday the 3rd of September at 10 a.m. to Monday the 6th of September at 6 p.m. We'll see you there.
Hi, I'm Gina Barrett from Gina B Silkworks. We're a family company specializing in traditional crafts for the modern maker. I'm looking forward to being able to take time and demonstrate some of these techniques and share new ideas. I hope you'll be able to tune in to the Gina B Silkworks shows.
In about an hour, Barbara, it has to be said. Hello, it's Richard here on the Craft Store, and I'm still here. They haven't turfed me out yet, but it's, you know, the next 60 minutes could be key here, because I can see a worried look in your face.
Not at all. Not at all. It's lovely to work with you,
Oh, and you
Richard.
as well. Thank you, Barbara. So I watched your hour earlier with Hayley. Lovely stuff. Happy birthday, by the way, as well. Happy 28th birthday.
I know you wouldn't think so, would you? I know.
You don't look a day over 26.
Crafting has not been kind to me.
Nonsense. 28. Clarity's 28. So that is a long time in business, isn't it?
It is. It's a very long time.
Yeah.
I'm very grateful to still be here.
Yeah.
And I mean that sincerely, folks. I am very grateful to be here. And the thing is that it started out as Clarity Stamp, that's the name of our company, because that's what we did. And stamps have been the mainstay of our company for the first 15 years almost.
Yeah.
And then we started diversifying, we got into stencils. Then we had a big breakthrough with the Groovy, which is what you were looking at, the parchment. We acquired Pergamano, which was the worldwide leader for parchment art. So we acquired that company. And then a couple of of years ago we started with our fresh cut dies, which are very popular, and that's what we're doing here.
Certainly is. I just realised actually 28, that's around about the time where I started first working in TV as well. So I am as old as your collection, which is why, you know...
That's
great. Do I look... What are you trying to say now? Wow, I didn't realise my collection was that old.
You were a child when you started.
Thank you. You're saying all the right things, Barbara. You can stay, you can come back. Right. Now, what is the weekend wow? I hear you cry. Well, it's this. Look at it. Just look at what you're getting there. It is... the item number I should point out just before we start, 951909. The reason why I mentioned the item number straight off the top is because this sold out yesterday. The circle set sold out overnight. We brought it back. The squares sold out at launch. It's been that popular. We brought it back again. But this time, we're not joking. When this goes, it goes. We're not bringing it back because we won't have any to give away.
That's exactly right, Richard.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely. I was paying attention, Barbara. So this is it now. Once this has gone, and it is popular, it has truly gone. As it is, because we had to bring it back, this is going to be dispatched from the 10th of September, so you'll have to wait a little while. But it's not that long, actually. It's 6 days. It's only a week, isn't it? But still, you will have to wait a little bit longer than normal because we had to bring this back. So you've got two options here. Circles and... what's the other one? Squares. That's it. Thank you. For some reason, I want to say circles in the sand, which is something was said on the show last week. That's a Belinda Carlisle song, but whatever. Circles and squares is what you're getting. So it's this is an amazing set because normally each one of these dies is $24.99.
That's right.
So you get three of them. So for example, here, like you've got the three. Individual dies, each one $24.99. What we've done here is we've put it into one bundle, and you're getting all three of them. Not for the price of two, but for the price of all three of them for the price of two. Yes. Is what I should say. Yeah, so it's $24.99, and that's at $49.97 in total for two. So it's buy two get one free, basically.
Yeah.
That's good.
It's very good.
Yeah.
And usually what we've done is we've split the sets into two separate sets.
Yeah.
And the reason we've done that is so that the good people at home can choose whether or not they want the circles. They can go for both, but they can choose now whether they want the circles or the squares, or they can go for both. But we've applied a maximum discount, aka 3 for 2, on the smaller increment. So that means that if their budget only stretches to one set, then just get one set. But I honestly think at this stage, I think the proof is in the pudding. Clearly, everybody at home is enjoying these and sees the benefits of them because they really do breathe new life in to your other existing products like your designer papers, and more will be revealed later.
Well, this Flexi Freedom thing, by the way, is amazing because I've just been looking at it. If you actually are a Freedom member and then you split this up into the Flexi payments, so you're not paying the postage and the packing and you're getting it broken into two separate payments, that's $22.49 for the first payment. Well, that is actually less than the price of just one of these.
Yeah.
So that's quite good, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's an incredible. Of course, you're going to say it's your product. Yeah, that's pretty good. I like it. I quite like that design. So we've got 60% of the stock has gone for the squares already. 60%. Remember, this is on extended delivery, so it's dispatched from the 10th of September. 60% on the squares, and then we have the circles over here. The circles have only just come back on, so it's 10% of the stock has already gone, but these have only just come back on, having already sold out. So you can tell how popular these are. That's $22.49 on the Flexi payments. We're going to have a little look at how it works now.
Right, so let's have a look. Thank you, Richard.
Yes, sorry.
Let's have a look at these dies. So let's take, for example, let's take the circles, and let's look on the overhead. Let's check these out. Thank you. And what you'll see here is you've got lots of designs that I doodled myself, and here we've got, if I turn this over, this is one huge die, okay, with lots and lots of patterns on it. So what that means is you run this through the machine in one pass, and what you will actually get out, and we've just done it in white to show you, you'll get all these amazing borders, you see? So these all come out of one pass. And what that means is, if you just stay with me for one moment, I'll show you here, Amazonia. Look, you know I was saying about breathing new life into your... So these are designer papers. One sheet of designer paper run through with this huge complex die, which is really easy to use, yields all these framers.
Just a second, Barbara. Is that the paper that is a free gift with
Exactly
anything you buy today?
Yeah, what we've got in the free gift, well spotted,
Thank
that
you.
man,
Thank you.
right, is my favourites from these designer papers.
Can I quickly show them? Just
Yeah.
cut in, because since we've got them here now,
Good
you just
idea.
mentioned them, because I recognise the word Amazonia, which is here. We've got the your favourite designer paper. And there's all of these different options here. This is Barb's favourites designer paper. The reason why I'm showing you this is because if you were to purchase anything today from this Clarity collection that you're seeing on screen, Barbara has very kindly, to celebrate your 28th birthday, thrown in one of these. It's a lucky dip, isn't it? So it's one per customer, and if you've already got one, you've already got one. You can't get another one. But if you haven't as yet got anything from Clarity, you will get one of these this weekend.
That's right. So if you bought the dies, then automatically a little pack of paper would come, so you can start playing.
So you've got everything you need?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lovely.
So going back to these dies, one pass, thank you, Richard.
Okay.
So you can see here. What's fascinating is, because a lot of us have already got the designer pads, and I'll show you them later, but what's amazing is when you run them through, look at this Toscana, the colours in each of these, when you start to lay them up on the artwork, they're just glorious. Waimea Falls. So anybody that's got the designer paper will really enjoy. See, the thing about these, in all of these dies that we've got on the telly today that are here, the thing about these is that they are a new design, but what they're doing is they're breathing new life and reinventing what we've already got. So all your existing dies, there's nothing else that's new on the counter except these dies. So this will work beautifully with your papers. It will work beautifully with your existing dies. You know, it works on parchment, which is great. For example, you look at the samples now on the screen. This is parchment art, and so often we'll do a centrepiece like that one you're looking at now, and then I don't know about you, but I look at that and I think, now what do I do? How do I finish it? What do I do? And this is just designer paper. I want to show you the cutout, so come back to me and I'll show you the other two. Right, so come on in. So we got that one, and that gives you all these.
Got you.
Okay, of course, it's the same in the square one. So the square gives you all those.
Okay, so you've got the lot. It all makes almost like a solid square or circle, doesn't it?
Exactly.
It all fits together like a puzzle.
Yeah. Exactly. So that's your yellow ones.
Yep.
Right? Now, also included in the set, in the trio, right, you've got these two. Because what I wanted, when I originally doodled these, what I was after was apertures. I wanted it to be able to cut into the card. So in other words, you're looking, let me just find the set here, you're looking at actually cutting into the card. See, I love that look. That to me is exceptional. And Richard's got some...
Is that the same as this?
Yeah, you've got them there.
This is like a cube. Is this your cube as well? You've got this
Exactly.
is your paper. Oh wow!
See?
Let's have a little look. Yeah. So and you pop that together like that. That's really, really. There you go. Bottom of the screen there. If you're interested in the cube boxes.
That's it.
763774. You can get 20 of those for that price. But that's fantastic, isn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the other thing, which you're so aptly pointing out here, is that the aperture, i.e. the one that cuts out, it hasn't got a cutting edge, and that's the difference. You see, this one here, this one's got a cutting edge around each one. That's why they all come out.
Okay.
These ones here, these dies, they don't have a cutting edge. So I could cut this out of a tiny little box, or I could cut it out of an 8x8 piece of card. It doesn't have... The only thing that will cut is the actual patterns in it.
Within it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's why we have... There are 5 on here, 5 on each of these, 5 dies, 5 dies, to give you...
Put them all together and it makes the other one. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And this one is exactly the same as these two put together.
Right.
So that's how that's what I want to show you today. And I think everybody at home has realised, or a lot of many people have realised the benefits of this.
Yes, because you were saying earlier that a lot of people during the last year or so, where we've all been locked in at home, they've built up quite a lot of crafting material and haven't necessarily had chance to use it all.
Yes.
And now they're looking for ways in which they can incorporate it and bring it all back to life again.
Project completion, Richard, but it's all about project completion. And for this for me, is about project completion. It's about being able to take, for example, the card blanks, which we supply, and be able to, look, let me just turn this round so you can see it. So now you've got the apertures in there. That's so elegant, you know, for weddings, for anniversaries, you know, and you see how they fit so beautifully depending on which size. It's so elegant, and that's what I want to show you in the demo.
Okay.
So the whole idea is that these dies, they will breathe new life into your designer papers, into your finishing, your card finishing, whether you're using stamps or stencils or dies. This is absolutely ideal.
That's fantastic. Thank you very much, Barbara. So there it is. 951909 is the item number for that. It's going to be dispatched from the 10th of September because we've had to bring it back on extended delivery. It was that popular. You get 11 dies in total. You get the big one, that's one of the dies, and then it's broken down into a further 10 separate dies in the 2 other packs, if you see what I mean. We're just seeing how it all comes together. So you've got the apertures and the overlays as well. 70% of the stock has gone for the squares now. 70% of the stock, and once it has gone, once that other 30% goes, Barbara's going, no way, no, oh no.
Oh good. Oh dear.
Yeah, no more after that.
Well, we better stick to the circles on the demos then, eh?
We better, yes. It's going pretty quickly. So, yeah, 70% of that stock has gone, and that price, of course, is the price of buying 2 of them individually. You're getting a free one thrown in there. And we're going to see Barbara now put it all to good use.
Or why don't we, before we start, why don't we have a look at the couple of the samples, the art samples?
Do you want to see these?
Yeah, good idea.
All right, so here we go. This is the, these are obviously using the square dies here. There we go, a couple of examples. That's a nice one there.
Yeah, now see, this is what I was talking about. Now, this is another beautiful set of dies. And again, look how the outside just brings that inside, the centrepiece to life. Yeah? And that's what we're going to do.
Happy birthday as well. Can you run old artwork through these as well?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Add an extra layer onto it as well. Is that Father Christmas there, holding a
Exactly.
teddy?
And this is great. But now, this is a die of ours, Santa.
Yeah.
And what I like is now we're mixing and matching circle dies. So you would think, if you were using a circular die, Richard, that you'd need a circular frame it.
Yeah.
But actually, I prefer to use a square one. It looks, doesn't that look easier on the eye?
Yeah, frames it nicer, definitely.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Is it doves a piece, is that?
So again, this is one of Dee's, I think, and what Dee's done is she's got one of our Christmas rounds. There are 4 of them. This is really pretty, and then she's taken the square ones and she's flipped them, which is really cool as well. And that's designer paper in the back.
Oh, okay. So I'm guessing this is a Christmas. Is that 2 turtle doves from the song, by any chance? There you go.
You're going to break into the song, no, don't?
Yeah, no, let's not. Let's not do that. We'll probably owe someone some money. It's yeah, we got the design. I should mention some of the designers that we have on here as well.
Oh,
this is from Deb McMullen.
Yeah, great design team.
Yeah.
There we are. You see, and the other thing that I will say is, if you wanted. Yeah, can I explain something?
Please do.
Right, this is important as well, sorry. If you wanted to cut out an aperture, let me explain this, because this is worth knowing too. If we were to take these ones, right, we've got nested circles and nested squares. Like this has been cut out of our standard, here we go, standard ones. We got nested circles.
Okay.
And nested squares. These are just bog standard. They're great. They're 11 dies, right? But they come in all different sizes, 11 on each. And these ones here are designed to fit these. So what that means is, if, for example, I cut this out, let me show you, let me stick with the circles since that's all we've got left, right?
Details of that, by the way, on your screen right now. There you go, $19.99. You're saving a fiver on that today and through this weekend.
That's it.
Yeah.
So say I cut that out, right, now I've got a mat now, matting and layering it's called in papercraft.
Okay.
So that sits perfectly, see, because it's made to fit.
Within the
that sits on there.
larger, yeah.
If I wanted to, pretend I wanted to do an aperture, I wanted to cut a hole out of the card and then put the artwork behind it so that this becomes a frame. Because this hasn't got a cutting edge around there, I'm going to add a cutting edge. And then I would just cut the centre out.
Okay.
And then this would be a hole. And it would have that round the outside.
Yeah.
see?
Yeah.
Bingo.
The possibilities are actually
endless.
Genuinely endless.
They
if you
are.
take all of those things, there's so much you can do with them, isn't there? I really like that. That's great. So there you go. Make sure you get your skates on because it's on extended delivery, all of this that you're seeing today. Obviously, 3/4 of the stock, by the way, has now gone for the circles. Wow. And, of course, not only are you saving money anyway on the weekend, wow, but you'll save even more money if you are a Freedom member. Here's some details of how you should be one of those. So, when I said that's details of how you become a Freedom member, what I meant is that's details of a finished sample. Very similar, quite easy to get those words mixed up. When the producer says the words finished sample, it means a finished sample. It doesn't mean just think, yeah, you should just do what people tell you to do. Yeah, you're absolutely right. So that is a finished sample in all its glory. We've got loads and loads of them to show today as well. We've got, oh, wow. We'll get to that later.
I'm going to say something now. I'm going to interject, right?
Yes.
So Richard is the new presenter. He's seasoned in TV, clearly, right? No, seriously. He's been in TV how many years?
About as long as you've been doing the 28,
crafting.
30 years. Something
So
like that.
he's a dinosaur of the TV world, right?
Thanks.
But I'm telling you now, until you're doing this job with the crafting, you have no idea. Yanis and Hayley and Janice and Leonie, you know, what's going on is quite a challenge.
Yeah, yeah.
And then the craft knowledge on top of it, you know, I mean, you're going to learn so fast. But it is really like a trial by fire, this, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, well, I mean, I'm learning loads already about crafting. I mean,
and
that's the main
you're doing
thing.
really brilliantly.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah,
know.
just got to get those VTs right, haven't I?
Yeah, that's all. Just listen to the producer in your ear and you'll be fine.
I've never listened to the producer before, but I can always change a habit. Yeah, now, what have you got for us?
Right, let me show you a demo. And what we'll do is we're going to use well, funny enough, we're going to use the circles.
Really good.
So if we could come overhead, there we are, brilliant. And I thought what would be a nice idea would be to deconstruct the card and then reconstruct it. Because I think it's good for figuring out. So first of all, we've got I know it's black on black, so let me get a white piece of copy paper, because otherwise you've got no power of comparison. Let's do this. Right, that's better. Now you can see it better. Okay, so we've got the black card blank, which we have on the show. This is a 7x7. We've got all different sizes. They come in black and white. They're scored but not folded. So when they come to you, can I just show you this feast? They come like that.
That's loads.
This is, yeah, so you've got 5x5, 6x6, 7x7 and 8x8. This is a bumper pack.
That's
but
loads.
for die cutters and for stampers, this is the same quality as the Clarity stencil card. So it's really, really good for stamping on. It's great for passing through with dies. Good gear. And they're scored but not folded, so they come like that, which is great.
Has it got
for
a good
passing through the machine.
GSM? See, that's a little term I picked up. GSM.
Yeah, well, 300 on the white, 290 on the back. Thanks very much.
All right.
300 on the white and 290 on the
Sorry,
back. Now I'm listening to the producer as well.
I didn't want to sort of stitch you up there for a second, but I didn't realise you didn't know the answer. I wouldn't have asked otherwise. I thought you were just going to come straight back with the info.
Fortunately, I'm listening to the producer.
At least one of us is. That's good news.
Okay, so let's deconstruct this card. So we've got our 7x7 card blank. Now, next thing, at the back, we've got the designer paper. So here, we've got a piece of designer paper. This is from Indian Summer. So if I take my Indian Summer, I'm going to get my folder out, and you can see here how the designer papers work. So what we've got is a back and a front. We've got a bright, I designed these myself, and then we've got a more muted. This is the one I think we're using. No, it's a pink one. But these are the different designer papers, and you can see that it's an 8x8. There are 48. I've got one here. I'll show you in a book. Right, this is Amazonia. There are 48 leaves in a book. There are 12 different designs, 4 of each double-sided. And that, all I've done is broken it into a folder. Now, I'm pretty sure
folder comes with it. Look at that.
we've got a pick and mix. You pick any two, and you get a free folder, which is really, really handy.
Yeah. So you get 8 papers, and you can pick any 2 designs. Is that right?
Any 2 books.
Any 2 books of designs?
Any 2 books of designs.
Oh, OK, that's loads, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, that's good.
So, coming back here, what we've done is we've taken those nesteds and we've cut out the centre so that it's black in the background. See? Otherwise, it'd be pink in the background. So we rather than layer and layer and layer, we've just taken one of these, the right size, and we've cut out the back.
OK.
Which is it, the 4th one in. There you go. Well spotted, Gray. Right, so we've done that. And then the next thing we've got to do is die cut this one. So this is cut out of this is called chromo card, which is really ultra glossy.
Okay.
Very glossy. Matte on one side. It's matte on one side, and it's very glossy on the other.
And is the glossiness just aesthetic to look shiny, or
Well,
is it to add something onto it?
It is, but also if you're using alcohol ink, this is great for alcohol ink.
Okay.
You can buff it beautifully, yeah. Right, so then that goes on there. So that's that.
Yeah.
Agreed. And then we've passed this one through the machine, this die, haven't we?
Yeah.
And we've selected these 2 bits. So that is going to be that. So that gets stuck down, and that gets stuck down. And that is it. And then all we've done is taken our stickers, our feel-good stickers. You are a beautiful person.
Thank you.
And I mean that most sincerely, folks. Right?
I can tell. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's it. So what we're going to do now is just build it back up together. And we'll start with the black one, which is the black card, because we need these bits.
Okay.
That's the first thing we're going to do, is get these bits, because that's ultimately what we're showcasing here. So you see how easy this is. All right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It looks pretty straightforward, actually. When you put all the bits together, it's very straightforward. Yeah, when it's all in parts, the whole thing, when you've got the finished thing, looks very intricate, but each step is a very simple die cut, and then add that in, add that in, yeah.
And I think that's my job here, is just to deconstruct it and build it back up again. So let's say we're going to run this through a machine now, and to do that, I need the big, beautiful die, because what I want is those little pieces. So I'm going to take this.
Yeah.
And I'll use my my cutting mat. This is running it through the machine now. See, I'm not a die cutting specialist. This is not my.
You're the designer, and you're not the person who normally.
No, not really. I'm a stamper.
Okay.
In my heart.
Yes.
I'm a stamper.
Right.
And I love this. I really, really like the effect of this. But there are people that this is all they do is die cutting, and then there are people like me who do a little bit of everything. But I love the stamps.
Yeah.
But this is brilliant for project completion. So I'm making a sandwich with me.
Put it into the sandwich toaster.
Then I'll run it through here.
Yeah.
Hopefully I've done this right. It's not really hard, is it? You need a mangle. You need a really good quality mangle.
It just looks so much fun. Oh, let's have a quick update. The circles, a third of the stock has gone now on the circles.
Has it?
Yeah.
Well, goody.
Yeah, that's good.
Right, so we'll do that, and then we've got that, and now we've got this. So let's just get this out of the way, and then I'm going to take this is for the scraps and that. Do you know?
What are you going to do with those scraps? Is it just to throw away, or are you going to do something with those?
It could be a shaker card, it could be for a wedding.
Okay, so you never throw anything away, you keep everything, do you?
Did you catch that?
No. Could you run... Do you know what? The producer, Kim, just said... I thought she said, can you run this over dry salad? I was thinking, you can if you're insane. Yeah, can you use it as dried flowers or like confetti? I think is what.
Yes, you can.
That's it. Does that answer that question? Great, good.
Good. So what we've got
I want to put it over my salad now.
Yeah,
I don't know anyone else.
I heard the same thing. That was interesting,
Yeah,
wasn't it?
yeah.
I know. Right, so what we're going to do now is take our we're just going to run this through here
Just to get
over
rid of
our
all the
box,
bits.
and this releases. Already, most of them have been released. You see how they're already coming through?
Yeah.
So there are a couple still in here, and then you just run through like this.
Okay.
And hold it over here, so all the bits, otherwise it just flies everywhere.
Yep.
But what you'll see is if you hold the tool up as well, upright like that, perpendicular, it will release, and slowly you just work your way around. But the magic thing is that you get so many elements. Look, and even the bits that haven't come out yet. Here we go. I'm just popping them out of here. There you go. And the die is clean. It's completely clean. Okay, so we'll do that.
It is magic, isn't it?
It's
just
it's
like,
really easy art. Easy art, this is.
You could easily tell someone who didn't know anything about it, oh, I cut this out with scissors. Just look at their faces like...
No, I don't. But it's just lovely finishing art, and it's
Yeah.
very professional. And if, for example, there are a few bits left, see like that, if you just take your finger and you just run through like that,
Gets rid of the
just
final
take the
bits.
fingernails, and it just takes, look, it just takes the bits out there. So this is just a... But if you consider the amount of art that you're getting, just run it through like that and just get those little bits out. And the same with the paper, and the same with the... There you go. Make sure you've got all your bits before you start adding with a... So once you've done that, to get it straight, you've got choices. If it's a little bit buckled because you just pulled and tugged at it, Gray, right, then what you can do is you can pass it straight through the mangle again.
Oh,
just run it straight through the mangle.
Straight up.
Yeah,
No,
just
that's
lay
good.
it out, run it through, it comes out as flat as a tack again.
Right.
Okay.
You've got to be all these little bits. You've got to be so careful when you're making it, and you don't get it all over the floor, and you've got to just tidy them away as you go along. Yes,
That's
yes,
it.
quite, yeah.
So once you've got all these bits, let me just pop those over there. What I wanted to show you, and I haven't taken all the bits out yet. You know, take a couple of minutes just to do that, but it's no. And I've also got another aperture. You see, so I've got that too. What we're looking at here, and I've got a few. Hang on. I'll just sort that out later.
Well, when you say you'll sort that out later, what you mean is Harry will sort that out later, who's
Harry will
basically
sort that
just
out
crying
later.
in the corner now.
Well done, Harry.
Well done, Harry. We haven't
Right.
even got a Hoover, have we?
It'll be fine.
So lucky.
So once we've got that, then the next thing we want... Now we've got that, the next thing we want to do, right, so we've got these two bits. So those two bits come from here. There's that one there, and then the large one is from the other set. Oh, no, it's from the same set. Good. I'm glad about that. So there's that one, and then the other one is in here too.
I mean, can I just say, that
Here's
looks
one
like a
I did
design in
earlier.
itself. The way that's all been put on that there, I really like how that looks.
This design?
Yeah, just know all of them together. Like the way you
like
place
that.
them randomly
Yeah.
placed down.
It's
Yeah.
really arty.
Yeah,
See,
I
now
like
that
it.
to me is my kind of art.
Yeah.
I love that. And I would lay it up. And there is a piece of artwork somewhere. We'll dig it out.
Ooh,
but that's
yeah.
exactly how it works. So that's the first thing we've done. We've got these two, but we've still got all that to play with. So this is that part of the artwork, yeah? And then these bits, I'll just put them under here. They're for Ron, as in later on.
No, very good.
Right.
Very good.
And now we're going to do this part of the art, which is the flowers. So these are other dies of ours, which are very, very beautiful. And what I'm going to do is so this is the bit we want now. We're going to use the chromo card. So we've got a bit of that handy, the ultra glossy, right? And then we're going to use, and these are beautiful dies. I think these are my favourite of the fresh cut dies. These and the seed heads. So we've got chamomile, we've got cornflower, marigold. These are lovely. Daisy, periwinkle. I think that's the one we're going to go for. Periwinkle, primrose. And they come with an inspiration book, which is pretty cool.
So is it when it's and friends? Is it the flower with its friends, which is the leaves and all the bits and pieces around the foliage? Yeah.
So
Very
you've
nice.
got a centrepiece, but you've got other flowers. Like
I like it.
There are other things involved there.
Yeah, that's all part of the today's this weekend's deal as well from Clarity's 28th anniversary. Look, 698-609. You can choose from the various the two sets there, and you are making a £10 saving on that. It's 909, I should say, as well. 698-909 is the item number on that.
Right, is it my go again?
It is.
Okay.
To me, to you. It's
To
like
me,
the
to you, to
Chuckle
me,
Brothers,
to
isn't
you.
it?
Right, so now what we're going to do is complement. We're going to cut this out at the same time. So I think what I'll do is I'll use the second one in. I think that will be the right size. Okay, here we go. And what we're going to do now is just take the chromo card and we're going to try a little trick. Now it may work and it may not.
Right.
But that's okay.
We'll like it, but not a lot.
So this is the chromo card, glossy side up.
Okay.
And we're going to use our periwinkle cutting side down.
Yeah.
And then we're going to use our nested die cutting side down.
Okay.
And then this is going to give us this. That's guaranteed, right? All things being equal. But what I want to do is another little trick, because I came up with this idea. Again, sometimes when you're not from this world, right, you see things that maybe people are from this world don't see. You know, you see the obvious.
Like
it's like the emperor in his new clothes sort of thing.
Yeah.
And when I was doing this, I thought, every time I pull this, I'm throwing away another piece of artwork, because the negative art in here
could be reused.
So I was thinking, how could you capture that? How could you capture that? And this is, if we get to it, right, this is, look, I'll show you. That is the negative of this.
Oh, that's good.
Right?
Yeah.
So what I've done is, I called it trap the scrap.
Right.
You've got to try and trap the scrap in the die and then catch it.
Waste not, want not.
Waste
I
not,
think
want
is that, yeah.
Well, the thing is, I love the negative art. Look, I love that look. Okay, so now we're going to try and trap the scrap. Now, usually, when I do this, I've always used normal card, like clarity card. And you spritz the die a little bit with water. It hangs in the die, easy, with a bit of double-sided tape, bosh. But because this is glossy paper, the chroma card, you can't really, it will blister if you...
Okay.
So now we just got to go drum roll and hope that it sticks. Right.
Is that a good drum? Not really, is it?
The reason that I'm using this as well, before I carry on, is because it protects the plate. And if you're using like black card, then if you use a complex die straight on an acrylic plate, all the little tiny black flecks and tiny little splinters of black, they embed themselves in the acrylic. Then you go with a white card, and then all of a sudden you've got all these little black bits embedded in the card. So that's why we use a protective, like a poly bag like this. One, it stops the dig embedding into there, and secondly, it stops all the different coloured cards getting caught up in the acrylic. Okay?
Loving all these tips. We had a question in, actually. What was the question, please, Kim? That was the answer to the question. OK, we've had a question in that you've just answered. That's good. Carry on.
Well, wunderbar. Right. Now, I might go very quiet and intense now. OK.
That sounds like something's breaking.
Well,
Is that
it
good?
does, yeah. Yes,
pushing
it
it
does.
yeah.
When you, because it's the cutting edges.
Yeah.
Digging in. Yeah, digging in. But now we're going to see if we can trap the scrap without actually wetting or dampening the die. So let's have a look. What have we got here? Oh, this is all coming off in one hit. Oh dear. All right. It's all right. I've got one that I did earlier. If this doesn't pan out, always.
Always
what do we
have
say?
one you did earlier. Yeah.
Fail to prepare.
Yeah.
Prepare to fail.
Yeah. Very good.
Right. So take that off.
It looks all right so far.
Yeah, we haven't started yet, Richard.
Oh.
Right.
Okay. Well, I just said it looks all right so far.
Yeah. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Okay. Yeah.
Right, so now what we're going to do, hang on, clammy hand, we're going to put our hand on there, turn it over, and then we're going to slowly slide that off, right? And then we're going to lay this down, oh, Barbara, and that's what happens when you're nervous. See, hang on a minute, see, that's supposed to all stay in place. But that came out lovely.
Yeah.
And now what we've got to do, so now if this happens, because these are only big elements, see, it would normally, it would be fine. Just give us a couple of minutes.
Oh, okay.
Right? Go and look at some artwork.
Shall I do something while you're putting that all back together? I tell you what, that was impressive. I was hanging on the edge of it.
I know.
Like, yeah,
I was as well.
Yeah, right. Very nice. 951909 is the item number if you want the Clarity Fresh Cut Nested Doodle Frame. It's die set, 11 dies. So what you're getting there is the big one, the centerpiece one, which, where are we? is here, and then you get the two separate ones which form together to make that bigger one there. Each one of those is £24.99 on its own if you were to purchase them individually. What we've done is we've put them all together. All three would normally be around about £75 therefore, but we've got it for £49.97 on our weekend wow. Now, if you're a Freedom member, you will get the postage and packing thrown in, and you will save even more money, another 10%, it'll be £44.97. The meaning, in total, you'll have saved £30, which is incredible value. It's been so popular, it has sold out, both of these, the circles and the squares, have sold out overnight. One of them sold at launch, the other one sold out last night. We've brought them back. It's now on extended delivery. It's dispatched from the 10th of September, but these are rattling away as well. Square is now approaching 80% of the stock gone, and the circle is over 40%. So the square is getting that way now. It's almost complete. And once this is gone this time, this really has gone. We can't bring it back again. We brought it back once already. This time, it's for real. But you'll still have to wait a little bit. It was real last time, but we were able to bring it back, weren't we?
We
but
were.
This time,
we were, but now
no
it's
chance.
like there is none left.
Yeah.
You know when old Mother Hubbard
goes to the cupboard.
Yeah, and the cupboard was bare.
Yeah.
That's where we're at
Are you
now.
comparing yourself to old Mother Hubbard,
I
Barbara?
reckon
Please,
that's about
young Mother Hubbard.
Ah, you
Thank
are
you.
good to me.
Right, let's have a look.
ready?
How did
okay,
you...
it's all right. I've done a
Yeah.
little bit of repair work.
Good,
It's
jolly
easy,
good.
actually.
Yeah.
All you do is take one of our tools and put a little bit of blue tack or white tack on the end. I took a couple out again. It's really easy. You lift it up and you drop it in. Okay? So if it does move out... But like I say, top tip, if I weren't using ultra glossy chromo card, I would just spritz the dye literally with a little bit of water from a spritzer bottle, you know, the old Hardy, like that. And then the card sort of expands in the dye and it holds, and you don't have all that.
Right, I got you.
But there you go. This is easy with that, right?
Yeah.
Sorted. Now we need a bit of double-sided adhesive sheets. We've got these on the counter as well. They're good. And then we're going to take one layer off. Right. Which layer? It could be the white wax paper and we leave the orange on. I think I'll go that way.
Yeah.
Okay. And then what I'll do is I'll do the two-finger trick. So I'm going to hold it over, but don't dither, because it might kind of go static on you and jump up. So just commit, right? So what we're going to do is go like that. Mind my head. Sorry, I've got to go over, and down she goes. Right.
Very nice.
Sorted.
I was a bit worried when you were going to do the two-finger trick as to what that was exactly. I thought you were...
Two fingers. What you do is you hold it like that, and then you're not going
yeah.
down. You see, you just
Right.
hold it tight.
Okay.
I know it's a little bit early for this. Right, so, and then we're going to use something. You can use anything, just to... You can use your finger if you feel inclined. Look,
Yeah.
I'm using an eraser just to get the detail. All the white's got to stick.
Okay.
Right, so this is how you trap the scrap.
Yep.
I've cut over a little bit, but I don't care. I'm just happy that I've hit it somewhere, right? And then what we're going to do is pull this off the die.
Yeah.
And what you'll see is, as you pull it off the die, all the scrap has been trapped. There you go.
Oh, I like it.
So that now, I'll put my little bit of wax paper on there, and that is for my next demo, which is coming up when we've done this one. So that's... I haven't wasted it. Normally, what you do is you throw all this away, and it's like, why would you?
Yeah, you want to get as much bang for your buck as possible. So if you buy anything from any brand really, but anything that you've got, you want to use every last bit of it, don't you? And there's got to be a way of using it all. I would have thought in any situation.
And as a stamper or mixed media artist, we're always talking about positive and negative art. Always. On Sunday, tomorrow, at the 2 to 4 show, I'm launching a new set of lino cut dies, lino cut stamps.
Yeah.
And they also are all about the positive and the negative art. So one stamp gives you the line art,
Yep.
and then the second stamp gives you the sky and the drop shadows. It's really clever.
Oh, okay.
So this whole positive negative idea really... It runs all through Clarity.
Yeah,
you know.
So it's two things for the price of one, isn't it?
Yeah.
You get both things you can use in different projects. I really like that. So 951-909 if you're looking to get the our special Weekend Wonder set here today. It's 11 dies. There you go. 951-909. The fastest way to shop is on the website, but we do have queues on the phone, so the phone lines are very busy. But if you want to bypass all of that, please do get on the website where you can get all of these products from this 28th anniversary of Clarity. We've got over 80% now of the square circles. The circles have gone, yeah. Squares are 80% and the circles are 40%, I believe. So very popular.
Yeah, well, they are really, they are a game changer. And if anybody is into card making of any sort, or, you know, like the little boxes that we were showing, you know, for Christmas or for wedding favours, or if you make cards to sell, this is a really excellent way with the card blanks. It's an excellent way of kind of adding a kind of a luxuriousness to the cards. Is that a word? Yeah, it's a long word.
Luxurious, yes.
Yeah,
I think that's a word.
luxuriousness.
Yeah.
You know, it gives
luxury,
it that...
I think, is actually the word.
Luxury's better, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it just gives it that extra je ne sais quoi.
Oh, okay. A bit of French.
So what we're going to do now to construct the card, let's do this. First of all, is it opening at the side or is it opening at the bottom? That's the decision. And then we're going to come working from the back. The first thing we want to do is add the back. We've got these brilliant glue runners, which are on the show, and they're ideal for paper craft.
Okay.
And without wanting to...
details of this up on the screen in a moment. Oh, I like that. Like that.
What we're going to do here is, I know I'm teaching you to suck eggs at home, but you'll see that I'm going slowly because so often I've heard people say, the glue runners, you know, they don't work. I've used 10 metres off a 30-metre roll because these are really long.
Is that actual glue or is that some sort of tape, glue tape you're putting down? What is that?
It's a double-sided, it's like a double-sided glue runner.
Okay.
So it's a tape runner, and as it runs along, see, you just flick it up.
Yeah.
But when you go too fast, what happens is it curls up on itself. You're not giving the mechanism time to keep up with the tape.
Okay.
And so often what happens is people go too fast, and then all of a sudden it's all jammed up and wrong.
Right.
I'm not saying about ours, I'm just saying that generally they've got a little bit of
perfect, obviously. That's
of course they are. But also it's top quality.
Yeah.
It's Clarity stamp. It's top quality. It's 30 metres.
Yeah.
So you know, from that point of view, you don't have to keep buying more and more plastic because it lasts ages. And the other thing for me, the clincher, was that it's got a little protective cap.
Okay.
Because other brands are available, but the caps come off,
It
and then you're
dries out.
forever. Yeah, and then it gets fluff on it, and there you go.
Yeah.
So now I've done this. Again, we're going to do our two-finger trick. We're going to lay this over the top, and we're just going to... This has all been cut down, so it's just cut to size, so that you've got a little bit of a frame around the outside. Then we're going to use this one next. This goes over the top. Again, we're going to use the glue runner. Very easy. I put a bit of copy paper underneath, remove that, and then round we go slowly. It's such an easy thing to do.
Every now and again, something comes up on the channel I look at and I think, I want to have a go with that. And I haven't been allowed to touch anything yet, so obviously I've got to work my way up slowly, haven't I, from being a new boy off the fries counter. Eventually it's like, oh, you've been here a while now you can touch some of the tools. But I want to give that a go. The glue runner, I quite like that.
That's easy, yeah, it's great. And see, so you can see now you've got a little bit of playroom with the black, so you can see exactly where it is in the centre. Then down it goes. If you want, see, I've left it open on the back, so it's actually, I like it when it throws a shadow underneath. So this is like, if you wanted to flatten it, see, I like it. It's a little bit more dimensional, see, because it's still up here.
Yeah.
Put your finger underneath it.
Yeah.
If you wanted to flatten it completely, then before you lay it down, you would take perga glue and just dab it, not too much, otherwise you get that mayo sandwich effect where it all squelches out the sides. But just a little bit of glue here and here will keep it flat completely.
Gives it a real 3D look, that, doesn't it? Like you can appear past the flowers into the darkness. It's like a window behind it.
Exactly. And then these pieces here, these are very easy to, and there you do need your perga glue. And all you do is, you take your piece of copy paper and you just dib, dob around the outside. I won't worry about doing it because but you literally just take a little bit and you just put a little bit of glue with your perga glue around the outside and then lay it down. And the
There's the details
there
of the
you go.
Perga glue. Why is it called Perga glue?
Because it's a company's called Pergamano.
Ah, okay.
And it's the parchment company. So this Perga glue is usually intended for parchment craft.
Okay.
But it works brilliantly with paper craft as well. So it's a really good. I think it's just a PVA glue, but it comes with a really
fine nozzle.
Really
is it,
fine nozzle.
Yeah,
Thank you.
That's right.
And so it's very good for dispensing.
Ah,
There
okay,
we are.
got you. Parchment craft, that's a new one. You have to tell me about that at some point. I should quickly just take that opportunity before. What do you think about how you're going to explain parchment craft to me? I'll just have a quick recap of what we're looking at today in this hour. 951909 is the item number of this collection here. It's $49.97. Now, normally it would be $74.97. You are saving a stack of money here. Effectively, it's like getting one of these 3 individual dies completely free, because normally it would cost £75 or thereabouts to get all of these. We've got it here on the weekend wow for $49.97 with the postage and packing there. It's extended delivery because we sold out, it was that popular, and we had to bring it back again, but this time when it goes, it really does go. Obviously, $49.97, the savings don't stop there, because if you're a Freedom member, you will then save additional money, another 10% on top of that, and you'll be getting your postage and packing thrown in. So that'll be $44.97 for that. That's a saving of £30. If you did that on flexi order, then that'd be 2 payments of $22.49. So it's a why not deal, really, this, because if you became a Freedom member and also went flexi, you would be paying less in that first payment than you would for one of these individually. These are $24.99 on their own. You'd be paying $22.49, split into two payments of $22.49. So, should we have a little look at some samples of the circles here? Let's have a look at. There we go. We've got some more cards here. That one's we've got reindeer on that one. A lot of these are Christmas, I think, if I'm not mistaken. That one's not. That's more generic there. That's more of a winter scene. Yeah, that's nice. A little shiny, glossy surface there. An anniversary card we have here. Lots and lots of different colours and designs. We can see we've got the square dies on this one. You can enhance what you have already using all the papers that you have. Anything that you've stockpiled over the lockdown, and you thought, oh, what am I going to do with that? How am I going to complete that project? This is it. This is how you complete it, using the squares or the circles. We've got loads and loads and loads of them. Let's go. Should we go back to Barbara and see what's cooking? Approaching limited stock, by the way. For which one? For the squares. Approaching limited stock.
Are we all ready again?
Yes. And it's not coming back.
Oh, that's it then.
That'll be it. That'll be it.
But we've got another 2 hours yet.
What are you going to do? That's not my problem. I'll be clocking off in a few minutes.
Problem.
Yeah, yeah, good. So as long as it's not my problem, I'm out of here. I'm fine. Oh, don't forget to check out your baskets though, because obviously, that's allocated at the moment if you've got it in your basket, but you might not get hold of it if you dilly dally. It gets taken out of your basket after 10 minutes. We don't muck about here on the craft store. It's like, no, not having it. Right, it's going back on the shelf. Forget it. So hurry up.
Imagine if they did that in a high street
Shop,
supermarket. Yeah.
as you're walking around the
You've
shop.
been wandering around. Hang on a minute. Somebody wants that butter.
You've had those beans for like 5 minutes now. Sorry, mate. Let's go straight back in someone else's basket. Yeah, that'd be great, wouldn't it? Just as you get to the checkout. Sorry, sir.
Hang on.
Sorry, that's 10 minutes you've had that
I
trolley.
had some
Well,
seeded granary loaf in here. Where's he gone? There's another bloke at the other till going.
Yeah. All you did was allocate it by putting it in your trolley. You did not get to the checkout in 10 minutes flat. So that's it. That's the moral of the story. Get to the checkout.
Right, shall we have a look at another demo?
Yes, please.
Alrighty. Okay, let's deconstruct this one. Now this time, this is great. We're going to use that trap the scrap bit that we used.
Yep.
Now the back is an Indian summer paper. So we've got a piece of Indian summer paper. We've got a piece of black card. So this time we're using the white card blank in the back. Got a black piece of card. Then we're going to cut holes in here. We'll do that. That's that bit. We've got to do that. Right, so we'll do that. Oh, there's one in case this doesn't pan out. Right, and then we're going to stick the clever bit in the middle.
Okay.
Okay, right, I'll be ready. So this is what we're going to do. Let's take that and let's first of all, let's cut these out. So the first thing I want to do, this is the front again, and then we'll take our heart one and this is cut to size, so that's going to be the heart, right like that. That's brave, but we're going to go for it. And what I'm going to do, because I can, I'm going to secure it so it doesn't slide around, okay? I'm just going to take a bit of low-tack tape.
Yep.
I'm just going to make sure that it doesn't slip.
Makes sense.
Because it's cut to size. Okay, that'll do. Clever. Right. Then the next thing is we need, so on our card we want to cut the heart out, we've done that, and then we want to cut out that really detailed twirly one.
Yeah.
Right, now where's that?
That's detailed twirly one.
The detailed twirly one.
Where's
I
that
know,
one?
it's very, very technical.
You should label them.
Yeah, very technical this is, you know. In fact, to be sure.
So this is showing the circles and squares together, this particular project?
They complement each other so nicely. You know, I was saying earlier about how... but this time, these dies don't have a cutting edge, so all we're going to get is the holes, the apertures.
Yeah.
Right. So now we'll sandwich this, right? Down we go, make our sandwich, and then through the die cutting machine. All die cutting machines work. I like electric ones, but there are loads of different ones. It's like a glorified mangle, Richard.
Yeah, so, I mean, it must be quite a recent thing, the electrical ones. I mean, you know, back in the day...
a few years now.
Yeah, but, I mean, 20, 30 years ago, it must have been all done by hand, I would have thought. Is that right?
It used to have a crank, like a,
like a
mangle.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's have a look if this works, shall we?
Yeah,
okay,
this is
so
exciting.
so now we've got
it's
to
like
take
the big reveal, isn't it?
It is.
Do you want me on standby in case it hasn't come out how you want it, just to start talking about something else?
Have the samples at the ready.
Yeah, I will.
No, it's actually really easy. But what I love about this is, first of all, its clarity quality. The dies are second to none, right? And you can see, there it is, it's done.
Oh,
Look at
that's
that.
nice. Yeah.
So if I put that on the black, you can see
that's going to really pop out. Oh, that really, yeah.
Isn't
like
that nice?
Yeah.
So there you go. And as far as the little bits inside, we'll do that later.
Okay.
That's just got to be rubbed out over the side. Look up.
Yeah.
Oh, Barbara, just
Go
do
on,
what you're
go on,
going to
do
do.
it now.
Right,
Why
you go
put
like
off
that.
till later?
Right, I know. Dither.
Yeah.
And then it just pops out. Look, really
Yeah.
easy. Just in case you're thinking, oh, hang on a minute, she didn't show us that.
Yeah.
All you do is take that. I could use a toothbrush to do this. In fact, I have one at the ready, just in case.
I was using that earlier. Oh, disgusting. Oh. Yeah.
So that's that. We've got that. We're on a roll here. So now we've got
Glad
this.
we're on a roll because you've got about 2 minutes left.
Have I?
Yes.
So now you've got this bit. Right, let's leave that, but we'll assemble it later. And now we've got our trap the scrap bit. And what we're going to do is lift this off this piece here. Let me just get this going. Hang on a minute.
Yeah.
Because this has got to go, because it's obviously very, very sticky, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hello? Right, here we are.
Is it good to have nails for this sort of thing? Like to have long nails or
No,
in crafting,
not at all.
No?
Just have 2 fingers
Yeah.
so that you can split it out before you, and then use this bit to lay it down.
Okay, yeah.
Now, what we've got, though, is it's quite sticky there, isn't it?
Yeah.
So we're going to use that to full advantage. And what we'll say is, have I only got 2 minutes, really?
3 minutes.
do that.
Well, I said 2 minutes. There was a little sneaky extra
Okay.
minute in there.
And then we'll use our Perga glitter. There you go. Wonderful. Pergamano glitter, that is.
Right.
Again. And I'm going to... There are 6 different colours. Beautiful little hint of copper, pink, silver, blue, gold, green. They're
Details up
lovely.
on your screen right now. There you go. $22.94 for that.
And-
£5 saving.
And so this is the gold one. And what's lovely is you'll see it's iridescent. It's ultra fine glitter. For a crafter, this is the gear because, first of all, the bit that I don't use, I've got the copy paper underneath, it will catch it and I can funnel it back into, because it's got a big pot. Secondly, you can see it's not static, it's not clinging to the plastic.
Okay.
So now we're just going to rub this gently with our finger, and everywhere that was sticky, the adhesive, the glitter will stick to it.
And the rest
Take
comes
it off there. You've got your glittery... I'll put that to one side.
Yeah. Now you
Then
want to funnel all
just
back in again.
funnel all that back
Yeah.
in again. Simple. That's
Yeah.
why you need the copy paper underneath. Try not to miss it.
You've got to be so careful with glitter, haven't you? Because you'll be picking it up for ages everywhere.
Yeah. But what's so good about this quality glitter, this is made by Wow in England.
Right.
Marion Empsey, brilliant she is. I love her.
Yeah.
And so it's nice working with an English company as well on this, you know. And they made them specifically for us, which is great. So now we're back to here, and so we've got our black, We've got our white layer, we've got that. And now, let's just say that this one's done, right? But I want to show you, because I said this the other day when I was looking at this, if I had my stash here of the black ones, let me show you. I've got a stash, right, of black and white ones, because these are always great. And it's just that big stamp, the big die with the pass, you know?
Yeah.
So I've done a black, and I think, personally, I like that. See? So I'm going to take that and I'm going to put it on there, and I think that just tidies that up beautifully. There you go, finished.
Love that.
All done.
That is the perfect one to put on the end, isn't it?
Yes.
You're done?
I'm done.
I haven't quite done yet because I've got a couple of things to say.
You, Virgil?
A little bit of housekeeping to do here because the squares are now on limited stock, so less than 10% left of the squares. So you've got circles and you've got squares. We've seen them all in action today. We've seen them both put into the same project there.
Wow.
From Barbara, so it's 11 dies you get in the set. It's 951909 is the item number for that, and look at that saving, £25 on the weekend wow, or you can flexi buy it on the weekend wow. It's 2 payments of £24.99. It's dispatched from the 10th of September, remember, or of course you could be a Freedom member and make even more savings. So lots to look out for there. Really enjoyed it. When are you on next?
Well, Paul's over in the other studio at 12 o'clock now.
Brilliant.
And then I'm back at 4 o'clock.
We'll
and
see you then.
We're trying to work out what we're doing with this.
Thank you.
At 3 o'clock.
Thank you very much. Lovely, Barbara. Thanks very much for that. And, well, we've got Crafting with Clarity continuing, as you said, in just a second with Paul. Then it's Scrapbooking with me, with Celebrate. And then it's Creative Resin with Chemset. All to come on the Craft Store.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the Craft Store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, my name is Maggie and I'm from Impressions Crafts. I've been running my business now for 15 years. I have a passion for making jewellery. I love working with the Lucite style flower beads, and we make thousands and thousands of angels and have been doing so for the last few years. We've been bringing lots of lovely beading kits, jewellery, for necklaces and bracelets and earrings, and we also bring a wide range of angels and accessories, beading accessories like bookmarks.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the Craft Store easier.
Hi, I'm Pat
and Mark
from Totally Patched. Most of the kits we produce we design ourselves. The design process is usually inspired by the fabric itself. We only use great quality fabrics, 100% cottons.
So whether you're a beginner or an experienced sewer or quilter, we hope we've got something for all of you.
Hello there and welcome back. Oh my goodness, what a feast for your eyes. Those beautiful examples of how you could be working with your one-day special. And of course 12 o'clock is an hour that we dedicate to our one-day special, and this has been a corker. You've been loving it. It's been a very busy one. Sold out once, we're now on an extended delivery, but it is a very popular one because a quarter of the stock of that one, over a quarter of the stock of that one has gone as well. My goodness, we're having a very busy weekend, but I'm glad that I've got the company of Paul for this hour. My goodness, what an hour.
Good, I know, it's been absolutely crazy from the launch yesterday for our 28th birthday celebrations with the weekend wow.
Exactly.
And it's fantastic. And so really yesterday and today has all been about sort of new concepts and innovations in core products, really. So when you think that Barbara had that sort of moment of clarity with clear stamps 28 years ago, she's still innovating now in relation to the beautiful dies we've got on the weekend wow. And then as a result of a conversation with Linda, the brand new contour range.
It's that mindset that she's got to always kind of improve and extend and get ideas. I love it. Now, of course, we are here. It's birthday weekend, so we've had lots of different shows going on. You may well have just been watching Barbara a few moments ago with the weekend wow. Well, she may well have mentioned, or Rich may have mentioned, because of course he was with her in the last hour, your fabulous birthday bonus. Now, if you've not placed an order already during one of the Clarity shows, then you won't have this on its way to you. But if you choose this hour or any of the subsequent hours that we've got, then one of these packs will be on their way to you. Now, Paul, tell me about these. What are these?
Okay, so Barb's favourites. As you know, Barb created beautiful designer papers initially to work with the Groovy system. So we had Northern Lights, Indian Summer, Rainbow River and Shenandoah. But there was always, when she was creating and designing these, she always thought, that's the one I'd go to again and again. So we took them out of the collection and turned them into Barb's favourites. This is one of my favourites. I think this one is Waimea Falls, this one.
Gorgeous.
Absolutely gorgeous. So what you're getting is, at random, the designs will vary with your order, and it's 10 sheets, 5 sheets of 2 different designs in each pack. And we've tried to put something together that was going to cover our 4 core products over the weekend. So these are perfect for your die cutting, these are perfect as backgrounds for your parchment, perfect for stamping on, which we've got coming up tomorrow and Monday. So it's one of those sort of essentials that you would use again and again.
I love it, and you'll see it being used time and time again with the finished samples within this hour as well, because they create that beautiful backdrop. So you can kind of see that little look coming through, that translucent parchment, allowing you to see just enough of that colour behind to add colour to it without you needing to add even more colour unless you choose to do so. So, one day special, let me take you through what we've got. We've got a fabulous array of beautiful plates within this one. In fact, you've got 11 plates. My goodness, there is a lot within here. We've also got an incredible saving. So everybody is saving with regards to this one, but if you are a Freedom member, you are saving even more. So £34.99. Am I right in thinking that the 4 that we're looking at now, these ones coming up...
That's right, the 4 framer ones. The 4 floral frames would be £31.96 because they're £7.99 each.
Okay.
So the saving you're getting as being a Freedom Club member
is the equivalent
covers
of
that.
I love it. Lots of you have been getting involved with this one, and it's been lovely because we've been seeing a lot of newbies as well. Now, I know that they're newbies because they're investing in the starter kit, which is perfect to work alongside this one as well. Love the fact that you're getting the fonts with these as well. We will go into kind of taking it, stripping it right the way back, if that's okay.
Yeah,
I know we've had lots of new people and lots of new questions.
That's right, and I think it's key to sort of, when we look at these designs and we say this is the contour range, it's not that it's going to replace what you've got, especially with the beautiful calligraphy ABC. It's going to enhance what you already have in your collection. And it's just a different skill set as well. We know with parchment craft, in the traditional method, it was a skill and it took time and it took patience to be able to create something beautiful. The Groovy system replaces one element of parchment craft, and that's giving you the beautiful line art. So it gives it to you with ease and means that it's achievable of anybody of any age.
This is the thing that I love, and because you've got the alphabets, you've got the scope and the freedom to make those into whatever you want them to be. I mean, here, these are familiar things that we may see them with regards to plates that you might have seen previously and things like that, but not with these additional little flourishes, and certainly not with the kind of, almost like the heaviness and the lightness that you've got with these designs.
That's right. So basically the contour range, the plate is a combination of thin and thicker lines to give you that sort of that shading and that sort of calligraphy style of imagery. So again, you could do that with an existing plate, but where would you put the thicker lines? Where would you sort of go with the existing line art on your plates? So all especially these swirls and twirls, they are a real enhancement to designs you may already have as well.
I love it. Now the fonts, I love this because you've really thought about this. Got two uppercase fonts, slightly different styles, but then you've got the uniformity of a lowercase that works brilliantly with both of them.
Absolutely. So again, Barb's always been one for different fonts. We do the beautiful word chains where you spell out a word that says happy and it's all different fonts to make it really modern and funky. So again, Barbara was looking at the fonts and said we need something classic and clean and sort of everyday, but we also then want something elegant as well, and more in the traditional calligraphy style, which is what we're looking at the bottom. And then to find an alphabet that complements both of them, it's just a match made in heaven.
It is, and it's gorgeous because you can see it's almost like a hand-scripted look, the one alphabet set, whereas the other one is very much a calligraphy in a very traditional sense, but absolutely beautiful. Then you've got the addition of the other plates. Now these are going to enhance, or it depends which way you look at it. You might start off with the words, you might add the words afterwards. It's entirely up to you. But this heart is absolutely beautiful. Barbara referenced this one this morning when we were looking at it at 8 o'clock because the outline of the roses allows you, if you wanted, to add that finer detail. So we're not just talking about new people to working with the Groovy system, people who are accomplished archers.
Absolutely. What we've found in the past, Hayley, is that parchment craft, as I say, it was a skill. It was freestyle in that respect. So you had your traditional pattern, you had to learn the pressure, and you had to be quite precise in order to get beautiful line art. And so a lot of people, as they progressed through their parchment journey, they may have had dexterity issues or their eyesight wasn't as good as what it was when they first started. So they stopped doing it. With the introduction of the Groovy system, it's reintroduced it back into them for a craft they enjoyed that they had to maybe put to one side.
And I love this because we've seen different elements of colour featuring in many of these as well. So obviously you've got the brightness, the vibrancy if you want it. You can take those pastel tones, just use it as white work if you want it. I mean, this is beautiful. This one is from Carol, and I love this. A lot of the traditional picot cutting.
That's right. So again, you can go fresh and modern and funky, or you can keep it in that traditional style.
Yeah,
it's that flexibility.
Isn't it gorgeous? And another one here from the lovely Josie. And I love this because it's kind of like I know she's a traditional parcher, but quite a modern twist, I think, on that traditional frame.
And that's using the beautiful infill plates. We've got the A5, which we haven't even got to yet.
This is the thing. I love it. So your one-day special, what an amazing deal. It is a phenomenal deal. You've been loving it. And there's so much scope with regards to this, and the finished samples really do show everything off as well. So with regards to these, let me just show you, is it the squares we're going to have a little look at? So very quickly, let me just show you these. So these are kind of along the same, whoops-a-daisy, along the same lines as the heart that we saw.
That's
and
right.
Again, beautiful wreaths, but elements you can kind of pick out as and when you want.
Absolutely. So these are the floral frames collection. So you've got the beautiful tulips, the rose heart that we were looking at. Then you've got the beautiful sweet pea.
I love this. You've got a gorgeous purple example with a lovely kind of like white bow sitting in the centre. The purple that you've got with regards to this one, I mean, it's such a gorgeous kind of backdrop, but equally so the colour's been brought forward in the design. I love that one. Like the angular look of this next one as well.
So this one, this is the sweet pea trellis. Absolutely beautiful. So again, you've got those minute little boxes which gives you that trellis effect, and then it's just embedded with gorgeous sweet piece.
Isn't
I mean,
that
look at
beautiful?
that
Isn't
piece
that
of
gorgeous?
artwork.
Love the gradient of colour that you've got with that one as well. Absolutely beautiful. What have we got coming up next? Oh, this is pretty.
And this is the Hellebore hexagon. And this is the one we're going to look at.
Christmas rose, isn't it?
It could be, yes. It depends on the colour, isn't it, that you choose to apply to that, if you choose to. It could be, as you say, I mean, look at that.
Is this one of Jose's?
I think that one is Maggie Byford's one.
Oh, wow. Oh, you saw that piercing work. I was certain it was a Josie one.
No. And that technique where you perforate in the background, what it does, it's like an optical illusion on the eye, because what it does is it pushes where you've perforated into the background and then makes your artwork come more into the foreground.
I love it. And of course you've got that fabulous heart as well, which we were showing you earlier on, but it doesn't stop there because you've got even more plates. Now there's a big area covered with these. What's the purpose
That's right.
of these?
So these are the A5 pattern infill plates. Now when you look, for example, when you look at the larger square, it's a big piece, so it's the equivalent of an A5 square plate.
Right.
Okay. And then what we decided to do was to do a smaller square and reduce the imagery as well slightly. So what that means, so it just reduces the scale of the design. So it means that you may have a small area you want to fill in, like for borders and corners. So you've got that flexibility, and then you've got two beautiful corners of different designs.
And it's beautiful because each and every one of those coordinates with those main elements that we were looking at, the wreaths, the hearts, all those different pieces. But equally so, if you're wanting to use them, as Jane has done here, in a really funky and modern style. I love this, like little, I'm going to, aren't I? It's like a patchwork. Of course I'm going to love it.
So that one I covered in the 8 o'clock show last night.
Did you?
Yeah,
right.
and so lovely Jane prepared that one for us.
And it's lovely because it's a modern twist, isn't it? And then Carol, again, I mean, look at that with those hearts. Not the heart. Oh, I'm getting a bit of barbarism now. We were getting hearts and roses mixed up in the 8 o'clock show. We are very, very busy. Rapidly approaching a third of the stock of the extended delivery stock. Now, this is your restocked stock. And with regards to this, once it's gone, that's it. We will have to say goodbye to the one-day special because, of course, it's sold out once. There isn't an infinite volume of these that we can bring to you, unfortunately. At some point, we have to say that is it. We've got no more. Now, that'll either be when it sells out again or when we get to 6 o'clock this evening. To be honest, at this stage to play, it could go either way. But what I can say is I can guarantee that if you're placing your order for this now, then it will be on its way to you. And you can just make that first flexi buy if you're wanting to. Now, it is a why not deal. So if you're not a Freedom member already, let me explain to you what that means. It means the saving that you're going to generate by becoming a Freedom member means you are going to outweigh the cost of it becoming a Freedom member. So instantly you are saving. So let's have a look at this. Freedom members, or brand new Freedom members, you'll be paying £7.97. Now that is an ongoing payment if you want it to be, but you could utilise it just for your one-day special and then cancel afterwards. So what you're going to do is straight away you're saving on your postage. So straight away you can see that that is going to be disappearing from your order. But then you've got your combined price. You've got your one-day special price of £79.89, but you are saving a further 10% on that one. So when that 10% comes off and you add it to your post and packing, you can see you are saving £11.94. So it's going to more than cover the cost of your Freedom membership. And then, of course, you'll have it for a whole calendar month, so there'll be savings galore, maybe like the weekend wow, which is absolutely amazing. Have we still got the weekend wow? Is that still going?
I think the squares are just hanging in there. I don't know what I'm going to do at 3 o'clock. I mean, I'm going to have to concentrate on the circles.
Okie dokie. Fair enough then. So, yeah, it's been a very, very busy weekend. So, Paul, let's strip things right the way back because we'll have a lot of people, and I know we've had a lot of the starter kits being sold over the shows as well. So let's take it back to basics.
Okay, so basics. What is the Groovy system? So the Groovy system is a way of transferring beautiful imagery onto parchment. Okay. And we have a starter kit that we've got just to the right of me. And what this is if you're looking for a new craft and you think, oh, this looks really interesting, can I do it? I can honestly say, hands on heart, if you can hold a pen, then you can use the system. So what you're going to get, this was where it all sort of began with a starter kit, and you've got everything in there that you will need when you get it home to get started. So you're not going to think, oh, I'm not going to need this, it's all there. So when we look at the designs across the bottom that we're looking at now, oh, there we go, that we were looking at.
A bit of atmospheric haze there.
That's right. So, okay, so the starter kit has everything in there that you can get. It has the tools, it has the parchment, it has design plates, it has an instruction sheet. So when we look at the designs that you're going to get across the bottom, we've got the one on the end with those little tags. That's called a groovy inset. So that is like an adapter plate for some of the smaller plates. Then we've got the beautiful trees. So again, they could be winter trees, summer trees, autumn trees.
Good point, yeah.
Because you can pick and choose the elements when you're tracing out the design. Moving along, you've got these fantastic hills and mountains. You've got a lake in there, depending on how you trace it out. You've got the sun's full moon, half a moon, or crescent moon.
Yeah, very much.
And then finally, for me, what is key to a lot of my artwork is having a frame.
Okay.
If you create a frame, it confines the area in which you're working.
Right.
So 9 times out of 10, I will create the frame first and then work within it.
I love it. And those are all included because we didn't used to always get all of those, did
No,
we?
you didn't. The addition was the adapter plate.
Ah,
okay.
love
so
it.
also you're going to get 20 sheets of your A5 parchment. You're going to get the plate mate, and this is really key to the whole system. A plate mate is, it houses the various different size plates. So this will house the A5 square and the A6 square plates.
And we're getting 4 of the...
And you're going to get 6 of the A5 square because you've got the swirls and twirls.
Of course, yes, yeah.
So they're going to work in there straight away. You're also going to get, I'll just reach in and sort of just bring this up. You're also going to get the 2 tools that you're going to need in the system. So we've numbered them, number 1, number 2, number 3 and number 4. And they all have various different ball sizes on the end of them, and they do different purposes. Then we've got the tumble dry sheet, and we'll explain what that comes in. And then finally, rather than just give you that and say, well, get on with it, we've given you a beautiful double-sided project sheet created by the lovely Tina Cox that takes you through step by step on how you can recreate some projects using the plates within the collection.
So straight away you've got everything that you need. You can add a little colour with your pencils if
That's
you've got
right.
those
So if you've got pencils, you can use that on there. And it comes with a warning. It says, this starter kit carries a warning. Groovy parchment craft can become highly addictive. And it really
Just like
is.
a good book.
Absolutely.
I love it. And of course the beauty is because it works alongside the one-day special, and many of you are blown away with the one-day special, and that's the reason why you're choosing to get involved. I often say it only takes 1 plate or 1 die to make you want to get involved with this, and maybe it's the one-day special. Of course the flexi order is available with regards to your starter kit as well, so you can spread the cost over 2 payments if you're wanting to. But if you pop it in with your one-day special, you can actually spread it over 3 payments, which makes it a much more affordable way for you to get hold of everything. And you've got a lot to keep you out of trouble for a long time if you're going with that one. Now, over 1/3 of the stock has gone of the one-day special though, so make sure you get into this one very, very quickly. Get into the groove, so to speak. Somebody famous said that once, I'm sure.
I'm sure they did. So where did the idea of the contour plates come in? It all started off with a conversation that Barbara had with Linda.
Okay.
The beautiful calligraphy style of writing. And during that conversation, Linda said, well, Pergamano used to do a series of metal grids. And that had the beautiful sort of calligraphy style on it. And she said she used to teach it for many years. But again, it was that skill and the time.
Yeah.
So when we have a look here, these are a couple of the metal grids.
Gosh,
I don't know if I hold that at an angle.
Wow, these bring back
There
memories.
we go. So again, because we own Pergamano, we own all the intellectual property of it.
Yes.
So again, Linda said, have a look, but I can come up with some beautiful styles based on that. So you can see where you've got the thick and the thin lines on here.
Yes,
and then also you've got the beautiful sort of like let's turn it around, the numbers. Again, so you've got the thickness and the thin elements as well. But they're metal grids, and obviously they serve their purpose at the time. Okay, so when you look now at the plates, and the plate, you may look at it and think, well, it just looks like a normal groovy plate. And it is, but it's just got that subtle difference to it.
And again, I know you mentioned this earlier on, but just for anybody that's a little worried that we're going in a different direction with Groovy and we're kind of forgetting about the past, this is just an enhancement, isn't it? We'll see more, but we'll see more from the other style as well.
Absolutely, because there's only certain, or not certain, there'll be some designs that the contour element will suit more perfectly than it will on other designs. Some designs, you wouldn't want to put that sort of contour look to it.
Okay.
So again, so this is the first collection in the range. So what I'm doing, I'm putting the, this is the beautiful hellebore plate, and I've just put it into the plate mate, and I'm just using a groovy tab just to hold it so it doesn't move around. Okay, I'm going to take a piece of parchment, and it's when I trace it out, you'll see the difference.
Okay.
Okay, so I've got a little bit of parchment. I'm going to take a groovy tab and just tape it down. Okay. Tumble dry sheet, we spoke about, it comes in the starter kit, is key. When you wipe the parchment, what it does is it allows the tool to glide more easily when you push into the groove, hence it being called the groovy system. Now, with a normal groovy plate, all of the width of the lines are equal. And for me personally, I prefer to go in with the #1 tool, which is like a stylus. Okay. And that gives me a beautiful crisp line every single time.
Right.
Now, with the contour range, you need to go in with the #2 tool, which has a little ball on the end. Okay. And the reason for that is because it's the varying width of the lines. So if I was to go straight in with the #1, let's do it on this one over here where it's slightly, but if I go in, it's possible that I'm going to stretch it too far and I'm going to rip the parchment.
Right.
Because
there's too much give there. There's
that's
too much,
right. Yeah.
Too much wiggle room.
Wiggle room for the tool. So when you take the #2 tool and you push in, because it doesn't go in as far, then what happens is you get, it gently breaks down, but it fills the channel of the groovy plate. Okay, so look, if we go here, so it's nice and wide there, and then it becomes thin there.
Okay.
So again, we can go round and just, but it's very easy to complete the design.
So do you need to learn a different style of actually working with the tool there? If you've worked in the traditional sense before, now you've changed into this style?
Just remember, if you've got the groovy tool from the starter kit, it's just remembering to go in with the #2 tool first.
And is it less is more, not too much pressure, or?
I use the same pressure as if I'm using the #1 tool. Okay, so then you've got all these little details in here, which I would then go in and use the #2 tool as well. And you can pick up.
You can see how with this. Can I just show you as well? Because I've actually just. Sorry, I'm pulling away from Paul there. I've just been having a little rummage around here. Can I just show you these? Because these are both using the exact same plate that Paul's just been working with. And you can see they've got totally different looks to them. Obviously, the hellebore, we think of that as a Christmas rose. But have a look at these. Both exactly the same plates. But if I rotate that slightly, you can see how one has evolved from the other. Because it's exactly the same. Obviously, this one's been done on a square piece of parchment with some gorgeous colour added in. And this one's being used alongside some of the octagons as well. So it shows just how versatile they are. Now 40% of the stock, of the restock stock has gone. So if you're wanting to get hold of your one-day special, we're supposed to be having a show at 4 o'clock this afternoon, so I don't know. When it's gone, it's gone. We can't bring any more than we've got available at the moment, so you need to get involved as soon as you possibly can. £79.89 is the price if you're not a Freedom member, but if you're a Freedom member, then it drops down because you are saving £34.99, and that equates to more than the cost of the 4 plates, the square plates that we are just having a little look at. Now we're going to very quickly bring the details up on your screen, and I say very quickly because I am a little bit nervous about bringing those details up in case you place your order. Oh, you can't place your order because they've gone. Fair enough, that's good, because what I was thinking is your flexi buy with regards to this one is actually less than what you were planning on spending on those 4 together, so it makes sense to go down this particular route if you're wanting to. Then you've got your larger plates as well, and I love this because each and every one of those, you've got the same area as background, then you've got the smaller scaled down version, but then you've got your corners, and this is brilliant because you can interchange these if you want. You don't necessarily have to stick to exactly the same design and use the background, use the smaller, use the corners. You can swap them around, and of course the swirls that you've got within your other plates with the alphabet, you could be adding and enhancing that one as well, adding borders and all sorts. Love it, such a versatile bundle, and it could be all on its way to you for just £23.97 today. Now don't forget though, 40% of the stock has gone, and it is flying out. We've seen a very busy hour with regards to this one, and I think sometimes people, if they're completely new, they need to kind of have that confidence that they're going to be able to achieve these kind of results that you bring us.
Absolutely, Hayley. And when you look at some of this artwork from the design team, some of the ladies have only been doing parchment craft since the groovy system started.
Oh, right.
And what the
it's
groovy
difficult
system,
to pick out.
yeah, it really is. So like Jane Telford, I mean, Josie's been doing it for many years, Linda's been doing it for Sheila Bradley's only been doing it since groovy started. Right. And so what it does, so when you look at the samples and you think, I love the effect, but there's no way I can do that. You can, because what you do, Barb's always described it as a bus journey.
Yes.
Okay, so you go on that bus journey by tracing out the line art. Okay, and then because you get the confidence, because you get that beautiful line art easily every single, you want to learn something else.
Very much.
So whether it be the colouring, and then you want to learn the white work, because it really is, and you will be able to achieve this if you choose to.
I love
but
it.
you don't have to if you don't want
and
to.
this is one of those, and I'm sure she won't mind me calling her that, Jane, one of the newbies that you've just mentioned.
Absolutely.
And as you can see, if I could achieve that relatively early on in my journey, I'd be very pleased with that. And Sheila, again here, another beautiful look. And it's lovely because sometimes when you've got a kind of a card making background, because that's where you've traditionally crafted, you kind of get a different look. So some of the designs that we see from
this sample here that we're looking at, this Happy Birthday, is a perfect example. Okay, so this one was this Sheila that
I
did
think
this
it was
one.
Sheila, this one,
so
yes.
Sheila's there. So if you're new and you're thinking, I want to start groovy, you will instantly be able to achieve this when you get it home. Because it's just a case of just tracing out the designs. There's no picot cutting, there's no white work, there's a little bit of colour application, and then you've got the designer papers behind it to enhance it.
And I love it because, like you say, if that's as far as you want to go on your bus journey,
Absolutely.
then you just get off at
you
that
get
stop.
off that bus and you just carry on
But
that
here,
level.
Josie, obviously, who's a seasoned archer, she's added even more detail by using some of that fabulous picot work around the edge there, and of course that fine detail work you can see in between. So, like you say, it's as little or as much as you want it to be.
But again, Josie's been doing it many years traditionally, so she's taken the picot squares to create the frame, the picot around the edge, so she can concentrate more on the design in the middle.
I love it, and I think that's potentially what our lovely Carol has done with this as well. I mean, this is beautiful.
Beautiful.
They're all works of art, aren't they?
Absolutely, and it is, and the amount of time that the ladies put into it to make our job easier to come and showcase it on the craft store.
I love it. So it starts off with number 2, and then because you've got that finer detail work, do you need to go back in again?
Yeah, well, you can do. You have, that's the thing, you have the choices. So for example, I've traced this out now with the number 2 tool, and if I now go in with the number 1, what this is going to do, it's now going to just accentuate the line art and make it crisper. Okay, so I'm going to do half of it, and we'll turn it over so we can see the comparisons. So you can see here, this is where I've gone in back with the number 1 tool. So I've got a smoother line compared to it being over here, which looks a bit sort of raggy. But that's not to say, it's only because I was going fast when I was using the number 2 tool. But what I can do now,
and this is the beauty, because you can just look at it and then put it back in because it fits back in.
Absolutely, so it just relocates back into the groove and then you can carry on, you see. So again, I'm just going to go around and just make them all the same brightness. And again, on the little bits in the middle, you think surely you're not going to be able to pick that up, but it does. And it's the magic of the groovy plates that makes it achievable.
It's also like a mindful way of crafting, I would say, because you're not having to think about what you're doing, because the tool automatically goes to the area and does the effect that you want. If you scoot out of it, then you don't have to worry. So it's kind of like a no pressure way of doing your parchment craft.
For me, the groovy plate is a safety net.
Yes.
That's what it is. And now to have this beautiful technique of the contour range, where we can get the thin and the thicker lines to create that sort of illusion of light and depth, but with ease. You can take a normal groovy plate, you could trace out, and then you'd have to move on to a soft mat, and then you'd have to take a ball tool, then to thicken up the lines. Now, you've got to work out where you want the thickness of those lines. So when it comes to the alphabet, does it come in on the left? Does it come on the right? So Linda has done all that work for you.
And when you're learning with a mat, it's not something that comes to you overnight, is it? It takes time. It takes a long time.
It's getting the pressure, because if you go on too heavy, you can go through the parchment.
It's true,
And if you don't put enough pressure, you're going over it again and again and again.
Love it.
So I just wanted to showcase the different part, just to show how, again, you can see here, this is just done with the number 2 tool. So when we looked at that beautiful piece by Maggie Byford with that gorgeous white work.
Yes, yes.
So she's
Oh, let me
probably just
find that one,
taken
'cause
the number
absolutely
2
beautiful.
tool and then created that beautiful shading to sort of bring out the elements. And then if you wanted to, you could go back and reintroduce the line art as well.
Now I think Barbara's going to be working with the roses when she comes back at 4 o'clock.
That's right,
so
she's doing a bit of a colouring masterclass.
Yeah, we weren't expecting it, but very kindly, because Barbara's here, if you did watch the show at 8 o'clock, she kind of gave you a little insight as to what she was going to be doing. So I know she spoke about doing an outline, didn't she?
Yeah.
In a similar way that you've done with the rose, but it could be any flower.
Any flower, because obviously you're not going to, if you purchase this, we're good, but we're not that good.
Can't get them to
so
you
we can't get them to you that quick.
And they need 3 pencils.
3 pencils,
a light,
it was a
medium,
light,
and dark.
medium and dark. And then Barbara's going to give you some techniques on the colouring to create.
Well, your Dorso oil as well. Don't forget your Dorso oil and your spot-on
if you've got all
sponge.
those bits.
You need to dig those all out.
There we go. So if we have a look at this, this is the card that Barbara's been working on the last couple of hours, created by Linda Williams. And again, it's going to show you how to create the beautiful colouring on that.
Even if you are completely new, now we're not saying to you, oh, you're going to need all of these, you're going to need a new pack of pencils, you're going to need all these things. They're all things that you will come to as time goes on if you are new to your parchment. But it's kind of showing you what you can achieve over time if you so choose. And Maggie has made these flowers look absolutely beautiful. Very traditional style of parchment where you've got the colour coming from the back, which of course, if you're getting your birthday bonus, you're getting your papers, you could be bringing that colour in by the way of those, because you're going to get a pack of these. Lucky dip, so if you've not placed an order already, then you won't have yours on the way to you. But if you are placing an order during this hour, then you certainly will. And you can use them as the backdrop there. You don't even need to add colour if you don't want to, but of course you can add and enhance colour wherever you so choose. So make sure that you do come back and join Barbara at 4 o'clock to learn a little bit more about that. Details on your screen for your one-day special. Don't forget, you've only got another show at 4 o'clock with regards to this one, and already rapidly approaching half the stock has gone. I think it's one of those situations, you may well have been watching the shows previously, and it's investment of anybody's money, but the thing that I love about the Clarity team is they knew that it's a birthday event. They knew that there was going to be lots of new things to tempt you and lots of things that you might want to take advantage of. But what they have done is they've kept those prices low, and they've also given you the affordability that you can take the elements that you're wanting to take. So obviously some of those have gone now, so if you wanted some of those plates by themselves, sadly they have gone. But it's a very affordable way for you to get hold of everything, because you're looking at a little over £20 to get involved with these if you are a Freedom member. Everybody's saving at least £27 on this one, but as a Freedom member you are saving that extra 10%, which makes it a very affordable way. Now we're on extended delivery if you are joining us, because it did sell out, but we're looking at the 11th of September, so that'll be here before you know it, which is a little bit scary because it's nearly the middle of September, and then we know what happens after that. 240627 if you're wanting to get involved with this one, please do so, but do it as soon as you can. Rapidly approaching half the stock has gone. So, Paul, you're taking us through the basics.
Taking through the basics.
We've built up our confidence. What do you suggest we have a little look at next?
Okay, so I thought, this is a beautiful piece of artwork that Josie Davidson has created. And I thought, there's no way I can do this justice in recreating this in an hour. This would probably, you'd have to break it down over the 5 hours.
Yes, that's
so
true.
what I thought we'd do is have a look at some different elements that Josie's created. I mean, this beautiful hellebore hexagon that we've been working on, again, just taking the outer part of the plate, and then you could put anything else in the middle.
That's a
you
good
could use
point.
one of the beautiful Weekend Well dies to create an aperture
Oh, you could.
within
And then
the
you'd see the
middle.
designer paper through it,
Absolutely.
wouldn't you? Nice.
So these will work. Again, it's that crossover between parchment craft and your sort of die cutting as well. Okay, so I thought what we'd have a look at, we can come in on, say, like this hellebore just at the top. You've got beautiful colouring that Barbara's going to concentrate in with the rose. So I'm not going to cover that, but you can see it's got this beautiful, very subtle white work that just adds that little bit of sort of body to it.
Okay.
So I thought what we'll do is we'll trace out, the one that I've traced out, we'll work on that and just show how you can slowly break down the fibres to create that.
Wonderful.
Okay, so what we're going to use for that, for me, my best friend when it comes to white work is
and
the pink.
I know you mentioned this previously, and it's one of those ones that helps you, it kind of regulates the pressure.
It does, yeah. I'm heavy-handed, so what happened is I'm impatient as well. So I go on too fast, and then if you go on too fast, it ends up looking like cotton wool.
Okay.
Or you can go through the parchment.
Right, fair enough then, yeah.
So pink mat is key. Then also on the show, we've got our ball tool collection. Now I've got all mine in here. So look, I've got everything. This is a must-have. This is storage.
It looks
really
amazing. You've got everything together. Now, of course, people will know, if they've been into parchment previously, you'll know the name of Pergamano. But Pergamano and Clarity, you're all part of the same now, aren't you?
Yeah, Clarity purchased Pergamano several years ago. And this is just fantastic because if you're going to craft classes now that things are getting back to a bit more normality, then if you've got everything in the bag, then you know, as long as you've put it back afterwards when you've used it, then you could take this with you and you're good to go. Okay, so it's all double stitched and it's really, really good.
And it's nice because you'll see it fill up over time as well.
Yeah, and that's part of the crafting. So I've got different tools, I've got scissors in here, I've got a space in here for my mix mats, I've got the beautiful Pergolina pencils, which Barb's going to be using.
Oh, you've got your two types with those, haven't you? Yeah.
Yeah, so you've got the B pencils, which are a wax-based pencil, and then you've got your A pencils, which are water-based pencils.
Lovely.
Excuse me. Then we've got the Perga colour pens.
Actually, shall I show you what you get with this set? Because I'm sure we've got a fabulous picture of this one to show you. Because sadly, it doesn't come completely full. You're going to choose all those goodies over time. And it's brilliant because it gives you the opportunity. You don't just have to use it for your parchment if you don't want to. So you can see that it's bright pink, as you can see there. A fabulous comfort handle there as well. And of course, you've got all those different pockets and little kind of elasticated elements that you can pop your tools in there and all sorts of goodies in there. So £29.99. Put that in alongside your one-day special. It's extra tenner. It's worth doing, isn't it? It gives you the opportunity to store things and keep them all neat and tidy.
So Perga colour pens. So these are water-based, double-ended. So again, great for your parchment, but also for your everyday crafting as well.
Yeah.
And you get 30 of those in the collection. A beautiful kaleidoscope of colours. Then we've got the various different ball tools. So I'm going to go with the number 6 ball tool. And I'm also going to go with the 4.5.
Oh, those look like you mean business.
Okay.
Those are huge.
So, yeah. Then I've got all my perforating tools, multi-needle tools, and look, I've still got plenty of space in here as well. So as long as you pop it back in, then hopefully you'll find it when you come to use it. Okay. So pop that to one side. So when we're now coming to do the white work, we've been tracing out on the back. Okay, and we're going to do the same when we're doing the white work. Now, Linda's always said to me that what you do is you look at the area you're working in and you take the largest ball tool that will fit into that area.
Right, okay.
So obviously we've got a fairly large area here on the petal. So I'm going to take the number 6 ball tool. Now, let me show you. If I was to go on really heavy-handed, I get that beautiful white look. But can you see how it's starting to buckle?
Yes.
Because I'm going on fast and I'm going on heavy.
Right.
So the idea is that you go on gently.
Ah,
as if you're not, as if you're sort of just sort of tickling the paper.
Like a gentle stroke.
A gentle stroke. So I'm going to take the ball and place it on the edge of the line art. I don't want to go within the line art because the way in which it works, if I take, for example, let's just do a line here. So if I take the ball tool and I start inside the line, when I go out, it's not going anywhere near the line.
Okay, you've got like a little bit of a gap.
Yeah, you have. But if you start on the line, then what happens is there's no gap.
Right, good tip. Okay.
So, but again, it's just something that comes with a little bit of practice.
So where can we get all these hints and tips after we've invested in these?
Hints and tips. So every Tuesday we do a Groovy Tuesday session.
Okay.
On the Clarity Facebook Live. And the last couple of weeks we've been taking it back to basics.
Oh, good.
So we've covered the starter kit, we've covered colouring in techniques, perforating, finishing shits. And Linda has been guiding us through her multi-needle tools. We've got a Pergamano Summer School.
Oh.
So it's on a bit of a break. It comes back not this Tuesday coming, the Tuesday afterwards.
Oh, so just check out, and this is all under the Groovy, title on Facebook.
Yeah, we've got Clarity Worldwide,
okay,
and we've got Groovy Worldwide.
Brilliant.
And you've got all the design team on there, and people just post all their beautiful line art. And when you see that some people that have just started out, what they're creating, it really does sort of blow you away.
Now, I'm not being funny, Paul, but I can hardly see any change there.
See, that's the idea. You just want to go very... White work takes time. It really does. And so what you'll find is a lot of parters will have several pieces of artwork on the go.
Oh, right, okay.
So you do one layer of white work where you want to apply it, and then you leave it ideally 24 hours.
Ah, okay.
And what that does, it allows the parchment to bounce back.
Got you. And I love this. If you imagine, I mean, let me just bring up one of those Christmas roses and show you, because I nearly called it herbivore. Herbivore's the wrong thing, isn't it? Hellebore, that's the word that I wanted. Get me words. A nice little parchment plate of a herbivore. That's what we need.
And that's an Australian one.
Oh, yes, so it is. Sorry, I didn't notice that one. Thank you. Everyone's a critic. Now, with regards to that, you can see how all of that colour has been built up, all that white work has been built up, and you can see there it's going in. And of course, as Paul says there, you work on an area and you leave it to rest. So on something like this, you could work on each petal once, and then you can move on to the next one. You can kind of see where you've been, can't you? Because I suppose that's the thing.
Absolutely.
You can't always tell where you've been.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm going round in a circle or around a frame, what I tend to do is take a Groovy tab and pop it on my parchment where I've started.
Okay.
So that I know when I've gone all the way round, I know where to stop, and then I know I've done one layer. And then I come back to it and I start again, and I complete the next layer.
So how many repetitions would you do?
I'm guessing something like what Maggie has created, that beautiful white work.
Yes.
I would say probably 6, 7, 8, 9.
But she'd potentially have 6 or 7 of these on the go at the same time. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So again, to get that beautiful sort of effect, you can get it with less. It just depends on the pressure that you've got.
And I've got a feeling that Maggie's a bit of a perfectionist.
Absolutely. Well, she's the traditional parcher, and Linda's the same.
Yeah.
And Linda says that sometimes... The other thing about sort of doing the white work, it's like anything. Never go in cold, so to speak. So if you're going to do white work, practice the strokes on a scrap of parchment. On a scrap of parchment. Practice, and you'll get your hand sort of warms up.
Yes.
Apparently, if you go to a gym, you're meant to sort of do warm-up stuff before you actually...
I've heard of a gym, but can't say I've ever crossed the threshold.
So it's the same with doing white work. And also, I do the same when I'm picot cutting. It's just getting the hand used to the sort of the rhythm.
It's like a run-up to something, isn't it? You don't go straight in.
Straight
you just
in,
take a little bit of time. Love it. So loads of tips coming through from Paul. And it's all very useful, because sometimes we forget that the people joining us all the time, coming across the craft store and thinking, what is all this groovy stuff that everybody's talking about? Well, it gives you the opportunity to create beautiful things, just as we've been seeing here as well. Now, half the stock of the remaining one-day special has gone. Don't forget, this is a deal that will last right the way through to 6 o'clock if stock permits us to do so. And it's made up of a variety of different plates. In fact, you've got 11 plates in total with these. You've got your alphabets with 2 different styles of alphabet, as you can see there. Your uppercase in 2 different fonts. You've got your lowercase, which is connective between the 2. You've got your fabulous frames, as you can see there, 4 of those with the words in the middle there. And these are a brilliant idea. They're your larger plates, they're A4 plates, but you can see you've got 2 different styles of backdrop, and the one backdrop that you've got there on the smaller scale is perfect if you're wanting to do gifts as well. The lovely Glynis has taken some of the coasters that you can get from the Clarity part of the Groovy part of our brand section, and these are brilliant because it gives you the opportunity to make something and then kind of frame it in a little coaster that can actually become a gift, but then you could be using that alongside the card that you're making, so that could be replicated. This isn't exactly the same design, but you can see how you could be making a card to work alongside and then truly personalise there. I mean, that is a brilliant phrase there. Just for you, with all my love. Isn't that adorable? Imagine making gifts like that with a card alongside it. Brilliant one-day special, fabulous saving, and it's been incredibly popular. 240627. How are you getting on over there, Paul?
Okay, Hayley, so whilst you were talking, this was the one where we put one layer on, and I went in and did the second one. And then I went in with the number 4.5 because the idea is that you go smaller on the ball tools as you progress. So each of the layers, you start off with the largest ball tool. You may do 2 layers with the number 6, and then you do a couple of layers with the 4.5. And the idea is that the more, ideally, you leave it in between. So it's the same process, it's that flicking. So the way I sort of describe it, it's like an aeroplane taking off. The aeroplane's going along the runway and it lifts off.
Ah, okay.
Because if you was just to keep it constant, all you're going to do, you're not going to get that beautiful soft gradient as it sort of feathers away.
I love that analogy, yeah.
So it's just, or some people say it's like striking a match.
Yes,
I don't know if you can still get matches.
I've no idea, I don't know.
So again, it's just that little flicker, and I'm always starting on the line. Now, if you're not sure about starting on the line, then just use your groovy guard and let that act as like a buffer.
It's a good idea, yeah. It kind of gives you a starting point, doesn't it? So, and of course, the groovy guard is part of the accessory bundle, which is where you're going to get your groovy tabs. You'll get more of your parchment in there as well, because yeah, pretty much guarantee that once you get started with your groovy work, you'll find yourself needing more of that parchment as time goes on. And I love the idea of working on small pieces as well, because of course Paul was showing us doing lines and getting the effects with the lines, but sometimes that can be a bit boring, can't it? It's nice to have a little kind of bite-sized, manageable-sized project like the little hearts, or maybe like one of the flowers, that you can actually add that work to and have a little project that you're going to be working with, your practice, but then something that you can actually use at the end of it as well. So I like that idea very much. So some gorgeous designs within here, and of course Linda Williams knowing her stuff with regards to parchment when she brought them to us.
Just a little bit, yeah. So you can see now, I mean, I'm doing it for TV purposes. You can see how it's starting to sort of build up now as you create those various layers. So in small areas, you can achieve it on a quicker basis. But if you want to get that pure, beautiful, bright whiteness, then the longer you leave it in between the layers, the brighter it becomes.
Good tips.
So it's just to show really how you can create sort of a little bit of white work. I mean, I've covered that one virtually the whole of the petal. And what Josie's done, she's just gently just touched the edges, okay? And then what you would do to sharpen it up again, so I would go, say, the number 4 tool, or the number 3 that comes in the starter kit, and then you can sort of just, I'm not going in as far. When I was using the larger ball tool, I was lifting off a lot further away.
Okay.
So on this one, it's more of sort of like a flick.
Yes.
Just on the edge. Okay. So you can see, we can just go along, and we're just adding a little bit more whiteness. So then when we turn that over, you can see how it's starting to sort of make it stand out a little bit more.
Doesn't it make a difference?
It does. And again, it's practice, and it takes a little bit of patience. But for me, the key thing is the pink mat.
Yeah, now that pink mat, if you want the pink mat, and I know lots of people will resonate with that, and it's like a one-time purchase, isn't it? Once you've got it,
once you've got it, you've got it, definitely.
So yeah, very affordable way, and of course anything that you're adding into your basket, you can spread over 3 payments as well. And I think it's only, was it about $11.99? I can't remember now. It popped up on the screen earlier on, but you'll find it anyway on the brand section. But yeah, lovely bundle. Lots of you taking advantage of these. And again, Paul, is there anything more that you wanted to show us with your demo?
How are we doing for time?
We've got about 8 minutes or so.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, we could do a little bit of perforating.
Shall I show a few finished samples while you get ready then?
Yeah.
Brilliant. So, of course, the beauty is with this one day special, so many different styles. So that's why it's nice to kind of revisit some of the previous things that we've seen where you're just getting started, learning about your white work, and we're going to be learning more about perforating and adding that kind of detail that you can see that you might be snipping into if you're wanting to do your work that way, or maybe you're going to be creating the corners, because of course you can do that when you're working with these as well. And this is kind of one of those traditional techniques, which again has been something that takes years and years to master in the traditional sense, but of course tools have been developed to make life easier for us with regards to these. All of these gorgeous finished samples being brought to you from a variety of different skill sets with regards to parchment. You've got some people have got involved with it relatively early, relatively recently, should I say, like Jane. Jane will regularly see Jane's artwork, and she kind of comes of it very much from a card maker's point of view. And then you'll you'll get lots of beautiful, very traditional styles and kind of a mix of the two. This one I love. You've got those fabulous little sweet peas being used there from Glynis, but she's got some of that traditional work around the edge, and that is the beauty. As Paul quite rightly said, it's as little or as much as you want it to be. And here you can see the lovely Carol has made the most incredible, look at this layered butterfly. Absolutely beautiful. But of course it's that almost like lace work that you can create using your parchment that will give you that incredible result. I'm trying to keep my fingers away from the parchment because of course you've got oil on your fingers, but look at that. Absolutely beautiful. So if you're wanting your one day special, the details on your screen. But these effects, Paul, that we've been looking at here, how do we achieve these?
Sorry, which one? Sorry,
just talking about you've got the perforation and all of these.
Perforation. So this is where the basic grids come into play, and it's perfect because I was going to showcase what you could do with those. So there's a piece of artwork on the front from Maggie Byford.
Okay.
I think it's that one there. Yeah. If we can grab that one and look at that one.
Shall I leave it? I'll bring it in, shall I?
Bring it in. So, yeah, okay, so when you look at this, and we can go in real close, see all those perforations in the background?
Tiny holes.
Yeah, so that's using our basic grids.
Okay.
Okay, and what we do is you perforate the background to make the artwork become more prominent in the foreground.
I love it. Okay, now we've got about 4 minutes left. So speedy trick of how we do that.
This is perfect. So what I've done, I've taken one of the corners of the contour corners from the hellebore plate.
Wonderful.
Just to trace out. So if I bring in what Josie's done, you can see she's created this sort of pattern element just in the corners.
Okay.
Okay, so it's just a little finishing trick really, or a little bit of extra design. So then what I'm going to do, I'm going to take the basic grid. Okay, now these grids are perforated.
Okay, oh, so the holes go right the way through.
All the holes, so these are specially drilled, precision drilled, perfect spacing.
Okay.
And they're designed to work with our bold needle tools. So if I grab my one needle bold.
Now, with regards to these grid plates, they are £19.98. You're actually getting two. One that's all lined up square, that's the one that I'm working with at the moment, but there's also one where they're offset, where you've got a diagonal effect.
That's right. So the diagonal one is perfect for either perforating or embossing within irregular shapes. So if you took the beautiful rose and you think, I don't want to colour in, but maybe I want to perforate to create that pattern. So you would use the diagonal one because they're offset against one another.
So here you go, you can see with the diagonal one here, it kind of goes into all the nooks and crannies. So you can see that around those gorgeous little elements that you can see there, it will work. But equally so, if you've got just the border without the content and then you want them all kind of lined up, then you can do it that way as well.
That's right. So when we perforate from the front.
Okay.
And the reason being is because we're breaking the we're puncturing the parchment. So therefore on the back it feels scratchy.
Right.
Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take the plate. I'm using the 12x12 super foam. And I'm just going to line up my artwork with the plate.
Okay.
Okay. So we'll take another groovy
And the super foam, that gives you something firm to push into.
To push into, because if you were to try and perforate through the grid on a solid mat, it's not going to perforate that far.
Of course,
okay.
yes.
So then all you're going to do, if I take my groovy guard, and again, we hold the tool upright, and then we just perforate each of the holes.
Okay.
And this is how that card that Maggie's created creates that beautiful sort of backdrop to the design.
Oh, I see. So you perforate up as far as the swirls or the flourishes, and then you stop.
And you stop,
It's almost like colouring in with holes.
It is. It's another way of, again, if you're not into the colouring in, you can emboss these dots.
Good point, yeah.
To create an infill of colour, but it would just be the white. See, so you just go along and then you stop so that you don't go into your line art. And you get into a rhythm. This and Anne that was doing the felting earlier, Barb was blown away by that. And she said, sort of like, it's sort of, if you're having a bad day, then do some felting.
I think they were swapping ideas, and yeah, all sorts of new friendship evolved today.
So, but you can see how all of a sudden you can just go along, and because the grid is doing the work for you, you're not counting, or you're not going to try and randomly create the design.
Just get on and fill in that area, and it's surprising how quickly. I mean, that comes together so quickly, doesn't it?
And it's very. I find it perforating like this
I love the sound.
just as therapeutic as sort of tracing out the design itself.
You hear that little pop. It's almost like popping bubble wrap.
Yeah.
You get that noise going. Isn't that beautiful?
Okay. So now, if I lift that off, we can see
look at
how you've got those perforations.
That's so quick.
Okay, so it's just another way, when you're looking with the beautiful contour plates or your existing plates, it's a really nice way of either using it in a background or just in a little corner. I mean, look how Josie's used that just to add a little bit of design element
Looks amazing,
to her
doesn't it?
piece.
So pretty, and I think that's the key thing when you get these plates. And I know they've been very popular, the piercing plates that or the grids at the bottom of your screen. Lots of you added those in. Again, you can add those in alongside your one day special if you wanted to spread the cost over 3 payments. But it's just a different way of adding that detail. Doesn't detract from the artwork that you've got, but
No.
it kind of just gives it something.
And what it also does, when you're especially if you're using the designer papers as well in the background, it allows the illumination of the paper
That's a really good
to
point.
come
Yeah,
through
pulls
as well.
it through, doesn't it? Absolutely beautiful. I love it. So many different styles. I was just having a little look because I can't see which ones have got piercing on or not from this. But to be honest, we've only got a minute or so left anyway, so I'm just going to go through some of these. Now, over half the stock of your one day special have gone. There's so many different beautiful ways that you are going to be able to work with these. I've just found some of these which I didn't come across before. Karen, I mean, this is absolutely gorgeous. It's almost like a fresh, almost like an embroidered organza or a lace.
It is,
It
yeah,
looks
it's got that
beautiful.
delicacy to it. So again, if you're new to Groovy, you would definitely be able to achieve that.
I love it. And again, Karen has come up. Is Karen new to the design team?
No, Karen Jackson. Karen Jackson's been with us for a while.
Actually,
Yeah,
oh,
a traditional
part.
partner.
Yeah, I said, oh, I see. Fair enough.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
and then the
Okay.
lovely Linda Williams has created this one.
And this is the thing that I love. This is where, when Rachel receives this card for her 17th birthday, she's going to be absolutely blown away that she's got a card not only with her personalised name on there, but the date as well. And I think that is the beauty. And it's in such a gorgeous font. So whether it was for a 17th birthday or a 71st birthday, it doesn't matter. That font is perfect. Paul, thank you so much.
Thank
We'll
you,
see you
Hayley.
later on.
I'm back at 3, I think, with the wow, depending on what's left on there, and Barb's back at 4.
Wonderful. So make sure you join them both later. Oh, you're in for a treat with those shows. So what have we got coming up? Well, we're scrapbooking with Celebrate, and then we've got Creative Resin with Chemset, and then we're back with Clarity. Oh, what a fabulous weekend.
Tula Pink is a fabric designer, a quilter and an author. She works closely with Free Spirit Fabrics to develop multiple fabric collections every year and is best known for her dark sense of humour, a flair for hiding animals within her designs and her bold, unique use of colour and pattern. I will be bringing you a wide selection of wonderful fabrics at fantastic prices.
Did you know you can continue watching the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If it's not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember, you will need your router's password at hand whether you are on a wired or a wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type thecraftstore.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcasts and access to previous shows. Now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite TV shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Abs from AALL Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now, and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers, colours, textures and creating depth and dimension. AALL Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world. Make sure you don't miss the AALL Create shows.
Hello, yes. Welcome back to the Craft Store. It's time to scrapbook by celebrating, I believe. Celebrate. I think we already owe money to somebody, so I'm back in the kitchen, which is good. I've never seen one of these before in my life. This is where all the magic happens, is it? Great, that's good. Yeah, no, it's going to be great this hour because we've got lots and lots and lots to show you, and we have the lovely Zoe in the house who's going to help me along. Zoe.
Hi.
The rumours you've heard are true. It is going to be a nightmare for you this next 60 minutes, but you'll get through it with the help of everybody else, not me. It's going to be a nightmare.
It's going to be epic.
Thank you very much. No, this is my first time doing Celebrate, and it's my first time with you.
Yes.
You are representing Celebrate, but they're actually based in South Africa, so presumably you're not with them and you haven't commuted today.
No, I've not come all the way from South Africa today, just from Derby, so not too far.
Heck of a journey that would have been, wouldn't it?
Yeah, just to come here for that. Yeah, no, Erin and Dennis Bruton, they are based in South Africa, actually in Jeffreys Bay, where all the surfing action happens.
Oh, cool.
And they are a family company. Well, it's actually a couple company, and Dennis does all the artwork and all the designing, and then Erin does the classes and takes it out onto the market and that sort of thing.
Now, if anyone buys anything today from Celebrate, they're not going to have to wait ages while they fly over to Cape Town or wherever and bring it around the Cape of Good Horn. I'm not very good at geography, and all the way across. It's going to take ages to come across. It's not, is it? Because it's all here. All the stock's here.
We've got it here and ready to go. So you've got no issues with extended delivery or any delays. It's here, ready to go.
Perfect. So even though Celebrate are based in South Africa, it's as good as down the road as far as everyone else is concerned here, because we've got all the stuff ready and waiting. Should we have a little look at what we've got on offer today? This is our main collection, which we're going to be really focusing on. This is a new collection. Have a look at this. Imperfectly Perfect. It comes complete with a mini album. More of that in a second. I'm very excited about the mini album. 500296 is the item number on this. Now, what do you get with this main collection? What do you not get, I think would be a better question. Loads. You get the Imperfectly Perfect paper pack, which I'm going to show you in a second, all the 12x12s. In fact, let's just show you now, because let's just do it now, shall we? There you go. Right, so these are the papers that you get with it. Double-sided, no less. There you go. There's another one. These are the plain versions. Now, something that Zoe pointed out to me earlier is, if you look closely at the bottom there, you've got a little sentiment along the bottom there. So nothing goes to waste on this paper. You can cut that off and use that as a sentiment. In fact, every single one, I've just realised every single one of these is upside down. We're good. Every single one of these has either a sentiment at the bottom or some sort of design or border at the bottom, which you can then use, double-sided by the way, I should show this around, turn this around, which you can use obviously as a border or a sentiment. And then you see here, you see this little swatch here, this shows you the kind of colours that will go with this particular design, which I think is really handy. I like that. It's helpful for people like me who haven't got a clue what to put with it. Although, I mean, those are colours that would match, I guess, wouldn't they? Rather than, they're not contrasting colours, are they?
No, these are the ones that are going to work together, but it allows you to go through your collection of your papers and of your cardstock and see what either goes with it or what complements it, you know, and where to go from there. So I always use it, always use it.
Is it made up of the colours that are actually in the thing itself?
Yes, it is a collection of the colours that are in both the fussy cutting and also in the, we call it the paper pack, but it's actually thick enough for cards standalone. The you can feel how thick the paper is.
Yeah.
You can actually use this for your cards as standalone cards. So these can be your card bases because the paper is that thick.
Or you can use it to add on to your existing card. This is the fussy cut card. So, I'm picking up the lingo, but this is where you can actually cut around individual pictures. I thought when I first heard it, I thought it was just someone being really fussy. Like, oh, do you know what? Oh, no, I don't like that. No, do that better. No, I thought that, but no, it's intricate cuts, yeah?
Yes, it is. And now if you have a look at them, can you see there's a black line around them all?
Yes, I can.
And what that does is if you cut along that black line, that gives you the perfect distance between the actual image and the end of the card, so it always looks really professional when you use it on your cardstock. It's like a halo effect that they've done, but they've measured it out for you, so all you have to do is literally follow the lines.
Anything that makes me look like a professional, sorry, I am all on board for. Now, let's have a look at this one here. This is more of a, we've got a sort of dual design here. Ah, look, here's where all the sentiments are hidden on the back of this particular card here. Lots and lots, actually. It pretty much covers all the bases. Look, you've got little circles as well. 2-inch circle punches here. Got toppers here. You've got all sorts of different sentiments that you can put on cards or in your scrapbooks. Yeah, loads, basically. So all of these papers, there you go, 12 by 12s. And there's a stack of them. So you're getting that. And on top of that, you're also getting some chipboard as well. If you look down the front here, down at the bottom there, you've got some chipboard which you can pop all of that out as well. You've got some various words on that. There we go. Oh, I can see, I can read it now. There you go. Celebrate, smile, makes life more... Your smile makes life more beautiful. Very nice. Every time I read out one of these, somebody on the floor goes, oh... they pretend... You thought I was... I feel bad now. Molly, I was saying it to you. Oh, that's right, no worries. So you get that with it as well. Not just that, of course. You've got the papers. You've got the chipboard as well. You've also got some mesh word chipboard. You've also got a stencil in with the pack too. And as you can, there you go. There's the stencil. Bit of acetate as well. This is the acetate. So tell me how the acetate works.
So this is really lovely for a whole array of different effects. And this is something that, as you get to see with Celebrate, every new release has everything. It has the same, it's obviously different designs, but it's the same concept. So with every release, they're building on your stencil collection, they're building on obviously your chipboard collection, they're building on your acetate collection. Now with the acetate, if you like making your shaker cards, perfect with your shaker cards, but if you like to use your alcohol inks to drop your alcohol inks on and do your alcohol inks techniques, absolutely brilliant for those, works perfectly. Or if you want to use your alcohol pens and colour them in or create designs on the back, perfect for that as well.
Okay, so there's a little something for everyone with that as well. You've got the stencils next to it too. We've got that in the pack. And then on top of that, you've got embellishments as well. So that's down here. We've got ribbons we can see there as well. What else is in the embellishments? Sorry, look. Oh.
So we've got, you can see that we've got the embellishments. Then we've got those stickers, sort of almost the dome-shaped stickers. Then with this one, we've got glitter. It's very fine, super fine glitter. And then we've also got beads, and we've got the little motifs, the little metallic motifs as well, you know, the metal motifs that we've got. So everything is there. You know, if you wanted to do your shaker cards, if you want to add some glitter on, or if you want to put a bit of embellishment with a metal embellishment, that's all there. Now this again is for the actual back packs, these bundle packs. This is pretty much, well, it is standard that you'll get through every Celebrate collection. So as you build your collection up of Celebrate packs, you will get these. They will vary. You're not going to get the same colours, but they are the same. You're getting the same value for money exactly every time you buy one of these full collections.
Love that. Okay, so we've got the perfect paper pack, we've got the chipboard, we've got the stencils, we've got the embellishments, we've got the acetate, we've got the chipboard. It's all in there, and as if that wasn't enough, we've put this in as well. Look, a free mini album. This is worth £4.49. It comes with the instructions, so you've got all the various, you know, the main. Oh, I knew I was going to knock the instructions over. You've got the main bulk of the mini album, and then the kind of pages that go in between it here. Here's one I didn't make earlier. Here's one someone else made earlier. Look, and we're using some of the papers that we'll show you in the rest of the pack as well. This is the mini album, isn't it?
Yes, this is. Yeah, this is really, really good. You get everything that you need. So all those pages that you see, you get those, and the back pages, which are thicker cardboard. So you get everything ready to make, and you get the instructions. But once you've got these instructions, and I probably shouldn't say, but once you've got these instructions, then you can just go and make your own. So they're actually giving you the instructions to say, right, okay, here's one that we're giving you, everything's cut to size, but in the future, here are the sizes, so you can start making them and repeating them over and over again. All you need is maybe your craft cardstock, or if you prefer another cardstock, you've got it to go then.
All the extra little travel bits that we see on top of the basic mini album that I've shown you there, we'll be featuring later on. It's part of our happy hour deal, actually. So we've got a saving in this hour on all of the little bits and bobs that have been put inside the mini album. That mini album, the basics of it, if you like, with the instructions on how to put it all together, that is going to be thrown into this complete collection. It's 500296 is the item number. Let's have a look at some samples, shall we? This is interesting. Look at this. Look. Look. It's nice. I like that. Sound effects not included. Never give up. Nice. That's an interesting design there. Is this a card or is this?
This is a card, yes. Yeah. As we do more shows together, you'll see that I like to do different shapes and different engineering. Yeah. But this is all stuff that I found on YouTube. So this is nothing fancy or clever that I'm doing and coming up with. I found these all on YouTube, and you can go and make these yourself on YouTube. Just look up different fold techniques. You know, diamond technique, or I think that's a Z fold technique. Yeah. And there's loads of examples and tutorials online for you to do. So all these cards here that you see, there isn't anything clever and technical that I've done. I've just followed somebody else.
It's like a little bit of engineering involved in crafting, isn't it? There's a little bit of technical prowess required in terms of like working out how all these fold. There you go. Your smile makes life more beautiful, Molly. I meant it when I said it. And read it off the card. You may be one person to the world, but you are the world to me. Yeah. I know, I really shouldn't have. My wife's watching, and she will be telling me later on that I really shouldn't have. Yeah, and so we've got loads of these. Loads and loads and loads and loads of samples. Lots. What things would you use this for then? Obviously, we've got cards here, but what else could you use it for?
Well, obviously, I mean, I'm not a scrapbooker. I do some scrapbook pages when I come on, but I'm not a scrapbooker. I think behind you and in some of the samples there are incredible examples of scrapbooking pages and scrapbook layouts that you can use with them, and you can really, really go to town because there's so much that you've got in this package and in this bundle, with all the words, with all the sayings, with all the circle shapes. Now, you said that you can punch them out. If you've not got a punch, your circle die sets will work fantastically. Your nesting die circles will work fantastically on there. So you've got these as well. You can use them for invitations. You can use them for, obviously, your cards or any of your paper engineering as well.
Yep, here are a couple of those samples that you would have in a scrapbook there. Was that hashtag happy heart down there? We've got sentiments. It's all layered on top as well. These are the embellishments, I guess, here.
Yes,
and
they
the badges.
are. Yes, I'm not for certain, but I think Jill, who is sort of the lady in charge over in England, I think, I'm not 100% sure, but I think she did these beautiful, beautiful samples, and I can't live up to those samples. Okay. But you've got that layout now. All you have to do is either just freeze the computer, the TV, and take a picture of it, or just watch it over and again, and you'll get these samples. But there's loads of layouts on the internet as well. Just type in free scrapbook layouts, and you'll get loads of those. So there's inspiration everywhere. We give you everything we can, and we do it in mind that you can do these, or you can do your cards, whatever it is you want to do. But they really give you absolutely everything.
If Jill's not available for any of the answers, can you pop over to South Africa and just find out and come back again by the end of today?
I'd love to, because and Erin does want me to go over there. I get on really, really, really well with Erin, and she sends me, we talk every week, and she's sent me pictures. I've had a week away.
Have you ever been over there?
No, but she's invited me.
Oh, really? There you go.
I've invited her over here as well. But
hopefully there won't be a pandemic over the last... Oh, wait, no, there was a pandemic, wasn't there, which meant you couldn't actually travel, could you? So
no.
But soon, right?
But she's invited me, and the other day she had a walk, and do you know who led her walk, or what led her walk?
Go on.
A family of giraffes led her walk for her.
There's not many people that get to say that, is there?
No, there
really,
isn't, is there?
In real life.
You know, I mean, I live in Derbyshire, so the most I get is a stampede of cows.
That's fine.
That would probably
so when that situation, when you say I'm just at the zebra crossing, it's like it's not road markings, is it?
No, she is actually at the zebra crossing.
Wow. OK, so we've got an update on our main collection here. A quarter of the stock has already gone. A quarter of the stock, look at that. Now, let's talk about the price here, because you are making a saving. There you go, $39.99 with the postage and packing on top of that. But of course, you wouldn't have to pay the postage and packing if you were a Freedom member. If you're a Freedom member, you're paying $35.99, $35.99. And of course, remember, you are getting that free mini album worth £4.49 included. You can make it flexi payments too. How about 2 payments of just £18 to get all of this? All of it. 2 payments of just £18, and you've got the mini album as well. Don't forget that. If you wanted to stock up on more paper, by the way, have a look along the bottom there. That is your item number to get more of that. $18.99, 847 953. That's the main collection. Moving on from the big collection, the little baby collection, the little mini collection. So pretty much the same kind of thing you've just seen, but just smaller, just everything, just, you know, more petite and shrunk down, if you like. So we've got 15 by 20 centimetre paper at the top here. Along the bottom you can see all the stencils as well, and the cutout. So there's lots and lots here. You've got embellishments too in this pack. Let's have a look at the papers here. I'm just going to pull the papers up. There we go. So let's have a look. We've got some plain papers. It's the same again as what I showed you with the 12 by 12. So once again, we've got the colour swatch at the bottom there to show you what was used in the making of each design. They're double-sided, so you can obviously see what kind of colours would go with it and what would complement it really nicely. These are all your plain ones here. There's lots and lots. I'm trying to. Here we go. There's a more elaborate design there, and then double-sided, as I say, and then we've got all of these little sentiments and things you can cut out individually and add on. There's like maybe gift tags, so plenty to go there. Borders as well, we've got the lot. So you've got 24 of those. That's 15 times 20 centimetre papers. We've also got in there, you've got a couple of sheets of white cardstock as well, so that's for your basics, Zoe, right?
Yeah, this is for you know, if you wanted to get the pack and just wanted to start making some cards, at the back you have got 2 pieces of thick white card ready for you to get going and make your cards straight away. The one thing with this set is, as you quite rightly mentioned, this is scaled down. So sometimes when you get the smaller packs, they don't actually scale down the image, so it can look a little bit distorted, whereas what they've done is they've scaled it down perfectly, so this can work with your cards, because we're getting that size to work with your 6x6, your 7x5s, your A5s, etc. But also mini albums. So these memory albums, these are getting quite popular, these memory albums that are 6x4, or you can get your 8x8 scrapbook pages now, which is becoming more popular, not just your 12x12.
Okay, these memory albums, are they 6x4 because that's the size of a photograph, isn't it?
Yes,
right.
So yeah, these like memory albums, these are really popular.
Yeah.
But these papers will work perfectly with that. They'll also work fantastically well with the mini album that we're getting. And just what I forgot to mention with that mini album, some people don't have die cutting machines. It took me a long time before I decided to purchase a die cutting machine, and a lot of these now we're getting these memory albums that require dies to make them. You don't need a die for this. So if you haven't got a die cutting machine, this is perfect for you to make your memory albums and your photo albums without the need of any dies.
Perfect. So good for a beginner then, by the sounds of it. Perfect for a beginner. Not just good, perfect, says Zoe, for a beginner. Imperfectly perfect, one might say. You also get ribbons as well with it, embellishments too. You've got 3 dome stickers there. I don't know if you can see those at the... Let's show you those at the bottom there. There they go. There's the 3 dome stickers, and we've got word and mesh chipboards too. So there you go. There's your words. There's that's your stencil there that you can ink up as well. All of that included in our mini collection. The order number on that is 752902, and our price for that today, it's new of course, it's $27.99 for the perfect mini collection. We've had the big collection, the little collection, and now we're moving into The happy hour, yes, because this hour is a happy hour on the following items. Look at this. We've got here our Celebrate Wanderlust collection. It's a journal cover, 12 by 12 papers you get with that, the chipboards and the stencil. Now, normally it's £24.99, but for just this hour only, so you've got about another 40 minutes or so, it's £18.99, so you're going to be saving £6 on the Wanderlust collection. And that is one of the collections that you could store on the mini album, for example. In fact, that is the collection, is it not, Zoe, that I think you used?
Yes, it is, yes.
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 It's the travel-themed one, isn't it? Wanderlust collection. So that's 403107 if you wanted to get hold of that. Now, also in the happy hour, which means, once again, in 1 hour, in this one happy hour, we have knocked money off the usual price. Usual price of this is £28.48. This is a big saving, 10 quid off. 10 quid off this one. 634-877 for the Celebrate You Are Amazing collection. That's 12 by 12 papers, also with chipboard, although it says chip cord there, but we'll gloss over that. And stencil as well. I think whoever was doing that, so they had a few to drink, maybe. A
few sherbets.
Yeah. Was it? It was Charlotte. OK, that's official. And we've got one more as well. Let's have a little look. And let's see, is it? And that's chipboard. Yes, it's back. 545736 for this one. Celebrate Heartfelt collection. It's 12 by 12 papers again. Just different designs. But the three you've seen here are pretty much the same format. You get the same papers and the chipboard and stencil collection, but they are different designs, right, Zoe?
Yes, so they follow the same format. So when you get something from Celebrate, you know what you're going to be getting. You're always, you know, if you get one of these bundles, the big bundles or the mini one, you're always going to be getting your chipboard pieces, which are becoming more and more popular, and we're seeing more and more often, for which you can use any of your inks, or you can use them plain, whatever you want to do with them. But you're also getting the accessories, and you're getting the stencil as well, and the papers. So they all come in the same format. So if you've got Celebrate papers at the moment and you're really enjoying them, then you know that with this next one, this new collection in Perfectly Perfect, you're going to get the same fantastic quality and the same fantastic value as well.
Brilliant, love that. That's by the way, the savings on that just got bigger and bigger as we moved along. So we went from £8 to £10. There's £12 off for this hour. £12 off this Celebrate Heartfelt collection, because it is happy hour. You can get on the phone lines. The quickest way to shop, though, is to get on the website. Right, is it demo time yet? I feel a demo coming on. Hayley, what have you got for us?
I'm going to make a pop-up box. So I've got everything cut out.
I just called you Hayley. I'm so sorry, Zoe. Because the first hour I did this morning was with Hayley, and I just can't stop thinking about her, clearly.
Oh, she'll be pleased to hear that. That's nice. It's okay.
Sorry.
I will answer to most things. I'm used to it. I'll answer to most things.
I'm meeting somebody every 5 seconds at the moment on this channel, so it's quite a lot of names to remember. It's exciting. Eventually, everyone will just be bored of the sight of me, probably right now. But right now, it's like a new person every time, which is quite good.
Good.
So go ahead, Zoe.
Okay, wonderful. So again, like I said, a pop-up box is. This is on YouTube. If you type it into your Google search engine, you'll find it everywhere. There's just different sizes. When I do my matting and layering, if the actual paper construction or the card construction of the card is set in inches and cut to inches, then my matting and layering works to inches. And when I go down with my matting and layering, I go down by 1/4 of an inch increment every time. So I've been online and got the design for this. As you can see, I've cut it already just to save time, and I'm using some of the beautiful papers that we've got on the collection. So you can see that I'm using, if I just don't let any glue out. Oh no, live on TV as well. So there we go. So I'm using one of the paper collection, one of the beautiful papers, and I've used the swatches to match my my base card to the main design. So you can see that I'm using the yellow. The yellow is quite a bright one, but it works brilliantly with this design. And then I've used pink again, which is my own. But you've got a pink in there. You have got a creamy yellow as well in there, but you've also got a pink in there as well. And don't forget, you've got 2 sheets of each one when you get the pack. So I'll just keep doing this. I thought it was better to do this rather than you see me cut things out forever. So it just gives us a bit more time to look at all of the other wonderful things that are in the package. And what I did do, when I got the collection, I always do start the same thing. So I find a night that's got something great on TV, and then what I do is I get the fussy cut pages, and I'll probably spend a night just cutting everything out, and then I've got them ready to play the next day.
That's good.
So I would, if you do get a chance, I would recommend that.
What's a night of good TV? What are you watching at the moment? Anything good that we can mention?
Well, obviously I'm watching the craft store.
Right, that's what I meant. Okay, so basically
Obviously.
it's an hour, it's several hours an evening watching the craft store. Yeah,
Yes,
okay, that makes
yes.
sense. Yeah.
But there's a couple of things on TV at the moment. There's the dramatisation of the Stephen Lawrence case, which I found, which was really, really well acted, and it had Steve Coogan in it, which was different. I've not seen him in that sort of role before.
Very good.
Then I like to watch Celebrity SAS.
Oh, wow.
Who Dares Wins.
Yeah.
You know, and see them doing that, and I sit there in the comfort of my own home going
crafting whilst you're watching people be in the SAS.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
And I'm thinking, go on, I could do better than that. Come on, what's a bit of cold? What's a bit of cold water? You know, it's all
soft, aren't they, really?
Well, it's all very well me sitting there, you know, as an armchair critic when I'm sat there with my crafting.
Out there.
Yes.
It's a bit like crafting, isn't it? We're all sitting at home and going, that looks easy, look at that.
Yeah.
They don't realise how hard it is, Zoe, and how got sweat on, and it's kind of like full on, isn't it?
Yeah,
you have
it
to have a lie
is.
down afterwards.
It is, but I mean, I think you're new to crafting, aren't you? To paper crafting.
Yeah.
There's such a wealth of information out there now.
Yeah.
When I first started, I actually started when I lived in Menorca. So in the winter, it's really great. In the summer, people say, oh, it must be wonderful living in Menorca. It's really great in the summer because obviously you're busy and there's people coming from holiday. But then in the winter, the island pretty much closes down.
Right.
So you've got a lot of time on your hands, and that's how I started to craft.
Yeah.
But I had to bring everything in from England. And I made the unfortunate mistake of spending money where I thought, oh, that's dead cheap, that's dead cheap. And I paid the price for it, to be honest. I did pay the price for it. So now I think I've learned the hard way, you know, what's good value for money.
Right.
And I can quite...
That is the way to learn most of the time, isn't it? Through experience, and you learn through your mistakes, and then, you know, you onwards and upwards.
Well, it's nicer because I learn from the mistakes, and then, you know, I'm not being at all big-headed because I'm just the same sort of crafter as anybody else out there. I've just been lucky enough to be asked to do this, but I can pass on, you know, right, so you can see, you know, if you're getting base card for a ridiculously low price, unless it's from certain brands, then it's probably a bit too cheap, you know, and it can be an expensive mistake, shall we say.
Okay,
Because what I noticed was when I started buying them in Menorca, I hadn't got a clue, so I didn't have, and there wasn't sort of craft channels really then at that time, especially that I could watch. So
I'm fascinated about you living in Menorca. I hope it's not too personal if I just ask you.
Oh gosh, no.
You lived in Menorca, and presumably you didn't move back here for the weather, that's for sure.
No.
Oh, I missed that British summertime. I'll be straight back over.
However, the winters over there can be pretty ferocious.
Really?
Yeah, there was times when it just wasn't. The weather was so bad.
My impression is it's hot. When it's hot, it's really hot. When it's winter, it could get really cold. Would I be right in saying that?
It gets really cold, but because you're on the coast, you have really the winds. It's the winds and and the rains and stuff. And sometimes because of our house, 'cause I lived with my mum and stepdad, and because of it was raining so much, we couldn't actually get out of the house because we had literally a pool outside our house.
Well,
we got the pool that we built.
Everybody wants a pool, don't they? In Menorca, that's like the dream, isn't it? I've got a pool, I've got a villa. Yeah,
we got the pool that we built, and that was great.
Just filled with rainwater, that was the only problem.
Well, and the pool that we hadn't built, that had been built by the council, the highways agency, that was, and it was just too deep for us to go out sometime, and it was just the weather was just too bad for us sometimes to go out.
Oh, I've heard it all today. The weather was too bad in Menorca.
Yeah, but it is. I mean, they once had what's called a risaga, and that is very similar to what did we have? The tsunami, where all the water comes out.
Oh yeah.
So all the water came out of the harbour and sort of the inland areas in one particular town, and then all of a sudden, a 30-foot wave
my
came
word.
and wiped it through.
Yeah, what goes out must come in again.
Yeah, definitely what goes out comes
Yeah.
in, and it did in full force.
Blimey. How are you getting on with that?
So I'm doing really well because if I just turn it more to the camera, can we get that? There we go. We've got, what I've done is, these bits are the ones that I've cut out, and what I've done is I've put them on some foam pads and I've just stuck them at the back. And then I've got all these other ones, again, the ones that I've cut out, and I've got some acetate. If you can see here, I'm just using a bit of red liner tape just to stick the image onto the acetate. I do find that red liner tape is better when you're using acetate. I've used glue, all-purpose glue for the rest of it, and my 3D foam pads, but when you're using acetate, I do find it works much better. She says, and then she's having a little bit of a problem. So this is a smaller one. You can do different sizes. There's so many different sizes, but this is just a smaller one that I'm using. Really,
I would offer to help, but I fear my sausage fingers would make matters a lot worse. So
you
I'll
have
just.
sausage fingers.
That's what my wife might me, but I don't know. I think she might have been. No, they are quite big actually.
You're just realising now.
Are those sausage fingers? Discuss. Let me know.
They'd be great for playing a piano.
Yeah. Studio at craft school. What? No, piano fingers, you'd want them long and thin and elegant, wouldn't you?
You'd need them long, yeah. There we go. So what I've done
Elton
here...
John got long fingers?
I think he got lovely hands.
Has he?
Lovely hands.
Okay.
So what I've done here, if I just show that, there we go, we can see it in there. So in there is a piece of card that is the same width as this, the pop-up box, and then it's just got a ½ inch where I've scored on either side, and here you can see, there we go, that way, you can see where I've put one of the cutouts, so it looks like it's standing of its own free will.
I like that.
There we go. So, and then we'll just do a couple more.
The search engine history and the gallery computer must be really funny to look back on, because we've already asked whether peacocks can fly this morning. Now someone's looking up how big are Elton John's hands. Just bizarre.
Blimey,
bizarre things. None of it to do with crafting, I noticed, but yeah.
Well, I saw, when I went on holiday last week, and we went to the zoo, not last week, the week before, and I saw a peacock, and it was just wandering around in the
They
in
can't
the zoo.
fly, that's why. That's what we found that out today. They can only just jump up and down a little bit and flap their wings a bit and then give up.
Did they?
Yeah, that's apparently. Apparently, the Wikipedia says sort of fly, I think, is the official.
I think they're beautiful, though. They
Yeah,
are beautiful
they look pretty,
creatures.
that's the main thing.
They are,
Yeah.
they are. I saw one, and it when they're coming to you, it's actually quite...
They're quite scary, aren't they?
It's quite imposing. Yeah, it is quite imposing.
Yeah.
I must admit, I much preferred the flamingos.
Molly used to have them in her garden, which is what we're finding out now. Molly, the floor manager. Obviously, Molly is super posh, super loaded, has
definitely
huge estates on her grounds, peacocks roaming through the...
Wow. I've just got maybe a squirrel or
Yeah.
a couple of pigeons.
I know. I can't even say I got that, to be honest. I feel a bit left out here.
So I'm just going to pop another one on there. So if we do that, and then all I've got, I'll not put these other ones on, then all I've got is one of the words off the footy cut pages and off the sentiment pages, and it just says beautiful. And I've cut that out. Now this will work, these are beautiful for your scrapbook pages as well, but it looks lovely as a card. And there we go.
That's great, isn't it? Fantastic. You did all that whilst telling me all about Minorca and...
I'm impressed with myself that I did do well.
Some serious multitasking there, Zoe. Thank you very much indeed. Let's have a little recap of what we've got for you today in this hour. We are looking at the Celebrate Imperfectly Perfect Complete Collection. This comes with a free mini album worth £4.49. Yes. Now, what do you get in the collection? Well, you get the 12 by 12 papers. You also, there you go, there's the samples there. We've also got the acetate you can see there in the picture. We've also got the stencil as well, which you can ink away on and produce your patterns there. We've then got the chipboard down the bottom there with words and patterns all meshed together. We have, let's not forget the embellishments actually. How could we possibly forget the embellishments? Right down there on the end, we've got all sorts of ribbons in there. We've got little badges as well. So a little bit of glitter I see in there. There's a little bit of glitter on there, a little bit cheeky glitter. And then, of course, we've got this free mini album worth £4.49. That's been thrown in. Instructions have gone a little bit wonky. There we go. No, it's not going to happen, is it? But I'll show you the mini album in all its glory once you put it all together. And you've used this in this situation here. We've used the Wanderlust collection, which I'll show you in a second as part of the happy hour. We've added all those bits and pieces onto this. But that is what one of the mini albums looks like, which is really nice. 500296 is the order number on that. You're going to save, though, if you're a Freedom member in particular, you're going to not even have to pay the postage and packing. The Freedom members price is $35.99 on that today, and you can flexi pay that one as well. Split it up into 2 payments. That's our Craft store price, by the way, $39.99. The 2 flexi payments are £18 a piece, which is very, very reasonable. You can well within a lot of people's budgets that, and you can get all of this for those 2 payments of £18. That's all right, isn't it? But if you're thinking, good, bit big, just scale it down a little bit, no problem. We've got the mini collection here. 752902 is the item number on this, the Celebrate Imperfectly Perfect mini collection. More of the same, except it's all smaller. So you've got all the same papers, but now shrunk down to 15 times 20 centimetres. You've got 24 of these, and they are, I'll quickly show you again. We've got this is white cardstock behind, right, that comes with it, a couple of sheets of that. 3 of those, I should say. And then if you look at each of these, they are double-sided. There you've got some sentiments in there as well that you can add. Everything's very coordinated, the colours on all of this, aren't they? You could put them all together.
Dennis is so clever the way he uses the colours. These are colours that I wouldn't necessarily put together. And I do say that a number of times when I've come with Celebrate, I wouldn't necessarily put these colours together, but they work seamlessly. They really do.
Pastel is a word that springs to mind.
Yes,
yeah.
They are, yes.
That's
but then in some of the other collections and some of the collections that are coming up, I know that we've got some very different colours and more vibrancy, but it's all of the same sort of ilk and the same design, so that quality, you're always getting that wonderful quality that comes with Celebrate.
Okay, so that's the mini papers. Thank you very much, Zoe. I'll pop those back in front of the white cardstock, which you also get with it. And just like with the main collection as well, you're also getting chipboards. There you go, words there, patterns as well. So is it exactly the same as the one you get in the main collection? It is. It's not a smaller version. That's the same. No. As is the stencil here as well. That is exactly the same. So it's actually the same as the main collection, but the papers have shrunk down.
Scaled down, yeah. Yes, they have.
Not as many embellishments as well. So a smaller array of embellishments, smaller papers, but other than that, pretty much the same kind of thing as well. You're not getting the free mini album with this. That's only with the main collection. But this here is a much more reasonable, sort of more budgeted price as well. If you don't want to go as big as the main collection here, this is the mini one. This is $27.99 for that. 752902 is the item number for that one if you want the mini collection. Right, moving on now. We are also celebrating with Celebrate with our happy hour. So we've got a few things here that we've popped into the happy hour collection here, which means that just for this hour, while we are live on air, it is going to be, we've got about 22 minutes left of this. We've got a discount on it. It will go back up to the usual price at the end of this hour at 2 o'clock. So make sure you get this saving. So this is the Wanderlust collection. If you remember, it's what we popped into this mini album here. So everything in there is included in this set here. So you've got the journal cover here, you've got the 12 by 12 papers, you've got chipboards, and you've got stencils as well. 403107 for this collection. The usual price of this is £24.99. Oh, that's really cool, isn't it? On the end there, look, explore, adventure, discover. You've got the little luggage tag as well there. Let's go, it says. So obviously a major travel theme here. I'm just going to whip these papers up. There we go. We've got the printed papers on here. It's a 240 GSM card in this pack here. There you go. There's all your wording. Explore, adventure, discover, travel, not to escape life, but to discover. Lots and lots of what looks like little luggage labels here as well. Once again, you've got the colour swatch along the bottom here. These are the fussy cut designs here. It's like you've gone travelling around the world, isn't it, Zoe? And
yes.
Picked up all the bits and pieces, the passport tags and all the rest of it?
Yes, you've got all the tickets. So if you've been to Madrid, Barcelona, Paris, you've got all the tickets for those, and you've got all of
No
the
one's
phrases.
been to Barcelona, Paris, or any of these places in the last 18 months, but I know what you're saying, yeah.
So you've got everything in there. Obviously, you've got that as well. That's a brilliant page, that. Now, this is very good for both masculine and feminine cards, but also for your younger people that may be going travelling.
Yeah.
Or may have been travelling. These are perfect for those as well. They work seamlessly for that.
I like this.
for that.
This is like a copy of a dictionary, isn't it?
Yes,
in the inside
it
of a
is.
dictionary.
Yeah, with the words, and you will find, I think it's got travel in there, and I think maybe Wanderlust is in there as well. But they also work really well if you've got your inks. So if you're using your inks, be it your oxides, your distress oxides, any of your water-based dyes, your inks, these work really well with those as well. So if you want to colour up some of the images, or you want to create your vignette effect around them, you work really well with the paper. Because it's such good quality paper, it doesn't just act as like a blotting paper where it just sucks up the ink. It actually allows the ink to move and to settle onto the card.
That's fantastic. We are starting to get to a point where we can travel about. I mean, imagine just showing this about a year ago. It would have been rubbing it in people's faces. And, oh, look, I love those days. My only decision is a window or aisle. Travel to escape. It's like, all right, all right. We're all stuck in our living rooms. But now people are starting to travel, of course, as well. And this is where you can keep all of those memories. You can put together a scrapbook or a mini album, as we've seen there, and put all this into practice. This is the Wanderlust collection, 403107. The usual price, $24.99, but you're going to be making a saving for the next 20 odd minutes if you pop that into your basket of £6. But you will need to put it in the basket, then check out the basket, because otherwise we'll take it out the basket and then you will not get that saving. Moving on. Also, in the happy hour, we have Celebrate's You Are Amazing collection. That's 12 by 12 papers, chipboard and stencil as well in that. We've got, it's again a very similar kind of collection. We've got a big saving on that, £10 off the usual price. Now, these are different design papers, Zoe, is that right?
Yes, they are very different designs, and obviously we're using really different colours here as well. But it's obviously the same idea of putting the colours together and having the swatch. These are a lot more vibrant colours as well, so they work really well. If you're into your scrapbooking, obviously they work really well. But on some of the pages, it'll be split into 2, or it might be actually split into 3. So that's really good for if you're making your smaller cards. And again, you're getting that same quality and the same value for money. But you can see these are a bit bright, these colours, and a bit more vibrant, so they work fantastic.
But even though you say that, it does look like they would fit in with all the others as well.
Gosh,
it's not like it's a sudden, like, whoa, that's completely different.
Yes, it's not. You know, Dennis has brought beautiful colours with this one, but yes, as you say, it's not garish. They're not going to... I was thinking of the word attack. I think that's a bit, it's a bit harsh. It's a bit aggressive, isn't it? You know, they're not going to contradict one another or clash, shall we say?
Bit of Christmas sneaking in there. Look, oh hello, little bit of Christmas was popping in there. And then we've got some wording there. Oh, a bit more Christmas there. There's the robin down the bottom there.
And then if you turn that over, there we go. Can you see? So you've got one half is the darker colour, and then you've got 2 squares. Those are your 6 by 6 squares. So that's perfect for your 6 by 6 cards or your memory book albums as well. And they have that on those packets. I think there's a couple of pages that are like that, ready for you to cut down to size if you're doing some of your smaller cards.
So, loads and loads in the paper pack there, and that is 12 by 12 papers. And then once again, we have the chipboard, as you can see here. It's robins, and we've got the wording here as well along the front here. Stay wild at heart, born and original. We've got some arrows on there as well. You've got lots and lots to play with. Grateful, believe, love, lots of emotions. Amazing as well, some borders you can see. Then you've, of course, you've got your stencil down the side here. Lots of patterns on this stencil here. Distressed patterns. Like that a lot as well. 634877, 28.48 is the usual price. We are taking £10 off that for this happy hour, and you have about 15 minutes in which to get that £10 saving. Now, if you thought £10 saving was good, how about a £12 saving? Oh yes, £12 off this. This is the Celebrate Heartfelt collection. And it's an item number of 545736. So, once again, we have the papers, we have the chipboards, we have the stencils. A complete new set of designs though. Usual price $25.98. This price $13.98. This price is only going to last though for about another 15 minutes. You're going to be saving £12. Let's get into the paper and have a little look at what we have here. Now, I'm starting to see a few greens introduced into the mix here, Zoe.
Yes, they are. Absolutely. Oh, could you just show that picture on the other side? Turn
Yeah. Oh, this
around.
one.
Look at that.
Wow.
Isn't that fabulous? Such a beautiful detail. Sorry about that. I just wanted to show that.
No, please, no, go ahead.
It's beautiful. But again, you're getting these beautiful papers that are fantastic for your scrapbooking pages, but also for your cards as well. And the imagery is just, it works really, really well. It works seamlessly together, the imagery.
Can I? Oh, they're really thick, these cards, actually. I was thinking that I had to split that into two, but then I realised it was still the same card. So the GSM is pretty high on this.
Yes. I mean, I don't want to say what it is in case I get it wrong.
No.
Because invariably I will do.
But it's thick.
It is
240, I can definitely confirm, though, it is...
240.
It's pretty thick.
It's great. You can actually use this as your base card, so not just as you know,
like
not just for your mat and loan, but this is thick enough for you to use as your base cards as well. So bear that in mind.
Love that musical pattern here. Oh, I like this as well. As you say, quite a lot of these designs are quite lean towards masculine designs as well, don't they? Like,
yeah, so everybody struggles with masculine cards. It's, you know, it's
tough to get right, I would have thought, yeah.
Yes, I find it particularly difficult, but this one, yes, it can be used for both, you know, female and masculine, but it works really well for your masculine cards.
Yeah, definitely.
It's the colourings and it's the imagery and it's all the sayings as well. They work really well. Now, Dennis does come up with all these sayings himself. He doesn't just find them, so that we're not getting any kind of cliches or cheesy
it's original.
ones.
It's all original thinking, yeah.
Yes, so I think half of him is an artist, another half of him is an author. Really,
is a wordsmith. Yeah, must be quite hard to think of new things to say on cards, really. Once you've gone past all the.
It must be, but then when you're looking outside your window and you're watching elephants and giraffes go by.
It helps, doesn't it? You've got a little bit of inspiration there, haven't you?
I'm watching a pigeon go by on my back garden. You know, that's a bit different.
I'm watching a dog weeing up a lamppost, so it's like it's not something you want to put in a card, that is it?
No, and it's not inspiring.
Not really. We do not remember days; we remember moments. He was saying that as he was looking at a lion galloping towards him, I suppose. Actually, that's probably not a good moment, is it, really? It's not a moment you really want to remember. Bad example. Sorry about that. So there you go. 545736 is the item number on that. And you also get the chipboard, of course, and the stencil with it, too. Now, let's have a quick look at this. The stencil's lots of rights.
Isn't it beautiful?
Oh, is it? Oh, it's definitions from a dictionary.
Yeah,
oh,
I
really
love
like
it.
That.
Really good. I've not seen one of those before, one of those stencils before. So that's a really, really handy one to have in your stash.
It's really funny, but the first word I came across is gibberish, which is obviously like somebody's put that there on purpose. They've gone, yeah, get out, G, yeah, that's the one. Put that in front of him. Thanks very much for that. So that's right in the centre of that. We're on the letter G on that particular stencil there, and then we've got our chipboard down the bottom here. So lots and lots in that collection, and it's a £12 saving you'll be making, but only if you buy it in the next few minutes, because it's a happy hour price. The usual price is £25.98. We're offering it to you for £13.98 for the next few minutes. 545736. Right, Zoe, what else we got?
Wonderful, brilliant. So I'm going to make what's I call it, I don't know what anybody else calls it, a rocker card. So you can do this with any of your nesting dies that you've got. I've got the one here that I've used is circle nesting dies and my large circle dies. But if you've got smaller ones, by all means you can use them. So what I've done is I've cut two out already. You can see these are my base. And then I've matted that on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take one of them, and all I'm going to do is just fold it in half, she says. Suddenly easier said than done.
Yeah, it's one of those things that seems easier at the time, but...
So, there we go. So you don't have to use, if you've got your big circles, great. If you've not, it doesn't matter. Or if you've got a circle cutter, or even if you've got say one of your dinner plates as well, that can work really well for this card. So I'm going to put some glue, quick grab glue on here to stick it on. There we go. So you can see how that's just going on, and then we've already got our base ready. So this is a really good card if you're batch making, or if you need to get something together quite quickly. So we've got that together, and you can see that's as we stand that up, that's a rocker card working perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
And then what I've done is I've used some of the paper from the paper pack, and
Okay.
I've got one of my other circles, and I'm going to just cut this down to size. And these, again, these are the papers that work really well together. But as you can see, I'm using my craft card and my cream cardstock as well. So those can go with it as well. So you're not just limited to the colours that are in there. You know, other colours. Craft cardstock always works very, very well with the stuff from Celebrate.
Yep.
And or your cream card as well. But not just that. But I always tend to lean to those colours. So get this one out. So this was using the 12 by 12 paper pack. There we go. Get that out of the way. And then I'm just going to stick it onto here. Again, you can see it's really good. It's good thickness. It's good quality. It's good weight as well. So that will add to the integrity of your structure of your card. So I'll pop that in the middle.
That's the details of the 12 by 12 papers up on your screen there. As you can see, the Celebrate collection with fussy cut sheets, and it just trails off there. And I can confirm the and is chipboard.
Yay!
There you go. So yeah, that's what we've got as part of our collection today.
So then what I'm using is, this is from the smaller pack, and this is a fussy cut. One of the fussy cut pages I'm using from the smaller pack, and all I did, I know that it's difficult because obviously it's a circle and it's a complete circle. I cut all the way around it from the outside, and then you do get, this is how much detail there and how much value they want to give you. You do get, on the fussy cut sheet, you get images inside here, so just cut those out and then cut the inner section out. Now I've put it onto some 3D foam pads, and then I brought one of the, just make sure we get it the right way around. There we go. Okay. So then I've used one of the sentiments, and I've used my circle dies just to cut it out. And look at that. I mean, I'm doing it quickly because we want to get it on TV. But how wonderful is that?
That's great. Very simple.
Yes, very simple. But you can do it with any of your nesting dies and any size that you want as well.
I really like that.
So
it's like a clock face almost, isn't it? You could have a... It rocks around as well, look at that. Don't push it too hard, it'll just roll off the table, won't it?
Yes, it will. But, you know, you can see how the papers all work seamlessly, and this is from the smaller one, from the mini collection. So if you like the larger wreath, you've got it in the 12 by 12. If you like the smaller one as well, you've got it in the smaller paper pack as well.
Brilliant. Now, so we've got 5 minutes. So do you want to squeeze in a final demo?
Yep, I can do.
Or is that not enough time? It's up to you.
No.
There's always time for a demo.
I've been crazy prepping while you were talking.
Brilliant.
No,
okay. Go for it.
You weren't talking gibberish at all.
No, thank you.
I promise you weren't talking gibberish.
You're the first person who has said that to me.
So this is what we call a reverse, well, it's you could call it a reverse easel card or a vertical easel card. Okay, so all it's come from 12 by 12 sheet of paper, of card, and I'll quickly go through the measurements very quickly. Now this is actually, you can see that I am a woman of my word. This is actually from the paper packs. This is 12 by 12 from the paper pack.
Yep.
It's one of the plainer ones as well. So what I've done is it's 12 inches in length, and I believe it's 7. Is it 7? Yeah, it's 7 inches in diameter. If I got that right, or diameter, I'm not quite good with those words. I'm not technical with those words. And then I've scored down at 3 inches, and I've scored down at 6 inches. So what I'm going to do is, I've got my mats and layers already, and now I'm changing this up a little bit because I'm using some gold mirror card, and I've found that with all of the collections, both gold and silver work equally as well. So if you like your mirror card but you don't like your gold, then your silver works beautifully as well. And again, I've used some of these beautiful papers. It's so difficult to choose which papers to use when you're creating your card. So if you can, I know it's a decision to make, but if you can go for that extra paper pad, I really would recommend it, because then you've got more choices which to use, because it's double-sided. You're like, oh, I want that one, but I want that one.
If you're the sort of person that takes ages to decide what you want, having more choice might not be the best, actually.
Well, I've always found, if in need, and I have to say, I'm 40 years young. If you need, it do works really well.
That's good.
I am 40 years old, and I live by the do gods.
Right.
I live by them.
I've never heard it called that. It's eeny, meeny, miny, mo from where I am.
Well, you would live by the eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Is this a Minorca thing?
No,
do?
It's a strange Zoe thing.
Right, okay.
I'll get it out there. It's a strange Zoe thing.
Do.
So what I've done is I've taken a different part of the paper. This is actually the reverse of the dotty side, and I've put this on foam tape. I put it on quite thick foam tape. If you've got foam tape but it's quite thin, I would recommend that you double it up and use 2 layers of it. And then this is going to act as my stopper. So we've got that there, and then we'll turn this over. And what I've got here is, this is a piece of 3 inch by 1 inch. And what I've done is I've scored at 1/2 inch and 1 inch. And then I've scored at 2 inch and 2.5 inch.
Okay.
And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it on either side of this. Can you see there's a score line there?
Yeah.
So I'm putting it on either side, so this will allow it to stand bang on in the middle.
This is speed crafting. I've never seen someone. You're the fastest person I've seen work so far. So I have to say this is lightning fast. You're the Usain Bolt of the crafting world here.
Well,
look how quickly you're going and telling stories at the same time. Amazing. Don't let me stop you.
I think I like to have things prepped because I like to show people, rather than me cutting things out all the time. I like to show people.
It's just as well because we've only got 2 minutes left, but this is impressive.
This is going to be done. I mean, obviously, if I was at home, I'd add more embellishments, but I just want you to get the idea. And I've used a different sentiment, which I think is beautiful. It says, "I will always have this piece of my heart that smiles whenever I think about you." Oh. And I would love to say that would be for my partner, but it would be for my dog.
Oh,
there we go.
Well, your partner will be absolutely delighted to hear that.
So then, here we go. If I just show the original one, there we go. So the original one, we talked about having the different borders at the bottom of the papers. That is using one of the borders from the bottom of the papers. So you've got so much involved in there for you. And there we go. That is a vertical easel car.
Done in about, stop the clock, that was 35.7 seconds. Is that a new personal record? That's amazing. I think, we've got 10 seconds. I've got time for one more demo? Go on. No, okay, no, don't do that. That's fine. That's brilliant. Thanks very much, Zoe.
You're very welcome indeed.
That's great, and all of that from what we've seen today. Don't forget the happy hour has only got a couple more minutes to run, so if you want to get those savings on the happy hour, get your skates on, get it into the baskets, get it allocated, check out the baskets, because once happy hour finishes in a few minutes' time, I mean, it's enough time, 3.5 minutes, enough time for Zoe to put together several collections, I think. But for the likes of us, it's just enough time to get onto the website and make sure you've checked out and got all of your savings. And, of course, we do have this fantastic complete collection. Make sure you're all over this one here, because there's so much material here that you can use, as we have seen today, courtesy of Zoe, that you can make projects. That's it. Thank you very much, Zoe.
Thank you very much, Richard.
See you next time. I'll see you next time as well. Plenty more coming up, though. We've got creative resin with Chemset. I believe that's with Yanis next. Then we've got the Clarity 28th birthday weekend, and then we carry on with Clarity the 28th later on.
Hi, I'm Anthea. I'm from Quilting Antics. Quilting Antics started around 2011, 2012, I'm never really sure. At one point we nearly became the cushion company because we churned out so many different cushions. But we'll do bags, we'll do cushions, we do book covers, we'll do things for your sewing room, anything. If it pops into our head and we can physically make it, then we'll go for it. As I said, the buzzword is all about fun for us. On our shows, we always like to have lots of fun. There's always lots of laughter, and hopefully you'll learn a few things that you didn't know along the way. So don't miss the Quilting Antics shows.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom Members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with a craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hi, my name's Mel and I'm from Crafty Devils down in Devon. We are a family-run business and we've been established for about 16 years now. We're known for our MDF products and our mediums. So make sure you tune in to all our Crafty Devil shows.
Hello everybody and a warm welcome. So we've got a fantastic hour ahead. We are talking resin. Always love a resin show. I want to introduce you to a brand new guest. It's the lovely Lisa. Hello.
Hi there.
I'm looking forward to this hour.
It's going to be good. Lots of things to do though. So.
There's something about resin. It's one of the, the things we do in crafting that everyone enjoys. I just love working with resin.
Brilliant. Yeah, and it's bright, it's vibrant. There's so many things you can do with it. It's great.
And you've brought us some beautiful kits as well. I believe there really is something for everyone here. We've got lovely earrings. This stained glass effect is stunning.
It looks fabulous. Yeah, it really picks out the vibrancy of the colours and the translucency. It's just perfect.
That's your sun catcher, I should say. I call it stained glass, but it's sun catcher. I'll tell you what we're going to do very, very quickly though. We're going to do an unboxing of one of the kits because I know we're going to mix it up and you're going to be using it this hour. So what have you got in front of you, Lisa?
Okay, so I'm just going to use a few things out of the accessory kit to start with. So I'm going to use some barrier cream. I'm just going to pop that on. You only need a small amount, just helps protect your hands a little bit.
Okay.
Because I'm a bit messy. So I'm just going to pop a little bit of that on. And I'm also going to use the scales. It's really important to weigh it out correctly. So it's 2 parts resin to 1 part hardener to get the perfect cure.
Nice, and because it does need to be cured, that's why we're starting off the show. How long roughly does it take to cure?
You've got about 45 minutes or so to work with it while it's nice and soft and flexible. And then it cures overnight to its hard finished state. But what's good about that sort of time is that you can use it immediately and get it really free flowing, or you can wait until it cures a little bit and then start to use it in a different state, which is what I'm going to do right now.
And this is for the kit, just to remind everyone, this kit we're going to be making...
This one is going to be for the mixed media kit with the sort of seashore.
So that's why we do need a little bit thicker.
Yeah, so I want a little bit thicker so I can create the wave design.
It's all about that viscosity. Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah, so I'm going to grab a few of these. So I'm just going to make sure that that's set to 0 to start with.
Nice.
And I'm going to put a fair old bit of blue in there because I want quite a lot.
So this is, it's coloured resin?
It's coloured resin, yes. Yeah, so you don't need to, it's not like you need to put a clear resin and you're adding inks or anything. This is, because it's actual resin, it's not grainy, so you get really nice clarity to it, as you can see from the sun catcher. So I'm going to put about 6 grams in here.
Okay. Now, if you do want the scales, they're a part of an accessory kit. So at the bottom of the screen is really nice set of scales. So you get your digital scales in there, along with the barrier cream that you're just using and the pots as well. So when we say the barrier cream, it just...
it just helps protect your hands and helps you wash any resin off that you get on you. Because like I say, I'm a bit mucky, so I do have a tendency of getting it all over me, but it's not a problem.
Okay.
So I'm just going to be as accurate as I can here.
Nice. It's like when you're filling up your car with petrol and you want to hit
trying to get it bang on.
£20 mark.
One little drip, that's probably going to be enough. Okay, so I've got just over 6 grams of that, so I'm going to 0 it and put 3 of the hardener in there. So again, that's 2 parts resin 1 part hardener.
Lovely.
So we've got a nice pipette with this, so that makes it real easy to weigh out.
Nice. Can't beat a good pipette.
Absolutely. So I'm just going to go for the 3 grams. Oops. See, I'm already dripping it everywhere.
Nice.
So it just takes a second for the scales to catch up with you a little bit.
Oh, that's okay. Now we are getting busy for our accessory kit. Do you know, I actually think those scales are just handy in general to have. So if you just need to weigh out resin, or even if, obviously...
Even seed beads sometimes.
I was going to say, you know, there are times, there are different disciplines where you need to weigh out different mediums. So just a very nice pair of scales. And you're getting the other elements, so the pots in there obviously really handy for weighing out our resin, and then you've got your barrier cream too, so keep your hands nice and clean. There you go, 34.55 for the accessory kit, 123059 your item number. Perfect if you are a lover of resin, and so much more. 10% of the stock's gone for that. It's a very portable size. If you want a portable pair of scales, handy.
They're great, they're absolutely brilliant. And I'll tell you what, I've had mine for quite a few years now, and I've never changed the battery because I'm always switching them on and off, and they go off themselves as well. So do keep an eye on them. You know, don't answer the door while you're busy weighing this out, because you'll forget where you were. But they are fantastic, and I mean, you can see from this now how liquid it is at the moment. So I'm going to want that to get nice and thick.
So it's all about changing the consistency. I've got to tell you that the accessory kit's gone from 10% to 20%, and now a quarter of the stock's gone. Very, very busy for those.
Okay, so I'm just going to let that sit for a little while and make some more up while you carry on.
Just jumping ahead, I found myself picking up the little scales in the accessory kit. We are going to get to this, but if you're a lover of gadgets, I like this. It's a good size. It has got a bit of a sci-fi feel to it. I feel I should be saying, beam me up on there. And it fits very nicely into the pocket as well. I mean, if you want to take it, I don't know why you would have scales in your pocket, but if you want to take it around, you could. Okay, so let's start with our bookmarks. If you want to make, already getting busy for the bookmarks, so if you want to make a beautiful bookmark, $24.79 is your price, and you get everything that you need for this. So just going through and breaking down all the elements in this, Lisa.
Yes.
We have got our beautiful resin. So there's your Chemset resin. So there you go. Oh, that's the enamel, sorry, apologies, that's the enamel hardener. Then over here, we have the resin. It's an eco enameling resin, so you're getting 50 grams of the resin. You do get your pipette in there as well. You get your little silicone pots so you can separate, and all the little elements to it. So for instance, if you wanted to add a little bit of bling, we've got a pot of bling. You've got your little tassel in there as well. You've got your tray, so what this does, it allows you to make, so this is a completed example. I'll just show you here. Actually, I'll lift this up and compare the two. So that is your mould, and what that does is mean with your resin, actually, how many bookmarks can we get with this bundle, make with this bundle, Lisa?
A lot, to be honest, because don't forget, as well as the resin as a hardener, so if you add all that together, you've got quite a lot of grams of resin there, and you can always put lots of different papers, embellishments, shells, all sorts of things go in there, so you've got quite a lot that you can do that. And
look, once you've got the mould, you've got the mould. You can always add, obviously resin is a consumable, so you can repurchase that. I am a great lover of bookmark. I love a good bookmark, but my goodness, that is a premium bookmark. Really like that. 10% of the stock has gone here. If you want to pop it into your basket, $24.79 is your price. 804-713 your item number. Now, the sun catcher. I'm going to try and pick this up to hit the light just to do it justice. Why is the team worried? I'm not going to break it. So I'm looking at it behind, and you can see the way it catches the light and really lives up to its name, the sun catcher. I'm just a huge, huge fan of stained glass. And my goodness, this is stained glass. It's the absolute best. So if you've ever wanted to have a go at creating that stained glass effect with resin, you're getting the comprehensive kit here. $53.23. Now, within this, we're going to go through what we get because there are a lot of elements to this. You have got flexi payments. So $26.62, your first flexi payment. We send everything out to you. Lisa, help me out here. So we've got our coloured resin.
Yes, so you've got all the colours there. So
Yep.
you've got your sort of, which one is it? Yeah, so you've got beautiful pink. That's a really nice, vibrant colour. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. We've got the green and the yellow. So we can use the yellow together with the green to get different shades of green and different tones.
Yeah.
And there's also a red there as well, so you can use the red and the yellow. I'll do that later on to get a whole band of oranges blending through from the red to the yellow, and you get beautiful colours that way.
So this is resin. It's a coloured resin.
It is, yes.
And that's your hardener. It's a two-step, I should say.
Yeah, so you can use the coloured resins with that hardener exactly the same as you would the clear. So there's no difference in the weighing out. It's still 2 to 1.
And how do you get to the defined black on there as well? So is that within the
black
colours?
is your frame, basically, and then we just add all the colours into the frame.
So does that peel away? Is that a cover on it?
That's right.
okay.
Yeah. That's just a protective layer for it.
I thought so. We got to the bottom of that. $26.62 is your price if you're going for your first flexi payment. 10% of the stock's gone here. Can I try something?
Go for it.
I want to try and hang. I'm not gonna hang it up. I just want to hold it by the wall. Kim, producer Kim, shame on you having no faith in me. She won't let me go near it. She's very worried that I'm going to break it. Look,
It's pretty sturdy, to be fair.
Worst case scenario, we make it onto when live TV goes wrong. There you go. Let me just show you, because we've got a lovely window here looking out onto the field. But just imagine, there's nowhere really to put it. All the walls are taken. I'll put it over here. Can we see this over here? Now, imagine that on the wall. Looks very nice, right? That's all I wanted to show you. Okay. Quality content here at the craft store. Now, we're showing you a great kit. We are really busy, joking aside, we're really busy for this. $26.62 your price, $252,697 your item number. Okay, so now Lisa's taking us by the sea, and this is what we were talking about. So we started off the show by mixing up the resin. It's really interesting to hear Lisa. Obviously, she is an expert when it comes to resin, and my goodness, that looks good. So the reason we wanted to mix the resin up early, when you first start mixing it up, it's quite fluid. But then more you leave it, the more it thickens and allows you to do different elements. That's why we had to mix this one up a little bit earlier. So you've got a beautiful mixed media piece. I mean, that is stunning. I have to say as well, Lisa, every component of the kit, so whether it was the bookmark, the sun catcher, the mixed media, just feels quality. You can tell that the kits are really well put together.
Yes, yeah, everything that you need and more really is in there, yeah.
I like how you put that. So within this, again, we'll break this down because there's a few different elements that we haven't seen. What is this, Lisa?
So that one is, again, it's a resin, but the pigment in there is like a pearlescent white. So you've got a real nice shimmer to that one. Like that. Which is perfect for the edges of the waves because it gives you that sort of, you know, that white foamy, perfect, that sort of texture to it.
Then we've got a coloured resin in there, the beautiful greens and blues. Here, now this is your base resin. So how would we, obviously base is the first one put down?
Yeah, so you might not necessarily want quite a vivid blue or green, you might want it a lot lighter. So with that you can mix that with the blues and get a very pale blue or pale green. And just expand your range of blending of the colours, basically.
Lovely. And then I would imagine that's a hardener?
That's correct, yeah.
What's this little curiosity?
So that's a little pot of sand and shells to give you, again, more of that beach effect.
I love that.
Yeah, it's great because the resin holds it all together, so you can use quite a lot of that.
You're getting a lot of elements within this. So you've got a bit of bling as well, if you want. And then, of course, you've got your frame in there too. So comprehensive kit, everything you need to create an absolute work of art. I mean, you could see that. You could see that in any home really in your house. Guest room, bedroom, living room. Isn't that nice? Very. You just wouldn't think initially that. Okay, I've just touched it, And this is the thing, that being resin, it's very tactile too, so I would imagine guests coming over will be drawn to it and asking, well, how is this made?
That's it, it's quite robust, so and it doesn't scratch easily either, so it's pretty hardy.
Love it. Okay, there we go. 822821, your item number, if you want to go for that bundle. That's our mixed media. Earrings. Something that the team are very fond of. Now, there is a little bit of an earring war going on in the gallery.
Okay.
Because we've got two of our big hitters here at the craft store. Producer Kim, director Holly. They try and outdo themselves with each other, I should say, with the size of their earrings.
Okay.
But they do it's just something, a bit of in gossip here at the craft store. But something they were both drawn to because these, it's not about the size, but they're so pretty.
Yeah, and
really
totally
pretty.
unique. Everything you do there is going to be unique every time.
It's a glistening sort of teardrop of resin goodness. You've got lovely little swirls effects, and you describe it beautifully. It's the fact that this is always going to be original. Whatever you make, however many, and we're going to sell a lot of these kits today, everyone at home is going to produce something a little bit different.
Absolutely.
And when you consider I mean, this is quality jewellery that we're getting here. So should we go through actually the bundle? Because obviously £23.53 your first flexi payment, but it screams of the overall price, the £47.05, screams to the quality that we are getting with all the components. So we have got obviously our resin coming through here. You've got your coloured resin. I would imagine that's your base resin in there, your hardener, your pipette. This is interesting. Now what's this?
So that's a block, so that enables you to put your items onto. And once they're on there, it makes it a lot easier for you to move it around as well, rather than just sort of sticking them to your workspace. And especially if your workspace is the dining room table, then you need to move it sooner or later. So.
Nice to have the block. So it's a tool that we'd have and then obviously reuse.
Yeah, I mean that one's got holes in it as well, so that if you get some stud earrings, then you can place them through there so it holds them level.
Oh, okay, and then that's handy. And then we've obviously got our sort of shape. Let's say the findings, the base of your earring that you're getting there, and it will make 3 pairs. So again, breaking that down to the fact that you've got 3 pairs of quality earrings, I mean bespoke pieces of jewellery for that price, £47.05. It's not bad.
It's great, and again, you know, with the amount of resin that you've got there, you can make a whole lot more.
If you want to invest in these beautiful earrings, £47.05 your price, but you can split it in half. £23.53 today at 214193 your item number. Right, we're going to get onto the accessory pack. 30% of the stock's now gone here, really busy for it. The star of the show has to be these nifty digital scales, because for me, it's the size of them, incredibly handy. You can put them in a drawer. They won't take up much space in your craft room. You can put them in a bag if you are on the go, and they will last and last. Lisa was saying she's had hers for a very, very long time and not even changed the battery. So we've got our digital scales, and it's having that precision which you absolutely need when it comes to resin. Then you get your pots. So you've got your silicone pots, which you can see here, allowing you to work with the resin. Your barrier cream you can put on your hands just to keep your hands clean, and your stirrers. So all of that for £34.55, 123059, your item number. Okay, we're going to talk about resin. So this is the Eco Resin, the ChemSet resin, and I would imagine these are add-ons. So if you bought any of the kits and you want to do any more, embellish, then you can. This great for the bookmark?
Yes, absolutely. Anything that's clear. All of the resins have a lovely clarity, but that's really easy to use. It's slightly thicker than the one that you use with the different colours, so it may be a little bit easier for beginners, but still a great product. So.
And do you know, the important thing is the fact that, I like the fact it's made in the UK, but you've got none of your, how do you pronounce it, VOCs? VOCs, you know.
Right, got you. Yeah.
None of the harmful
a lot of the
chemicals
hazardous
in there
products
as well.
aren't in there that are in other resins.
Which is very good. You've also got your low odour too. So quality products from ChemSet, a £38.82 your price, 506-400 your item number there. Now we've got the Type A resin kit. So the difference here, when we'll be using this option, Lisa?
So that one mixes with all of the
coloured resin?
The colours, yes. So you can use that either on its own, again, as a lovely clear resin, or you can mix it with the colours as well. So that the hardener of that specifically goes with the colours. So
that is the key between the two kits, whether you want to work with your clear or your colour. Here it is all about the colour. £38.10 your price, 970 845 your item number. We're going to jump onto the website as we head to our first demonstration. Now, I understand a show like this, and we have a lot of real lovers and aficionados of resin out there, part of our craft store family. So if you do have any questions, and we're bringing you a new resin here, so if you do have any questions whatsoever, please get in touch. We love hearing from you. studio@thecraftstore.com. But lots to buy, lots to explore. You can either use the website or our app. It's all there to help. Right, we're going to head to Lisa for our first demonstration. Lisa, what are we going to do?
So I'm going to use the sun catcher. So this is what it looks like when you get it. It's got this protective plastic on there, so don't worry about that. It's good to keep it on the front, because if you do drip any resin on it, when you peel it off, that's absolutely fine.
Perfect.
So what we're going to put on this is some of this like sticky back plastic, if you like, that you get in the kit. So I've just trimmed it down so that it's just under the size of the sun catcher, so it's a little bit easier. I haven't got anything sticky around the edges. Okay. So I'm going to turn it over to the back. Doesn't matter which side is the back, really.
Yeah.
Where
just peel back.
Just peel back a little bit of this if I can.
So how long have you been working with resin for, Lisa?
Oh gosh, easily over 10 years now, I think.
Wow, okay.
I've found this the easiest resin to work with.
That's a big statement.
By far, yeah,
wow.
Absolutely. What I like is the curing time.
Yeah.
Because it takes a little while to go off, if you like, to start to thicken. So you've got a lot of time to play with it.
Working time, yeah.
Yeah, so that is really useful. So I'm just showing you how to peel this off here. It comes off quite easily. And the reason I'm taking this off to start with is because I want to make sure that I don't get any gaps when I put the plastic on the back of it.
Okay.
So I want to make sure it has a good seal.
Yeah.
So just take that off.
What are the kind of things you look for in your resin when you're working with resin? We talked about the curing time. Anything else?
Yeah, curing time, the clarity.
Yeah.
I don't like things that smell strongly either, whereas this doesn't. I mean, I can't smell any of this. So
I can't smell at all, actually. I haven't smelled anything. I've got a very good sense of smell.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so I've taken that off, and now I'm just going to attach the sticky back. I've just peeled the corner off here a little bit.
Okay.
I'm just going to make sure that I can cover that.
Nice.
I'm going to be a bit quicker than I normally would be.
Well,
just
that's okay. I know for TV.
Just for speed, but just make sure that's...
So how did you fall in love with resin? What was it that brought you towards resin?
I wanted to try enamelling. Didn't want to buy a kiln because they're so expensive.
Yeah.
So instead of that, I found this. I'm making a mess of this already. And just it's so easy to do that you don't have, it just cures by itself. You don't have to do anything to it. You don't have to heat it. You don't have to do anything. So that's a real nice way of making something quick.
Yeah.
I'm not one for patience, so quick is good for me. Okay.
Lovely.
So there we go. I'm just going to smooth that over. What you can do is just get something to just press down on the edges there. So you're not pressing it into the crevices or anything. You're just going over the top and giving that a bit of a seal.
Okay. It's just a bit of a burnish.
Yeah, basically. Okay, so I'm just going to leave it at that because I just want to do one little section so that you can see what I'm doing.
Okay.
Move that out of the way. Okay, so I'm going to mix some yellow resin. I'm going to mix it now because I want it nice and fluid. I want the colours to blend. So we're just going to go for about 4 grams again.
Just measuring out. Lovely colours going through here as well.
So bright, lovely. Okay. And the hardness, I'm going to go for half of that, which is just over 2.
Now, do you post a lot, or can we post on social media? Is there anything that we make and get inspirations from Camset?
Oh yeah, I mean there's lots of things out there as well. I mean there's quite a lot of different resins on the market, but this one is by far the most vibrant in colour.
Nice.
But yeah, I mean I just looked on YouTube for lots of different things with like oceans and stained glass is perfect because you get that real transparent quality to it.
Beautiful. Okay. Is that handy having that pipette for the precision?
So just creep that up.
So something that is a worry sometimes when we work with resins and moulds is getting bubbles. Anything to protect ourselves from getting... I know sometimes you want a bubbles in there.
Yeah, it's quite difficult to keep bubbles in it, to be honest, because as it warms, it sort of pushes them up to the surface and they pop. If you stir rigorously, you'll find you'll get bubbles, but they will pop. You can also use a little tool I have here, which is just one of these, and the heat of that will, again, just if you lack of patience, they'll pop a lot quicker. But as long as you're stirring it fairly consistently, then you shouldn't really get any problems. What you do find, more bubbles will occur if you're putting items into something and the air might stick to it. So if you've got like seaweed or something like that, where there's lots of crevices where air could stick on there, then it might hold a bubble.
You can put seaweed into resin?
Yeah, as long as it's dry, you can put seaweed, flowers, all sorts of things like that.
So the key is making sure it's dry?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So
That's
I'll just
interesting.
give that a lovely mix.
Nice to preserve if you've dried a flower and it had some meaning, significance, to preserve it in resin.
Absolutely.
We've still got, Kim, my producer, said wedding bouquet, so my wife and I, we've still got our wedding bouquet. So it's dried now and in our home.
Yeah,
so.
I mean there's some little flowers in the bookmark kit there that we'll put in later. But yeah, all sorts of things, even hair. I mean, I have, well, unwittingly, I have dog hair in most of my designs because Dudley sheds his hair all over me.
Well,
but
we
you
need
can
to
put
talk
bits
about
of hair.
Dudley, because we love our dogs here. So what breed is Dudley?
Dudley's a German Shepherd. He's a black, long-haired German Shepherd. Yeah, so if you see a few black hairs, that will be Dudley.
Very protective dog. Lovely dogs.
He's a beautiful dog. Okay, so I'm just going to start with this. So what I do is start with the edges and the lighter colour.
Okay.
So I'm first of all just going to pop a little bit of just yellow in to start with, just around the edges.
Okay. So just building up that flower.
Yeah, the great thing about these is, I mean, there's multiple pots in here, but I quite like to mix a little bit as I go. So I'm going to put quite a bit of yellow in there, and now I'm going to start to change the colour with the red that I just mixed a moment ago.
Lovely.
I'm just going to mix.
So this is what you're saying about blending
bit of red.
and achieving your own sort of colour tones.
That's it, yeah. So we're just going to go for this very, very slightly orange feel now. Let's give that a bit of a mix.
And you can already see the resin levelling, finding its way. Oh yeah. And it's glass-like. I've got to tell you that the sun catcher, very busy here. A quarter of the stock has gone. And for me, the joy, the absolute joy of being able to do this. Okay. And then obviously hang it in your home, display it proudly, and it's going to be something that stays with you for years and years and years, and I think courts a lot of attention and conversation. Stunning. Just step over there. If I step to one side, you really see the colours sort of coming through. Lovely.
Okay, so as you can see, I'm just darkened it down a little bit more.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter too much if you drip over the edges, because that'll just be whipped away at the end anyway.
So once you've placed it in, do you let it find its own way? Do you tease it yourself?
Well, you can always poke it into the edges a little bit more with either the stick or a cocktail stick. With this, it will just, the more sort of loose it is, the more it'll push its way through anyway. Right. I'm just going to add a little bit more quickly. I don't want to spend too much time on this because I think that one I took about 2 hours to do that one, so shame we haven't got the time.
But it's another important point, and one thing that Lisa sort of touched on, saying that this is her favourite resin to work with, and for her, the big aspect of that is the play time that you have. So we're saying, what, about 45 minutes?
Yeah, at least, probably longer. It depends on the temperature of the room. The warmer it is, the quicker it will start to cure as well. Nice. So you can see how the colours are just starting to blend there. And you can obviously use the pink in other areas and the yellow and the green for the leaves.
I mean, when you made the kit, did you have much resin left over afterwards?
I just keep mixing it as I go.
Yeah. I'm just thinking, watching work, you'll have resin left to go and do your own little bits as well after this.
Yeah, and especially if you buy the clear as well, then you can make it lighter and brighter, and that will make a lot more.
Okay, and that's one of our add-ons. We've actually got it at the bottom of your screen. Oh, that's accessories. We're going to just change that for the clear. So the clear, you get your hardener and you get your resin. 3810. Now we've got two different options with regard to our resin, our top-up resin. Type A is to work with your colours. So that's what you need with the colours, and it's based on the hardener. And then you've got your other bundle, and that allows you to work with the clear. So this is the Suncatcher, and Lisa was just expertly demonstrating how easy it is to build up such beautiful effects. 252697, your item number.
Okay, yeah, so once you've filled it up, so here's one I did earlier, with just a small portion. So I just wanted to show you how easy it is once you carefully start to peel off the plastic.
So the plastic we initially laid down, we peel that back off?
Yeah, so once you've finished, that will just slowly peel that away.
Yeah. Oh, that's nice. Okay.
There we are.
Uh-huh.
So that's that. So then you can just peel off the front.
Yeah.
And that's all you need to do that. It's perfect.
Beautiful.
So you'll get it very flat on the back.
Yeah.
And you'll find it'll probably reflect slightly differently if you don't fill it right to the top. Sometimes you've got to get right down, to see if it's level. But you don't need to fill it up. You can just put as much as you want into there.
You touched on the vibrancy that you get with the Chemset resin, and you can see that. I mean, you can absolutely see that now. Beautiful shot. Holly, our director's got there of that piece, and it is a work of art. And just imagine that in your home. And when we craft, I would say it's two things, because crafting, it's the journey, the enjoyment of actually making something, and then the enjoyment of either gifting it or keeping it in your home and displaying it. We are busy for our Suncatcher. If you do want to place a Suncatcher into your basket, your item number is 252697. 5323 is your price, and you're getting a lot here with regard to the bundle. So you've got your coloured resin, you're getting your 4 colours of your resin, you're also getting your hardener, you've got your pots, the chain that you can put onto your frame, and the all-important frame, and the pipette. So everything that you need to make this beautiful Suncatcher. 252697, your item number. Now, an item that I'd love to have a go on. I personally, I do a lot of reading, and you can never have enough bookmarks, but then there are bookmarks. Anyone who reads a lot, you've got your favourite bookmarks that you save for the books you really like, and this would be your absolute favourite. So a beautiful resin bookmark, so giftable as well.
Absolutely. I mean, you can really personalise it. You can print people's names and all sorts of things like that to make it a real unique one-off item.
So if we did want to, say, print off a name or saying, would we need to do anything special to that to use it with the resin?
Yeah, we'll need to seal it, but I'll show you the whole process a little later on. That's a spoiler.
Stay tuned. Sorry. Go ahead.
But yeah, you can. The best thing to use as well are laser printers, really, if you can, if you're creating your own background image, photographs or things like that. But you can do it with inkjets as well, as long as you seal it. And again, it's a dry item that you're adding.
Perfect. Okay, so if you do want to go for the bookmark, I've got to stress that you are getting the mould in here too. So that means you can make as many of these as you like, and it's got the little hole there as well, so you can thread anything through, whether it's a tassel. So that is your bookmarker, and that gives you an example of what you can make. But you can make a lot of those. The accessory kit. We've got to talk about the accessory kit because half the stock's gone for our accessory kit. You're getting the very nifty scales, the digital scales, and it's the size of them as well. They're incredibly portable. They're not going to take up a large part of your craft room, but they are invaluable if you want to obviously be precise with it. And you can take them on the go. If you want to pop them in your pocket, they will fit. $34.55 is your price there. 123059, your item number. Okay, what would you like to show us?
I would like to do the earrings next.
Lovely.
So the block that we were talking about earlier, so I'm just going to peel off the plastic because we don't need that. Okay, so again, similarly to the Suncatcher, I'm going to create a barrier on the back. I've just got a bit of tape that we can do that with. I'm just going to cut that off. Okay, so sticky side up.
Yeah.
Already got some Dudley hair on there by the looks of it, and I'm just going to place these earring pieces on there.
German Shepherds good family dogs?
Yes.
Yeah.
Especially if they're a bit soft.
Oh, is Dudley a cuddler?
He is.
But then is he quite protective as well of the family? No, he's just a cuddler.
Not really. No, yeah, he's just too cuddly.
Yeah.
His name is also Cuddly Dudley. So.
Oh, Cuddly Dudley. Love it. Yeah.
Right, I have somewhere some blue tack
Okay.
that I'm just going to tack this down with to make it stay put.
Nice.
Okay, so that's fine. So again, just make sure that you've got a nice seal all the way around them. And then we can start adding our resin at this point. So I'm going to put in some clear, which I mixed at the top of the show there. So you can see how lovely.
So now this is the clear
That
eco
is.
resin.
This is just a clear low viscosity,
Resin.
actually.
Okay,
The same.
sorry.
That's, yeah, it's the one. It's
It
in
comes
the
with the
little
kit.
bottle with the kit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So I'm just going to pop a little bit in the top.
So I noticed that you do tend to, you're careful to build up little by little rather than just trying to pour it straight in.
Yeah, yeah, because it can just suddenly overflow a lot more than what you think. But as we were saying earlier, so you get it into the small little places, you can just push it in with a cocktail stick.
Nice.
Just encourage it to flow through.
It's a good word. Encouraging.
Okay, and I'm going to add a little bit of colour in there. I'm going to go for some red.
So now we're working with our colours. And you get incredible intensity with the colours.
Absolutely brilliant. And I'm going to put, it's quite dark when you use it just solid colour on its own. But add a little bit of the orange that we made earlier as well.
Lovely. Oh, it's starting to
Getting a bit excited.
react,
with that.
yeah. Like that. I'm watching you, Lisa, and you've got a big smile on your face. Clearly, you just love what you do.
I do get a little bit carried away.
Oh, this is what we want. You're a crafter.
Okay. Okay. So once it's a bit thicker, you can start creating patterns with it. I'm just going to wipe this off a little bit. So you can bring the colours into each other. You can bring some of the clear in and just start to create those lovely.
Now, if any of the resin does go over the lip, is there any way of pulling that back?
Just wipe it off
Just give it a
carefully.
wipe,
That's
yeah,
the best
okay.
way of doing it.
Yeah.
But as you can see, the thicker
Oh,
it
that's
is, the more it
beautiful.
holds.
Looks like
The
flames.
sort of shape, yeah.
And obviously, when you lift it up, we've got it laying flat now, but the real joy of the earrings is when it does capture the light, look incredible.
Yeah. So some I made earlier here, which are a very similar colour. This was just using the red and the clear.
They look alive.
It was quite thick at this point, so where you pull it, it will stay.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to take the backing off that one so you can see.
Now, the burning question is, have you worn a pair of the earrings out?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Wait for a nice event to wear them to. Say and tell people.
But I know
now.
no one else will have them.
Well,
That's why.
people are going to ask you where you got them from. You say, A, you made them, and B, you can tell them you made them on live TV.
So I'm just going to show you the finish thing. Just twist open the ear hook there.
Okay.
Add that on. Oops. Probably should be wearing my glasses really. But
Oh, yeah, stunning. So anyone who loves earrings, I mean, imagine if you went to a beautiful boutique shop and saw these earrings, how much you would pay. And the fact that you're able to make 3 sets as well.
yeah, that's it.
That's nice.
You're almost sport for choice of colours really,
Yeah.
using those. But
Oh, can you hold it up just so
Yeah.
we can see? There you go. That's nice.
you can see the light
That's
catches.
the one. Got a lot of admiring gazes from the team. Okay, we've got something on the show for everybody. We have got the earrings. If you just have a look over here, we've got the earrings for you. You've got 3 sets, different colours, beautiful effects. Everything is going to be original. And you know, you're going to have a lot of resin left over here. If you think about it, the amount of resin that you're going to be using within the earrings, I will very carefully just give that a wiggle. So you can see the colours coming through, and all of a sudden, this is what makes the Chemset resin so special. The clarity, and that's something that Lisa was really fascinated at, but also the effects, the vividness of the colours. There's no grittiness, no graininess, no bubbles, and that's because I know I've worked with shows with Catherine, and she kind of gives you tips how to get rid of the bubbles, especially working with larger moulds here, but no bubbles, and it's a testimony to the quality of the resin. £23.53 is your price if you want to get hold of these. £47.05 if you want to pay for it as a whole, as opposed to splitting the price with our flexi payment. 214193, your item number. Okay, accessory kit. Ooh, we are busy for our accessory kit. It's a nifty gadget, and I just find as crafters this would serve you very, very well. So you've got the digital scales, but such a nice size to this. So rather than a big cumbersome scale using it, perfect for your resin. You're getting that precision that the digital a digital pair of scales affords. You're also going to get the pots, and this is just handy to have in your stash. So you've got your silicone pots, you've got your barrier cream rather, and you've got your pots. Sorry, your stirrers. Just going to say the pots. They're not solid, so you have got a little bit of movement with them being silicone. But I just think as the size goes, if I lift this up, it's just, I love a gadget. I love a gadget that literally, in your pocket, you can go, just take it with you. The team asking why, look, classes around the home, I just find it doesn't, it's, what I'm trying to say, personally, I wouldn't be walking around with a pair of scales, but it shows how portable it is. $34.55 is your price, 123059 your item number. Now, I know how many lovers of resin there are out there. If you're watching right now, part of the craft store family. So a lot of you love your resin. It's lovely to discover new resin too. Lisa, we're going to talk about two bundles from somebody who's worked with resin for the last 10 years.
Yeah.
And you really are an expert in the field. What is it about this resin? And we've already touched on the subject, just for any new viewers joining us. What is it about this resin that, in your own words, you said is the best resin you've worked with?
Absolutely. It's easy to mix, and like you mentioned about the bubbles, they pop on their own. You don't have to worry about that. It doesn't smell strong, or if at all. It's got quite a nice thickness to it, and a thickness that you can work with within an hour, so you can go from really loose blending colours if you want to, or get it into small areas because it's so loose, and then thicken it up to create even a dome effect if you want to.
Perfect. That is your kit. Now, we've got two different bundles here, depending on kits that you might have bought. If you did go for the bookmarking kit, or if you went, it's the bookmarking kit, this is the one you need. So this is the option you need. $38.82 if you want to make more of your bookmarkers, or just work on any clear project.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. It is eco-friendly as well, and you can see the virtues, the low odour, the fact that you haven't got any harmful chemicals in there as well. So it's very nice to work with. $38.82 your price, 506-400 your item number. Now, we have type A resin. There is a difference here, primarily in the hardener, but also the resin itself. So this is what we would use for our colour resin.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
So if you have got any of the coloured resins and you just want to top up there, £38.10. We are busy for both sets. Again, just tell us a little bit. Somebody using this, so what kind of projects would you be using type A for?
So I like this one. It gets a little bit more fluid than the other, so it gets into all the nooks and crannies. It's really good if you're building a project that has lots of things in it, like shells and seaweed, all that sort of thing. Then it will seep into all the edges.
Good for like if we want to recreate the mixed media piece.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, brilliant for that, because you can add in lots of things. And if you've got a deeper mould as well, there's so many different moulds on the market, but you can put things in and layer stuff up, and you get a beautiful shine. It's still lovely and clear, and you can mix it with all the colours as well. So.
And that's a really big point, and I think one of the unique features with ChemSet is the fact that it's the clarity that you get, that crystal clarity with it too. 970845 your item number. So your choice, whether you want to go for the Type A, which we've got on the screen, or the previous option that we showed. Now the Suncatcher, busy for this. $53.23 is your price, but you have got two flexi payments as well, so you can split that price in half. It's a comprehensive kit, but ultimately the proof really is in the finished article. It's the joy of doing it and then displaying it as well, so it's a lovely journey. Now, we have had a question in regarding the Suncatcher. Can we leave the sticky backing on? So I know you pulled it off, because I think and I apologise, we didn't get a name to the question, but the viewer was worried that the resin might pop out if we took the backing off.
Yeah, it would only come out if you had a really, really thin covering of resin on the back there. Okay. But you can leave it on. I don't see any reason why you couldn't, because as long as you've got it under the edges, you know, you can't see it overlapping or anything, then you could do that. What I would say is though that you would probably want to fill maybe some of the extra pieces on there, perhaps, so that you wouldn't see the sticky back.
So I think don't worry about taking it off. I know it might seem a bit scary and you don't want the resin to pop out, but I've given that a fair old push. I am being careful because I don't want to break it. But when I say break it, you've got obviously the frame. I don't want to break the frame, not the resin. That's not going anywhere. So I really wouldn't worry about the resin popping out. Personally, for a finished look like this, and it is having the gaps, I think, set off the piece and give you the contrast, take the backing off. You don't have to, and as Lisa was saying, if you want to leave the backing on, just fill the surround, that's absolutely fine. Don't worry about taking the backing off.
Yeah, I mean, it is really robust, to be honest. I mean, you know, you can hit that quite hard, and it's not going to pose any problems at all. No, if anything, like you say, the weaker parts of the frame you'd want to be careful of, but the resin itself is really robust. Yeah.
So just make sure you fill it. Don't be stingy, and just do a little bit. You want to make sure that you fill it properly.
And you get lots of colour as well by putting a lot in. So.
Brilliant. Okay.
Okay.
So that is the sun catcher. And again, thank you so much for the question. I'm sorry we didn't catch your name because I always love to give a name check. But if you do have any questions, please feel free to get in touch. studio@thecraftstore.com. What are we going to do next, then, Lisa?
Okay, I'd like to do the sort of seashore mixed media kit now.
So this is, we started with this and you wanted to get a bit more thickness to the resin. So we did it earlier to let it sort of set.
Yeah, it's a little bit thicker now.
Yeah.
Ideally maybe a little bit thicker than that, but I'm sure we'll be fine. So I'm going to mix some of the white sort of satin pearlescent resin.
Okay.
So we're going to go with this. So again, it's 2 to 1. It's exactly the same as the other colours that we've been using.
And you get this in the kit, so it's all included in the mixed media kit.
Absolutely. So probably don't need so much of this.
Nice.
Go a bit more. So I don't know whether you can see in there the how the sort of pearlescent is. It's almost like a mica powder in there.
Yeah.
But you can mix micas in with the clear resins as well, and the colours, to be honest. Okay, so we've got about 180.
So things we need to be aware of: putting dry. Make sure anything you put with the resin is dry. I know you're talking about like flowers. Don't just put a fresh flower in because it will kind of react. It will burn.
It will. Well, what will happen is because of the moisture in it, it will go cloudy.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So I mean, I used to do quite a lot of pictures in resin, and when I first started, I used like a PVA glue, which is brilliant for that. But I used to put quite a lot on, and then it was in like in a bezel, if you like. So I put loads of glue in there. Thought, oh, brilliant! You know, no resin is going to ever get to that. Put the image in, loads of glue on top, and found that over time they went cloudy, and that was because it didn't have time to react with the air to dry the glue properly underneath, so it was still damp underneath.
Learning.
So yeah, just make sure that that's absolutely dry.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to put 0.9 in here now.
Okay. You touched on something, a good idea. You were saying like you can put anything within your resin. Hair. So this was touched on. Holly, our director, seized on this.
All right, yeah.
Because her partner, he's just had a big significant birthday, and she thought it would be nice to take some of his hair, just a little bit of hair, put it in a pendant, and then put it in with resin, and she could wear it.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice. And something that's quite nice as well is, I don't know whether you've seen Angelina fibres, those very fine. That goes really nice with hair as well, because it gives that little bit of sparkle, but it still looks like it's the same design.
That's something to do, Holly. Mix Andy's hair with Angelina fibres as well.
If he doesn't mind a bit of sparkle. There you go. So I'm just going to mix those two.
Apparently, are you meant to save baby's first curl? We haven't given. My son was born with a lot of hair. He's got a good head of hair, and he kept it. So we haven't given him a haircut. But it's getting to the point where I feel we should, because I've been out with him a couple of times, and people have said to me, "What a lovely girl," and I've had to say, actually, he's a boy. He's just got a lot of hair.
There we go. All right, and so I'm going to make a start with this. So this is the frame that you get. So I'm going to work outside the frame just because I don't want to accidentally drip resin all over it.
Nice.
So
nice frame as well.
Yeah, it is very nice. So I'm just using that as a background, as a white background.
Okay.
So I've just turned it over. Because I've already played with this, I've run out of glass, so I'm using a piece of acetate instead.
Well, that's okay.
But what it does mean is that you could use several pieces of acetate and just keep changing them, so you can make loads of different pictures and just
That's
keep
a brilliant
changing
idea.
them.
Okay.
So that's an option. So just put that to one side. I'm going to move this now so I can just see what I'm working on.
Okay. I've got 9 minutes left. Just giving a time check, Lisa, because I know you also want to show us that
Right,
tip.
okay,
with the
going to really
bookmarker.
motor now then.
Yeah.
All right then, so I'm going to start with a bit of blue because I just want it sort of deep colour on this side.
Another really nice showcase of the quality that you're getting with the resin.
Mix a bit of green in. It's quite
Mixing
nice if
that
you
up.
can. Again, like I did before, and put a little bit of each colour in there.
Beautiful.
Yep, getting excited again. So a little of the clear.
Okay,
And just see
lovely.
how that's blending.
And the clear, I tell you, the clear does have a profound effect. It really brightens up that resin, the colours.
It does, and if we keep adding a bit of clear to the colour as well, then obviously it'll go lighter and lighter as it would towards the shoreline.
Yeah. Spent last week in Hunstanton.
Ah.
It's lovely, apart from the weather. Typical.
Sunny honey, surely it should be beautiful.
It was not. We did and do you know the worst thing was? The day we left was roasting. Literally the day the car's packed, we're driving home and it's bright and we're absolutely roasting. Typical.
Okay, I'm going to have to just do this super quick, but you get the idea of how I'm just building colours. And then what I like to do is add some of this for sort of the wave break, if you like.
Yeah.
Just along the edges.
Oh yeah. Now I know, obviously, because we want to get that next demo in, you're kind of you're speeding up. You take a bit more time at home, but you still get the effect. I mean, it looks so good when you start playing with that resin, teasing it, building up your own design.
So what I quite liked was the sort of idea that you've got the sort of waves coming in, so you've got the sort of fluffier side of the foam against the stronger colours at the back there.
Just holding this up, this is the finished example. Now the team, they wanted me to touch it because they didn't believe that it's flat. They thought that it would be textured, but that is super smooth. But the effects that you've been able to achieve with this piece is incredible. You really get a sense, I mean, how beautiful is that? Imagine finding a shore like that. It's a stunning piece, Lisa. You've done such a good job with this.
Thank you. So I'm just going to add a little bit of the sand now as well in here.
Okay. So you're getting a little pot of sand?
That's right.
That's a lovely golden hue to the sand as well.
And we've got all sorts of shells and things as well we can build into here. I mean, don't be frightened about building up layers of resin as well. Once you've done one layer, you can just keep going.
You could be in Jamaica right now.
Okay,
Lovely.
and add just a little bit more for the sort of shoreline. What you can do when it's quite well set is if you just sort of stipple it like this, then it gives quite a nice effect.
It's a nice tip.
And that just blends it in a little bit to that sand.
So you've got about 5 minutes.
Okay, right, I'm going to move on then, quickly.
Okay. Yeah. So
But
that's our mixed media piece. I will, just as you're getting set for the next one,
Sure.
just show you the finished example. I know that Lisa's about to show as well, so I'm going to show the stages.
So once
you
you have finished with that, literally just take the...
And you had a really good idea with the acetate. Do you know what I would do? Look out, because we have happy hours here at the craft store, and sometimes we feature acetate, and especially a really good heavy acetate. You buy a load of that, and they're little projects so you can mix and match the frames.
Yeah. So now I've just got another one that I did earlier. So yeah, just a piece of acetate, so you can just swap them out, and that's absolutely great.
Beautiful, and very different to the other one. That's got a bit of the under the sea.
Yeah, so that one I've used a lot more clear resin, so you can see it's a lot more lighter than the others. But
love it. Okay,
fantastic.
Lisa, I've got a few minutes, and you said you have a tip for us.
Just going to show you the bookmark.
Yeah.
Very quickly. So we have in our kit some of the paper.
Yeah.
So again, like I said before, you're going to need to put some PVA on that. So I just have a little bit here to quickly show you that. I just pop some on a brush. You can be fairly slap happy if you like with this, and just put plenty on. But make sure that you get into all the edges, so all around the sides.
Could you just move the kitchen roll just in front of you?
Sorry,
Is that
yeah,
okay? So we get
too
a good
much
shot.
stuff
Thank
everywhere.
you.
Told you I was messy work.
That's all right. No, you feel comfortable.
So yeah, if you just blend that all in, all around the edges, even the little notch that I've cut out there for the hole that's in the bookmark kit. And then I just leave that to dry. This is on like a non-stick surface, so that's perfect. And then I'll do the back as well, just to make sure that resin doesn't seep through from behind.
Yeah.
So
and that was just a plain PVA glue?
It is, yeah. So here's one that I glued earlier. I put quite a few layers of glue on there. So again, you would use your eco resin for this one that's in the kit. For the moment, I'm just going to use one that I've already done because it's going to take me.
So would we glue over, if you did want to put a little message in there, we would then glue over that paper with the message?
Or you could always use peel-off stickers as well that have got, like, you could have a happy birthday or a name or something like that, and you could just put that in there as it is.
We've got Clarity coming up a little while, and they've got great peel-off stickers and sentiments. They'd be perfect. Yeah.
Okay then. So what you would do is fill this. Clearly I haven't got the time to do it, but once you've filled it, you can just slide this in.
Nice.
And you can build this up in layers. So you can just gently put a small layer in, and then that would stick it down to the bottom.
Yeah.
And then you can come back to it.
Or
you can do it all in one.
Oh, okay.
I find if I do it all in one, things tend to rise up to the surface, so you do have to spend a little bit of time just poking them back down again.
I don't mind that though, having kind of suspended.
Yeah.
I think is a nice effect.
Yeah,
and we've got lovely elements within the kits. Got to just lift this up. So is that little dried flowers?
Yes, absolutely, yes.
So you're going to get little dried flowers in your kit to work with. And what's in here?
So that's a little bit of glitter.
So you've got some glitter?
Yeah. And you get that in the mixed media kit as well.
Lovely. And of course you've got your resin, your hardener, your tassels, your mould. And do you know what I love about this kit? For me, it's the mould. Because we've got that mould that you can then use time and time again. Would be okay if we wanted to make to sell, bookmarks make to sell?
Yeah, as long as you're using original material, then that's fine.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's fine. Again, I would just add, I mean, this one, I actually did all in one go, so that just shows that you can do it in one go. The original one I did in different stages.
Okay.
So I did just keep an eye on this, because sometimes you can feel them, that they're raised to the front.
Right.
But it's so easy to get out of the bookmark as well. You literally just peel it away.
I'm just going to show the finished one, because you were mentioning the finished one here. So that's well, we'll get there. We'll get there in a second. Sorry, we'll go back to you.
Yeah, so it's that easy to pull out. It's really, really easy. And then all you do is thread your tassel through. So it couldn't be any easier than that.
I love it.
Simple.
So Lisa's showing you how easy it is to make your bookmarks and achieve different effects as well. Let's have a look. So here we go. That is a completed bookmark. Time has unfortunately beaten us. It has been an absolute pleasure. Just to remind you, the accessory kit's been very, very popular. So there is still time if you want to get hold of the accessory kit. You're getting the star of the show, which is that lovely, nifty little digital scales in there. And you're also going to get the barrier cream, the pots, the stirrer, all of that for $34.55. Lisa, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Have you had fun?
I have. Not enough time. We need to do 2 hours.
Do you know what you're going to have to do? You're going to have to come back and see us again very soon.
Absolutely. I've got a few ideas for Christmas. So
can we follow yourself and Kenset on social media?
Yeah, Kenset definitely have their social media on Facebook,
Brilliant.
so you can always have a look at there.
Do make sure to have a look. Thank you so much,
Thank
Lisa.
you.
Thank you for your company. I can't wait to see what you make from the show, but plenty more coming up here at the Craft Store. It's birthday time! 28 years. Happy birthday to Clarity. So we've got our Weekend Wow. Coming up after that, we've got Crafting with Clarity One Day Special, and then Pretty Punch Needle.
Hello, I'm Sue Trangmar, and I started Daisy Chain Designs 20 years ago. Back in the day, there were very few quilt patterns in the marketplace, and so I started to bring patterns into the UK from America and Australia, and along the way I've been lucky enough to work with some fantastic British designers, and that is what really the essence of Daisy Chain Designs are. At Daisy Chain Designs, we're passionate about sewing and quilting. We design projects that hopefully will inspire you to pick up your needle and thread and have a go. We have great fun in designing things from the very start, and then the end product is always very exciting when you actually see it made. So don't miss the Daisy Chain Design shows.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. We have a wide range of designs and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home.
Kay Fassett is a distinguished artist, designer and author who has used his background in knitwear design to create an expanding range of bold and beautiful fabric prints for the patchwork market. I will be bringing you a wide selection of beautiful fabrics at fantastic prices.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. We specialise in high quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter.
Good afternoon. Well, the Clarity Stamp, its 28th birthday celebrations continues here at the craft store with a fabulous weekend wow. Now, these are dies, well, basically like nothing else that I have seen before. And not only they are new, but also the possibilities are endless what you can create with them. And also, well, you know what, before I guess, we go on to what it is a weekend wow, let's introduce Paul, who is, of course, the gentleman from Clarity, the Lord of Clarity, the crafty Lord.
No. The weekend wow has proved so popular. I know Barbara and I had this conversation beforehand, and she said, if you had a choice of going for one or the other, because that's what we've done with the weekend wow.
Circles and squares.
You've got the two options. And I said, for me, personally, I would go with circles. And she said, no, she said the squares are her favourites. And it's the same designs, but obviously in squares and circles. So you've got that coordination of working together.
Indeed you have.
And the squares have just gone absolutely mad.
Well, you can see them in green. They are limited stock. And this is, of course, Weekend Wow. It's a massive stock of because it's not on one day special. No, it has to last 3 days. And, well, over 3 days, in fact. And that is, already limited stock. Both of the options have sold out once. They are now back in stock, dispatched from the 10th of course, September, so only a few days to wait. But remember, the square ones are limited stock. Now, circles. Over half the stock of that restock has already gone, and they are absolutely stunning. Like you, I'm a circle person. I think that always invest, especially into dies, first into circles. These ones, though, shall we talk about the possibilities? Because they are called framets, right?
That's right. So if we have a look at, if we come to your head, Barbara had in her head what she wanted to do with them, like she does with all our products that we bring to you. So she sent me these doodles back in November, and she said, what I want, she said, are some nested dies, but with these designs. So she doodled them out, okay, and you can see we've got the lovely heart, the scroll, the scallop, Then over here we've got sort of like the diamonds and dots, and then this one I call like a photo strip.
Yes.
And then dots. So she sent those through to Lucy in the office and explained what she wanted. So the idea behind it, if I bring in, for example, the circle dies, so you've got 3 different sets of dies in the Weekend Wow. This one here, which is the Frame It frames, this is one big die.
Right.
Okay, so it's 6 inches in diameter. Now, when we say it's one big die, what it doesn't do, it doesn't give you that as a solid piece. What it does, it's magic. It gives you 10 individual frames.
Wow.
So you've got the heart, you've got that lovely, look,
yes,
you've got the beautiful film strip. So every time you run that die through your machine, you're going to get 10 beautiful designs.
And they are going to be 10 perfectly spaced frames.
Absolutely.
Because if you were going to have to do an outer one and an inner one, you know, this will give you this perfect results every single time.
That's
if you
right.
want them.
And we design them so that they work perfectly with our nested circle dies. So, for example, you can, if you wanted to do a matte in a different colour, you can do that using our dies. So that's what the large die does for you. And then when we look at these other ones, this was where the whole idea, what Barbara wanted it to do.
Yes.
So these are what we call the aperture frame-its, okay? And you've got 5 designs on each of the sets. So if we have a look at the heart one, for example, and we turn it over, you can see you've got 5 individual dies. Now, these don't have an outside cutting edge, okay? So what that does is that when you cut it into your cardstock, it creates the aperture of the design within your card blank. Okay, so for example, if I bring in some card blanks we've done here, so look,
I love
so
that so
this is
much,
a little 5 by 5, and what it does, it creates that window. Okay.
It cuts into the card.
Into the card itself. So we've got it in the black and the white, just to show. Now this one, this filigree one, is absolutely gorgeous. So you can see, depending on the size of the card, you can have a small card, or look when you go bigger.
And
So
it changes the it's the same die, but it changes.
It's the same die, but you've got that optical illusion that it's a bigger die because it's on a bigger card blank. And so this is where Barb wanted what she wanted. I mean, look at this one. I love this scallop one to create that beautiful sort of like basket weave. But we've always said about sort of adding extra elements to your cardstock, and it doesn't replace what you've already got. It enhances. So it adds that extra decorative element. So if you've done a piece of artwork and you think, how do I don't want to do just basic matting and layering, I want to sort of enhance it. So it's going to work alongside all your existing dies, your stamps, your groovy, your stencils, anything you've got.
And pictures as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
So to frame in pictures, wedding pictures, for instance.
Yeah, absolutely. So that was the concept behind them. So again, as part of the Weekend Wow, you're going to get all 3 of those, and these are all worth £24.99.
Yes.
Okay.
So, of course, if you look at the saving, if you are a Freedom member, you have got a further saving. Now, of course, it's a £30 saving. You are getting 3 die sets, which actually you are getting all 3 for the price of actually less than 2, actually. So you're getting. And then you have got flexi as well, which means that you split the cost, and that is less than the cost of 1 die set. So, for instance, you could get them today, or kind of buy them today, dispatch, of course, from the 10th of September, and then you will get all 3 of them for the price of 1, less than the price of 1, of course, the same amount next month. Right, that is, of course, the circles. Of course, you are showing more. You have got even more to show us.
See, what I loved about working with these when we was preparing for the show was that with that large die, when you pass it through, you get 10 beautiful frames. And when you combine it with our beautiful designer papers, okay, absolutely gorgeous. And again, I just chose 2 randomly from each of the designs. This is beautiful Northern Lights, but look at how it changes the look of them. So for example, if I take, let's go to, I've got my Indian summer folder here, for example. So let's have a look at this one in here. Okay, so when I have a look at that, I think, which one was it? Let's find the...
And by the way, of
There we go.
course...
So when you look at this one here,
yes,
I've die cut it, and look how different it looks.
It looks amazing.
Because you've got those beautiful blends of colours.
Love that.
Okay, but, so we look on the reverse of that paper. Okay, so you've got the more muted side of it.
And of course that will be...
So again, because it's double-sided, if I now turn this, take this out, and I turn this over,
You have got a completely beautiful... You know what? I love acetate cards. I love the circles. And I think in this, spray, kind of spray some adhesive on the back, put them over acetate, put snowflakes in there as well.
So it gives the illusion of their
floating.
sort of floating.
Because
wow.
that, just looking at them, it's just like, that's what I'm thinking. And I love the fact that in one pass, I would have all the circles frames in one pass. And therefore, then you have got like that interlinking elements in there.
That's
all
right.
seasons as well.
Absolutely, and because you've got the various different papers and the various different colour tones, I mean, look at that one, how vibrant. And again, that's the reverse side of it. So you've got that beautiful contrast. And so for me, I spent a couple of hours die cutting all. I wrote on the piece of card what paper it was, so I could put these in a box. Then when I come to have a session of card making, I think, right, I need a square or a circle. But what paper was it? Because it looks totally different.
Course.
So this is my indexing system.
That's a very
to do that. So if I
idea.
wanted to create a solid square or a circle to coordinate perfectly with that, then I know I love this one.
But
Toscana.
I have to say that looking at, with die cutting, I always say that tone on tone is one of the best papers. But however, I can see these designs working so well, with the papers, the designer paper. Which, by the way, if there is a gift with purchase to celebrate the 20th birthday celebration, it's one per customer. So if you haven't bought anything else from the Clarity event, with your order, you will receive one of Barbara's favorites. You're getting 10 sheets in there. It's a lucky dip, so you may have some of these ones that I'm showing or some others, but it will be 10 8 by 8. And of course, it means that you could be doing exactly what Paul has been doing or shown into the show with those papers that you are going to receive with your order. As I mentioned, one per customer. Now, that is the circles. I love the way that also, as a crafter, we always, and this is something that we always we say, and it happens in life, but this literally happened just before I was coming on air. One of our producers came in, it's like, do you have a card? I need a card. And so this happens often. This is a perfect exercise because you can do in one pass all those frames.
That's right. And I mean, you could have a session of just doing the card blanks of the different, and you've got a stock then of that luxury element to the card.
Yeah.
But as we created them to work with our other nested dies. So this one here, I've taken that one. So this is one of the aperture dies, which is from this one here. And what we've done, we've named them from the outer design.
Right.
So this is the nested circle scallop, because it's based on that. So we could give it an identity. So I've die cut that, and then I've taken a nested circle, and you can see now how that fits in perfectly. So that creates that beautiful mat. But then if I then go to, let's have a look, let's go, I'm going to go for
And this is the perfect mat in a layering. So you may have, you are maybe a stamper more, so you have got those beautiful center stamps. Maybe you have got a die that is a circle and intricate. Of course, the beautiful dies from Clarity. Most of the decorative ones will be cut into the card, the fresh cuts.
That's right, yeah. So again, so now I can take those frames, you see, and I can pop that on there, lay that over the top, and it changed it. Or I could go for the next size down, you see, and it just adds.
I love this because I love the fact that you have got straight away, without having to think, a possibility of beautiful layering dies. But then you can take it as complicated or as simple as you want.
And you know, one of the other great things, Paola, is we've die cut this from white cards.
Yeah.
So this could be white, black, any colour cards to create your card blank. But if you've got the lovely frame it's, what I can do is then overlay it on top,
and
then you'll get the light
window
coming in from behind.
Yeah.
So again, they work perfectly together, but you've got that mixability.
I have to say that there is so many possibilities in my head. I remember watching yesterday. I do watch a lot of the craft store when I'm at home, whether I'm prepping, I'm tidying, I'm doing whatever it is. And I was watching on the show with Barbara and Haley, and I was like, oh, I need them in my life. And I think that everybody needs them in their life, no matter how many dies you have got. Look at the beauty of these dies. I love the concept that in one pass with one of the dies, you will have all those framings. You will have them ready to be used, ready to work, so you can use them. And you can create, well, let me show you this card, because this one by Carol, I absolutely adore, because it showcases that ultimately you can create the simplest, most elegant cards, masculine, genderless, you know, these ones, you just with the frames in it themselves. But then, of course, bringing in with those gorgeous, elements from the groovy for the pergamano, cutting into the beautiful parchment, cutting out, of course, of craft card. There's so many possibilities. Now, the circles have the stock has gone already. Over half, actually, indeed. So please make sure to check out your baskets. They did sell out previously. They're back in stock of dispatch from the 10th of September. Now, even busier are the squares. Now, they are limited stock, less than 10% remaining of that extra stock that we managed to grab. So, and that, it was a lot. Now, squares. I kind of, I always say that I have got this thing that I always invest first in circles, because I know I cannot cut a circle. However, these ones, I kind of get what Barbara was saying, because a lot of the elements from Clarity are square dies, fresh cuts are the square.
Right. But again, it's that classic square frame, isn't it?
It is.
So, and we've got the square card blanks on there as well, so you automatically think sort of square, you've got to put, but when you look at some of the samples, you've got that combination of, just because it's a circular image, it doesn't have to have a circular frame.
Look at that. So, or even rectangle elements that you combine it together. But this one was the one that I said, oh, I want to show this one.
So this was a piece created by Dee, and I showcased this yesterday during one of the hours. And it's perfect, because you can see how that black circular frame sits perfectly on a circular nested circle that we've die cut to create that imagery.
Indeed. And this one, again, is a circle element inside it, but twisted. I just think, and again, as a fan of die cutting, I kind of thought, oh, do you need a frame, or you could have done it with separate dies? But I remembered, you can never get that precise cut that's so close to each other without owning a single pass.
Absolutely.
And repeatedly.
Yeah. So, for example, I mean, on here, I've just got a piece of designer paper, and I've just got some here that are sort of die cut, just to sort of show the different things. I mean, you can take that particular one there, for example, and then I've got one in white, which is the same design. See, and you can offset that, so you've got that combination. Or, if you want to, you could take the next one in, and it nests perfectly within one another. And then again, I could take the next square down, so that's that one, and you can just keep going on and on. I'm just trying to pick this one up.
And also, a lot of the time we think about it, like, how you have got, you buy an art piece, and then you frame it, and then suddenly it looks wow. That framing does that thing. It makes them wow. This does that, and especially the square ones, because obviously, there is a lot more of a square imagery out there. So I think that if you want to frame your work, and remember to check out your baskets. Remember, the squares are limited stock. They will be dispatched from the 10th of September. Over half of the circles. You can by all means go for both of them if you want to, while we have got a stock. Now, remember, as a Freedom member, you are saving £30, which is actually getting 3 sets for the less of the price of 2 of them. Each set should be £24.99. So this is how much you are saving. You have got a third off if you're not a Freedom member. If you are a Freedom member, it's even bigger saving. And of course, you can spread the cost. One recommendation: If you can, go for both of them, split the cost, and then of course you are only paying for one set, and then you are getting the next one the next month, and that will work out because you are saving £25 from each set, a £50 saving. It's a fabulous weekend wow that you will use, and it will enhance everything that you have got already. And if you have just a die cutting machine, this could be just the only thing that you need to keep you going for quite a long time. Paul, we want to see demos.
Okay, right, so I've taken this piece that Dee has created, and it really sort of really shows the difference between the aperture side of it and then the frames. And what what Dee's done is that she's incorporated it with some other dies we have on the show as well. Okay, so these are our room with a view aperture dies.
Yep.
Okay, so again, it creates, as you say, that natural framing.
It does.
And you could have done this with just normal squares, for example. So you could have taken the nested squares, create the frames, start them off. But would you have got that effect? No.
And it would, what I love about it, it brings intricacy without overcrowding the design.
Absolutely. I think that the designs that Barbara's doodled are timeless.
They are.
It doesn't matter what time of the year. I mean, if you think 28 years ago, she was innovative in the clear stamps, and now, again, with these beautiful nested dies.
Yeah.
So let's have a look where we're going to go with this one. So it's combining, and you could do this with the circle die as well. It just depends on the image from within. So when we take the large die, let me just show you what you're going to get. I'm going to do the square one, aren't I?
Yeah, well, I'll be quick because they are really very, very limited stock, and of course that is already the restock. So make sure that to check out your baskets. And one of the things I also love is the fact that I'm thinking into parchment. I cutting this into parchment.
Absolutely, because sometimes you'll do a beautiful piece of parchment groovy artwork, and then you think, well, how do I finish it off? I want to just add that extra element to it. So I've got our die, and I say it's a big die, 6 inches square, and it is so intricate. Now, I've worked with many detailed dies in the years gone by, and you can spend 10-15 minutes trying to get all the bits out. So it has a special coating, but what I did find, the first time I ran it through the machine, it stuck really bad. Okay, and it's like when Bob says when you're stamping for the first time, you need to season the stamp. Okay, so you would ink it up, stamp it, and then it's good to go. So what I suggest is you take a tumble dryer sheet and you just wipe over.
That's a good idea.
It's like an anti-static sort of thing, and it's not doing anything to the die. Paper sort of gets sucked into it more, whereas the card is a lot thicker, so it doesn't do that. Okay, so I'm going to position this onto my piece of card, and if I position it correctly or rightly, I will end up with a frame as well.
So you have got a, well, I was going to say a twofer, but actually that's like
it's 11
for.
Absolutely.
That couldn't happen.
So then we're just going to build our sandwich combination. And we got a top tip from Dee many years ago. You take these poly pockets, you don't even have the punched holes. And what it does, when you're cutting intricate dies, or any dies, especially if you're using black card, what happens is that the fibres can get embedded into the cutting plate. And then you cut a piece of white card, you turn it over, and it's got all these black flecks on it. So the sheet helps to protect that. So I could use this sheet for black card. If I'm going to cut white, then I'd swap it out. Okay, so we're just going to place that on there. We create our sandwich, and then we're going to run this through our machine. Okay, so one piece, you imagine the 8x8 designer papers, you're going to run that through. You're going to get the outer frame, and then you're going to get 10 beautiful, intricate designs.
I love that. I love that concept of, because also for art journaling, for instance, I'm thinking that's one of the things I do for my personal enjoyment with paper craft. And things like this, I would do that out of black like you are doing with the squares and the circles. And then I would have this that I can dip in and out of it. And by the way, talking about the squares, we are now single figures in it. Now, this is incredibly limited stock. If you want yours, you need to check out your baskets. Remember, this is it. You know, if you want yours, you need to check out your baskets. The squares, extremely single figures. Now, this is your last chance to get them. Once they're gone, they're gone. There are no more extra stock, extended delivery. If you want your squares, do please check out your basket. Right,
Okay.
back to the
Okay, so
square.
I've got this outer frame now. So that was from the piece of card that we cut. So you can use that again. Now, when I lift this up, look, you can see they're already starting to fall out. So all I'm going to do, I'm just going to take this tool, and if you run along the design, what it's doing, not only is it releasing all the little bits of card within the design, but look, it's starting to release all of this. Okay, so we've got all of that one, and then there we go. So that's all of them now out of the die. Now, black card, obviously, if there is any bits in it, you have to hold it at an angle. If I'd done it in white, you would see it, but there's nothing in there at all. Okay, and then I've now got all these pieces. Now, what I found, these are not stuck in there, that you haven't got to sit there and start prodding them out, because what happened, if you just run your 2 fingers like that, all you're doing, you can see now how it just releases all those pieces.
By the way, squares now technically gone. If you have them in your baskets and you check out your baskets, do please check out your baskets. There is quite a few of you that you have it in your baskets and you haven't checked out. Basically, if all of you check out your baskets, that will be it. If you don't want them, don't check out your basket so somebody else can get them. You know, let's be honest. If you are not thinking about it, you know, that this is big. But if you do not want to miss out, you need to check out your baskets. Now, the circles, though, we still have got the stock of the circles. So if you want the circles, if you are like Paul and Paula, then of course, if you have got a preference for the circles, we still have got them. So do check out your baskets. We are approaching 60% of the stock, though. So if you want yours, you know what to do. Right.
Okay.
And what I love about these ones as well is the fact that you can, what I would say is all the techniques that you have got from the squares, you can apply to the circles.
Absolutely, yes. So now I've taken a piece of our beautiful designer paper. So this is from Northern Lights. And what I now want to do is to create the apertures within the paper. Okay, so this is where the other dies come into play. So I've got my heart. So I've already cut my piece of paper down to size. Okay, let's just check, make sure that it's all, there we go. That's face down, Paul. So I'm going to pop that one in there, and then I'm going to take the next one, and I'm going to pop that in there. Okay. Now I'm going to use our beautiful room of a view aperture dies, and we've got these on the show. There's 5 different dies in the collection, all available individually. So again, we've got room of a view sunshine. I love this. These were designed so that they tessellate. You can build a whole picture going along. And then we've got the lovely cows in the field. Then number 3 is the country cottages. Then we have the driving the countryside. But what I love is these beautiful quarterets. So this is 4 individual dies that you can then use as it is on the packaging or as little toppers. So again, you could put the circle frames around those as well to really highlight them. Okay, so I'm going to go with the sunshine die as well. Okay, we'll just pop that to one side.
I can't hear a creepy hands in the background.
Okay, so I'm going to pop that one on there, and I'm going to cut this one. I can't cut all 3 at the same time, because this one is going to frame the image with inside. Okay, so we're going to take that. I'm going to use some low tack tape just to hold that in place. But what I can do, because I've already, that's it, that's what I want to do. Because I've already got my frame that I've cut out, I can see where that's going to go. So I can check my positioning. Okay, so you can see how that works perfectly. So we're going to pop that down there. Okay,
perfect.
And then I'm going to attach that one to that one there. So we're going to create our sandwich like we normally do. Okay, so we're going to position that on there and place that in place. And again, so you're
many
doing
possibilities.
It is, and again, you can just sort of take the circles. You can do this. It depends on whatever design you choose to go for. Okay.
Right. So of course we should. I'm gonna have to tell what it's
here. We haven't gone dark. Don't worry. So here we go. So what we're going to do?
It's all happening. Oh.
We're merry with the birthday celebrations.
Yes. Exactly.
Okay. If only you could see behind the scenes.
You know, somebody was saying that they should do like, you know, TV series about what happens behind the scenes in a, shopping television. You know, this would be definitely a scene in there.
Absolutely. So look at that. I've got that beautiful
look at
design.
that.
I love this set of aperture dies because it's a beautiful focal point. Okay, and then enhanced with the aperture dies around the outside. Okay, so then what I'm going to do is then take the next one in. It wasn't that one, was it? Oh, come on, Paul.
I'm going to let the viewers know that basically we were looking for something. And then, of course, we couldn't cut. That's what we were looking for, something that happened. Ooh, somebody's behind me, apparently.
Okay, so now we're going to position that one just there. And now we can cut this one out. So again, it's just that process of adding that extra element to products that you've already got. Okay, so we're going to run that one through. Okay. Oh dear.
Yeah, it's all happening, isn't it? And I love how you are keeping all the beds for confetti or for shaker cards as well.
Absolutely,
so nothing is wasted.
Dee created a beautiful shaker card, which time permit. Yeah, we've got plenty of time. We'll get to that, and I'm going to show a variation on that. Okay. So now we've created this. But
look at that.
Look at that.
See, again, I'm thinking acetate because I love acetate. So I would kind of do that exactly as it is onto the front of the acetate. And then
create like a floating.
And then with the matching square die, the fresh cut of layering die, then inside it.
Absolutely. So then just to sort of finish it off, okay, I've got my card blank.
Yeah.
I've got a piece of white card.
Love that.
And it just sits on there perfectly, but it still looks a little bit flat.
Yeah.
So this is where the little framets come into play to add that extra finishing touch. And because the way in which they've been designed, they just nest perfectly within one another.
And again, I love the way that they have been designed. Of course, they are based on Barbara's doodles, but the fact that they are, like you were saying, timeless, so all seasons.
Absolutely.
All genders.
In 28 years' time, when we're back again, these will still be.
Well, this is the thing I always say. Like when the first time I saw Barbara was, I think it was 2003 in Brighton in a craft show, and I still have got the stamps that I bought there. Still stand beautifully. Still, they are timeless. And this is the thing. This is what you are investing into with Clarity: is timeless designs, timeless quality, timeless versatility. Things don't, nowadays we want things that work. What we have already, what we will have in the future. We want designs that will go to maybe for a card, for instance. I'm thinking my dad, he would love this, more of a simple card, maybe a picture of that I have taken, and then you can frame it. But I'm also thinking my niece, and I'm thinking she likes, of course, things that move around, that have got like a little bit of intricacy. And I'm thinking maybe you can hang, because it creates those apertures into the card, and then you could create another aperture with a circle die, and then use the hole to put out hanging maybe flower, a snowflake.
Perfect for Christmas.
Absolutely.
As you say, sort of baubles, snowflakes. It really is endless on what you can use to frame them with. and the sort of different, as you say, if you just create a circle aperture, and then you use like a mobile.
Exactly. Or you could do it in like a planetary, like, you know, the ones that they interchange different sizes.
So the circles.
The circles,
you need to have the circles to do that.
And yes, of course you do.
Because we couldn't have square moons.
Exactly,
or
no, we couldn't. But can you imagine? Also, I'm thinking for Christmas, how beautiful would it look to create an actual mobile with the circles, and inside of them each is snowflakes, because that's one of the things with these frames, you have got those intricate holes in there, so you could actually just use them as hanging elements for putting the invisible thread, and then putting, you know, those beautiful bubbles, or putting, of course, images of robin, whatever you want. And then, of course, it would kind of move in there.
That's right. And also, some of the designs, we've got a couple of samples, Paola, probably on the square ones now, but some of the designs, you can actually thread ribbon or cord through
we
them.
have got the next sample.
Oh,
Yes, it is in here. And of course, the fact that these dies will die cut, also mirror cards, so you will have that glorious shine as well if you wish to do that. And also I'm thinking, especially with mirror card, then you can use it as a stencil if you wanted to put some ink through there as well. There is so many possibilities, and I just love them. I mean, you can see when I start talking very fast, because my mind goes a little bit crazy, is because I can see the possibilities. And this is talking, I mean, some of you may know that I have been die cutting since 2004. I have got literally thousands and thousands of dies. I have worked with different manufacturers, and I want these dies. I want these dies because I see the potential for making cards that they will appeal to, of course, all ages, and also I would say art journaling. This is perfect for art journaling as well. Remember that you still can get the circles. The squares have now definitely gone, so if you want the circles, you still can. Remember the saving. If you are not a Freedom member, it works out as basically the price of 2, and you are getting all 3. However, as a Freedom member, look at the saving, £30 saving, which means that you are not paying for, you know, basically you're paying for 1 3/4 of one. It is an incredible saving. Now, £44.97, that will be the delivery cost, one-off payment for that. If you want to, of course, you have got it to check out your baskets. The only option available, of course, is the circles. And if you're thinking, you am in a budget, I just want to split it in the cost, well, you can split the cost into 2 interest-free payments of £22.49. Now, that is less than the price of one of those die sets. So basically, you could get them all dispatched from the 10th of September, all 3 of them, but paying less than 1 set today. So if you want yours, do check out your basket. Remember, the ones that are gone, they are gone. They have sold out ones already. Do not miss out on the circles, and check those baskets out. Back to you, Paul.
Okay. Excuse me.
Oh, but do you need some water?
No, I'm fine, thank you. I think I'm allergic to the floor manager. In the previous hour, it was a lovely Shana. She was, and also I get like a little frog in my throat.
I never heard of that. Poor Shana, she's so lovely.
It's meant with love, Shana. It's meant with love.
Oh.
So I wanted to showcase the beautiful apertures and how they work fantastically with our little cube boxes. Okay.
I love that.
But look at that. You can see you can create the illumination. So you could put a lovely little battery operated tea light in there as well. But it creates, so we've got them on the show. And look, just doing it with the circle. Okay,
right.
And then you just assemble it. I'm going to demonstrate this probably at 10 o'clock, because if I've only got the circles tomorrow, I've got to think of something to do. But you can put it on the lid. But what I love about this as well, because of the designs, is that if I cut it out of another colour card, so this is the one where we pass through the one die, and then I've done it 5 times to create the panels. So you've got that where the light comes through, And then this is the little frame stuck on as well to get a different look.
And that is a fabulous idea, and it's a very simple. So if you are making like little bath bombs for Christmas presents, if you have got, maybe you decorate, or maybe you have got little bottles of, you know, those kind of little kind of perfumes and things like that, or also truffles, or, you know, there's so many possibilities.
Certain little chocolates with gold wrapping.
Yes, it would be really lovely, wouldn't it?
My favourite.
Or, you know, and also diamonds. I'm thinking, you know, let's go full on, you know, let's go diamonds as well. And of course, if you want the die-cut cube boxes, a set of 20 pre-cut, pre-scored, ready to go, £10 and 99 pence. Also, they have done onto a seriously good card.
It's a very good 300 GSM cardstock. Mr. Dave, Mr. Clarity, he makes these. We've got a special die that creates them. It does all the cutting and the scoring. So he'll be busy over the weekend cutting all those out for us.
And one of the things I love having pre-scored, pre-cut the ones is that, of course, that means that you can do batch making very quickly.
Yeah.
But also you can stamp throughout them.
Absolutely. And that was the main reason we created these boxes, because of some Barbara's stamps.
Oh, of course.
So again, you could stamp, it was the 12 Days of Christmas stamps.
Yeah.
So again, you could have these little
Advent calendar.
Yeah. So again, it's perfect for that. Because it's white, you can change the colour by brushing ink onto it.
Indeed.
So rather than having all different colours, and then we could do like red, green, blue and yellow, but you wouldn't necessarily have the right tone.
Exactly.
So at least by having the white, and again, the nested squares work perfectly for the matting.
One question I have, I know that you do the quartets, the mini quartets.
Yes.
Would the dies would fit inside it?
Definitely. Let me just, I've got mine here, just to show you that they would work perfectly within there. So let me just grab these out. These little quartets are one of my favourite, like the styles. So again, so this is part of the collection we've got on the counter, and they're available individually as well. So this is the room with a view, because you're going to get 4 of the large dies, and then the same designs in the 4 little quartets. So look, you can see that fits perfectly within there, and I'm sure.
And then you could even put a frame on top.
We will have a frame.
Isn't that gorgeous?
That would go round. Look at that. So that, if I was to die cut that out, that frames that perfectly.
Love that.
But the squares have gone powder.
Yeah, I know. Sorry. Sorry, that's my fault.
Again,
I'm getting very excited. I'm forgetting.
But you could do this onto a larger card and put a circle frame around it. If you're fortunate enough to get the square ones, then yes, it's a beautiful design idea. Because you've got 4, you can build that scene, because they will tessellate. You see, as you can see, it runs into it. There is a sample, probably a sample on the counter of the little quartets. Yes, perfect. Where you can see how they all run. So it's built up, that scene. You've got the car in the driveway, and it runs. So you're following the scene as if you're looking out of a window on a train.
Yeah, I love that. Around the box, it would be, and with you put lights inside it, or a design
so you imagine
apartment.
using all 4 of those within that, and then putting the little frames around it.
This is, again, another example of how Clarity works. Clarity works as I would say it's like almost like building blocks of creativity, building blocks of what you can do, and you can create as you wish. Everything brings in something new, something more creative, but also that works with whatever you have got. And this is, I know it is very important for Barbara and Paul to bring out things that make everything that you have got even better. But also, if you are somebody who has never worked from Clarity, you will enjoy using them on their own or anything else that you have got. And of course, the weekend wow is that the circles is the only option left. The squares have now gone, definitely gone. And there is so much you can do with these amazing dies. You are getting 3 die sets for the price, well, if you're not a Freedom member, for the price of 2. If you're a Freedom member, the saving is even better. So you're not even paying for full 2 of them. And you can flexify it as well. But you're thinking all those possibilities. Well, here there is more inspiration. But don't forget to check out your baskets. say, whenever I see that inspiration about what you can do with the Weekend Wow, this beautiful dies, I immediately think, oh, I can use them with that at home. I can use them with this. Oh, I should try this for my art journaling. I should try this for my home decor, for those vintage pictures, especially vintage pictures with the circles. I think if you have got those amazing wedding pictures, the largest one with the beautiful hearts, wouldn't that be absolutely stunning? Now, of course, the Weekend Wow, very busy for it. There's only one option left, which is, of course, the circles. The dispatch date will be the 10th, and already has sold out once, but once this is gone, it's gone. Remember, you are getting 3 die sets for, well, if you're not a Freedom member, for the price of 2, but if you're a Freedom member, even better. You're not even paying 2 more. Right, I know that, Paul, you have got one more demo to show us.
I have indeed. So this is a beautiful piece that Dee has created, and she's made a shaker card. You know, we was talking about all the little bits and pieces. I mean, I've contaminated it now with all the, but all these bits here, Dee has taken, because she's die cut with the designer paper. You've got a beautiful range of different colours in there. Now, I couldn't find my foam to make it, so I'm going to show a variation. Perfect. It won't give you the shaker effect, but it will replicate the design so it's completely flat.
And some people, like you have mentioned, prefer
don't want to pay extra for postage and popping it in the post. But look, she's used the little aperture ones to create the corner focal points as well.
They look like buttons now.
They do, yeah. So she's used our lovely little paper flowers to embellish those. So where do we start? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a piece of white card. Okay, so I'm using one of our card blanks. And now I'm going to start to build up my design. So I'm going to start off, I've got the circle one, and then the next one in is the scallop one, but I can't cut the scallop at the same time.
Right.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to run that one through first. Okay, so if I do that, it's one of those processes, you sort of build it up, and you can decide how you want, whether you want to have them nested or whether you want to have them sort of a border in between, because you've got that flexibility to do that.
I love the fact, and I love die cutting, and whenever I see something that kind of really tickles me, like my smile becomes bigger and bigger and bigger. I'm kind of thinking, I love the fact that we have got all those explorations to be able to do, you know, all those possibilities, all those, because if you want a straight, simple card, you can do that. But if you want to go really, really, like, I love what you are doing now, putting.
So again, so you can see now when I pop that one on there, I'm just lining up the edge of the die with the tips of the heart.
Right.
So I know that, especially with a circle, it can be a little bit difficult to sort of make sure you're in the right position. So I'm using the actual aperture cut as my guide. So I'm going to attach that with some low-tack tape, and then we run it through again. Okay, so it's just that process of just building up the design. Okay, so we're going to run that on there, and we'll run that through the machine again. So it's all about, and because you've got the same designs in the large die, I could have missed that one and then used one of the frames. So you get that sort of contrast.
I was thinking, I don't know if it's possible, but because there is a A4 foam double-sided adhesive sheets.
Yes.
The 1 millimeter maybe. And I'm thinking the frame, maybe you could do that. And then sometimes I have done with, you can put acetate over the top and then put the frame over it, so you would cover it.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can see, look, there's a few little bits in there. So all I'm doing is just running my finger either side.
Oh, I love that.
They're not stuck.
A wedding invitation with the printout in the middle.
Yes.
Done.
Absolutely. So we've got that one there, and then we'll take the next one in from the other die set. So all we're doing, we're creating the illusion of what Dee has created, and then again, we're just going to pop that in there. We'll take another clean bit of low-tack tape, and again, we're just looking at the outer edge of the die for positioning.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you basically, now you are creating what I would call a doily sort of image, but then you can stop where the intricacy finishes or starts.
Absolutely, yeah. So again, you sort of build it up. I'll do this as the last one because I've got one that I've sort of already die cut, but it was just to explain the positioning on how to sort of get it lined up. Okay.
I love it because it's such a simple but such an innovation, such a clarity moment. You know, it's a clarity moment of making something that is good already, layering dies, but then make them into frames which are completely different, but they work as well with anything layering dies that you have.
Absolutely, yeah. To me, it's sort of like the enhancement of your design. Okay, so then we'll do that. We'll pop that on there. So again, look, so now we're starting to, when we bring in Dee's card, you can see you've got the same effect, but this is all on one layer. This one here is raised up on foam.
Perfect.
Okay, so what I've done is I've then completed my piece, and to do that, I've taken my nested circles,
which I think we have got on the show, so you can get them if you haven't got them. I would recommend, and this is one of the reasons why I always go for circles, and I never have got rid of any circle die from any manufacturer. So even if you have got circle dies, grab these ones because you know that they will be the perfect increments.
Fit, absolutely. So you can see I've got this one here that I've die cut, so that I've cut around the outside, and then I've used the other one to create my aperture within the design.
Perfect.
Okay. Now, if I wanted to, I could do this onto a different colour piece of card, and it creates the perfect mat for that. Okay. So that's how I've created. We've gone from that to that, and it's the same design as what Dee's done, but it's all in one piece, whereas Dee's got hers in two pieces. Okay. How are we doing for time?
We have got about 7 minutes.
Okay. So next, I've taken a piece of our beautiful, this is Waimea Falls.
Which may be one of Barbara's favourites.
It could be, there's one very similar in colour tones on this, but I love that you've got the two sides to it.
That's gorgeous, yeah.
So there we go, that one there.
That one. It's one of Barbara's favourites.
I think it may have been, yeah.
Well, one of there. So this, of course, is the free gift with purchase. Now, that's one per customer during the whole event. So if you have got check out your baskets once, you will only get one. However, if this is the first time that you check out your baskets, one of them will be on your in your baskets or in your parcel. Of course, it will be a lucky dip in terms of designs.
Okay, so then what I've done, I've taken the dotty circle, and we would die cut that. And then we would take the whichever one. This, I love this one. It's got that beautiful sort of like elongated rectangle with points on it and dot. And so to create that, so what that gives us. Right, let's do this one. I'm going to do. We've got time for this. So if I do that one first, but it just shows the effect that you can get. And Dee obviously chose this one because it has that lovely light area in the middle. Okay, so we're going to run that one through. And I've already cut my piece of paper down to size. I could have gone with the other side of the paper as well to get a different effect. So it's all about having a play with the dies when you get them and just trying it on different. You may have some papers in your stash and you think, oh, it's too garish, I'm never going to use that. Die cut it with this and it gives it a different look.
Indeed.
Okay, so
look at that.
So
I don't know why, but I always have loved the designer papers, but now it's just kind of almost taking them to another level. And I know, and I hate using that expression, but it really does.
It enhances.
It enhances, yeah.
It definitely enhances. A sort of a plain project, it adds that element of luxury to it.
It adds that element of care and finishing. You know, when it takes something from homemade to handmade, is that jump, is that kind of, you pay extra for the finish.
The finished touch. So if you make wedding stationery to sell, then this will be perfect. So if you've got a normal circle or a square that you charge, say, £1 for, you could now potentially charge £1.50, £2 because of the decorative element to it.
And there is something to be said. I always say it's like cards. I have bought cards for £4, £5, and I will pay premium when the design. And yes, and I know I make a lot of cards, but I also buy them. But you know, because they have got that beautiful finish, that beautiful attention to the look at that.
Absolutely. So we've now created the aperture within the piece of paper, and I'm going to take some stamps we've got on the show. These are the Floral Friends, and it's a 3-way overlay stamp. But I'm just using one of the stamps. Okay, so I've gone for a red. Okay, so we've got, I think there's 2 different options available, and I think that we've got a really good saving on them as well.
£10 saving. £10 saving for all of them, the 3-way overlay stencils and mask collection as well. So you're getting all of them, and you can split the cost, of course, if you wanted to do that. £24.99 would be all you would be paying today as a Freedom member. 121300 is your item number.
So there we go. So again, we have them available in stamps, we've got them in groovy, and we've also got them in dies. So I've now just stamped that in there, and it looks, you've got that illusion now of it being framed perfectly, haven't you?
Yeah.
And then to finish off, where's that piece gone? It's hiding.
Oh, there it is.
The gremlins are in the back. See, and then you pop that around the outside.
I thought you were going to blame Sharna again for that.
No. You pop you up onto a beautiful card blank and pop that on there, and then when you compare it to what's Dee created, there's not much different apart from this is completely flat, this is raised, and it's got the shake a bit, and it just finishes off using those little corners. You could use one of the other designs in the corner.
Oh, you could use a stamp corner, because
stamp corner, or you could take. I mean, I've got blue here, which doesn't really go. It's the one I've got to hand. But you could take that little frame and you could stick it on.
Bring them in there.
That's right. It does sort of work because it's got some blue.
It kind of brings it all together. Yeah, it does actually. I really look good. Now, Paul, you know, it is. Well, we have already sold out of the squares twice, and now they're gone. Now we only have got the weekend wow in the circle configuration. Once they're gone, they're gone. Now we only have got one more live show tomorrow at 10. However, I'm the sort of person that when I see something, I want it. If you are one of them, do check out your baskets. If you want to run the risk of selling them overnight, well, that's your choice, of course. But if you don't want that risk, then do check out your baskets. Now, remember the saving. As a regular viewer, you will have a £25 saving. Consider that the price of one of these dice sets is £24.99. So it means that you are getting 3 for the price of 2. However, if you're a Freedom member, that saving is actually £30, which means that not only you are not paying for all 3 of them, you are paying for 1 3/4 basically, but you're getting all 3 of them. And of course, that is the delivery cost. And that, of course, you can also split into interest-free payments of £22.49, which means that as a Freedom member, you are not even paying for a full one. And of course, they will be dispatched, all 3 of them, from the 10th of September. They did sell out once. They are back on extended. There is no more after that. So if you want your circles, remember the squares have now sold out. 60% of the stock has gone. Grab yours, check out your baskets. And of course, Paul, a pleasure as always.
Likewise.
When we'll see you?
I'm back at 10 o'clock tomorrow with circles.
Let's hope there are circles. Well, you know what? I know that you're going to be using those cube squares as well, boxes. So make sure to check out those ones to your baskets, especially if you are flexi buying your dies, because of course then you can split the price of anything else that you add to those baskets. Paul, we look forward to that 10 o'clock. Have a good, lovely, resting full.
Bob's on next.
Oh yes, it is. Of course, stay tuned. Stay tuned here for the one special. It is indeed the final look at the one-day special, Crafting with Clarity 28th birthday, celebrating then Pretty Punch Needle at 5, and then the one-day special from Britannia at 6.
Hi, I'm Leslie from Chocolate Baroque. and we design and manufacture our own rubber stamps right here in the northeast of England. Our stamps are beautifully elaborate, very, very detailed, exquisitely etched, and the quality is next to none. So good that if you look after your stamps, we guarantee them for a lifetime. Whether it's stamping, mixed media or art journaling, join us for our journey into everything creative and messy and see what you can create with our stamps.
Hi, I'm Julia Watts from Fairy Hugs. Fairy Hugs are a small family-run company based in Miami Beach in Florida, specialising in high-quality photopolymer stamps. Our stamp designs include fairies, dragons, under the sea, animals, foliage, everything you need to make your own scenes. Fairy Hugs started in September 2020 and was born out of the children's love of everything magical and mystical. On our shows on the craft store, we'll aim to demonstrate how easy it is for you to create your own magical scenes. So please join me for the Fairy Hug shows on the craft store.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the Craft Store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, I'm Gina Barrett from Gina B Silkworks. We're a family company specialising in traditional crafts for the modern maker. I'm looking forward to being able to take time and demonstrate some of these techniques and share new ideas. I hope you'll be able to tune in to the Gina B Silkworks shows.
Hello everybody and a warm up. We'll just have a really funny conversation with Barbara before the show. Welcome. So we are celebrating the 28th birthday anniversary for Clarity. And what an incredible company. We are genuinely so proud to be able to showcase Clarity to you here, the home of Clarity on TV. Now let me introduce you to the one and only Barbara Gray. Hello.
Hello Yanis. Good afternoon at home.
You've been busy.
We have been very busy, very busy, and this winds up now. This is the last hour of this new contour groovy system introduction launched by Linda Williams.
Well, I have to say, during the birthday event, so Weekend Wow, immensely popular. It was a game changer with the nested dies and aperture.
That's right.
So that was a game changer. And again, with groovy. Now, I want to point this out for anyone who might not have seen any of the previous shows. What Clarity are doing here is taking groovy to that next level. But, and this is the important bit, all the plates, this is the one-day special, by the way, in front of you. Look at that, all 11 plates are designed to work and accentuate what you already have. But here is the thing, you're working in a brand new way. With contouring, you're going to be able to get these beautiful tapered lines. So you've got that undulation where they taper off, they thin out, they widen to give you that depth.
Exactly. Now, up until now, all the groovy plates that we've had thus far, all the lines are always uniform, always the same width. And so what we did, Linda said that Pergamano used to do this years ago. She said, how would it be possible to etch varied lines into the groovy, into the acrylic? And so Jim and Linda collaborated, and you can see here on the screen that the script, it varies in width as you go in with your... So the way you use the groovy plate plates is exactly the same as the contour plates here, except just one little trick. You go in with a number 2 tool, and then you go in with a number 1 tool. But it's so easy to do, and it's such a pleasure to do as well. I really have, personally, really been enjoying doing this. And these swirls that we're looking at now, Yanis, they are the kind of the bridge that you add to the words. So we've got alphabets, and Linda's kindly prepared a really beautiful sampler for us of the words, as you can see here. And so you can take your words, you spell out, because you've got a really brilliant alphabet, which we can look at, and then you can add the flourishes, and that really does make the difference.
Now,
so.
educate us here, because we've got a little bit of Welsh.
Diolch means thank you underneath, and cariad is love. So
Brilliant.
I cariad you.
How do you, so you pronounce it so well. How do you do the diolch?
Diolch. I got a lesson, sorry, my throat really is...
Lovely there, Barbara. I'm only teasing.
It's 12 feet away.
I'm teasing. Look, one day special. I've just got to get rid of some housekeeping. This, I mean, popular is not a word for it. It's sold out this morning, a one-day special. Team Clarity, they can bring a huge amount of stock. Already sold out. We're back on extended delivery. It's going to be dispatched on the 11th, but check this out. The extended delivery, we are approaching 60% of the stock. So either way, at the end of the one-day special, the saving disappears. And my goodness, that is a save. If Clarity are going to bring you a saving, they are going to do it properly. Please become a Freedom member. It's a why not deal. You want to become a Freedom member. You are saving £34.99. This is a collection that should cost you over £100, £106.89, and it should do for the amount that you're getting here. First flexi payment, £23.97. Are you kidding me, Bob? Look at everything you're getting for £23.97, the first flexi payment.
Well, the thing is that this is a new concept, and these plates, they complement your existing plates beautifully as well. I love mixing and matching the fonts. The fillers, for example, the infill plates, the A5 infill plates, they're beautiful. You can use them with any of your other groovy plates as a perfect infill. But the difference is, you just have to, and I will show you the little trick with the number 2 and the number 1 tool to get that lovely scrolled effect. It's so easy to do, and as I say, all of these plates, the letters, the infill, the floral, they can all be used with all your other plates.
Right. I know we're going to get to Barbara. I've just picked up a selection of finished pieces. I'm going to pick one out at random. This is how confident I am in the design team. So that's just at random in the middle, and if you were looking for any reason to get hold of this collection, my goodness,
I love that one.
The white work from Maggie is off the charts good.
Yeah, isn't that spectacular?
Wow.
And that's just done on plain parchment with embossing tools. And see the writing with love on your birthday, Mum. She's personalised it. She's joined the letters up. You've got that beautiful scrolling.
Stunning.
Isn't it lovely?
Stunning.
Really lovely.
I mean, absolutely stunning. I'm going to be showing you more examples just very, very quickly when you consider you're getting 11 plates. But the key to this, the crux of it is, if you are a fan of groovy, this is the next generation of groovy. We are talking contoured lines, having that ability to taper the dimension, so thinner and thicker to give you that dimension. You're getting your alphabet. It is so important because that's what allows you to personalize. Then you have all your swirls and twirls. That then allows you to give these beautiful, you know when you get a wonderful wedding invitation and it's got a beautiful flourish to it, that's how you achieve that. Then you've got your artwork with the frames and the piece, so the love and the roses in there, so you've got the beautiful artwork by Linda Williams. I say you cannot get any better. Linda Williams, we are now at 60%, we are busy, and then finally you've got your backgrounds there as well. So that's the last of the frames, the art frames, and then you've got your backgrounds. But putting that together, my goodness, it's a one-day special. And forget that I do not want anybody to pay full price on this. First flexi payment, it's a why not deal. Your first payment today, if you want to spread the cost, 23 quid. And 97 pence. Okay, enough from me. Just going to go to the website and head to Barbara. We are very busy, but you can shop ahead. The website is your friend. Now, you have got the starter kit, and that's something we were looking at, and actually it's just by Barbara. We can talk about this. If you want to start your groovy journey, and I can tell you from experience, I challenge anybody to have a go at groovy and not fall in love with it. to the point that you will lose instantly 2 hours of your life. Just it goes in a flash because you're enjoying it that much. Seriously, Groovy is a new hobby. It is worth checking out, and you can do that with the starter kit. But then you've got all your essentials in there and so much more, your plankmates, everything to discover. Okay, enough from me. We're going to hand over to Barbara.
Thank you.
It's one of those things. I've had a go at Groovy, and just time evaporates.
It does.
You find yourself lost in it.
And I honestly, this scrolling, this new line art is such a pleasure. Genuinely, I was talking to Linda on the phone earlier, and she said she really loves doing it. And I said, I concur with you. Yes. It's such a nice way to work. And so I thought, because it's the last of the ODS, and this is your last opportunity to get this contour collection at this particular price here. I thought we would, I'd mentioned earlier on that we were going to do a little colouring craft along. So what I want to do is show you just in case you wanted to join in and you weren't aware of what you need, I'm going to suggest now, I've got a little list here. Okay. And I've written it out for you. Yeah. So this is what we're going to be using in this hour now. Okay, a flower on parchment. So a flower on parchment. Pick a flower, any flower. Yeah. Right. Okay. And I'll show you how to do it. We'll just use the rose. Then you're going to need your perga liners, which are your colouring pencils. Yeah. So let's get our colouring pencils out. Wow. All right. And I'm going to use the B pencils. So I'm going to use a yellow, I'm going to use the red, all the B pencils, a green, a dark green, an orange, and I've got a couple of grey polychromos, just in case you've got a chance to do a bit of shading. I've got a trick with these that I want to show you. Okay. Okay, so we've got those as well. Nice. Right, perga liners, get them out the way. And then this gives everybody at home a chance to get their bits and pieces. You got a chair?
I got a chair, because we were going to sit down for this.
Yeah, we're going to sit down. This is chill, this is downtime. Nice. Decompress with the contour plates. Now, so then you need your tool from your starter kit, your number 1 and 2 tool. So this is the number 1 and 2 here. Yeah. It says 1 stylus, 2. This is the one we've been using the whole time. So we need that as well. I've got my old one. I'm superstitious like that. Dorso oil. Oh, have you got any Dorso oil?
Smell of Dorso oil.
Right, Dorso oil is good. Yeah. If you've got a mix mat, bring a mix mat in. This is what I was talking to Linda about. You know, different options, different choices. I want to kind of show you different choices. So we get a mix mat out, Dorso oil, spot-on sponges or makeup sponge, anything like this. Right, we need one of them. That would be candy. And then, now, I've written here black micron pen, because I've had a couple of hours between shows, and being the stamper that I am, I thought, well, why don't we try something different? Have you got a micron pen? Have you got one of these handy? Because I know that loads of you watching are also stampers like myself. And let me show you, I'm going to show you now what we're going to do. While you're grabbing your bits and pieces, let me just show you.
And if not, by the way, you can always watch on rewind. So if you're getting everything, enjoy the show now,
of course,
and then rewind and play along with Barbara.
Of course. But what I wanted to say was, so this is, let's look at the artwork from Linda. So we're going backwards and then we're moving forwards. So this is the artwork that I've been working with the whole time. There's so much in here. We've learned how to, just to recap, we've learned how to do scripting, how to join the writing up. You see, wedding, anniversary, wishes, how to use the scrolls to join the words. See, I've done different variations on that. I did Grace this morning. Very pretty, you see. Then earlier on, I've tried a different one. I'm going to show it to you in situ. Nana and Grandad. You see, with an ampersand in there. That looks pretty. And I put a little scroll on there as well. So we'll have a look at that. But then I thought, I wonder, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to take a flower and we're going to colour it in. So I'll show you how to colour that in. But then I also wanted to show you this one. So I think this is worth indulging because it's using the same plate. Let me show you. Let's take this out of the way. This is exactly the same plate as that, and it's this bit here. Do you see? And so we're going to use the artwork, Linda's artwork, but we're going to do it in black. And it's just very simple to do. Very simple to do.
Stunning.
But the colouring technique that we use on the white is exactly the same as we're going to use on the black. Right? But what a difference it makes to turn it into black line art,
Yeah.
said the stamper.
It's nice.
Isn't it? It's
nice to have that variance.
options.
Yes.
Choices, choices, choices.
We like options.
We like choices. So I think so, because we're using exactly the same artwork.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
Right, so what we'll do first of all, let's take, just in case somebody wants to do the line art, and then they're going to be scrambling if they haven't caught up with us. Let's take a piece of, what's this? Parchment. Oh, it's going to be a good hour. Right, let's take a bit of parchment. Let's take the plate.
Yeah.
Let's take from the starter kit. Let's take the
Plate mate.
Groovy Plate Mate. I'm glad you're here, Yanis.
Hey, that's what we're here
what would I
for.
do without you? Right, and then we'll take our parchment and our tumble dryer sheet, which is also in the starter kit, and we'll just, it won't take long to just put this flower in. Let's sort this flower out first.
Right.
So we're on the side, if you like, we're on the side of the plate that's engraved, it's etched.
Yeah.
And we're going to hold it in place. This is the thing, if there's a tiny bit of wiggle room, see there's a little bit of wiggle room, it's a millimetre, but when you're doing the contouring, you want it to be really set in stone. You don't want it moving around. So push it down and make sure with a groovy tab, now it's not moving. And it won't wiggle while I'm working. Because the last thing you want is a wiggle while you work.
I know. Tell me about it.
Wiggle while you work. Right, okay. So now we need a rose. So we'll take our groovy tabs.
Okay.
Have we done the tumble dry sheet? I'm
Yeah,
sure we did, didn't we?
Yeah, we did it.
Right, let's pick a rose, any rose. I'm going to go with the top one here.
Very pretty.
Right, pick a rose. And I'm going to show you why we need the number 2 and the number 1 tool from the starter kit. Number 1, number 2. If we just pick this rose, we're going to single this one out. I did this earlier, and I'm repeating myself, but I don't mind that. I hope you don't mind.
No,
I think it's worth this, especially if you want to craft along. If you've got a flower in front of you, this is a contour one. So I'm going to use the number 2 tool from the starter kit first, and then in I go.
Feel free to sit down if it's more comfortable, Barbara.
Not quite yet.
Okay.
But thanks.
All right.
Thanks, Yanis.
Oh, I just feel guilty. I'm the one sat down.
Now you're all right. You've only just started as well, haven't you?
What?
We've been here since 6 this morning. Just pointing out. Right. Okay. But you relax, love. It's okay.
It's been a hard day, Barbara.
Right, so we're just going to... And I'm going all the way around with my number 2 tool. See? Just checking out where the flower is. I think I've isolated the flower.
Yeah.
There are some leaves. So we could do the leaves as well. Number 2, all the way around. See, it doesn't take long when you get into it. Top tip, hold the tool perpendicular, upright.
Yeah.
And then round you go. It's very therapeutic, this. If you've been looking for a pastime or a new kind of art or a new passion, then this is something you might want to consider because it's very, very therapeutic.
Yeah.
It's very, very lovely to do.
And
Right, I think I've got that flower.
It's taken a very traditional craft, parchment art, which the traditional terms had a huge learning curve, really steep learning curve that put a lot of people off. And suddenly now with Groovy, and Groovy, how old's Groovy now?
5 years or so, I'd say.
Because you know,
About right?
I remember when Groovy launched, and I did one of your earlier shows, and we were talking about the amount of awards that you won just coming off the bat after a year with Groovy.
Yeah, that's
And you
right.
still
New
win
product,
awards,
product of the year, innovation of the year, idea of the year. Yeah, I mean, they really did. It was very, very well received, you know. So you can see here.
We
now
start
I'm
with our 2, then we go in with our 1.
I'm going in with the 1 now, and I'm crisping up. And the thing about this is you can see the undulations. You can see it thin, thick, thin, thick, thick. And it adds a kind of a depth that we don't have in the other Groovy plates. That doesn't mean that they're not as good, it just means they're different.
It's evolution, and it's nice that the contour plates will work with your existing statch as well. But this is the next era of Groovy. It's nice to see Groovy constantly looking to push the boat in a different way, so having those contoured lines will make a difference.
I love it. I love it. I think it looks really nice. And when we turn it over, you can see on the black, you can see it goes thin and thick. Doesn't that look arty? It's so stylised, you know,
And you just
really
lifting
cool.
one small flower from that plate.
Yeah, I've just picked out one single flower.
Yeah.
If I take the pink mat,
our excellent mat,
right? I'm going to take our excellent mat, because of course one of the leaves is just missing a little bit because there was a flower in front of it on the garland.
Yeah.
These plates are so beautiful to use. I'm using the number 2 tool. I'm teasing now. I'm drawing, and I'm stretching the parchment at the same time. And I just gently draw the line that's missing. And if I want it to be whiter, I'll flick to the number. See, this pink mat's so forgiving.
Yeah.
And then the little white dots, which are so lovely, again, just press down and wiggle. Press down, wiggle, wiggle. There we go. So I would go over these once with the number 2 tool, then flick it round, and then go with the number 1 tool. There we are. And now I've got my work, my white work, on the parchment, ready to go with the colouring. And I reckon by now... Oh, Paul gets to sit down as well. I mean, they're all sitting down.
Everyone's getting to sit down while Barbara works.
Do you want a pillow?
Yeah. Can I just say very, very quickly, we are really busy. Now, this is important because this is the final live hour. We actually thought, because we want to extend the delivery, and it's sold out, extended delivery, we thought we'd have enough extended delivery to last the hour, and we thought we'd have a nice relaxing hour. If we carry on at this rate, there could be a situation where we could sell out before the end of the hour. Now, if that's the case, I just want to make you aware, there is no more. So if this goes, either way, the deal that you're seeing on the show today will disappear at the end of the one-day special, which would be at 6 o'clock. I don't know if the stock's going to hold on till 6, but one thing I do know is the savings, either way, will disappear at 6. Please become a Freedom member. It's a Why Not deal. 70% of the stock has gone.
Has it?
Yeah, 70%
cool.
of the stock.
Okay. That's great, isn't it?
Busy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm glad you like it, you know, and I know that Glinda will be really pleased too.
Very pleased.
Now, what I thought was, while we're doing the line art, why don't I show you the black line art too? Because the colouring is exactly the same on both the white and the black work. So come in and have a look at what we're going to do now. So, of course, this is the embossed side here. Yeah. This was turned around like this. This is the way that I've done it, and that's where I've peeled away my black, and that's the front now.
Lovely.
So when I'm colouring in, I'm going to colour in on this side.
Okay.
Now I'm going to take another piece of parchment. This time, though, what I want to do is trace this. So to do that, I'm going to flick the plate round to the front. Okay. So now this is the glossy side.
Yeah.
All right.
Side, yeah.
So this has literally become a pattern now. And what I want to do is take my sampler or my little piece of art. This is just a colouring exercise. This is all it is. And I want to just, it doesn't matter now. I just want to hold this in place. Okay. Now I'm going to take my black micron pen, my number 1. I'll tell you what I do want though. Just a little bit of copy paper. Just to make sure that my pen's happy. That's it. Pen's happy.
So it looks like a happy pen.
Yeah, it's a happy pen. Right, and now what we're going to do is trace out this rose. And it's that easy. So what I'm going to do, I might move around a little bit just to keep the line in. Is this okay?
Yeah, okay.
Right, here we go. So let's start with the rose, and we'll start here, and we're just going to start bringing this down. Right, here we go. Don't worry too much about the contours. It's not interesting. At this level, it's not interesting. Is my head in the way?
No.
Good. So all we're going to do, right, that's the centre. But this is just, it's literally using the plate as a pattern. So you go like that. Right, I've got my rose. There's a petal. It's a real focusing game because you've got to kind of look, and you can see because of the black behind, so it's not hard. This rose is starting to come together nicely.
Pretty, yeah.
Now, I think this could be a petal. If it's not, it is now.
Yeah.
Right, there we go. There's another petal. There's a leaf there. See, this is a different, I've picked a different part. I've picked the one with it's like a trellis. This is all right, though. Right, here's the bud. That's what I wanted to do. See, so you just need a bit of black card underneath. And the white lines are so thick that they're easy to see, really easy to see because of the contours. I'm sure you could do this with any old plate, any old plate. There we are. This is a leaf.
Yeah.
This is quite good, isn't it?
That's very good.
Right, is it looking like a rose yet?
Absolutely, yeah.
Right, let's have a look. What have we got here? Right, that's going to come in like that. And, you know, at home, I would probably look at Linda's and say, hang on a minute, look at the sample, and it will tell you exactly where the veins are, and, you know? Right, we've just got that. This is the nice bit. This is the bud at the end. So we've got that open. This is cool. Right, here we go. Nice. I think there's a little bit of a... I mean, now, you could draw your own, couldn't you, really? What's going on over here? Oh, this looks like another petal. Right, there you go. I think because I'm a stamper, Yanis, what's that there? Is that another? I reckon. What's that bit there? Let's have a little look. See, if you're not sure, you can always have a little peep.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay. No, not so okay. Hold on. Oh, I see. So that goes like that, and this is a bit of the leaf.
Yeah.
Easy. See, if you're not sure, just lift it.
Right.
And then these bits, these are those little...
bits.
Yeah, I'm going to leave those for a minute.
Okay.
Sort them out afterwards. But I'm quite happy with this.
Yeah.
And then I think I'm going to go with the leaf up here as well.
Right.
Okay. And because this is plush, it's not... You're not going to slide around on it. And you're not going to go in the groove, you see. I mean, you're not pressing very hard anyway, but there you go. I reckon that'll look good.
Okay, that'll look very pretty.
It's very nice. Let's compare with what I've done before and after. Nice.
Okay.
See the black, see the little black dots?
Yeah.
Nice.
You like it?
I know, I love little touches like that. Okay, so now we can settle in to do some colouring in. Are we happy with this?
Now, I want to say that we did get a message yesterday in launch, actually. It was from not Linda Williams, another Linda, who bought the starter kit and the one-day special. And she asked about... Does it look odd that I'm sitting down? I'll stand up.
No, sit down, because I'm sitting down now.
Apparently, everyone's saying I look like Derek. So, asked that... should I say that? So, yeah, asked about the colouring in, when we'd do the colouring in. We said we would do it, so we're going to do it now. There we go. I'm only kidding Derek, by the way. He's a good buddy
he's
of
not.
mine.
He's dead serious. No. Right, okay. So now we've got our artwork, and we've finished with that. It's given us our design from Linda. That's the best part. And now we've got the two pieces of artwork. Most important thing to remember is this. You're working on the back on the colouring with the white. You're also working on the back of that. So you're going to turn that round exactly the same. Because if I were to... Say when I start blending, if I colour in the front, it will look really vibrant and you think, oh, I know, that's lovely. The thing is, though, the minute I hit that ink with that Dorso oil, it will bleed. So that's why we turn it over like that, and then I can, you watch, I can colour in the whole area, and I don't have to, it's like with the white work, I don't have to worry. Like, everyone's sitting down now.
Okay. It's like you've got live studio audio.
It's fabulous. It's fabulous. So we've got our pencils, and we've got our mix mat. So let's put this under here, right? And I'm leaving it on the dark only because it's easier. It's easier, I find, to see what I'm colouring in. I don't know. We'll see. It's definitely easier with the white one, okay, to do it on the black. Yeah. I cannot see much.
No.
Right. The black one I could probably get away with it. Okay. So we've got choices. We can either. Of course, it's quite tall, isn't it? Okay, we can either go direct to parchment or direct to paper.
You get your legs underneath the table.
Yeah, I'm all right. Yeah. Okay, I'm in. I tell you what, I hope I've got it all around me because I can't get out again now. We'll play it safe, and we're going to go with the yellow.
Okay.
And we're using the B pencils. These are the blenders.
Yeah.
If we wanted, if you know Linda Williams, her work is always very, very delicate, very gentle. And Linda's work is always like that.
Oh, yeah.
You know, really like almost airbrushed.
Airbrushed,
yeah. And so I thought, right, well, how did she do that? So I rang her up. Ask a friend. You found a friend, right?
Tell us how you did it.
Yeah. Linda, how did you do it? So I thought, well, I'm not going to try and guess if I've got the expert on speed dial, right? So I've got my mix mat, and this is what she told me.
Okay.
Right. So she said she uses the mix mat and she scribbles Because I was going to go directly to, of course, you know, I was going to go directly to the parchment. She said, no, 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 because she's Welsh, right? She went like that, and she said, put the colours, so I've got yellow, I've got orange, I've got a little bit of red.
Yeah.
Right, I'm going to show you. I don't imagine that we'll finish the job, but let's have a look at it at least. Oh, do you know what I didn't? What you do need that I didn't mention is your blending nibs. They're all going. Look, there's hundreds of people at home going, "Oh, nasty tails."
Nasty. Well, it's okay.
That's all right. Go on, go and get them.
We've had a special email, by the way.
Have we?
From your Dave.
Oh, hello, Dave. All right.
Great show. Really enjoying it, but he's got a very important question to ask. Seeing as everyone else is sitting down, does he get to sit down as well?
Yes.
He's allowed to.
Are the cats in though?
There we go. Oh, go find the cats.
Make sure the cats are all right.
How are the cats? They're
The
good?
cats are beautiful.
Yeah.
They are such a joy. Yeah, little orphans, little Vikings. And you know that they're completely identical. I don't know which one I've got. They're like really, I don't know which one I've got in front of me.
Have they got different personalities? One a bit cuddlier?
Little bit. One's a bit cuddlier.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Right, so now we're going to take a bit of Dorso oil, and we're just going to drop a little tiny bit of Dorso oil, and maybe go a bit further than that.
Yeah, there you go.
Right, there you go. Oh, we got a puddle. That's all right, though. So you can do that. This is what Linda was saying she does. That doesn't necessarily... There are always lots of different ways to do it, you know. There are always more than one way. I was going to say 100 ways to skin a cat, but that would be really inappropriate right now.
The cat's at home.
Right. So you soak up the oil, and let's start with the yellow. And you see the blending pens, you see how they dissolve. Look at that. Oh, great camera work. Is that Chris?
There you go.
Look at that. Up close. See, and then it turns into a beautiful paintbrush, doesn't it?
That's stunning.
Yes. So let's go with this one. Let's go with the parchment, since we're supposed to be teaching parchment. But it's exactly the same. So what we'll do now, and this is how Linda's ends up so light.
That's so smooth.
Yeah, it's
That's
that's
clever.
good camera work.
Yeah.
Right, that looks better on the camera than it does
Well,
live.
I think we just got Marcus in for a second. Isn't it? Oh, it's still Chris. It's still Chris.
Yeah, you wind up. Right. See, they think they can get away with it on the weekends. Right, here we go. So a little bit of yellow, and we're going to build up layers. I think this is the key. I mean, I like colouring too. Colouring's my thing. But it's about taking, see a little bit of, just a little bit of yellow, like that, and then not complete coverage, because otherwise the red will go orange.
Yeah.
So we're just going to put a little bit of yellow on there, and while that's that needs to dry now. Is there any yellow on there? Yes. I mean, it's very light, but then so's Linda Williams' work.
Yeah,
it is that light. There you go. You can see it though, can't you?
I have to say, Barbara, for that tip alone, absolutely worth it. And it's why you've got to tune in and watch whenever Barbara Paul, India Clarity in here. That is a fantastic tip from Linda. To get that flawless finish.
Yes.
So I wouldn't have known how to, I would have gone directly onto it, but using that.
And it's such a nice way to work, and you've got the word that Linda was using, and she's so right, you've got total control. And it's exactly what I would do if I were working on cards, so why didn't I think to do this on parchment? It's obvious, really. Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it? Orange, yeah.
Just very, very quickly, 3/4 of the stock has gone for the one-day special. We've still got queues on our phone lines, and I'm going to say it now because it's going to be tight. What goes first, the stock or the clock? If it does sell out...
really good.
Thank you. If it does sell out, then it's gone. That's it. We cannot get hold of any more. If you could just repeat that in my next performance evaluation, that'd be fantastic.
Right, and now we'll add a little bit of red, but we're going to go gently because obviously the red's a lot darker, isn't it? So we're going to change nibs as well. So I've changed the nib, and I'm just soaking up a little bit of that Dorso oil again, and then I'm going to dissolve. Look at that. Great camera work.
Nice.
Right, so now we've got that. And then we're going to do the same thing, but we're going to the top of the... I wonder... No, you can't see it. It's got to be on the black.
Okay.
So now we're going in on the top of the...
Just the tips of the petals?
The tips of the petals. There you go. So that's the top part.
Yeah.
See, and it's got quite a stripe there. Oh, hang on a minute. Sorry, Chris. There you go. See, there's quite a stripe there now. So what you can do at that point is don't worry about the stripe. Just get the red in, right? Just gently, gently, just add a little bit of red around the edge of the... Don't worry that it looks stripy. I know that, right? But we're just going to lay down the red, and we're working from directly from the mix mat. So the thing about the mix mat, it's got a bit of purchase, it's got like a bit of grab.
A tooth.
A tooth, that's a good word. You're right on form, aren't you?
I don't know what's going on. I tell you, it's amazing, a bit of rest.
Yeah, I know, a bit of sleep
right?
and a little bit of, R&R. Right, so there you go. So once you've got that, you see, now now it's time to blend the two. Now, me personally, I would be tempted to go back in with the yellow.
Oh, why not? Yeah.
Yeah, and pull in, you know, like where the join is.
So just diffusing it.
Yeah, just diffuse it a bit. I mean, if I were at home now, I'd be using my finger because it always works best, right? But let's not do that.
You can do that on air.
Okay, there you go. So you do a little bit with the finger. What you'll find is, as the oil dries, the finger is very, it's very good. Linda uses a tissue, she said.
See, we all have our personal preferences.
Yeah, but as you roll over the two different colours, it starts to blend.
Nice.
Yeah.
Paul, you're a tissue or finger person? Finger. Okay. Paul's gone for the finger. You had to think about it. You had to think about it.
Yeah. So, and the thing about this now, as you're going round, you see what I'm doing? This is great camera work. I really appreciate your getting in so close on this.
Nice.
Right. So I know that I'm using the tools and I'm building up the colour. Now, if I put this on a lighter colour, you can see it better.
Oh, yeah.
You see how it's starting to build up? It doesn't look very attractive yet because I'm still building up the layers.
That's the whole
but
point,
you get it. You get the way it works.
And this is the secret behind how Linda achieves her beautiful effect.
That's exactly how she does it. I'm showing you the theory behind it. Now, let's pretend, or let's just do it. Let's go direct now. Just by way of example. I'm going to stay on the black so you can see it.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm going to add, once it's dried a little bit, I'm just going to add a little bit of yellow here and here, right? Just to show you that you can blend it directly too. If you want it to be a bit bolder or a bit more, you know, like vibrant.
Yeah.
So let me just take my yellow blending nib.
Okay.
Here we are. And then in we go again. And you'll see it's got a little bit of oil on it.
So you haven't had to reload that oil?
No, no.
Wow.
No. And then off we go again. And I think the secret is to work in layers, to build up. Just like the white work, you do the same with the colours. And the thing is, of course, the white work on this side, it hides. If you overlap, it doesn't make any difference at all.
Would you say that's in essence the key to parchment in general? It's not rushing it, building it up slowly, catchy monkey.
Absolutely. I sew, and that's the relaxing part, isn't it?
Yeah.
So as you go round now, you start to build up those layers. I also know, it's like watercolour, you've got to let the layers dry in between, otherwise you just start pushing the oil around.
Yeah, cool.
So here, for example, now, we're going to leave that, and we're going to let that dry.
Okay.
We'll just let that dry for a moment,
Yeah.
right? Here's one I did earlier. When you turn it over, you can see we're just another couple of layers away, right? But let it dry, and then you can start adding the punch, if you like the real, yeah?
Beautiful techniques, though. If you do have any questions for Barbara, we really would love to hear from you. studio@thecraftstore.com. We are... Ooh, okay. All right, life just got very real. Even though we're enjoying demonstrations, you are still shopping. This is the last live hour for the one-day special. We're approaching 80% of the stock, and there really could be a situation where by the end of the hour we might have sold out, and we cannot, I'm telling you now, it's on extended delivery, we cannot bring you any more. If it does sell out, that is it. Okay.
Thank you. So what we're going to do now, right, while we're letting the parchment dry, because I think that's the other thing with parchment art, Yanis, is that it's like embroidery. You're not expected to complete the project in one sitting. You do a little bit, you put it to one side. You do a bit of white work, you put it to one side. It's one of those projects where you may have 4 or 5 different art pieces on the go at the same time. Yeah,
that's a really, that's a really nice way of putting it. Yeah.
And the thing is, if you're a card maker and you're new to parchment, you think, it's like we're trained, you have to finish the card when you're in one sitting. You don't think that you go back to a card. But with parchment art, it is like embroidery. You don't expect to embroider a piece in one session, do you?
You give me the giggles because I'll just see how you're perched under the table.
Yeah. It's all right, we're getting there. Right, so now let's look, and this is exactly the same as what we were doing before, but now we're going to do it on the black.
Right.
Isn't that pretty?
That's so nice.
So now flick it over so that you're working on the back. And the reason I say that is because in a minute, if we decide to use oil, then you'll only do it wrong once. Okay. And what's the worst that can happen? It's a bit of parchment.
There you go.
And you learn something invaluable.
Kind of giving it a stained glass window effect with the black lines.
It's nice, isn't it?
Stunning.
So when you go to colour in, you see, on this side, so I'm going to go direct now to get a result faster, but I can colour in straight over the top of the whole yellow. Say I want to make a yellow rose, yellowish. So I don't want to rush it, but I'm just going to lay down the pigment, if you like, in the area that I want to be yellow. This is yellow. Okay. This is yellow. Got to think about it a bit. That's a yellow petal. Yeah. That's a bud. There's a bit of yellow in there. Nice. Where else is the yellow? That looks a bit yellow in there. Okay. Right. This is nice because it gives you. There you go. Now I know where I'm going. I think that's a petal there as well. Yeah.
Just to let you know, Barbara.
Yes, love.
19 or 18 minutes left, just to give you
a
sense of time. Yeah.
That's good then, because I want to show you another little trick. So once you've done that, then I would work in colours. So now I'm going to take my yellow again with my
with your blending
pen and my Dorso oil. I think I've got plenty on there. And let's see, when I go over the top now, watch this change. So nice to do.
Dorso oil is special stuff.
Look at
and
that.
it lasts forever as well, because you're only using spots of it.
But because of the nib, you've got a real control over, even though you can flash through on the inner lines, you've got a real control. Isn't it nice? Are you doing this at home? Are you joining in?
That is, I hope so. And if not, remember, you've got the rewind option, so give it a go. But that finish is flawless. That's
Isn't that lovely?
Incredible. Incredible.
See, now that's the back. When I turn it over, that's the front.
That looks like, it looks like glass.
Yes. And the best part of it is, so what you're going to do, exactly like with the parchment, you're going to wait for it to dry and then add another layer. So for the green leaves, look, rather than having to worry about what's a leaf and what's not a leaf, just lay the green down where you want the green to be, like this, and then you'd take the Dorso again. This is going to be green, green, green. See?
Now it's very fitting that you've used green.
Is it?
Because we are approaching limited stock, and it's not going to be long before you see green on your screen. Genuinely, we had a production meeting, and we decided, and I know Barbara loves showing her techniques, so the whole point of this hour is going to be like a mini craft along, which is great, and we are enjoying it. We thought we had enough stock, easily had enough stock to cover this hour, so we weren't going to really give you many updates. The fact that we're approaching limited stock, I know how busy we are. I've just been given an update on how busy we are in my ear. There really is a situation where now I think it's probable, we're actually thinking it's more likely that this is going to sell out before the end of the hour. I'm only telling you that now because some people like to enjoy the show, and traditionally you can get the one-day special up until 6. It's not going to be here at 6. I'm telling you now, it probably won't even last this hour. So if you want to go for the one-day special, now is the time, because that saving will disappear. And please become a Freedom member as well, because it's a why not deal.
Cool. Okay, so now what we've got is we've put the green down, and then I'll take the darker green.
Yeah.
Right. Actually, no. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to let the green dry, let the layers dry grey. And so instead of that, I'm going to go in with my orange, and I'm going to start adding shade where I think the shadow should be. And this is no different, but I'm using directly to the paper or the parchment. I'm going in as if I were colouring on a piece of paper.
Do you know different colour roses have significance? So do you know who you'd give a yellow rose to?
Is that a hope? Is that a colour of hope?
Well, it could be. I always thought it was
Friendship?
to a friend. Yes, for a friend.
And red is love, I guess, isn't it? Yeah. Passion.
And I don't know, do they do black roses? Don't know. Do they do black roses? Oh, Paul's here. Okay. I don't know what you give a black rose to.
Well, I don't think I'd be too over the moon if somebody gave me a black rose. I mean, that's like the beginning of the end, really, isn't it?
It wouldn't be my first choice to give that to somebody.
There's no answers to that, really. Well, thanks.
Yeah.
Karen Smith, she just gave us the most beautiful bouquet of white roses. They're in the green room. They're just so glorious. Thank you so much, Karen. And this huge hamper, happy birthday hamper with a birthday cake. I mean, just so generous, so kind.
That's lovely.
And she came all the way to the studio to drop it off, and we were working.
Oh, no.
Yeah, you should have come in, Karen.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I know, how generous is that, you know? She's
there
a doll.
are good people, and it actually goes to show how many friends of Clarity there are out there, and how many people. A lot of people think very highly of you, Barbara. They think highly of Clarity and you as a person as well.
Well, that's nice to hear. And what I'm doing now is I'm starting to kind of bring out the layers, so you can see. I know that this leaf is behind, so I'm taking the darker green, and it's still a little bit wet, so I should have waited probably 10 minutes, but that's okay. I don't have 10 minutes, right? And then this is going to be the leaf behind the flower. Well, I'm not sure about what I'm doing there, but there you go.
Barbara,
Get it?
I've got it. I have to stand up, Barbara.
Do you?
Because we got news, and this news deserves to be stood on. Does that make sense? Deserves me to stand up. Stood on doesn't make sense. We are limited stock, everybody. So limited stock for the one-day special. The extended delivery. It is not going to last. I'll let you in a little secret. Charlotte, our producer, is so cheeky, because we had a meeting and we were told, look, once it's gone, it's absolutely gone. And Charlotte was like, so, Paul, because we didn't think it was going to sell out. She said to Paul, so I think it's supposed to a little bit more stock, maybe. And he's like, no, that's it. We cannot give it up. I can't believe you are, Charlotte. No, no more. So once it's gone, it's absolutely gone. Okay.
The thing is that the weekend is it's such a bumper weekend, and we started yesterday. Look, see how I'm building up the layers now?
Yeah.
And I'm not adding oil at the moment. I can do, but I'm just building up because I'm working from behind. And when you turn it over, you can see the colours starting to come through. And the parchment is quite forgiving. So you're building up your colours. You can keep. And this is exactly the same as what you would be doing
with your white work. Using your
it's no different. Yeah. It's no different on the emboss as it is on the black. It's just which design do you prefer?
I love both. I genuinely love both, but it's nice seeing that, because I'll be honest, I hadn't thought to use a micron pen in that way, and using the plates, flipping the plates. I would never have thought to have done that.
And so we've learnt two things. One, that we can diffuse the colour by applying it indirectly by using the mix mat, and then going from the mix mat to the parchment. We've learnt. We were definitely working from the back, and you can also apply the pencil straight to the back and use the Dorso wall to smooth it out. Those are your choices. I think what I'm learning here is that I have to be patient, and I have to let the layers dry in between, because then the next layer, once the oil is dried, the next layer just pops. It really does pop. So that's as much as I have to say on that. But what I did want to do is just show you. Let's go now to, for example, some designer paper. And let's take this black.
Barbara, that lifts it to a whole different level.
Yeah, so this is Indian Summer. Yeah. And the back of the Indian Summer papers, because we've been talking about the papers, because we're drawing, or we're drawing on parchment, but you've got that translucency. So depending on where you set it on a piece of colour, see how it changes colour? The rose is changing, but it's going colder up there. So as you come down, wherever you want to sit it, you can change it completely.
And it's so nice with the designer papers that you have got that diffuse side as well. Just got one thing I haven't mentioned this hour, actually. For anybody who hasn't made a purchase during the birthday event so far with Clarity, so that's any show during the birthday event, you will receive, it's one per customer, but if, say you're going for the one-day special today, and that's your first purchase during the birthday event, you will receive a birthday gift, and it's Barbara's favourites. It's the beautiful designer papers, so it's a lucky dip. I can't tell you which design you're going to get, but whichever design you do receive, you will absolutely love. So there we go. Right, Barbara, I feel like I have to stand up.
No, you're all right,
no,
love. You stay where you are.
I'll stand. Okay. I
think I want to show you now just a couple of little finishing tricks.
Brilliant.
So let's go to one that was done earlier, that we did earlier, and I just want to show you how this works. So for example, Nana and Grandad. This is kind of bringing in all the things that we've done over the last couple of days. So what I did was, I did a template, if you like, on a piece of parchment to make sure, having done all this work, that it would sit nicely.
Yeah.
So I've got Nana and Grandad, and I used a pencil and lines, just like we learned, to make sure they sit in the right place. I'm glad I did that, because the ampersand, in my opinion, needed to be moved over a bit, see?
Right, yeah.
So now I've got Nana and I've got Grandad in place. Okay. And this now wants to be finished. So this card, how do I attach? What do you do? Can I put a glue runner or a, no, I can't, because you'll be able to see it through clear parchment.
Yeah.
So I want to show you a couple of finishing tricks.
This is a good trick, and it's a question we get asked a lot, especially those new to parchment, is how to actually stick the parchment down.
So I've got an 8x8 card blank, and I've got this piece of Indian summer paper. So I like, it sits really nicely on there. I've trimmed it to size, and what I think I'm going to do is use my, have you seen these latest little, they're good, aren't they?
I've done a show with you in past.
Yeah, I like these. So these are the little storage units that we've got for our brads and our, So I'm going to go, I think gold. For Nana and Grandad, I'm going gold.
The perfect way to work with your parchment. Now here you're getting the storage set with 280 brads. Just showing you what you were getting. That's everything there. $17.42 your price. 973-578 your item number.
And what I want to do now is take this, and I've laid it on a piece of super foam, one of our bits of foam. And this is a really great way. So I'm holding it like that, and then I just think that it would look nice. Where do I want to put? I think I'm going to put the brads in the middle of the roses, I reckon. Linda Williams is going, she's joking. I'm not. Right, and it goes. Because it's different. Where's Linda put hers? Oh, yeah. OK, Linda. Not bad.
Okay.
So I pop that in there. And then I'm going to take my brad and pop it in and leave it in the super foam.
Nice.
Then I'm going to go down this side, so I know that it's sitting right. Can we see this all right? Should I move up a little bit?
Yeah. No, you're good. You're good.
Am I all right?
Sorry. Yeah.
Right, and then I'm going to pop this one in the middle of that rose. So I'm making a hole with the number 1 bold tool. Anything will do, right? Then I'm pushing the brad into the hole, but I'm leaving it in the foam. See, now I know it's perfectly positioned. Then I'll do the 3rd and the 4th one. And the thing is, by doing this, I can use the tape runner to attach the designer paper to the card blank, and you won't see the little legs from the brads in the inside of the card, because that wouldn't look very nice. So now we could take this off here, like so. It's a really, oh, don't come out though, Gray.
So I'm thinking, Barbara, this would make the most incredible anniversary cards. You know, those sort of special cards, especially as you have the flourishes, you can truly personalise as well. If I just hold up and show you this, what I mean by adding the flourish.
Is this you rescuing me?
Yes, no. You've got the alphabet here and then that wonderful flourish. And actually, that reminds me, I've got to wish a couple a very special anniversary. It's their 60th wedding anniversary. Sandra and Mike, congratulations. Wow. 60 years together. I hope you have a fantastic day. So happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary.
60 years. What do you give someone for 60 years?
Diamond, isn't it?
Is it diamond?
Yeah.
Oh.
Golden for
Mike, eh?
It's gold. It's gold for gold for 50.
Yeah.
Ruby's 40. Because my mum and dad had their diamond a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
60s diamond. Yeah.
I've just had our 6th. It was iron. It's a lot cheaper.
We just had our 2nd. I think it was like lace or something.
Yeah, something easy.
Yeah. Cheap.
They build you up. Once you get to 60, you have to bring out the big guns, the diamond.
I think, Dave, you're pretty safe. I don't think we're going to hit 60 something. That would put me at about 120 years old.
I think if anyone can do it, it's you. Now, you've got 5 minutes, Barbara.
Right, I'm just putting these back in my little storage unit.
Okay.
Okay, so now we've got this, Nana and Grandad. Then we've got our 8x8 card blank.
Yeah.
And now we're going to set this on here. And I think traditionally we're going to open at the side.
Beautiful.
That'll be nice, won't it?
Yeah, beautiful.
And then all we need, hang on a minute.
Hey.
I know.
He's really
Another game
good.
changer.
Another game changer.
So just so you know, it's all right, Yanis, I'll do it for you.
Okay.
Right, so we've got a roller tape.
I'll have a sit down, shall I?
How many are there in the bundle? 3?
4.
4. Thanks, Paul.
Yeah. Add another one.
But you only pay for 3.
But you only pay for 3?
Yeah.
Excellent.
We're getting heckled from the audience.
These are brilliant. So there's 30 metres on one of these, okay, and they're very good. They're permanent. I'm glad it says it here. They're 8mm strip width, and the thing is, there's nearly 100 feet on one of these, which is excellent.
And you know, these are great, not only for your crafting, I use them for wrapping presents. They're fantastic for wrapping presents.
I know.
You know, normally you're having to peel off
I
and
know.
game
This is
changer.
excellent for that. And for me, the clincher was the little...
protective.
The little lid that's
Cover.
attached. Yes, the little protective lid. So what I'm going to do now is just travel with the glue or the tape runner between the brads. Just slowly does it. I tell you what, tomorrow evening, I'm on tomorrow from 2 to 4 doing some really nice lino cut stamps. Really lovely, even if I say so myself. And then at 6 o'clock, we've got the best personalised stamp. Because I was just thinking, if you're going to personalise your work, because this is quite undulating, isn't it? You've got layers of parchment and card, and what you don't want to do is assemble all this and then put your name on the back.
Yeah.
You know? So you do your card blank, design that, and then you do the front. Just saying, heads up,
good news.
That's what's going on. So I think this is going to be lovely. I won't even worry about the corners. Maybe a little bit in the middle, just because. Why is that not coming out now? Don't let me down now. Is it empty?
Yeah.
No, here we go.
Okay.
That's better.
Yeah.
Right, just a little cross in the middle so that it doesn't, do its party piece. Right, that's that, that's that, that's that. That's definitely going to open that way. This is not the point at which you want to put it on wrong. So you do your 2-finger trick like that. Hold it. It's very simple, really, this, isn't it? And then we're going to lay that down like so.
What a beautiful card.
What a nice card that is. There we are.
Absolutely stunning.
And that sits in there lovely. And there's the inside. You could put a nice insert, nice message in there.
Yeah.
And there it's finished, you see. And Linda's, this is the thing, she's a master parcher. Yeah. She's one of the best in the world.
She really is.
She really is. I don't say that lightly.
No.
Her work just baffles me every time I see it. And so what I'm doing here is I'm just offering you another solution. Yeah. This would take me another day to do. So there we are. That's it. There are so many different ways. Exactly the same with the colouring in. Yeah. There are different ways with the white work and the black work. That's a nice variation on the same theme. So there we are. I rest my case. Thank you very much.
The key is to having fun and enjoying it. And Barbara, I think, showcased that so well. What I do want to point out, please do follow Clarity on social media. So you've got Clarity Worldwide, you've got Groovy Worldwide, all the design team are there, the teams. If you have any questions, if you want to post pictures of your mates, there's such a sense of community there. Follow Barbara's blog. I'm so glad you changed
Did you say your mates?
Whose mates?
You want to post your mate? Oh, mates. You want to post pictures of your mates?
If you want to post pictures of your mates on the night out, you can do that as well. They're a bit random, but your mates. And also your blog as well, Barbara. It's worth following your blog.
BarbaraGrayBlog.com.
It's a lot easier than your last name. What was the last one? Blogspot, blog,
Barbara
Gray, blog.
I thought you meant the last time I was married. That was a mouthful.
Looking into that.
I thought, this is getting a bit extreme, isn't it?
Not what I meant. Now, one thing I've got to tell you, we are into single figures with regard to the one-day special. It is going to go. Whether it is just before the end of the show or after, it doesn't make a difference. It absolutely will not be here running up till 6. So we are into single figures. Well done to everyone. It's such a special price on this. Now, I want to put this into perspective. You are getting 11 of the most beautiful plates. This is Groovy evolved, because now it's all about contouring. It still works. It's designed to work with your Groovy stash, but giving you options, and that's something Barbara loves. And there's so many beautiful pieces here. You can tell the design team loves it.
Absolutely. And I wanted to thank the design team for doing such an epic job, and also Paul, of course. Without Paul, I wouldn't want to do this. And Linda, who designed, and Jim at work.
The whole
thank you. It sounds like I'm at the Oscars.
Yes, we're going to accept this award for everyone. Barbara will be back tomorrow, and throughout the birthday event, so we had the dies, we've had Groovy, and then tomorrow it's going to be all about the stamps. So please make sure to tune in. Barbara, thank you so much.
Thank
It's been
you.
a really
Janice.
nice hour.
It's been very relaxing. Thank you, love.
Thank you.
Bye-bye now.
I hope you've enjoyed it as well. Do you know what? This is the hour. Please rewind, because it was like a mini craft along. So if you didn't have all the elements to hand, rewind and get to work with Barbara. Thank you for your company. Plenty more coming up here at the craft store. Ooh. So Paola's here, and she's going to be exploring the beautiful, pretty punch needle. After that, Britannia Sewing One Day Special. And then we've got Mixed Media Steel's Happy Hour. Lots to explore.
Hi, I'm Pat.
And Mark.
From Totally Patched. Most of the kits we produce we design ourselves. The design process is usually inspired by the fabric itself. We only use great quality fabrics, 100% cottons.
So, whether you're a beginner or an experienced sewer or quilter, we hope we've got something for all of you.
"28 years ago, whilst enjoying a day out in Santa Barbara, California, with my brother and the kids, we came across a shop called Stamper Barbara. Santa Barbara, Stamper Barbara, well, we had to go in. When we ventured inside, we were met with walls of wood-mounted rubber stamps. Well, that's when I had my moment of clarity. Wouldn't it make more sense, I said to my brother, if you could see through the rubber stamps? And that, my friends, is where Clarity Stamp was born. Since then, Clarity has grown into the worldwide success that it is today, bringing you the very best in stamping, parchment crafts, stencil art, and even more recently, die cutting. To celebrate our 28th birthday, we have joined the craft store to bring you a long weekend of your favourite Clarity products with your favourite Clarity demonstrators. So, put the kettle on, put your feet up, and join us for our 28th birthday celebrations on Friday the 3rd of September at 10 a.m. to Monday the 6th of September at 6 p.m. We'll see you there.
Hello everyone, we're the Pink Ink Ladies.
I'm Kathy.
And I'm Mel, and we've been crafting for 30 years. We're passionate about fabric, so our main thing is to stamp on fabric or stencil on fabric. We can't wait to show you all our new hand-illustrated stamp and stencil designs, whether you're using them on cards or soft furnishings. On our shows, we're excited to share all our hints, tips and techniques for you to get the most out of our products.
So to create the most beautiful effects, and of course with beautiful threads and a simple action, you can create these stunning, beautiful hearts as you can see now. Simple, stunning, and so effective with that texture and color and dimension that you can see it now. You can create this, maybe it's a brand new craft, maybe you have been looking for a brand new craft, or maybe you are having been a punch needle fan for a long time. Now, of course, we are talking about materials and techniques and all about it, of course, Liberty Lodge Crafts. And of course, you can see the beautiful artwork that you can create. And we have got Elaine here with us to explain us everything. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. And yourself?
I'm very well, very excited because I have seen once or twice punch needle, but it was done with wool, which was a little bit more chunkier, more, you know, a little bit more textured, but it didn't have the shine and the finish touches that.
No. That's the traditional punch needle. This is punch needle embroidery, and this is very, very popular in America.
Oh, I see.
It's kind of an American craft.
Okay.
And it was developed, this in its entirety was based The women of the soldiers in the Second World War that were in Japan fetched this back with them because it's a variation of something called Japanese bunker, which people might have heard of.
Right,
Yeah.
so this is something that it has come from Japan, by America, and then arrived here. And I love the way that you have got texture in there, but I think it's a fairly easy craft to start with, isn't it?
It is. It's very, very simple, but it's all about technique. And if you don't get the technique right, you won't have good results. So that's what I'm going to show everybody today, is how to
Perfect.
get the right technique.
Fabulous. Now, of course, we will be seeing those demonstrations and, of course, those techniques in a second. But let's have a look at what you can get. Now, we have got the dusky hearts, which are these two, I believe, that you can see they're absolutely gorgeous. And, of course, now, am I right thinking that you are getting everything that you need for them?
You are, yes. That one, you even get the backing fabric and the stuffing, which is in the little bag there.
So you are getting them. And you are getting the embroidery hoop as well.
You get the embroidery hoop, you get the punch needle tool, you get all the threads, you get the backing fabric of to punch on, and then you get the little piece of fabric to stuff the heart with, and the back to sew together.
I mean, look at how fine, absolutely fine detail in there. £19 and 99 pence for the dusky, brand new today with a 6-inch inch hoop. 741516 is for the dusky. I'm going to disappear a little bit here, but that's all right. Now, of course, we have got the red as well, and now you will make two of them.
Yes, there's enough in each kit to make two, and I've made them up just for display in opposite colours, but you could make two exactly the same.
Perfect.
And you could put a little bit of fragrance oil in them as well, if you wanted to put them in
that
the
would be
wardrobe
lovely.
with your drawers, yeah.
Like lavender, maybe something calming in there. £19 and 99 pence. Again, it comes in with the filling, the backing, everything. So it makes fabulous gifts.
That's a great one for a gift, and you could even make one for yourself and then give one as a gift.
Indeed, that would be very lovely. 677680 is your item number. Now, then we have got the pastel options that you can see in here. No, sorry, is that one?
That's pastel, yes,
yeah,
you're
that's
right
pastel,
there.
yeah. Now you can see pastel, and I think is it? Oh,
the one behind.
Behind this one, yeah.
That one.
Oh, this I was trying to figure it out because on the screen I could see them, and I was like thinking, where is it? I'm going to take it in here as well, so you can see there again the two versions. I'm messing Holly up now today. There we have it. There you can see both of options. Now, of course, this is the same pastel option, so you can do them either way. £19 and 99 pence. Again, it comes with everything you need, and I think that is fabulous because you don't have to buy anything extra. 787467 for that. At the top of the tree, we have got the lilac one. Why am I made dance? I should let them be. You know, you can see them there. Let them be still, and absolutely stunning. They are gorgeous two-tone as well. 635115 is your item number, and again, every single option is a different item number. However, the contents will be exactly the same, except the colors will vary. It does come instructions as well as the pattern or template, right?
Yes. Yes,
so you can see
there's
that.
also included in every single pattern, there's also a whole sheet of hints and tips to try and keep you right as well.
Perfect. So, and remember, the shows here at the craft store stay on the website for up to 60 days, so then you can always craft alongside Elaine if you wish to do so. Remember to check out your baskets. Now, a final option. You know, I think this is one of my favorites. It's not the favorite, the peach option. It's just because I love I think the ochre and the coral tone.
Yeah.
It's a good mix, isn't it?
It does mix well together.
It is indeed. Now, £19 and 99 pence is your price. 660618 is your item number. Now, of course, these ones are for the hearts. They can hang it up. Then we have also the rocking horse. Now, this is also beautiful, new today. This is a perfect example, I think, Elaine, of how much detail we can add with this particular punch needle.
Well, this one looks as if it's quite complex, but actually it's quite simple. And I'm going to show today, I'm going to be demonstrating how to do those dapples. So that's one of the things I am going to be showing today.
Fabulous. I just tilted a little bit because I wanted you to see when we talk about texture, it's really texture, isn't it? It is dimension. Now, of course, this one comes with a 9-inch hoop.
Yeah.
I love the fact that you're giving us everything, including the tool, but also these we could use for other embroidery projects.
Absolutely, they can be used for other things. They're not standard embroidery hoops, they're actually super lock hoops.
Okay.
So once you put your fabric into these and you've got it in place, it will not slip at all. And that's one of the things with punch needle embroidery. You can't use a standard hoop because as you're punching, if the hoops are just flat together, it will just push through and slide, and it will absolutely cook your brain. Because I've been there, I've done it.
Is that what you mean? Is that kind of groove inside it that
the groove and the lip will hold the fabric much more securely than a standard embroidery hoop will, because as you push on that, it actually holds it further more in place. Whereas a regular hoop, the fabric will just push through as you're punching. You need the greater tension for that one.
Perfect. So you have got that included, and of course you have got your punch needle and your threader, 2 of them as well.
Yes.
So this would be a perfect gift if for somebody who has just had a baby and they are kind of want something to...
Yes, for the rocking horse, it would be a lovely nursery piece, wouldn't it?
And can we use it once we have done it as the for a cushion or something like that?
Yes, because all the fabrics that are supplied to do the punch needle on, they're approximately 14 inches in piece. Some of them are a bit larger depending on the way they're cut. So there is a cushion further down the line which you'll see, and I've just stitched a piece of polycotton onto the back and just stuffed it.
So then we could be able to wash it or not?
Yes. Now I will say everything on this table has been actually through the washing machine.
Wow.
Now it does say on the kits to hand wash gently, but every time when I'm finished a piece, for these pieces that I'm working on today are a good example. I'll have worked on these for a long time, and they always get grubby, especially because the fabric is so pale. So they end up just a little bit grubby around the edge. So when I take that out, it will have a little mucky mark around it. So I tend to roll them up, pop them in a sock, and just put them on a quick wash in the washing machine, and then iron gently across the back. Never iron the front. And I tend to put them on a towel so that will absorb the front. But they will wash. But if you're going to wash a finished piece such as a cushion, I would always recommend that you just put it into a pillowcase or something before you wash it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. So it's more protected. 678830 is your item number 4, the rocking horse. £22.99 is your price for that. Then moving on to the gorgeous. I love these 2 birds. I think this is all of it has been done, and in the background as well.
Yeah, everything. Yeah.
Wow, love that. And even the border, I love the detail in here. So how long, more or less, would take, say somebody with a medium experience, average?
One of the little hearts, I can use those. This one's a new one, so I couldn't really gauge it because I haven't worked it so much. But one of the little hearts, I would expect any beginner to able to complete in 2 evenings.
Okay.
2 or 3 evenings at the most. I can do one of those hearts in an evening, sitting watching TV, easily.
Imagine
so I think, if you compare that to regular embroidery, which takes weeks and weeks to do a piece, that's another good thing, because when it makes them a good gift idea, because when you give somebody a gift, you don't want a gift that's going to take them months to finish.
Absolutely, yeah. You want them quick satisfaction, like they kind of have that, not instant, but it's just a little bit of time in there as well. Now, of course, if you want to go for the lovebirds, you have got there with a 10-inch hoop included, which is again the locking one, so that I have got that.
Yeah, all of them are locking.
All of them. Now, are they color coded? So the orange ones will be the...
No, the colour of the hoops is random. They just come to me in batches.
Perfect.
So don't go off the colours of the hoops.
604525 is your item number, £24.99. I just wanted that to know, because I love colour, but I also kind of know that if I'm kind of seeing something and thinking, oh, if I don't have the orange one, it means that I have got the wrong size. So no, the colours will vary. Now, of course, then we have got the geese and the marching geese. This is our king's favourite. Kim is the voice in my ear, the producer.
All right, okay.
Well, you know what? I have to say, this one again showcases those little eyes, little detail that you wouldn't be able to achieve with wool as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that one is also a really simple one. I've kept that one very simple to do. Now you can see on the background of that, if you look closely, it's slightly variegated on the background.
Oh, here,
now, that wasn't supposed to happen. That was actually an accident. I picked up the wrong colour scheme, which was slightly different. But because I think it worked out really well, so I've put an extra scheme in so that if people, and I've put an instruction in to do it as an optional extra. So they can either leave it completely plain or they can put the slightly darker cream in at the top to add that little variation.
That looks gorgeous. 752582 is your item number. Of course, you have got everything in here that you need. It's a perfect present as well. £24.99. And you have found already, and you're shopping ahead for the 2 hedgehogs in here. Aren't they cute? I'm going to call this one Holly and this one Andy.
All right, well, there you go.
I'm just going to call them, Look at that. They're so cute. Now, of course, again, do we get everything we need?
Yes, absolutely everything to complete that piece.
This feels a little bit different, the fabric.
The fabric is different on that one. The fabrics are all a minimum of 80% polyester.
Right.
So, and in that, within that variation, I try to keep to 100% polyester, and that one actually is 100% polyester.
Right.
And that makes it durable. But part of the reason for that is that when you're coming to, and I'll explain that when I'm coming to do the demonstration about putting it in the hoop, the fabric has to have a little bit of give.
Right.
And people often ask me, can you use cotton for this? And not really, because the punch needle is so sharp that it will actually cut the fibres of the cotton, because the cotton doesn't give the way the polyester does.
Oh, I see. So therefore,
they all may look slightly different, but they're all basically polyesters.
Well, indeed. So there you know that you are getting a kit that not only contains everything, but everything to the standard that you require to create your projects. 831166 is your item number. £24.99 is your price for that one. Then moving on to a very popular one. This one is, well, we will say a returning favorite, but in a brand new size of it. Now, of course, we have got, and sometimes, like Kimmy just said in my ear, most of the times, bigger is better.
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely. But there is a reason why you brought it in a new size, isn't there?
I did, because it kind of looked a little bit small on the cushion. And if you want to make a cushion as a feature piece, it's got to kind of stand out a little bit and be a reasonable size. So I just increased the size slightly, but you've still got, and it feels that cushion, I think, a lot better now.
It does. But also I was thinking, could we do it? So, for instance, I'm thinking somebody who is doing a little quilt or thing like quilt, could we do this as a panel or a block within a quilt?
You can, and I can actually show you that in here, if you want to have a quick look. It's a different colour one, but this is the same piece there in a panel. There you go, and I've put that onto my tote bag, and this is my work bag, and all I've done there is literally turn it over, iron it and hem it, and I used some of the leftover purple threads and I just stitched it on around the edge.
Perfect.
So this craft is variable. It's not like when you do little pieces of embroidery and you kind of they then have to be framed and pictured. This is a very versatile craft. You can do a lot of things with it. And I've had this bag, I've been using this bag for 3 years, and it's been in the washer a number of times. So it just shows you how durable it is.
Indeed.
But I just thought that would be a perfect example to show you, even though it is in a slightly different colour there.
Perfect, thank you. 436106 is your item number. So the possibilities are really endless. £22.99 is your price. Moving on to, of course, we started with a holly heart in here, and we do have, the first, look at that. It's just so lovely, so detailed. So, and this could be also part of, if we want to send like a Christmas card for somebody who we really love.
Yes, and then it's a gift to keep from the card.
For the Christmas tree as well, you know, or maybe at their home as well. look at that, look at the detail as well, look at all of that. £19.99. Again, we are getting everything you need, including that embroidery starter kit, the hoop, which is 8-inch one. 053859 is your item number. Moving on to the bee in here, which is one of the most popular ones. It's a returning truly favorite in here, and you can see the bees in here have now this one it's an 8-inch hoop, so it would be a nice size as well.
It's exactly the same size as the butterfly cushion, and I have to apologise because I have accidentally not fetched the actual the finished piece with me. It's accidentally got mixed out the bag. So we've got some nice photographs to show it, and you can see the size of it, and those photographs are actually less than a week old because I'm updating them from our website, so they are the most recent ones. That's probably how it's got left behind. It's probably got taken out for those pictures, and it probably is still on the chair in the kitchen.
They look gorgeous. 859244 is your item number, £19.99.
Can I just say with the bee as well, the bee is actually one of the simplest kits to do.
Yeah.
It's very, very simple, and it would be suitable for any beginner to have a go.
So this one is a beginner kit. Also, we haven't mentioned what sort of ages we would recommend from.
Well, I think I always recommend from 12 upwards. First of all, you've got a sharp item that you're using. And the other thing is when you see the demonstrations, you need a fine hand. You need to be able to coordinate.
Yeah.
And I know I've got a friend who I've been teaching in the last few weeks, and her daughter's 13, and she's come, and Abby was absolutely great with it. She just, flew off with it. But I certainly wouldn't recommend for under 10.
Great for that kind of explanation of what the ages, because I'm thinking, again, this could be a lovely present for somebody, like you were saying, around 12 years old. £19.99 is your price. 859244 is your item number. Now, of course, the next one that we have got in here is this one is the bundle, the fabric bundle that includes the embroidery, thread, skeins, and 12 squares of the fabric. Now you have got 3 different color options. So the first option that we are looking at is the white ivory. White ivory and Christmas shouldn't be this one. Yeah, that's the one. So this one will be the Christmas one. Then we have got the ivory, and then of course we have got the white in here as well. Now, can you talk us through why you do the reasons behind putting this kit together?
Well, I think I got a lot of requests for people who wanted to be able to do pieces for themselves. And then again, I also got questions about people, do you sell the threads? Well, generally speaking, I don't sell the threads just because I don't know what colours people exactly want, and I can't really show all of the colours on the website. So I put together some really bright, funky colours. I put together some more pastel colours, and then I put a Christmas collection together with this kind of, more traditional Christmas colours.
So basically, I will say that they should have been calling the brights, which is the white, the ivory is the pastel, and of course Christmas is the Christmas. But that way, I hope they has explained it correctly. Now, of course, you are getting the squares. We are getting 4. Is it 4 squares?
I think it's 3. I can't.
3.
Yes, it might be. Is it 4? I think it is actually 4 with those as well.
Yeah,
yes.
4. 4 of each.
So you get 4 white, 4 cream, and that gives people who've already bought a hoop and a tool, if they want to have a go themselves, then they've got the fabric to do it.
The fabulous. Add them onto your order, because if you maybe know that you're a massive fan of Liberty Lodge Crafts Punch Needle, or maybe you are wanting to just do some embroidery, this could be perfect for you. £14.99 is your price. 467408 is your item number. Oh, look at that. Kim has fixed it. Bright pastels. She's good, our Kim. We're so happy she's back. Anyway, we also have got a storage, and of course the storage we have got here. This one is, of course, the companion kit. You are getting 6 embroidery thread bobbins, the retractable tape, the measure, and more in there, including those snipper scissors in there for $9.99. All of it in the item number 804653 is your item number. Look at that, so you can see that. Perfect.
And what what you can't see very well on the photographs is, I'll have to shut the top on those to see it, is it's actually double-sided. So you've got two, whoop, everything's going to fall out, but you can see there. So you've got two sides, and I'll show you how I use that as I'm going through the demonstrations.
Okay, perfect. Now, of course, the details on the screen are just $9.99, and then, of course, you can keep all your embroidery threads in there as well. Right, now, this is all we have got for you, but let's have a look at how do we start, because I know, Elaine, you wanted to show us techniques. How do we start?
Right, we're going to start at the very beginning with how to thread your punch needle.
Perfect.
Now, the punch needle tools do come with written instructions, but I'm going to actually show you exactly how it's done today. So, this is our punch needle tool, and this is our needle here. Now, it still has a needle that needs to be threaded.
Yeah.
So it comes with the two threaders, and we're going to start by taking the threader, and we're going to put it down through the barrel of the needle, all the way down until it comes out the bottom, there. And we're going to take our threads. Now, this is all standard embroidery threads, which have been split to 3 strands. So I can demonstrate that later on if we've got time, but basically you take your 6 strands, you separate into 3s, and you untwizzle it, and all of these patterns are based on 3 strands, and that's because of the size of the punch needle. So it's to fit the needle, as it were. So once that's looped through there, we're going to just pull that, and it will pull the thread. There you go. So the thread is now out of the top, and now we can thread the needle. So we're just going to pull that back to it's about a couple of inches there. And now we're going to take the threader again, and we're going to put it down through the eye of the needle. There you go. It's gone down. And just let it dangle, because if you don't, it's going to wiggle and jiggle. Then you're going to open it with your fingers, take a hold of the thread, pull it through, and now we're going to just pull the threader up.
Oh, wow.
And it's thread the needle.
Yeah.
There you go. And put the thread to one side because they get lost easily. And a little tip is if you pull that back to approximately 1 inch, and if I hold it that way, you'll see. Once it's threaded correctly, there you go, it's almost at a right angle.
Yeah.
It's hanging down a little bit there, but if you hadn't threaded it correctly, it would still be going down vertically, yeah?
Okay.
So leave it there at about 1.5 inches, and I'm going to fill the pink on the little birds, but before I do that, I'm going to actually show you exactly the way how to do this. So the first thing we're going to do is, if you've never done this before, work from a table, because it just stabilizes everything. So with your work in your hoop, have it flat on the table, and I'm left-handed, doesn't matter which way you are, but whichever hand you're working with, you're going to rest that on the hoop, and with the other hand, you're going to just elevate the hoop and leave your knuckles on the table, and that will give you the correct angle for that. Now I'm just going to hold this little tail because it will pop up. And the technique is punch, lift, slide.
Okay.
Punch, lift, slide, punch, lift, slide. And you're just rocking your hand from side to side, but you're not lifting that needle off the fabric. You should actually be able to feel the needle scraping along the fabric. And I'm going to show you what happens if you do lift, and this is the main thing that people do that is wrong.
I see.
They'll put it in and they'll do this.
Oh, yes.
Look what happens.
It doesn't go through.
It doesn't stay in, because essentially what you're doing is you're making the stitch and then you're pulling it straight out again. So you mustn't lift your hand at all. You just, and that's why I say the rocking technique, you're just moving your hand slightly from side to side.
So
there you go. That's it.
Right.
Only one stitch. Every single picture, every single piece on this table has been done with this one stitch. So that's why, as a degree of difficulty, there really isn't one once you've grasped this. But there are some areas are more detailed than others, so you've got to clip the threads, you've got to cut them, and so they've got a little bit more detail. So they'll take a little bit more time to do, but they are no more difficult
than this.
Yeah,
so
that's why I said about the bee, because the bee is just, you've got the veins on the leaves, the veins on the wings, and then it's all just filling in stripes. So you don't have to stop and start.
I see.
So that's why I always say that one's quite simple. So are the hearts as well, actually. The hearts are the same. You fill in an area, you stop, and then you fill in another area.
Well, so talking about the bee, now you are going mad for the bee. So you have a quarter of the stock already gone. So if you want your bee, now do check out your baskets. 244 is your item number. £19 and 99 is your price. But also the lilac hearts, a very, very popular as well. 30% of this option has already gone. So if you want yours, check out your baskets. Right. So then, what next then, Elaine?
I'm going to show you what happens if you make a mistake. So, there you go.
Okay.
So, with traditional embroidery, now you need a pair of scissors and you need to be snipping away. Now, with this, you can't quite see on the screen, but I'm going to put my thumb over the end of the punch needle. Okay, there you go. My thumb's on the end. That's stopping the thread from working through.
Right.
Now, don't blink. It's gone.
Yeah, oh, it's gone. Yeah.
That's why I said don't blink.
Yeah, I blinked and I was gone.
Because there isn't. People say what holds it in place, and it's all to do with tension. But again, I'll show you again. There you go. So stop the end, and you just pull it out.
Oh.
So theoretically, every single piece that I've already completed on this
could come out. But how doesn't it?
It's because it's all to do with tension. Do you remember I said before about how tight?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you can hear that, but you can see that is really, really tight in there. And it's got to be tight. If it's loose, then you won't have the tension and it won't stay in nearly as easily.
Yeah.
It's not that it'll come out, you'll struggle to get it to stay in because it needs that tautness to stay in. So I'm going to show you how quick and simple this is as well. I'm going to fill in this little bit with the bird. So could I ask you a quick favour? Because I haven't got it here. Could you show me the front of the bird, the little bird's pattern, or just the bird? Yeah, the little birds. That'll do. The picture. It's just I don't have it in front of me. That's right. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. I'm just you just.
Do you need a picture? I can't leave it with you.
No, it's all right. It was just I don't have this pattern in my box today. Usually I have the patterns in my box, but I haven't picked that one up, so that's all right. So you can see how fast this is.
Yeah, very
to work
fast.
through. Now the other thing is this is the wrong side.
All right.
Everything with punch needle embroidery is worked on the wrong side, which means that your tails, your little tails there, and all of your artwork is drawn on the wrong side.
Oh.
So when you turn it over onto the right side, which I will turn over and show you when I've gone round here, you'll see how clean and tidy it is to work. So just come down here. There you go. So all we need now with that is to fill that piece in, and I will fill that in over the hour so you can see what it's finished about. I'm going to turn this over now so you can see what this actually looks like finished. So here we go. I've got a hold of it correctly. That's it.
Okay.
And there you go.
Oh, I see. Yeah, you can see it's much neater in there.
Yes.
Right.
And you can see the pink outline that I've just done. Now, the branches and things, I will say, any line on any of my patterns, it's always two rows.
Oh,
so you go up and you come down again. And that is, can you see there on the outline of the pink? It's because it's a little bit dotty.
It is, yeah.
You always end up missing some.
Yeah.
So don't fret if you think, oh, I've got some gaps. That's absolutely fine, because when you go around the second time, it will automatically fill those. Okay? So unless it says so on the pattern, every branch of every tree, every little leg of every little bird, they're all 2 rows. Usually it does say on the pattern, but I just wanted to make that clear.
That is perfect explanation, because actually Kim was like, well, but how do you fill their gaps? But
That's
then, of
right.
course, you go twice at the same line. Of course, if you want to go for the lovebirds, we have got them here. I was going to call them also a Holly and Andy, but I already called a hedgehog, so this would have to be another one. Shall I say Molly and Joe? Maybe I will do that, Molly and Joe. Anyway, £24.99 for the board, and of course, the lovebirds. Now, 20% of the stock has gone, and now for this one's absolutely glorious 604525 is your item number. And of course you can name them whatever you like. I just like to name, you know, after people that I know. Right, so what other techniques would you like to show us?
Right, well, I'm just going to fill this in, so I'm going to just show how fast this is to fill in. And as I'm going, I just want to talk a little bit about putting the design onto your fabric. So all the kits come with carbon paper, which means that you transfer your design yourself using the carbon paper, but it means you can reuse your pattern. So, and that's another reason why we have fabric. But again, when you're putting your fabric, once you've got your design onto your fabric, and here's one, here's a little heart here just to show. So that's what it looks like when it goes on. Okay, now with this one, I've actually added the snip lines, so, you know, before you turn it.
Yeah.
So I've added the snip lines, and I've left a little bit there, and there's your gap there that you leave open to turn it once you've stitched the backing on there. So that's what it looks like there on the back. And when you're putting it into your hoop, just make sure, because I've done this myself, so that's why I'm saying this one's not so bad, because this just fits the hoop nicely. But if you've got a design like if we go back to little birds, if we've got a design like this, I have on several occasions put it into the hoop and the design's been off the hoop.
Yeah.
So just make sure that it's central before you actually transfer it. And another little thing is when you're doing particularly this, so you will need a ruler to do the outlines of this when you're doing that. But when you're putting this one into your hoop, this one and the geese, the marching geese as well, as you're putting it in, when you're tensioning it, make sure that your lines are reasonably straight. Now I'm going to just unfasten this a little bit, even though I'm working on it, just to, can you see there?
Yeah, we can make it.
I've just tightened that up a bit to make them straight, because what will happen is if you don't get them straight at this point, you might end up when you're finished that they're not quite straight, which it doesn't matter, you know. Your pieces will not look exactly the same as my pieces, and that's, I think, another difference between this and traditional embroidery. You know, it will be yours.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And I think that's good. I think that's great. You know, that this piece was made by me for you, and even if you remade it, it wouldn't be exactly the same. And I think that's a really great thing.
It is indeed. And of course, because there is kind of that element of almost kind of unpredictability about it, and of course it comes out, and I love the fact that this is you know, punch needle, but of course with that embroidery thread. Now of course we have got different kits for you, some of them brand new, and of course some returning favorites. Don't forget about the bee if you will like that. But we have got of course the rocking horse, one of these Stella brand new kits for you. Of course it comes in with a 9-inch hoop, which remember this one is not like a traditional embroidery hoop, but it has got that element, the groove and the inside hoop that then slots into the lip of the outside hoop, and of course it means that of course it makes it nice and tight. Then you have got, of course, the thread that you need to complete the whole piece, including, of course, the yellow for the hearts in here as well. Now, you are getting the tool itself, the punch needle. You are getting the carbon paper as well to transfer the design, the pattern as well. And then you are getting 2 threaders as well. Remember that this is what you are going to need to thread the punch needle in there as well. So you have got everything that you need, and, of course, everything that you are getting in here, perfect as a present, a starter kit as well. So there you have it. 678830 is your item number. £22.99 is your price. Now, of course, we have got other brand new ones as well, and the lovebirds in here with a square one, fabulous as well for a card. If you want yours, £24.99. Again, everything you need included there. 604525. And you think about it, the prices are such an affordable way to start a brand new craft. You don't need anything extra, and you don't have to buy any tools, any components. Everything is in here. For this one, for instance, the wonderful marching geese as well. Again, you are getting the hoop in there, the 10-inch one, for just £24.99. Those instructions, they even how to thread the needle, the punch needle, all the threads, the fabric as well that has been selected by Elaine to make sure that is going to be the perfect surface to do your craft. 752582 is your item number, £24.99. And then we are going to Holly and Andy, as I call them, the hedgehogs, and here, which I know, you know, look, Holly and Andy.
They're called happy hedgehogs.
Well, Holly and Andy are very happy, you know, they are happy, you know, they're one of the, you know, lovely couples in there. You look at them, they're just so gorgeous, with the toastools at the bottom as well, and the beautiful heart in there as well. Now, if you want yours, well, you can have it, remember, £24.99. That's the price that includes everything. And I keep repeating myself because that's the thing. You may have seen, you know, maybe you are thinking, oh, in brand new craft, so I will have to invest not only in the kit, but then the tools, the embroidery home. It can be expensive. Not so with Liberty Lodge Crafts. And here you have got an affordable price, £24.99, and of course it makes a glorious present as well. 831-166 for the hedgehog.
That would look lovely as a cushion.
Oh, it would, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I put that onto a piece of wood. I'm trying to show that people how versatile it is, but I think that would make a gorgeous cushion.
Yeah, and I think also these ones, you know, those cushions that you put in the bed, in the middle of the bed, with that kind of lovely kind of elongated. That would look really lovely. There's an idea, we'll do that. Then, of course, if you want a butterfly, well, this one is kind of all returning favorite, but bigger and better, of course. Now we have got the 9-inch hoop, and this one will be the finished size for you, which again, I think this will look amazing as a, like you were showing, the outer pocket of a tote bag. But again, there's lots of different possibilities. £22.99. Oh, that's a good idea. So, for instance, if you have got a denim jacket, could you put it on the back of it?
Yes, you would have to do it the same way as you did. Or you could use some double-sided fusible bond and iron it on. But that's a slightly different technique that you would have to use that. But what you can do with that is you go all the way around the edge for 1 centimetre around the edge, inside and outside of the design with PVA glue. You wait till it's completely dry, and then you take a pair of scissors and you cut it out.
Fabulous. £22.99 is your price. 436106 is your item number. Moving on to the Holly hearts, and I love that one. I mean, actually, you know, Holly is appearing quite a lot in the hedgehogs, and she's very popular, our Holly. £19.99 is your price. I love this again I love the concept of sending cards for Christmas that then are decorations for the home, so they become heirlooms as well. Every Christmas you bring it up.
Well, I've done 2 of those, and they sit either side of my fireplace.
Oh, that's mantelpiece as well. You could put it
they
as
see
well.
the other side of the mantelpiece.
Oh, this craft would work as well. I'm thinking a runner for Christmas. Could you do that?
You could do that. Yes, you could do them at the end of a runner.
Nice. 0538959 is your item number. £19.99. Again, remember, you have got everything included to finish this project. And then we have got the ever popular Bumblebee. Half the stock already gone for that one. Now, I love the colors you have chosen as well.
Yeah.
So they are the kind of greys and yellows, but it's kind of ochres. But also, I love the way that they are very elegant. You know, like obviously the yellow could have been a bright, sunny.
Yes. So the fabric that the bee's on is the same as the butterfly. It's just a different colour.
Yeah, oh, I see.
It's the same fabric, yeah.
Look at that. And of course you have got the
That's your
template
colour chart
here.
there.
Yeah, indeed we have it. £19.99 is your price. 859-244 is your item number. And you can see the finished result in there in the cushion. Half the stock has gone. And if you want it for your home, you know what to do. Check out your baskets for that one. Then of course we have got more, and maybe you want to create your own designs. Maybe you have got stamps that you want to incorporate, maybe you draw or things like that. This is perfect if you have got already the right tools for the craft. Maybe you have purchased a Liberty Lodge Crafts kit before, and you have got the hub, and you have got the punch needle and the threader, but you just want the appropriate thread, and of course the appropriate, ever important fabric that has been, you know, selected for with that polyester content to make sure that the punch needle craft works well. Now you have got 3 different options, which now they are the brights, the pastels, or of course the Christmas option. Whichever option you're gonna get in the 12-inch squares of the fabric. By the way, the pastels, I believe, is it 30%, 40% now of the stock has gone. So if you want this option, please make sure to check out your baskets. Remember that you are getting 4 of those 12 inches squares, so you could have all 4 projects in there for you finish. Right, 967408 is your item number. We have also more items for you, which we'll see. £14.99. Remember, that is for the fabric bundle with these skeins of fabric. Now, of course, if you want a companion set for the storage and the important embroidery thread bobbins, and of course the retractable tape and the kind of scissors, all of that for £9.99, and of course it's with that double opening in the box itself. 804653 is your item number. Now, the B is over 60% of the stock gone. So if you want your B, do need to check out your baskets. £19.99 is your price. 859244 is your item number. Now I know that you have got more to show us, Elaine.
Yep. So
what are you going to show us?
I'm going to show you. The first thing I'm going to show you is how to finish.
Perfect. Oh yeah, that's important.
Yeah. So this pink piece that I'm working on, I'm going to go on to the rocking horse in just a second, but I want to show you. So can you see there, the thread has actually already disappeared down and into, there's the end of the thread there. It's worked its way down. So I was going to show you this piece finished, but I don't think there's actually enough thread in here to finish. So quickly, as I'm just going to work through, so this little piece here, I'm just going to work backwards and forwards and fill it, but it's not going to last because that thread's going to run out any stitch soon. And there you go. It's finished. It's gone.
Okay, yeah.
That's it. That's how you finish it off.
That's
now, if you can see the last stitch, which, I can there, you can get a hold of it and pull it up so that the tails, there you go, are on this side, because sometimes they end up on that side. But look, there you go. So that's where the pink, it needs, it's not quite finished. It needs, I need a little piece more in there to fill. Where is it in there? To fill in there. But that's, so you can see how it builds up really, really quickly.
It does. It does.
So I'm going to put the birds to one side for the moment, and I'm going to show you how to work details, because people, I think this is the thing that people say, oh gosh, that's far too detailed. I couldn't manage that. So we're going to have a look at the rocking horse now, and I've already worked this piece to show you exactly. So we're going to start with this, and all I've done for these dapples, which is the dark grey, is I've worked tiny, tiny little circles. Right. That's all they are, is tiny little circles, and then the smaller ones are just little blobs of stitches. Now, to fill those dapples, we're going to use the silver thread, and I'm just going to quickly thread this punch needle, and I'll do it fairly slowly so that you can follow me and see. So again, down the barrel of the needle till it comes out the bottom, take the silver thread through there, pull it to the top, then once it's at the top, you're just going to take your threader and you're going to pop it down through the hole in the needle, open that with your fingers, and when it opens, there you go, open that and pull that through and then that's your threaded and good to go. Now this is where you need a little pair of snips or something. Let me get my snips out.
Which are included in the
They are in
storage.
the box, yes,
Yeah.
there are some in the companion box. So we're going to just go 1, 2, 3, 4, just until you can't see the
Right,
fabric
yeah.
anymore. And you're going to take your opposite hand and just put it on the fabric.
Right.
And then slide the punch needle
I
up
see.
like that. Back to about 1 inch again. And 1, 2, 3, 4. Just work them in a little tiny circle. Pull it up. Snip. Pull that back.
So simple.
1, 2. You see, it's only one stitch.
Yeah.
It's this little snipping thing that people think. But you know, if you're when you first start this, if you've got a pattern like this and you've never done it before, do something that's a solid colour first. So, for example, work the shading on the legs, or work the shading on the paddle, on the saddle, and then work the saddle, and that will give you the confidence then to start doing the smaller areas. So, again, 1, 2, 3, 4. We need an extra one in there. I can see an extra couple in there, and then just slide it up and snip. And then before you start filling with the white to fill it in, you're going to have to trim all these ends off, because if you don't, you won't be able to see exactly where you're going. So I'll show you that as well. So just pull that back again and again. 1, 2, 3, 4. And stick an extra one in there and snip that. So now when we turn this over, that looks a right mess. It does, it looks a real mess. But you see, once you put the white in, the white will actually stabilise those. And the other thing I'm going to show you to do is take the tip of your punch needle tool. And this also applies to berries, so like the holly heart with all the berries on it as well. And eyes, particularly for eyes. And just push and pull the stitches. I left this one to do deliberately. So you just kind of pull them in so that they're more of a circle. Just push them, there's one there that's sticking out, and just tuck it in and tuck it in. And you can actually shape these quite well just by pushing them and pulling them.
Right.
There you go. Okay?
Yeah.
So again, we're going to turn this back over, and before we can fill it with the white, these ends need to come off, and we're going to just trim them right down there. So right off, and then take the end of that yellow one as well off the bridle. And now if you've done punch needle embroidery before, or you've had one of my kits before, you won't have had this fabric. This fabric was a batch that I bought to try. And I bought a whole bolt and I can't get any more.
Oh, I see.
And I have to say, I would use this for everything. It's the best fabric and the easiest to use that I've ever had, but I can't get any more.
Oh,
and I keep going to
see.
the supplier every single week. I have asked. So once it's gone, it's gone. I do have quite a lot of it, but once it's gone, it's gone. So, which is a shame.
And that's included with the rocking
But it is, yes, and that's the size piece as well. This is exactly what you get, is what you see here. So there you go, with all the other threads and your pattern and everything, that's what you're going to get. So, and the hearts as well. So again, these, and you see this one, as again, I've left all these quite deliberately from last night to show you. So can you see there, that's got some loops on the top there that have come through. And what you're going to do is you're just going to take the snips.
You can trim it,
You can trim them.
You can give it a trim.
You can trim them off, and and I find this. See, there's some on here as well. I usually do that when I'm finished.
So they won't come undone even if you do that?
No, they won't come undone. And the other thing, you have to consider what you're going to do with it. You know, if it's going to be in a frame, then nobody's ever going to touch it really. And the little hearts, they're going to hang somewhere, or they're going to go in a drawer. But they're, you know, nothing's ever going to. I've never had anything that's unravelled ever.
Really?
Yeah.
And how long have you been doing this?
About 4 years now.
Yeah, well, I imagine.
4 years. Yeah, I left my job 2 years past January to start this.
Actually, I have got some updates with the peach option. It's half the stock on for the peach. I love this one. It's my favorite, actually. Now, of course, you are getting everything you need to complete it. I believe the lilac also very popular. Do make sure to check out your baskets. The lilac is 30% of the stock gone as well. So remember different item numbers for different color options in there as well. So whichever color option you want to go, it will have, of course, different color. My favorite has to be the peach. I just think it's such a contemporary color here with the mustard, the yellow, and the peach.
I like the dusky one, you see. I mean, I've just done those, but the red ones, believe it or not, live in my bedroom. That's where they actually live, in my bedroom, but they're not my favourite. They just match the decor.
Oh, I see.
But I do like the dusky ones. I think they've become my favourite.
Oh, I see.
I think they would go in a lot of modern decors. You know, with the lovely greys and the soft tones.
Absolutely. Now, of course, the dusky has got a different item number, so it's coming up in a second. Left-hand side of the screen, £19.99. 741516 is your item number for that one. And of course, do make sure to check out your baskets, because we have got lots of brand new kits today, but also we have got the returning favorite with that beautiful bee. Right now, there is more to show us, Eileen.
Yes, I want to just show you how to work around things such as these dapples. So I've shown you how to fill them, and you're just going to work in small circles to fill around. And then once you've filled around one, then it's much easier to just keep on going and just carry on and go around the next one. Yeah. Now, one other thing that I have to say is that where the needle, the thread comes out the needle, you must always work in that one direction. I'm going to cut this and show you, because it's quite important, this. So I'm going to cut this one. There you go. So when we threaded the needle, the thread comes out of the needle that way.
Okay.
Yeah. It has to keep coming out of the needle that way. And when you punched in, you won't be able to see where the top of the needle is. So can you see there? I have put a mark, a little pink mark, just a blob of nail varnish.
I see.
That is in line with the hole on the top of the needle. So I can always see when I'm holding it where the hole is. And I'm going to, hopefully, I think this fabric will work to show you this demonstration. If I do it quickly, I'm just going to do a couple of stitches. Now you see we're going along here all nice in the right direction. Now I'm going to, so normally to keep that in the right way, we'd have to turn the hoop as we're going round in the circle, as it were. I'm just doing it faster just to show. But if we want to go absolutely back again, we have to either turn all of the hoop around, or we have to turn the tool. Now, I'm going to come back again. I've turned the tool around, and I'm going to come back again to fill this piece. I'm not going to go all the way along, because I'm aware that the time is...
we have got about 3 minutes left.
So what I want to do is now, so I'm going to come backwards and forwards, there you go, and backwards and forwards, and I'm going to turn it over and just show you what we've done there. So that's what I have literally just done there. Now watch what I'm going to do this time, and you can see. Now this time I'm going to go all the way along to the end, but this time I'm not going to turn the tool. So you can see there's the pink, and it's going. We're working away from the end as we should. This time I'm not going to turn it round, and watch what will happen. It'll probably take 2 or 3 stitches, but there you go. Look, can you see all the loops? And I'm going to just turn it the wrong way to do it this way again. And look. And it's because we're creating tension and pulling. So again, you should have no tension on your punch needle tool at all, and your thread. Your thread should just flow through there perfectly, and it shouldn't snag on your fabric. That's another great here's a great little tip. Sometimes, especially if you dropped it, sometimes they come brand new. When you go into your fabric and out again, you feel as if it's snagging on the fabric, catching. Take a nail file, an ordinary nail file, and just go down 2 or 3 times, and you'll find that after you've done that, it will nice and smoothly go in and out.
Perfect. Thank you so much for all those demonstrations, all those techniques, and of course putting together these kits. Do you know these kits have got everything you need to complete these projects? It has got the right fabric, the right embroidery threads, the right, of course, the amazing punch needle tool, and of course the threaders, as well as the embroidery hook that is especially. It's not a traditional one. It has got an extra groove in there that you kind of slips in perfectly, and you also have the carbon paper, so you can trace your template, which is included to transfer perfectly your design. £22.99 for the rocking horse, but of course the favorite, it has to be the bee. Of course it is. Every time Elaine did say it was going to be the favorite, so here we have it. And now of course it comes in with an 8-inch hoop and everything you need to do to make this fabulous kit, and then you can make it into a cushion like you can see there. How beautiful is that? 859-244 for the bee. So if you want yours, do check out your baskets. Now, Elaine, this is your only show for today.
It is, yes. I'm back now. I think it's the first week in December. It's early in December for a Christmas show.
Oh, that would be fabulous. And can they find you online on social media as well?
Yes, I have a website. I have an Etsy shop.
Oh,
sorry, I know, but that's where you can find me on. And I have a Facebook page, which is Liberty Lodge Crafts.
Fabulous. So then you can find Elaine and ask her all the questions. Thank you so much for traveling all the way down.
You're very welcome.
And of course, a safe journey home.
Thank
and
you.
Of course, do check out your baskets. And of course, we have got a fabulous one-day special coming up from Britannia. With you need to stay tuned, because if you are in the market for a sewing machine that can do a lot of different things, a lot of different projects, and it can grow into something a little bit special, and then you need to stay tuned, because after the break, well, we have got the brand new launch of a new one-day special from Britannia, so stay tuned for that. But don't forget about your punch needle craft. Check out your baskets, and I'll see you in a couple of hours, but I leave you in the capable hands of Iana, so stay tuned. Well, after the break, Britannia sewing machine, one-day special. Then at 7, Mixed Media Stills Happy Hour, and then of course at 8, I'll be joining, and of course with Britannia.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with a craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888, and join Freedom today.
Hi, I'm Catherine and I'm the guest presenter for Zuri Designs. Zuri Designs are based in America and they bring to us their exceptional quality silicone moulds. Zuri Design moulds are used in all areas of crafting, not just for your clays and your resins, but also their food grade silicone as well, so used for your cake decorating designs. Zuri excel on the detail in their moulds, and the designs range from animals through to fantasy and much further beyond. If you watch the Zuri shows, I will share with you lots of hints and tips. I will show you how to use different mediums, ranging from your clays and your resins through to things like even your hot glue. So make sure you don't miss the Zuri shows.
Hi, I'm Jean, and together with my partner Malcolm, we run a small business in the northeast of England called Crafty Individuals. At Crafty Individuals, we're mostly involved in the design and manufacture of a very wide range of red rubber art stamps, but we also have a range of background papers and mini images that are also brilliant to create with. Personally, my background is in art and design and crafting, and most of the designs have been created by myself. We also have a great little team of other artist friends who've helped us along the way and have come up with other designs that completely work alongside our own. So do pull up a pew and join us on the shows. We can't wait to see you there.
Well, hello everybody and a very warm welcome. So we are kicking off our one-day special in style. We're talking the phenomenal Britannia in style T65 sewing machine. I want to put this into perspective. Last time we had this machine with us here in the craft store was May. We sold out of our entire stock. It all went. So if you've been waiting for the machine, I know sewing machines at the moment, and it's just the nature of the times and getting machines into the country. A lot of people are waiting on machines. We've got this ready to go at a fantastic price. Before I go into that further, can I introduce you to the man who knows it thoroughly, all the ins and outs of the sewing machine. It is the wonderful George. How you doing, buddy?
Yes, all good. Thank you very much.
Just tell me before the show, you guys have been busy.
We have been absolutely non-stop.
Yeah.
People are just taking up the art of sewing again and getting back into it, and it's really good.
But one thing I'm hearing from a lot of crafters is there's a shortage of machines. People are struggling to get hold of machines.
That's it. You just can't get them into the UK at the moment. Why that is, there's so many reasons, but we can't do anything about it.
No. But what we can tell you is we have got stock of the Britannia. It is a fantastic one-day special. The deal, you're saving £131. Can I just say that this machine, if you were to buy this individually by itself, you'd be paying $499.99. So, or $499. It's actually at the bottom of your screen. So $499. So you're actually saving money, a few pennies, 27 pence, saving 27 pence, but getting so much more than buying the machine individually. So go for the bundle, the one-day special. Now there is an added incentive as well. It's just a giveaway that with the giveaway, wait till you see the amount that you are going to get here. If you want a chance to be involved in the giveaway, anyone who makes a purchase of the one-day special, so if you do purchase a one-day special, your name will automatically be entered into the draw. That's across the duration of the one-day special, so obviously you've got the launch hour, 8 o'clock, and then tomorrow, 8, 12 and 4. At 4 o'clock, or during at the end of the 4 o'clock hour tomorrow, we will be announcing the winner. Now this is the giveaway. It is worth £528 and 59 pence. Within there, you can see you've got the rotary cutter, you've got the self-healing mat, you've got Moda, you've actually got a Molder quilt kit worth $124.99. You've got Liberty fabrics in there as well. We've got 17 half-metre fabrics from Moda. Can we just pause there for a second? So wait, we're getting a Moda quilt kit, and you're getting 17 Moda half meters, and you're getting Liberty fabric, and we're getting beautiful threads, and we're getting all the other elements as part of that prize draw. So it's worth £528 and 59 pence. Somebody will be winning that, and it could be yours. Oh, I apologise. I said Liberty. It's William Morris fabrics in there, so I want to correct myself. William Morris, not Liberty. That was me misspeaking, so I apologise. Okay, so one-day special time. We're going to head over to George to explain this machine, because this is what you need to get, the one-day special, to begin with a chance to win that prize draw. But one thing I want to get across, George, to anybody looking to invest in the machine, first and foremost, it's quality. And this is a machine, I mean, Britannia have built their name on giving you quality.
100%. So as soon as you take this out of the box, you can feel the weight of the machine. It's a metal-bodied machine, reinforced throughout the threading system. So when you're using it, there's no wobbling. If you're going over thicker fabrics, even finer fabrics as well, it is sturdy, and it allows you to really use the machine, use the fabrics, not be worried about it catching or puckering.
I think in the importance of, and just my time here as a presenter, and I ask all the guests, and George really does know his stuff when it comes to sewing machines. One of the questions I've asked in the past is, so what do we look for in a sewing machine, and the importance of having the metal chassis. So elements that go wrong, other machines, if they're going to mix sort of metal and plastics, that's where in the end metal is always going to win out, and you might have issues, but you don't have any of that issue within the working mechanism for the Britannia. And actually it's a great bundle too. I'm looking at the feet, Georgian. Everything that we're getting with this, such a good bundle.
Yeah, that's it. So whenever you mix the plastic and metal, you've got that metal supported by the plastic, and that's always going to be a weak point. Yeah. Whereas this, it's fully supported by the metal. And yeah, so today we've got lots of great accessories with the machine coming in with it, the extension table, and lots of feet as well.
When you look at this, in my view, it's the quality. It's a small point, but I think an important point. The fact that you've got the hard cover that comes with the machine, that to me is a statement of intent, and it really solidifies the quality that you're getting with the Britannia machine as a brand. But then when you start breaking it down, and the table, for instance, so now if we're working on larger projects, thinking about this being our first machine, it will grow with us as a crafter, or I know a lot of sewers like to get second machines, and this could be a real workhorse in your craft room.
Yeah, 100%. Is you can take it to classes. It's so versatile, this machine. Again, whatever avenue you're looking at going down in the sewing, if you're looking at quilting, this will handle the thicker wadding and fabrics that go with it. If you want to go down dressmaking route, from lightweight organza and up to thick denim over the seams, it's not going to hiccup on there.
Brilliant. Can we just talk through the feet, just having a look here? So my mind instantly is gravitating towards the walking foot. So I mean that, when we're working with tough fabrics, so say organza or something that it's hard to sew, the walking foot really comes into its own, or layers as well.
100% on the layers. What happens with the walking foot, if you're not careful, the top layer of fabric can actually slip. And so if you're doing a piece of furnishing, a quilt, anything with quite a distance of sewing, by the time you come to the end, the top layer could be slipped over the bottom layer, and you'll have about an inch out. And so using the walking foot, it adds a second pair of teeth to the top of the fabric, which helps to pull that through evenly.
Makes a big difference. And so you've got the walking foot with the guide as well. So the walking foot does, this makes a big difference. I've seen guests using it, walking foot with the guide. It just allows you to get that precision.
Yeah, exactly. If you're doing lines of sewing down the edge, a lot of people I see, they just leave their walking foot on and are always using the machine with it.
Can I just point one thing out to viewers watching us right now? If you're going to go for this, and we are busy for our one-day special, if you are going to go for the one-day special, P&P, and it's a system glitch, P&P is $11.95. Here's what I would do if you're not already. Think about maybe becoming a Freedom member, because as a Freedom member, you don't pay anything for your P&P. So I would, rather than paying $11.95 for your P&P, which that's the case, and I'm so sorry, at the moment we're struggling, it's just a technical issue, we can't change that on our screens, but I've got to tell you, so your postage when you go to checkout will be $11.95. I would get Freedom membership, and then you get to enjoy Freedom membership for a whole month, you get exclusive Freedom discounts, opt out at the end of the month if you want, but rather than just paying for the postage, use it towards your Freedom membership. That would be my humble opinion. So we've got the walking foot. Now, this is a question, George, it's a question I get asked so many times whenever we feature a machine, because it boils down to a story. Hayley West, you work with Hayley. So one of
Hayley West, yes. Yeah.
So Hayley, when she bought her first machine, she said after 6 months she'd grown out of it. It didn't have the possibility of doing free motion. So when I say you've got all the features that you will need on a machine to grow, so as someone just starting out, we can do free motion, and you've even got that free motion foot in here as well?
That's it, we've included that with it because personally I love free motion. It's such a therapeutic thing once you get into the swing of it.
Yeah.
And yeah, with that drop feed on there, also with the automatic tension on this machine, you get really good top and bottom tension.
This is the kind of information, so I love working with you because you really do know your machine inside out, and that's the kind of information I think a lot of sewers, you really light up when you kind of hear that, because there's a difference in using this machine. So having that correct tension, And you've got, just going back to the feet, we've got the big hitters here. So you've got your walking foot with the guide. We've got our free motion foot. We've got the invisible zip foot, another very handy one. The cording foot as well. You've got your narrow zips all going through. 1/4 inch foot with the guide. These are all feet included. These are just the bonuses. So what you can see, all the feet up here, but then we've got feet as standard. So we've got a buttonhole. Now that's nifty. Just going to show you. I would imagine that's very easy to use, George.
It's very simple, and it does it in one step to the size of the button.
One step? Love that. So just put your button in, and then everything else is automatic. And you've got another, obviously you've got 4 more feet in there too, and all your tools. So feet-wise, we've pretty much got ourselves covered, because what the main things you would look to then, once you've bought a machine, what would you want to buy? Free motion foot, it's there. Walking foot, it's there. You've got your invisible foot in there too. You've got lots of feet. But then you've got the table, and the table, the extension table, makes a big difference too. And that, by itself, George, I'm right in saying $39.99.
Yes, yeah, indeed, for that extra platform there. Again, when you've got those big projects, quilting or furnishing fabrics, even heavier dresses and things like that, makes a big difference in supporting that fabric.
Lovely. I've got to tell you, the saving is incredible, £131. The fact that we can split the price too. Now have a look at that, because this is a joy of shopping here at the craft store. Your first payment, so we're spreading the cost over 3 months, as opposed to paying it all in one lump sum if you were to buy the machine on the high street, and then it's finding obviously this bundle, which I think you'd be hard pushed to do. $166.24 today. $166.24. We send everything out to you. You get the fantastic machine, you get the extension table, you get all the feet, you get the hard cover, and ultimately it's those possibilities. Oh, and you're also going to be entered into our prize draw. Somebody tomorrow will be winning a prize draw worth £528 and some change, and 59 pence. Now, we're just going to show you the prize draw. That is the prize draw. So anyone who purchases a one-day special, your name is automatically added into that prize draw. I'd love to hear from, because I said last time we featured this machine in May, we sold out. So I know how many of you have this machine. Genuinely would love to hear from you. So please email in if you did get the Britannia InStyle T65. Let us know your thoughts. What's been your experience now? So you've had some time to really get comfortable with your machine and get to use it. So we would love to know your experiences. Please email in and let us know your thoughts. Okay, so we're going to head to George and start looking at the machine. George, anyone watching right now, maybe think of getting their first machine or investing in a second machine. What do you advise as an expert? What should we be looking for in a machine? What are the telltale signs that you've got a really good machine?
Okay, so one of the first things you want is something easy to use straight out of the box.
Yeah.
And this is, you plug it in, and I can take you through the bobbin winding, the threading. Very, very simple.
Brilliant.
And as I say, you want to make sure that box is heavy. You want to make sure that it's got that weight to it. So there's 10 kilograms in this machine here.
Good. It's that reassuring weight, because you know then everything underneath, sort of the inside, the working mechanism, it is metal. Nothing's going to fail on you.
That's it, yeah. Yeah, so you know that although it's plastic on the outside, all that is an outer case rather than being integral to the structure of the machine. Yeah. So this can all be quite easily taken apart. We can get to that metal part on the inside. Nice. And that is the main thing with the machine, is it being sturdy. Yeah. Especially either as a beginner or as someone more advanced, because as a beginner, what you're going to find with this sort of quality is that it will take a little bit of mistakes, or if you do the wrong thing, it's not going to punish you like a cheaper machine might do. Yeah. And then as an advanced user as well, as you get used to sewing and you get more creative or more adventurous with the fabrics you use, this will take that abuse that you're sort of guaranteed to put it through, and you put through the thicker denims. A lot of people doing upcycling with denim jackets and trousers and things like that, and this will really take those sort of fabrics.
And it's a machine, sometimes it's a false economy, and I'm just speaking to anyone thinking about, because we talked about a lot of people coming into crafting and soft craft over the last 18 months. it can be a false economy buying a machine of a lower price point and then realizing, well, actually it doesn't have all the features I need. So you've kind of enjoyed the machine for a while, and then as you start to grow as a crafter and say, okay, I want to explore free motion, or I want to do different techniques, you realize, okay, the machine can't do it, and then you have to go on. This is exactly what happened to Hayley, and then invest in a higher price point machine. But here, what you're getting at such a competitive price point, and you think the deal we're offering you, and just for any new viewers, I want to reiterate, the machine by itself is more expensive than the bundle. You're actually paying, if you were to buy this machine by itself, it's £499. Our price is less than you would pay for the machine by itself, but you're getting so much more. So you're not only getting the Britannia N-Style T65, you're going to get the extension table, you're going to get the bonus feet on top of the feet that you would already get, so that walking foot with the guide, the free motion for all the other feet in there, and the hardcover, everything coming in there, and you get entered into the prize draw too, worth over £528. All right, I think we need to see it in action, George. So you said it was easy to thread up. Should we put you to the test?
Yeah, so straight out of the box, I've got some thread here, so just pop that onto the spool peg, and that goes back down horizontal. And then, very easy guide to follow. So first of all, I want to wind my bobbin. So I'm going to follow this dotted line around here. 1, 2.
Okay.
Underneath this little metal platform there. Bobbin goes on there like that, and this has got 3 blades underneath the bobbin winder.
Right.
And so rather than trying to take the thread up through the hole, I just wrap that around there 4 or 5 times, bring that under, and that's cut my thread off.
Oh, perfect.
And then just press the start button, or if you've got the foot control plugged in, put your foot down. That's another thing with this sort of electronic machines, you can use it with or without the foot control. So I can either let this bobbin wind until it's full, or I can stop it midway through if I'm only doing a small project.
Nice.
Take that off there. Again, I can just use those blades on the underneath to cut the thread.
Perfect. I'm having a look at the display as well. I'm sorry to interrupt, but it's very easy to read the display, to work with that digital display.
It's got a very, very simple screen on it. So you've got the pattern selection, which I can just change. Touch a button. Length control in small increments on there.
Nice.
And the width control. And then, although this has got an automatic tension, which I'll demonstrate in a second, in the way it can go from light to heavy fabrics, you can also override that. So if you're looking to do a particular effect, you can change that tension on there as well.
Perfect. Sorry to interrupt you there, buddy.
No problem at all, no. So back to the bobbin on there. So now it's wound. All I have to do is drop that in, make sure it's spinning anti-clockwise, take it round into the tension. You can feel it's got tension, and again there's another little blade on there that cuts off on.
Yeah.
Put that cover on there, and then coming to the top thread again, just bring that out, and now I just follow the solid line on here. So I just go around there. Sorry, you can't see that so easily, but you just exaggerate the movement around this guide in there. That's taking it around the backwards in. Just behind the wire there for the needle guide. And then I come to the automatic needle threader.
Okay.
And this is simple. So I just click this down like that. Bring the thread round underneath. Little hook that goes through the eye of the needle, make sure it's caught in there, cut the thread off, and then click that again.
So simple.
And take that loop through.
I kind of get the sense with the Britannia T65, you get a lot of features that you would find typically on a machine in a higher price bracket.
That's it, yeah. So, and they're such useful features. A lot of machines today, they come with almost gimmicky stuff. You might use it once or twice. With this, the thread trimmer, you're going to use it every time you stop sewing. Pulls those thread pulls both the threads underneath, leaves them nice and finished.
Yeah.
You've also got the stitch on the spot tie off, so that knots the threads. Cut, and then after you cut them, make sure they don't come undone. And of course, the automatic tension. Every time you're sewing, whatever you're using, it'll adapt to it.
Well, I have to say, I have to compliment George, because he was threading up there live on TV, not even being sat down in front, comfortably sat down to do it. So it's not an easy thing doing live TV. Sort of standing askew, not even in front of the machine, but showed how easy it was. So to thread up and get going, the machine out of the box, once you get it home, plug it in, threading up like a breeze. It will not be difficult for you, and it becomes second nature. But then having all those little features in here. George, we had a discussion before. I don't know if I'm allowed to say, because you're telling us now the next lot, when it comes to you, you're kind of looking at October.
Yep.
We talked, I just don't want to put you on the spot, but we were talking about price.
Yes.
Can I tell you what you told me? Can I say what you mentioned to me? Or
you can say.
Is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I should have said during the meeting. It's just a really important point. So I'm so sorry putting you on the spot there, buddy. But George was telling me that when this comes back into stock, so when the new supply comes in October, it's going to be at a higher price point, and that's just the nature of things. It's costing more to get machines into the country. So the price you're seeing now, this isn't, I'm not saying this as a sales tactic, this is just fact. The next time you see this machine here in the craft store in October or after October, it's going to be in the 500s. So I just want to give that to you, that information to you. Get it now, take advantage of the savings, and that would be just for the machine. Forget the bundle. So you're seeing the bundle we're getting in the moment is incredible. Just thought it's an important point, and we're seeing everything going up now. Slowly, but it's happening, because we know. Sometimes someone was telling me the cost of importing, getting containers, has gone like up 4 times or something. So
Exactly, yeah, 3 or 4 times. And the thing is, you either the price goes up or the quality comes down.
Yeah.
And we're not prepared to sacrifice the quality for a price, so the price will be going up.
So if you know you're going to be getting a machine, this is, and obviously I'm not trying to shoehorn you into buying the machine, but if you know for a fact, you've decided, I want to get this machine, I know I want to get this machine, it's a good machine, if that is the case, buy it now during the one-day special. Obviously, if you've got any questions, please get in touch. George is here. But get it now at this price, because the next time you see the machine, it's going to be at a higher price. And also, the bundle we have on the show for the one-day special is incredible. And the giveaway, you never know. You never know. It could be you walking away with that prize. It's over £528. All you have to do is make sure that you purchase the one-day special. So check out your one-day special. Your name goes into the hat. And we are busy for this. We really should be. And we anticipated it was going to be a busy one, because anything to go from May, I mean, May, so many viewers bought the machine. And it boils down to, I think, a lot of people trust the brand. You want to buy a brand that you trust. And Britannia, you get that quality.
That's it. Yep, they've put that first. And I'm happy to demonstrate that quality live as well.
Well, let's do it.
It
Let's
really
do it,
is.
George.
Yeah,
Go
so
for
let's
it.
get some. So I've got some fabrics here, just a normal calico. So that's what when I was new to sewing, I was just using calico, just playing around, getting used to that sort of feel of the fabric.
That's a good tip, actually.
So what I'm going to do is on the machine on the front here, I can put that stitch on the spot function. So that stitches on the spot. Obviously, when I start using it as well, I'm going to have the speed about halfway there, because I'm not manufacturing anything. This is hobby, so I want to make sure that that stitch is perfect.
Right.
So come to the end there.
One thing that strikes me, George, just seeing the calico go through, it's such a smooth machine. And that's what I look for in machines. I find myself looking at guest machines, you know, when guests come bring their machines. And some machines, you really hear them sort of thundering down. But it's such a smooth mechanism with the Britannia.
Exactly, and using it, it's all about the feel of it, and you can feel how easily that's pulling it through evenly as well. And then, so straight from there to a crystal organza here. Now this is using an 80 needle. So again, if I was making something, I would probably put a finer needle on there. But I'm I'm happy that this is going to go straight through. I haven't changed the length of it. Again, I haven't changed the tension with that automatic tension.
That's impressive, because organza, typically, it's not the easiest to sew.
Exactly, yeah. And it's highly likely to snag.
Yeah.
And you can't unpick a snag.
Yeah.
Once it's ruined, the actual weave of the fabric is very difficult to conceal. So
it's very smooth. That's impressive, because I mentioned having the walking foot, and it's so nice, and I really do think this is a very well put together bundle, because all the components, and George said it himself, I totally agree, you are absolutely going to use, but that walking foot is going to be your friend. I mean, the amount of times we've done shows here at the craft store and a guest has had the walking foot and said, look, for this particular project, we need a walking foot. So you are getting your walking foot with the guide, the free motion foot. It all helps. But you didn't even need the walking foot for the organza.
No, that's it. It's so sensitive to the fabric, it will just go straight through it.
Perfect.
And then from that to denim. So
wait, we haven't changed any settings. No, we've gone from calico to organza, now denim. Just straight through?
Yeah, exactly.
Wow, okay.
It's so adaptive.
Yeah.
Again, if I was doing it properly at home, I would change it to a slightly finer needle for the organza, slightly thicker, just because I'm a perfectionist. And if you're going to do something, might as well do that. So, here to the denim. That's 2 layers, and then 3 layers.
Yeah.
And then if I fold that like that, that's actually 9 layers in there.
Wow.
And so that's like going over the seam in the bottom of a pair of trousers.
That's pushing it.
Going over that bulk.
Yeah.
And
so this is the biggest test to see how it copes with. This is a test.
Exactly, and this is the test. I could put a lot of machines straight through 9 layers, but it's going over that seam from 3 to 9. Again, keeping it evenly. Speed that up, absolutely no problem through there.
It didn't miss a step, and that is how we would be using it at home. Obviously, if you're turning up jeans or doing anything, it will have that bulk and then step down. So that to me is such a strong demonstration of the quality that you get with Britannia.
That's it. Yeah. Always looking for that sort of thing in a machine, is to be able to go through that. And I did it a bit quickly, but press that button there, and it brought the needle down, cuts the threads.
Lovely.
And now that's all finished off on the underside. And I'm not you see on there, the stitching on there.
See that? It's actually one of the first things I was taught when I joined the craft store. When you buy a machine, this is what you want to look at, how neat the stitches are. And could we see the reverse? Is it okay, we see the other side?
Yeah, indeed.
Is it a true test?
Well, we're going back to the denim, so that's the underside on there of the denim.
That's just as neat.
Yeah.
This is the kind of things you want to look for when you are buying a machine. It's such a good machine.
Yeah.
It really is.
Again, it's getting that professional sort of finish on there.
Look, I understand we are a shopping TV channel, but and I find myself sort of hearing myself say things, and it sounds very silly-telly, but genuinely, I try and put myself in a situation, if I was at home, what would be the information I would want to hear to make a purchase? Because I understand this is a considered purchase. I do not expect anybody to be channel hopping, see the machine and say, I'm just going to buy this on a whim. But I know there are a lot of crafters out there. So has your machine seen better days? If you've got a machine, an older machine, and you've been looking to invest in maybe updating, and you know what, we hear this sometimes. People avoid certain projects because they're like, I'm not sure if my machine will be up to it. So if you're looking to upgrade your machine, or if you're looking for an introductory machine, and this is so important, because as a machine, you've got all the features here to take you through from when you start out and grow and become an accomplished sewer. So you've got that free motion ability in there. You've got a load of integral features as well that you would normally find on a machine of a higher price point. The quality, the build quality inside is exceptional too. And everybody has a journey, and it's so interesting actually when we were setting up for this, George, we were talking to the team and hearing their own journey in making their clothes. And I tell you what, some of the team are sneaky. They don't even let on that they're into sewing. Marcus, our director, he's one of those guys, you know, jack of all trades, so he does everything.
Yeah.
So he started sewing, but you know how he did it? A few years ago, he still does it, salsa dancing. So he used to go to salsa dancing classes and wanted to do his own costumes and that's how he got into sewing.
Oh,
so
really?
Not everyone has their own journey in there. So
Yeah.
whether you want to use it for your own clothing, your apparel, if you want to use it for quilting, we've obviously got the table in there as well, so that gives you that extension in there. The feet, the bundle of feet, and we are going to keep on talking about this because you've really put a lot of thought, George, into this bundle and the feet that are included within the machine.
Well, that's it. We wanted to give you a mix of different feet, so depending on what direction you wanted to go in, whether you wanted to go down the quilting route or down the dressmaking route, it gave you those really sort of highly used feet. I'm looking for a word, but I can't find it. Really essential sort of feet for that sort of thing. With the walking foot, that fine zip foot as well is so useful for getting nice and close to zips, but also you can do other things with it like piping, getting along the edge of work. There's so much you can do, not just what the feet is actually intended for you. There's lots of other things.
I want to put this into perspective. The feet that you're seeing up here, so this top tier, on the top, that's your bonus feet, and that's what you're getting with the bundle we're offering. Those bonus feet, if you were to buy them all individually, would be £90 and 74 pence. So just those feet alone, and these feet are the feet, as George quite rightly said, that the feet at some point you are going to invest in. That's £90 worth of feet you're getting with this bundle. Not only that, you're getting the extension table as well, worth $39.99. So, and you could also win the giveaway. Your name goes into the hat for that giveaway, worth £528, actually over £528 with the giveaway. So giveaway, just going to give you a quick flash of the giveaway. There's so much in here. We've got Moda quilt. You've also got 17.5 meters of Moda fabric in there. You've got William Morris. There's the table, the cutting, mat. You've got threads. You've got Sewline Essentials. So much in there. I'm thinking about the price as well, and just want to leave you on this. With regard to the Britannia, this machine, if you were to buy it, and you can find it on our website, it's £499. With this bundle, you're getting the £90 worth of feet, you're getting the extension table worth $39.99. You're going to need the table, you'll use those, you will use the feet. That, and it's still less than you would pay for the machine by itself. That's how good this bundle is. And remember, the next time you see this machine, and George, I put him on the spot, but he was saying that just the nature of how things are now, in October when you see this machine, it's going to be in the £500 bracket just for the machine. You've been warned, the price is going to go up. Now we're going to talk about something else for you. We have got the, this is the InStyle Plus embroidery unit. What impresses me, this will work on any Britannia machine.
Yeah, all the Britannia range are ready and capable of taking this unit.
Well, this is a game changer, because you might, as I say, you might have bought the T65 when it was here and made before. Now you want to upgrade your machine and introduce embroidery work in there. And it's, embroidery work, it's a great thing, but to be able to add the unit onto your existing Britannia sewing machine, such a clever idea.
Yeah, exactly. And especially with the T65, it comes ready with the automatic tension. So it just goes straight over to embroidery. The embroidery unit lets the machine know to change the tension.
So how does it work? Once we plug our machine in, how do we get our designs in there? How do we use it?
So shall I attach it to the machine for you again?
Great,
so I'm going to switch the machine off there. Just take off this extension, the accessories tray.
Are these examples of what you made embroidered with?
That's it. Yeah, not made by me. I'm not. I'm not quite that good on the software, but
just going to show you, these are some just embroidered pieces using the machine. So there you go. I mean, the quality of the embroidery work, it's professional finish.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Look at that.
Again, putting in a finer needle. Yeah.
Where would we get our designs from?
There's so many designs available. So you get 150 designs with the machine.
Oh,
have
wow.
a practice with.
Yeah.
But also with the machine, you get a USB stick. which has 4 gigabytes of storage on there, and there is literally infinite designs available online, both free and you can pay for them as well.
Perfect.
And yeah, you can download them. So you download them in a .dst file.
Put them onto USB and then put that into the machine?
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll see how easy it is to put the machine together, the two machines together.
So what I'm going to do quickly is just drop this feed again.
Yeah.
And this literally, so what I do is you get a proper screwdriver with the machine as well, which is nice to get in there.
Yeah.
So in unscrewing that foot, by screwing the embroidery foot on, it just ensures that it is stable. Most of the feet on this machine, they just clip on.
Yeah.
With certain things like the walking foot, they do just require, like the walking foot, the embroidery foot do just require screwing on.
Yeah.
And that goes on there like that, just a little tighten. On there.
Nice.
So drop the teeth, take the hoop off the embroidery unit, and that literally then just slides on.
Oh, like the extension table.
Like the extension table.
Perfect.
Little wire just plugs into the side of the machine.
Okay, it's your power, yeah.
And then switch that on. And so what we've done with this machine is kept it simple on the using the machine in itself, but then you get the extra screen for the embroidery unit.
Oh, okay.
So that for setting the embroidery unit, again, it gives you the reminder. Have you dropped the teeth on there? Yes, I have. And then that's ready to go like that.
Perfect. So
also, what I can do with this is, obviously, if you've got a big piece, that's going to be hanging over there. So I can actually bring that out to the side of the machine.
It's a very well thought through design.
Yeah.
And incredible how you can take your T65 and then turn it into a quality embroidery machine as well. The possibilities, as George was saying, is quite, well, they're infinite, really. The amount of designs that are out there. There are paid designs, there are free designs. You just put them onto your USB, plug it into the machine, you're good to go. Now, not only are you getting the machine, you're saving £16. You will be getting your embroidery backing, and you're getting your water-soluble stabilizer as well. It's not easy to say. So you're getting your water-soluble stabilizer, and of course, the phenomenal InStyle Plus embroidery unit too. It's a great bundle, and when you start thinking about embroidery and the practical uses, because you can take a piece of clothing, say a pair of jeans, and you can put some embroidery on there, and suddenly those plain pair of jeans, if you went to a shop, you'd be paying £70 to £100 for.
Yeah.
If you want to personalize, and this is where it really gets clever, so tops. So if you wanted to put names on there, you're able to do that, words. You can become your own fashion designer, really.
That's it, yeah, and it's so popular at the moment, having these little badges and just different things on your garments.
It's that personalisation.
And it becomes bespoke again.
Now, how much typically would we expect to pay for, if we were to just buy an embroidery machine, you know, just a sole unit for embroidery, we'd be looking at what, £600, £700, £800?
At least, probably more for this sort of quality, and also with this size of hoop.
Oh, okay.
So you've got a 5 by 7 inch hoop on here.
It's a good size.
That allows you to, So I was speaking to a lady just yesterday, actually, who was using a 4 by 4 hoop, and she says so many designs. They're all right that way, but they're not all right that way. And she was just getting frustrated, so she again upgraded,
invested in
to a bigger hoop.
So I mean, guesstimate. I don't want to put you on the spot, but if we were to buy an embroidery machine with that size hoop, what kind of price would you say?
So again, with this sort of quality, embroidery only, £900.
Okay.
For sewing and embroidery, you're looking at about 1,300.
Yeah, that's fair to say. And we've seen those kind of machines here at the craft store. Obviously, do your own research. We're just guesstimating here, but I think that's a fair estimation, and you can see it for yourself. Go online, how much you pay for an embroidery machine. The fact that this works with any Britannia sewing machine. So if you have a Britannia sewing machine, you'll be able to attach the embroidery plus unit, so the plus embroidery unit there, and then take your machine to a whole different level. That is so appealing, and at that price point as well, £48.70, and of course you're getting the bundle in there too, so you are getting it. So I say £498. Apologies, so £498.70. It's a great price point for a great bundle.
Yep, that's it.
Okay, if you do have any questions, please get in touch. We would love to hear from you, studio@thecraftstore.com. What would you like to show us next, George?
So yeah, I'll get some fabric hooped up.
Yeah, let's do it.
So we've included within the embroidery bundle some backing and also some topping.
Perfect.
So the backing you'll use on practically every embroidery, and with the backing, basically, the lighter the fabric, the more backing you want to use. So if you're using a very lightweight jersey or something like that, you can actually layer this up, and that just helps to support the embroidery.
Yeah.
So I can just use one piece for this felt in here. Also, with it, you get this grid on there. So if I mark where I want the pattern to be, and then I use that to guide the position into the hoop.
Oh, that's good. Now, if you were using certain fabrics and you wanted to have a particular design in a certain position, then that grid comes into its own.
That's it, because it's not only for one pattern as well. You can actually combine 3 different patterns on this machine.
Okay.
So you can use that, mark them all out, make sure they're perfect on there. So once I've set that out, what I do is I take my inner hoop and just make sure that's all on there correctly.
Perfect.
And just push that in. And then you want to just pull in the edges of the fabric.
Make sure it's nice and taut.
Make sure that's it, indeed. Connect that to the machine.
Yeah.
On there.
Okay.
And then coming down to the screen on here, I can now choose my pattern. So I've got the writing on the side here. I can I've got 3 different fonts built into the machine. So 4 different fonts built into the machine.
Perfect.
Or I've got the patterns on here. So those these patterns, they are in black and white on the screen, but you can also see them clearly in the instruction manual.
Okay, got them. Yeah.
So I'm going to choose this pattern here on there. So just number 1. Yeah. That brings it up on there. It gives me the size of it. Okay, and then I've got the larger frame on, so it's actually 13 by 20 centimetres in the centre. And then that lays it out. I don't know if you can see that very well on there, but that shows me the position it's going to be on the fabric. So then I can do lots of things. I can move it around on there, mirror it back to front.
Oh, that's nifty.
Shows me with that P as well where I am.
It's a slick machine. There are a lot of features here.
Oh yeah, a lot of manipulation. Again, if I wanted to, I can make that slightly smaller. So if I just wanted to make that, I can make it up to 20% smaller directly on the machine.
Brilliant. So I'm thinking the possibilities, and we are very busy now for our Britannia InStyle Plus embroidery unit. This, I want to stress, works with any Britannia sewing machine, not just the T65. Obviously it will work a treat with the T65, but any Britannia sewing machine. The price is incredible, and the fact that we can spread that cost over 3 months as well, making it that little bit easier too. But it's a really good bundle.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's got everything you need to get started as well. And go on into the sewing.
Yeah.
So yeah, now I'm ready to place and start sewing with it.
Go
So
for
if
it.
I press OK,
Uh-huh.
it then tells me drop the foot on there.
Okay.
And then it's telling me it's 5,056 stitches in total. It's only using one colour, and it's going to take about 11 minutes to complete this one.
Okay.
So shall I press go
So
on?
we have
there?
just enough time. Go for it. We'll
Yeah.
have enough time to do it. Yeah. So we'll set that off. And we should get to see that by the end of the show. I really see the appeal of this, and with embroidery work, if you wanted to put some embroidery detail onto a quilt, or if you want to put some embroidery detail on some clothing as well, so up to like, or maybe you've got a pair of jeans. One thing I know, and just myself and also my nephews and nieces, you cannot go wrong with embroidering a name, someone's name onto a top, because that's really cool. Now you're getting 150 designs already on there, and you were saying that as long as it's what file format do we need?
It's the most popular format in the world for embroidery, and it's .dst. It's actually the industry standard.
Perfect. So as long as we've got any file there, we can upload it onto our little pen drive, USB stick, sorry, and then we put it straight into the machine.
That's it. Yeah. Just make sure it fits into that hoop, of course.
Yeah.
And it will take up to 50,000 stitches per pattern.
That's cool, and it's a good size hoop. I'm going to hold that up again, and this is where anyone who has maybe used an embroidery machine, and I've heard this in the past, if you've only got the smaller hoops, then you are restricted, but here you've got that good size hoop. You are getting the grid with that too, so that allows you to really place your design, and of course the unit itself. But such a clever way to, rather than buying a machine independently, so paying £900 for a sole embroidery machine, why not get the unit that works with any Britannia machine, and then you're getting the best of both worlds for £498.70. Do you know what you could also do, hypothetically speaking, if you did want to really spoil yourself and go for both the Britannia T65 and the embroidery machine, your first flexi payment today would be just over £332. So it's just another way of looking at it. Obviously the choice is entirely yours. Okay, and we can see that going on, building up the design. So it's going to obviously look embroidery work. It takes a little while to do, but it's another way of seeing just how smooth the Britannia is too. So seeing that T65 working in embroidery mode, still so smooth.
Exactly, and it's happy to just carry on its own. So
Yeah.
I'm again just happy to press start on that, leave it, make myself a cup of tea, do something in the meantime, and just leave this sewing away.
Yeah.
So if I was using a pattern with more than one colour, what it would do is it would do everything it can do with the first colour.
Yeah.
It would stop, cut the threads, and then I just whip that thread out, put on the next one, and press go again, and it will go on to the next thread.
You've got me curious, George, so I started having a little look at all the designs inside that you're able to do straight off the bat. So you've got strawberries going through. I like this. So if you want to put, look, you've got the sailing team there. I love this. Great. Little
As I
coat
say,
of
and
arms.
these just give a good taster of what the machine can do.
Yeah.
Because you are absolutely unlimited with the internet now.
And of course, you have got the ability to write out, so you can just spell things out if you wanted to embroider someone's name. You've got little animals in the mix too. I mean, it just goes on and on. All right, now we start looking at the actual fonts. So these are the different fonts, and we can vary the size of the fonts too.
That's it, yeah. Vary the size of them, vary the alignment of them,
Yeah.
and you can also on this machine you can curve and arc the letters as well.
Oh, that's so. If we did want to, say, on a T-shirt, put Tom or something on the back of a T-shirt, you're able to do that, or George.
George or Tom or whatever name you want, and then you can add in a picture, curve it round that, have some arcing up, some arcing down. You can really vary it by quite little increments, so you've got a good degree of versatility on there.
And really easy to use. You get out of the box, you just attach it to your machine, and then go through. You've got so many patterns to choose from, and we've got the guide as well. Very easy to follow. We're busy for this, and I know the amount of times we feature. See, something about embroidery work, and anyone can relate to this at home. If you go onto the high street and pick up an item of clothing, the minute you've got some embroidery design on there, you're going to be paying more.
Yeah, yeah, it's that little bit of extra on there.
Yeah.
It's again, it just makes something unique, makes it different.
But it's that customization too, so you really get to grips. And what I like about it as well, you don't have to get too in depth with programs or finding all. You've literally, as long as you've got a file format. When it's the most popular file format, it's industry standard for embroidery work. So a lot of viewers right now, if you've ever had or done anything to do with embroidery in the machine, you'll know the document. If not, you've got the instructions there. Literally into the USB stick. Make sure it already comes preloaded with 150 designs. Then it is 150 designs.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you can import, because you've got that memory, 4 gig of memory. You can import your own designs in there as well. And the rest is up to you. The world's your oyster.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, there is so much available, and then once there's loads of patterns available to put straight into the machine, and then you could even dabble with creating your own patterns, your own designs.
So we're just having a look at the key features here. So over 100 built-in embroidery designs. We're saying about 150. You're getting 4 embroidery fonts. You've got that 7 by 5 inch hoop. So really good area with the hoop. The USB port. It's fully automatic tension and one size fits all. So it's your perfect workshop. That one size fitting all the Britannia machines is incredible. The automatic tension as well, it's something, if you don't have it, you'll really notice it. So having that feature, I think, makes a huge difference.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have to worry, again, going from thick to thin. It adjusts going over the seams, like on that denim I showed earlier, just riding up and over that seams, adjusting to that thickness. It makes a really big difference in the final piece.
And giving you that, but you can see now, I mean, that's a beautiful shot marker, and showing the quality of the stitch that you do get, that embroidery work that you get from your Britannia In Style Plus embroidery unit. Okay, now while that is running, we're going to go back to the one-day special. I do want to stress that there are a couple of things actually, and one thing I haven't mentioned yet, but this is a really important point. So last time we featured this machine in May, it sold out. If we were to sell out again across the course of this one-day special, I'm not saying we're going to sell out this hour, but across the one-day special. So you never know. If we're busy this hour, if we have another busy hour at 8 o'clock, there might be a situation, say at 8 or 12 tomorrow, where we might sell out. And if that is the case, we cannot get hold of any more. Once it's gone, it has gone. You get an incredible deal here. The machine by itself, so if you're looking for a reason, if you're waiting for the right opportunity to invest in a new machine, this is the machine for you. Britannia, now things I would look for personally if I was going to buy a sewing machine. You want the quality, and you get that with Britannia. So inside, it's a full metal chassis. It will last. Britannia machines are built to last. Read the reviews, see what people say. So quality-wise, absolutely spot on with the Britannia. It's a machine that will last you years and years and years. The bundle we're offering now is exceptional. I say, if you've been waiting for that opportunity, now is the time, because you are saving £131. This machine is more expensive. Buying it by itself, it's $499, and that's on our website. Whereas with the one-day special, you're paying less. Okay, it's only a few pennies less, but you are paying less at $498. And you're getting so much more. So, and the things that we've included, you will absolutely be using. The extension table as a quilter, how useful will it be to have that larger working area? So you're going to get the extension table worth $39.99.